Hey up. Time for a new series, and one that's been heavily requested on my channel over the years. We're going to be looking at the Hard Gore collection. Quite a nostalgic collection for me. This is a series of cult and low budget horror films, spanning from the classics to dreadful nonsense. What we do best on the channel. These were a go-to for me as a kid. They were partnered with Poundland for a while, and the opportunity to buy something gory or extreme for £1 was a bit too good to be true at the time, really. We also used to pick them up from CEX. They were always available in there for a decent-ish price. Definitely, between me and a friend, we owned a good 10 to 12 of these, I'd say. Swapping them amongst each other, chatting about them at school the next day. If memory serves, the quality of these is a little bit better than something like a Scream Time collection or a Dead of Night. Special features, I think they're generally presented okay. Now bear in mind, I haven't watched any of these in a good 10 years. And in an age of Blu-ray and 4K, the cracks might show a little bit more, so don't hold me to that, but I think some of the presentation might be alright. I think it's more an issue of what is on the disc, the film itself, the contents of the film might be where we struggle a little bit with these. I think I've got a complete collection, so let's go have a look, shall we? So what you're seeing here is what I believe to be a complete Hard Gore collection, spanning 51 or 57 or 58, depending on where you stand, films. We'll get into this a little bit more later, but this was easily the hardest set of DVDs I have ever had to buy. Easily spotted by the screaming face on the spine, and nearly all feature a small version of the cover art, usually another bit of face or something. Consistency was not something Hard Gore was striving for here though, with fonts, spine colours and information being all over the place. The spine numbers are a real mess, particularly. There is somewhat of a big run where it seems like they had a system, but that all just sort of crumbles, and again, we'll get into this a little bit more in the next section. But here we are. I am around 85% confident that this is all the films in the Hard Gore collection. So Hard Gore as a company is also just a massive mess. So it was founded in 2002 as a spin-off for Screen Entertainment, and I'm guessing it was just an easy way of dumping all the cheap horror licenses that they'd acquired into just one consistent little catalogue. In 2003, a website was created, and then in the back end of 2003, the website actually put information on it about the Hard Gore series. Now, Screen Entertainment's been going since 1986, so they've been going for a long time. They were putting out cheap licensed VHSs and all this sort of stuff. But to say they were going for so long, I cannot find any information about them online, really, other than they had a few branching off little things. Really elusive sort of company. Something I did notice though, and this might just be conspiracy theory, I don't know. It might be my brain connecting things where there is no connection. But Shameless's website is called Shameless Screen Entertainment. Now, as I said, this might just be a massive coincidence, or maybe Screen Entertainment is in some way affiliated with Shameless. Maybe it turned into Shameless because it was successful for a while. Who knows? Might be nothing. Who knows? So yeah, it looks like they've got a lot of spin-off series, and you can generally see these by looking on the inside of a Hard Gore release where it has all the catalogue printed. It looks like very early on they did a few adult films, Debbie Does Dallas, that sort of thing, I think. And these are spine number 1 to 4. It also looks like they had a spin-off called Extreme Screen. Now, this one's a difficult one though, because there is some sort of overlap with Hard Gore here. This is what I mean, it's just a mess. It looks like they were just trying different things. Hard Gore sort of worked for them, so they stuck with that for a while. So, as I say, the website was created in 03. Then in 06, all the information disappeared. Then in 07, we got a generic title card with a bit of contact information for Screen Entertainment. Then the website, and I believe the company completely disappeared in 2008. This next bit does involve a little bit of speculation, so do take it with a pinch of salt, but it makes sense to me, and this is kind of what I've found out about everything. So at the start, it was Hard Gore and Screen Entertainment, and they did a run of DVDs with the HG spine numbers, putting out, I'd say, around 21 films, which I have a few of here. They then re-released all these films with the SDVD spines, adding new ones to the collection as they went along. I figured this out because the release date on the back of the cases shows that the HG stuff was like 2002, 2003, whereas the SDVD stuff runs all the way into like 2006. The SDVD spines are the order that I've chosen to adhere to for these releases, as nearly all the films included are under this SDVD banner, and also the majority of my collection is that. I had to figure out what the HG numbers SDVD equivalent was, but it wasn't too difficult with a little bit of sleuthing. Early on in 2003, they partnered with Final Cut Entertainment to release one film, El Chupacabra, and another one which we'll get into a little bit later on. Around 2007, they partnered with Poundland, and also with a company called ILC, where they released a bunch of Harry Novak films and a few others, but the numbering completely changed for that, and I'm guessing it was later on, so I've just sort of shoved them at the end. Then they partnered with a company called Stax for Night of the Living Dead, and then, I guess, they folded. This is why figuring out the spine numbers has been such a pain in the arse. There is no consistency here. So because of all the swapping of partnered companies and all the re-releases, actually pinning down what belongs in this collection was pretty difficult, and it felt impossible for a while. It started okay, you know, Amazon purchases, eBay purchases and searches. It seemed fine. The Wayback Machine helped a fair bit, you know, going on the old website and seeing what they were pushing at the time. Although every now and then they do like to use alternate titles, which did give me a little pang of anxiety every time I saw it, but it's nothing that a quick IMDb search didn't rectify. What else was difficult was finding the films that were actually Hard Gore branded as well. Some of the films were easy to find, but they might have been put under the Shriek collection or other sort of like low budget DVD releases. This was an issue with The Dead of Night as well when I was getting those. But it wasn't too bad in the end, and I had to dodge a few extortionate prices on some of the later releases as well, watch out for that. What really did help as well was the catalogue that's sometimes printed on the inside of the cases, and the Poundland leaflets. It was all going well, and I had what I believed to be a complete collection. Nearly there. There was one more that I was waiting for. After receiving a random copy of Big, with Tom Hanks in the post as well. Don't know where that came from. Just appeared. I thought I was pretty set. One lunchtime though. I'm sat, I'm enjoying my lunch. The postman arrives, a package falls through the door. It's the last film in the collection. It's Demonium. That was the last one I was after. I open it up and I look inside this inconspicuous DVD, and there's a Poundland leaflet, but it's not the Poundland leaflet that I own about 10 times in the other releases. This is a different variant, and on this Poundland leaflet are two films that I had never heard of in my life. So I panicked, got on eBay, and luckily it was just two very quick and cheap purchases. But there's more though. So on one of the Poundland leaflets is adverts for Night of the Living Dead and Cutting Moments, two films that after extensively searching for on eBay, I have not even seen a sniff of. As far as I was concerned, I was adamant, in fact, that these were planned releases, sort of a coming soon, and then they just never got released. So I sort of put them out of my mind for a while. But I'd been wrong before. So I got back on eBay after writing a script one day, and there it was, right in front of me. Night of the Living Dead, Hard Gore. I didn't know what to think. Obviously I bought it as quick as I could, but I'd been wrong twice now. But there's more though, because of course there is. So after the Night of the Living Dead debacle, I didn't trust any of the theories that I'd currently put into place. I'd been wrong twice already now. Who knows what could be missing from this set? So I decided to get a little bit more serious and really start digging deeper. So, with a pile of all the DVDs that I had so far, sat down with a laptop and went on a few various barcode lookup and EAN websites, started typing in the strings of barcodes that I found on the back of the cases. Now, this was a little bit more difficult though, because every time anything slightly changed within the company, the barcode type would change. So, there was quite a few to put in. Straight away as well, I found another DVD that I'd never even heard of, so I bought that as quick as I could, and I did feel like I was going ever so slightly insane. But after countless looking up things, I made a text document and I wrote everything down, including the films that weren't hard gore related, just in case. I've got a little reference as to the numbering and where things come and stuff like that. And I think I can comfortably say now that I have the entire collection. But of course, you didn't think we were finished there, did you? There is more. The last section that I wrote was way over a month ago, and more stuff has been found. So, after the whole Night of the Living Dead and the barcode lookup and finding more, I just couldn't rest with that information. I just had it in the back of my head that there was something that I'm missing. And so I was on eBay still, and I was scrolling through barcode lookup websites. I was dreaming that I'd find a random one in CEX and it'd be like, oh no, I've found more. And I really didn't want to start this series before I was comfortably sat with what I believe to be the complete set. That's why it's been a little while getting to this point. But then I had the idea. I remember putting out a update video in November, and in that video I mentioned that the Hard Gore series is something that I'd be building up towards. So because I'd mentioned it, I thought maybe a subscriber, maybe someone's left a comment just sort of saying a little bit of information that I've overlooked or put to the back of my mind. So I went over to the video, scrolling through the comments, and I got a comment from a subscriber called Silver Chock saying that they could send me some pictures of their case of their hardcore version of a film called Cursed. What film called Cursed? I haven't seen a film called Cursed before, so I got to looking. It was on the list, but it wasn't hard gore, as far as I was aware anyway, so the subscriber sent me over the pictures, and I'm going to show them to you now. And do you see what the big problem with this is? The branding is only on the inside of the disc. There is no outward branding. So I've scrolled past this on eBay and gone, it's not hard gore, doesn't have the screaming head or the hard gore banner. How the hell am I supposed to find the last few? So what I did was, I went through the list that I'd made, and luckily I'd made a note of every single thing. I went through all the barcodes again, and I bought every single film that is in some way linked through a barcode or through something like that to the Hard Gore series. So for the next few weeks I was receiving discs in the mail, and I was checking, and some had on the inside, they had the branding, some none at all, and some are a big question mark, and I really don't know about some of these. But I needed to do it, and I think that finally, we've got them all. And I do want to say a big thank you to Silver Chock, because I would not have been able to find these last few without you. So thanks a lot for that. Right, so we've got them all. We must have. So we're going to cut back to the collection now. We're going to calm down a little bit, and we're going to discuss a few more things in more detail. So there we are. That was my nightmare at trying to figure out this company. But I think that I am now ready to start doing these reviews properly. You might be looking at the shelf and wondering about the ordering and how the hell am I going to tackle something that's so messy. So we're going to start out by looking at the Hard Gore branded films. I'm talking a screaming head on the skull, and I'm talking the Hard Gore logo on the top on the front. we're going to talk about all those in some form of spine number order. The numbers will be all over the place, but I am going to try and do it chronologically with the spine number order. Then we're going to get to sort of like the later releases, the ILC stuff, and then after that we're going to take a look at a few that have some sort of a Hard Gore brand to them, but it's not outwardly visible. We're talking inside branding, and we're talking websites that are plastered on some of the discs. The stuff that's a big question mark, basically. But that's the sort of order that we're going to do things in. There are a few that I'm not classing. These are Don't Mess With My Sister, which as far as I can see has no Hard Gore branding on it. It looks like it's just Scream Extreme branding exclusively. Did find these pictures on eBay proving it, which includes pictures of the inside, which is nice. Then there's Trash House, which has no mention of Hard Gore anywhere on the casing. It does have ads for the films Screen Entertainment put out, including some of the Hard Gore stuff, but it doesn't have any Hard Gore branding at all, so I'm not counting that. Then there's The Manual. Again, no Hard Gore branding whatever, and instead it seems to be Screen World branding. And finally, No Cutting Moments. I have searched for this film, and I even own this copy here, and it's just ILC, no Hard Gore. I may do a little section after of these offcuts, maybe give them a little moment to shine, because there is some interesting stuff here. Also, I'm not bothering with the double packs, the cut version of Faces of Death, which takes up its own spine numbering, and the Bloodletting box set, as I'll just be repeating myself because it's the same films we'll have already discussed. So let's lay out some sort of plan, shall we? So from here on, Hard Gore is going to be my main focus, with the AGFA 101 films taking a little bit more of a back seat. I'm doing this, one, for my sanity, and two, for time reasons. Usually the AGFA 101 releases have got 2 features and a bunch of special features. And you know what? It's a little time consuming when I'm trying to make animations, make films, stuff like that. So I'm still going to be doing the AGFA stuff, but Hard Gore is going to be the main focus. Say I manage to get 4 videos out in a month, 1 every week. Expect 3 Hard Gore and 1 AGFA, if that. Something around that. Plus I'm planning on doing just a little bit more with the AGFA stuff. Wanting to make the videos a little bit more. So expect more Hard Gore. As I said, I am 85% sure that this is all of them. Now, if you're sat watching this video and you're seeing that I've missed something, you're like, I've got a Hard Gore DVD on my shelf and it's not in this collection, please let me know. Please let me know. I wouldn't be surprised if I've missed something else, which is why I'm only 85% sure. But let me know and I'll try and rectify the missing disc as soon as I possibly can. But as far as I know, this is it. I'd be very surprised if there was any more. So, let's hope it was all worth it, shall we? Because it's been a nightmare. But I'm looking forward to starting it finally. This is a collection that I've really wanted to sink my teeth into for a while. And we're going to be starting next episode with the first proper review. We're going to be looking at the lowest spine number and the only film, or the first film, sorry, to be done under the Final Cut sub-company. We're looking at El Chupacabra. Hey up. Time to take a look at the first DVD in the Hard Gore collection. Spine number 5, not that it really matters, it's just the lowest one that we've got here. We're looking at El Chupacabra. This is a 2003 low-budget American horror film directed by Brennan Jones and Paul Wynn, 2 directors who haven't really done much outside of some more low-budget Poundland dreck by the looks of things. The film stars a fella called Tretch, who I've never heard of, but the case sure thinks I have because it won't shut up about him. Let's see if this film's as rough as it looks, shall we?
Some kind of animal is on the loose out there. And until we catch it, more people are gonna show up dead.
It's not our problem. Lock your doors.
It's wrong to imprison animals for circus sideshows.
Maybe, but that means a lot less work for me to do.
Oh my God.
The plot to this is probably exactly what you're thinking it is. A Chupacabra is on the loose, and it starts off by killing animals. So in comes our main character Navarro, who's a animal control officer, and he's trying to figure out what's going on. He teams up with a reporter and author called Starlina, and together they're trying to figure out and try and capture the Chupacabra before it starts killing people. But they're working against actual police officers, an evil scientist and his henchmen, crazy townsfolk, and of course the monster itself. Now to start off with this, I was laughing a hell of a lot. It had a good pace, and I was kind of into the crappy low budgetness of it all. But then there was a bit of a shift about halfway through, scenes started to slow down a little bit and the focus was more on suspense. And I just sort of lost interest entirely, to be honest. Then it unceremoniously ends. Also, around halfway through this, I felt I was getting a bit dumber while watching it. I definitely think I lost a few brain cells throughout this.
Are you alright?
Never knew a girl that could pick locks before.
Oh, shoot. It was good of you coming here. I was beginning to wonder. I don't want to see your face around here anymore. You got me?
The acting in this is terrible, like really, really awful. But on top of that, some of the dialogue might be some of the worst I've seen in a very long time. Not even a good actor could have pulled this off, and unfortunately, all the actors are really bad, with really weird cadences to the speech and really flat delivery. The violence is fine, it's not too bad. For something this low budget, you can see what they were trying to do, and I have seen a hell of a lot worse. Although they do tend to just resort to chucking meat all over the ground like chicken wings, it's fine, I've seen worse. The monster though is actually pretty good. It's probably the best part of this film. Looks decent, and if it had been shot with better lighting and a less twitchy camera, it probably could have been quite effective, to be honest. Although weirdly you do see pretty much the whole thing within the first 5 minutes of this film, so there's really no mystery to it at all. On top of this as well, the film is shot really weirdly. It tends to keep quite low down with a lot of upward facing angles. Now I don't know if this was just an artistic choice or if they just had a really little tripod for this. Lastly, the music isn't mixed too well, it's a bit loud compared to the speech, but it does sound like a PS1 demo disc, so it gets half a pass.
The book isn't doing too well, is it?
Not even the Bible was liked when it first came out. Not even capitalism is capable of draining blood from goats. Well, goats are found primarily in areas that are largely populated with goats.
Okay, so there's a few more bits that I wanted to talk about. Firstly, let's talk about Tretch, who, as I said, I've never heard of before. Apparently he was a rapper in a group called Naughty by Nature. I keep having to check what that is, I keep forgetting, because I've never heard of it. In this film, he doesn't really have many scenes. He's not great, but his scenes are kind of lifeless and flat, like a lot of this film. It's just a lot of chatting in a lab. The real Tretch, though, apparently was mates with Tupac, and he was on an episode of The Sopranos, and then in 2014, he got caught for speeding, and also for dodging child support. So, that's Tretch. I don't know, I still don't know much about him, and from what I've seen in this, he's not great, but I have seen The Sopranos, and nobody stood out as being absolutely abysmal in that, so maybe with the right script he's good? I don't know. I also wanted to talk about the early 2000s nature of this film. It's a vibe that was obviously around a lot back then, and we didn't really take much notice of it. But now, with a bit of time that's passed, I get a weird sort of nostalgia from it. At least I do anyway. It's everything from the music to the frantic editing to the flat colours and weird bad acting. Like, I was exposed to it a lot in my teen years, and it's hard not to say there's a little bit of fondness there for it. It's probably because, though, I was exposed to so much of it at such a formative age. I like to refer to it as millenitrash, an early 2000s trashy film. It's a certain sort of vibe that only films in that sort of era encapsulate. A good example, actually, is probably the Blair Witch Project 2 Book of Shadows. That's got millenitrash written all over it. And I've got a feeling we're going to be seeing this sort of thing cropping up a little bit more in this collection.
I'm starting to second guess my original profile.
Okay, let's have a look at this print then, shall we? So, for starters, it's in 4x3, and it's pretty washed out. Maybe too bright. The blacks are pretty much grey in this, but saying that, it is perfectly watchable. There is also a weird frame rate issue where it judders every now and then on a few frames, and I'm guessing this is the conversion from NTSC to PAL. But as I say, it's fine, it's perfectly watchable. There's no weird hiccups really in it. And the sound is okay. It's not mixed the best, but that might have been, the film itself might just not have been mixed very well. And the mic does clip a little bit, but as I say, it's watchable, it's fine. And on the disc, we get a trailer for the film, which makes it look just as trashy as it actually is. We get a little behind the scenes featurette, who I'm not really sure who it's for, because if you've not seen the film, there's a lot of spoilers in it. But if you have seen the film, it spends a lot of time re-explaining the plot to you, so I don't really know who's going to get anything from it. It talks a lot about Tretch, as it would do, but we do get to see a little bit of the behind-the-scenes stuff with the effects and that, which is quite nice to see. And lastly on the disc, we get a little collection of trailers from the Hard Gore collection. Okay, time for the case. All the information on the blurb is correct, although I'm not a massive fan of this font. The runtime's off, the film is actually over 89 minutes. This is one of 2 Final Cut films, and I decided on this one first because it's spine number 5, which fits nicely with the other spine numbers. The 4 adult films they did originally were 1 to 4, and then the next one we've got is spine number 6, so it fits really nice. Also, I did this one because the other Final Cut film doesn't have any of the Hard Gore branding. We also get this little logo at the beginning with really compressed audio, which did make me laugh, but when I've converted it over, it's kind of butchered the audio. I'll play you now what it does. Really weird, but either way, it made me laugh. Overall then, this is prime millenitrash. It has everything you'd expect from it. It's got a semi-famous musician, terrible acting and dialogue, really weird camera work, but it's got some decent effects and a decent monster design. I wouldn't recommend this for solo watching, but you know what? Get a few friends together and a bit of alcohol. It might entertain you for a little while, but this is far from a recommendation for this film, it really is. On the disc's not too bad, you know, the print is serviceable and there's special features, although they're nothing to scream about. It could be a hell of a lot worse. Plus, this has never been re-released, so if you are going to get it, this is your lot, but you know what, I've seen it on Amazon and it's cheap as anything. So not a great one to start off with, but it could have been a lot worse. Next time though, we're going to be checking out a video nasty classic, and I believe either the first or second Hard Gore film I ever bought. We're going to be taking a look at Nightmare in a Damaged Brain. Before we go, there is one thing that needs to be brought up, unfortunately. As I predicted, we may not be done with the collection. There may be one more. A commenter pointed out that they owned a copy of Don't Mess With My Sister with Hard Gore branding. So I panicked, obviously, and I went online, and Amazon and eBay, I bought the only 2 copies that are available easily in the UK, that are UK releases of this film. One has arrived, and it is incorrect. It is the one that I saw on eBay with the no Hard Gore branding and a bit of cardboard inside for some reason. It's not right. Hopefully the other one's correct, but I've done some extensive research here. I've been looking online, hashtags for Hard Gore and Don't Mess With My Sister on Instagram and stuff. I've gone through Google image searches, and I cannot see evidence of this ever having Hard Gore branding on it. So I don't know. This is the thing with these, if you do end up looking for them, you will find the Hard Gore branding. There's a Google image for everything with the Hard Gore branding, except Don't Mess With My Sister. I don't know, it might just be an elusive release, or I don't know. I really don't know. But this is what I'm asking. If anyone out there has any information regarding the Don't Mess With My Sister with Hard Gore branding, please do let me know. My plan is I'm going to keep on it, and I'm going to keep trying to find it, and hopefully I'll grab a copy if it exists before we get to the end of the Hard Gore branding stuff, and I'll shove it in there at the end. If not, then I'm willing to do a review of just this version, saying that, because I'm guessing it's just exactly the same disc to be honest, saying that, you know, it's one of the question marks. It may be Hard Gore, it may not. But if anybody knows anything, please let me know. If you've got picture evidence even just a photograph of an old collection you had, an old shelf, send it me over on Instagram at oldmanchimes. Please do let me know, because this is gonna be on my mind now until it's sorted, basically. Hey up. Time for a film that I have seen before, but I cannot remember anything about. I haven't seen this one since I was about 14, I'd say. Not only was it one of the first Hard Gore films I ever bought, but it was actually one of the first video nasties I ever remember buying as well. We're taking a look at Nightmare in a Damaged Brain, also known as Nightmares in a Damaged Brain, or just the generic Nightmare. This is a 1981 American slasher film, directed by Romano Scavolini, who looks like just directed a bunch of porn films. Notoriously banned and butchered, this video nasty was, for some reason, a staple amongst us as teenagers. We were really amused by the name, and we'd reference it quite a lot for some reason. I don't know, we were young, stupid, and Nightmare in a Damaged Brain is just a little overly descriptive, I guess, and it just tickled us. I haven't seen this in a long time, but the one that I did buy as a teenager was actually this copy, which is still Screen Entertainment, but it is missing the Hard Gore branding. So obviously I had to rectify that for these reviews. So expect to see this one knocking about in Sheffield CEX at some point in the near future. Or I might just fob it off on a friend, who knows. Anyway, let's see if it's any good, shall we?
Kathy, I saw somebody looking in the window at us. Me.
Look, for what it's worth, I'm sorry.
Sorry!
It's probably one of the kids in the neighborhood.
The plot follows George, who is in an insane asylum and keeps having a recurring nightmare where he flashes back to when he walked in on his father having sex and then murdered his father's mistress. He's let out of the insane asylum with a new experimental drug and heads straight back to his home. In his house though, we follow his family, specifically CJ, who's the eldest boy, I believe, who is also a notorious prankster, so when murderous dad comes a knocking, it turns into a bit of a boy who cried wolf situation. You know what, I can kinda see why I don't really remember much of this film. It didn't really work for me. Now, before I get into it, I know this film's got a lot of love online. I've seen the scores on Letterboxd and things like that, but it didn't work for me at all. I just found it pretty boring. The time spent with the family, a lot of it just seems like fluff, and I didn't really care for the most part. The kills are few and far between. They are good when they happen, but there's not enough going on for me really. Now don't get me wrong, there is a vibe to this film. There's a low-key scuzziness going on throughout it. And there's some pretty ridiculous moments that I enjoyed, but overall, didn't really work for me, I'm afraid.
Just get in that! I don't even want to see you. Get in that television room. Turn on the television. Look at this mess.
And I'll need some pictures, just like those on the wall there. Just simple pictures. Polaroids will do.
Okay. I have a friend that, I'll get you the pictures, and you can...
This film has definitely taken a fair bit of influence from Halloween, but what slasher type 80s film hasn't really? You get all the tropes here, you get the POV, the weird masked killer, the babysitters, and of course the childhood trauma and murders, leaning more towards patricide in this one. The acting from the kids, it's not terrible, but it's not great either. It's fine, leaning towards bad. And I could say the same about the adults really, probably leaning more towards the bad. There's a lot of screaming in this film as well, and it always makes me think of like a school play or something. It just feels a bit amateurish, I guess. The gore though is a big highlight here. Some really good kills, it looks gnarly and filthy, and the dirty print really enhances it all. It's pretty much what you'd want from this sort of film. Added on top of that as well is a sleazy element, especially in the first half. There's a fair bit of nudity. Again, all works tonally in the film, and yeah, not too bad really, not too bad. A highlight for me as well, something that I did really want to point out, was the flashback to the murders. I really enjoyed these because the little boy murders his father's mistress while dressed as a little boy waiter in a dicky bow, and it just looks pretty funny, pretty ridiculous, and it made me laugh a fair bit. This film's actually got a little bit of interesting history surrounding it as well. It was one of the initial 72 films to be added to the Video Nasty list in the 80s in the UK. But from this, some of the heads of the distribution company of the film released a unapproved cut that the BBFC hadn't seen, with 48 seconds of unseen footage. And because of this, there was a court case. Some of the heads just got a fine and a slap on the wrist, but some of them actually had to spend 18 months in prison just for 48 seconds of film. It was finally released uncut in 2001, the version we're looking at, but it isn't actually the uncut version. So I think there was a bit of a mix-up somewhere, some people got a bit confused, and it turns out that the version that we've been talking about today is actually a US theatrical cut, which does have some scenes added back in. It's a more complete version than was knocking about in the 80s, but it's still missing, I think, about 3 minutes, up to about 3 minutes of footage, which includes some detailed violence and stuff like that. And then finally it was released fully uncut in the UK in around 2015. There is one more bit as well with this. Apparently the film got in trouble with Tom Savini, special effects guy. If you don't know, people generally know who Tom Savini is. Dawn of the Dead worked with Romero and all that sort of stuff. But he was credited on this film as having worked on the effects. Now, he claims no such thing. He says that he was merely an advisor. They'd come to him and ask for a bit of advice, and he'd give it, and that was that. He wasn't on set or anything like that. The director insists that he was on set. There is photographs of him on set as well, and says that he did the effects, basically. A way to sort of sell the film. But Tom Savini's tried his very best to distance himself from the project completely. So that is the history of Nightmare on a Damaged Brain. Interesting.
You know him, don't you? Your name's CJ? How old are you, CJ? Is your age a secret?
9.
9, you're a pretty big boy for 9. I bet you're smart too.
Time for the print, and it's not very good. It's not very good at all. It is very low quality. It's washed out again. We had this problem with El Chupacabra. It's sort of bright and washed out, and the blacks aren't black. They're sort of like a bluey grey in this one. It's kind of hard to make out what's going on as well. It's very low resolution. But on top of that, there's ghosting as well, which just makes it a bit of a muddled mess at times. There's also a constant VHS style flicker. It could be VHS, I'm not sure. There's a constant flicker along the bottom of the screen. If I hazard a guess, it's a VHS. It's an American VHS that's been converted over, but I'm not sure. The sound's not great either. It's not the worst, but it's muffled in parts. It's hard to make out what people are saying. And there was one audio glitch that I spotted as well. So overall, not a very good experience. Just a muddy mess, I guess. And on the disc, we get a stills gallery, chapter select, some very low quality artwork for it, and an advert for I Spit on Your Grave. And that's it. No trailers or anything like that, no behind the scenes, nothing. A very bare bones release. And time for the case. The information's okay, worded a little weirdly, but it's readable. The runtime's correct too. The artwork on the front is pretty silly though. The blood looks like it's been added in MS Paint, and it's really weird that he's in this tube thing. The more you look at it, the stranger it gets. Also, this box is covered in quotes, so let's have a little look at them, shall we? Better than Evil Dead and Driller Killer. Now, that's just completely wrong, isn't it? This one is so over the top, it's ridiculous. Clearly written by someone who hasn't seen many films. And lastly, calling it a horror classic with Friday the 13th, Dawn of the Dead and Texas Chainsaw. This must have been written sarcastically, surely. I also really want to talk about the menu on this disc because it's completely bizarre. I haven't mentioned a menu in a while because they've generally just been generic and fine, but this one's really odd. Everything's labelled weirdly. Anyone for Brain Soup is play the movie. Don't know what's going on with that. Brain Soup, what's that all about? Nightmarish Scenes is scene select, easy one. Nightmare Nostalgia is a selection of extremely low quality DVD and VHS covers and movie posters. Nightmare Gallery, again easy to figure out that one, stills gallery. Now Graveyard, this one I was wondering what the hell this was going to be. Now it's an advert for I Spit on Your Grave. It's just this image, it's just this, but it does include this little typo on it. And then there's Damage Websites. This is just a selection of full URLs, pretty much all of them are dead links now, to sites affiliated with and reviews of this film. The naming's so weird, I guess they were trying to be cute, but it's just really stupid. Overall then, unfortunately, I didn't really get the love for this film that most people seem to have. I found it a bit of a dull slog, and the interesting moments were so few and far between. It was just a bit of a shame really, and I wasn't even laughing at how funny bad it was just sort of wishy-washy and bland, I thought anyway. But that might be down to this DVD of it. I'm not writing this film off. I would recommend this to anyone who has any interest in the video nasties and that sort of thing. A scuzzy, low-budget, crappy horror. With violence, with decent violence in it as well. Now, there are multiple new ways to watch this film in the UK. There is the 88 Films Blu-ray from 2015, which I think is the first iteration of a fully uncut one in the UK. And then there is the more recent Severin Blu-ray and 4K release of these films. Now I'm interested in watching these because I feel like if I could actually see what I was looking at during the film, I might get more enjoyment out of it. Avoid this one. It looks like it's been dipped in mud and it looks terrible and there's no special features. Even if you see this one for cheap knocking about in CEX for £4 or something, don't bother, spend the extra money and get the Blu-ray or the 4K. I've been recommended the 4K as well, apparently it is really good. And I'm going to check these out probably at some point because I feel like I might have more appreciation if I can actually see the goddamn film. So, bit disappointing this time, a little bit disappointing. Not a complete write-off, but not as good as I was hoping for. And next week, I didn't know anything about this film and then I saw the back of the case and I think it told me everything that I need to know about it. So I think you're in for a treat next week. Maybe not me. We're going to be checking out Demonium. And I'm not going to show you the back of the case here. I'm going to save it for next episode. Oh boy. Another quick additional bit before we go. I'm off script here, so bear with me. The Don't Mess With My Sister DVDs have arrived, and unfortunately they're both identical, no Hard Gore branding or anything, both Screen Entertainment, mind, but no branding whatsoever. I've still been looking online for these Hard Gore branded Don't Mess With My Sisters, and they are nowhere to be seen. Now the film was released in a double pack with I Spit On Your Grave, so I speculated maybe that was the one with the Hard Gore branding, but here's some images of that. And as far as I can see, it's just a generic Screen Entertainment, no Hard Gore branding release in the double pack. Also there's one on Amazon for 50 quid, and I'm not taking a punt on that. I'd rather not waste 50 quid. So, as far as I can see, there is still no Hard Gore branded Don't Mess With My Sister releases, and I really don't know what to think anymore. I'm gonna keep looking and I will update as and when if anything comes to light, but if any of you know of a way that I can get a hold of a copy of Don't Mess With My Sister, Hard Gore branded, please let me know. As far as I'm aware though, I don't actually know if it exists or not. I'm not sure at all, but I will keep my eyes open, and as I said, if I don't find the right branding for this by the end of the Hard Gore reviews, I will review the film and say that it was sort of semi-released. It's a mysterious thing. It'll be on the question mark section, I guess. Please send me any information if you've got any. I'd happily accept an image at this point with Hard Gore branding on it because I haven't seen any proof that it exists. But yeah, that's my update for now. Please send me stuff if you know anything. Hey up. So, it would appear that we're already dipping our toes back into the millenitrash pool this episode. I was quite looking forward to this one until I realised who directed it. We're taking a look at Demonium, a 2001 American/German/Italian horror film directed by Andreas Schnaz, who is probably most famous, infamous even, for directing the Violent Shit series of films, which I'm semi-familiar with. I've not actually sat and watched them before, but I've seen things about them, seen clips here and there. Maybe it's a series that I'll look into talking about on this channel in the future, in the distant future. So as I say, I've never actually watched a Schnaz film all the way through, but that's obviously going to change today. Let's have a look, shall we? And before we crack on, I do want to do a little strobe light warning. I want to emphasise this because this film is absolutely full of strobe lights. I'll try my best to keep it to a minimum for the clips, but some bits might crop up, so little warning there for you.
Come on!
Is it about the money?
How can you say that?
Well, then, what do you want me to think, Kenton?
Then why am I named in Arnold's will?
I'm going with you. You need someone to look after you up there.
Gosh, I'm sure I'm getting on your nerves with all my stories, aren't I?
Yes.
We start the film with a couple who are killed off by a deformed man in a hat. We then cut to a year earlier, where a guy called Arnold Berger, who's a doctor and has made some sort of medicine, is mysteriously killed. His friends and family travel to his castle for the will reading, but they're also starting to get killed off one by one. Now, this film isn't subtle or mysterious about who or why, so I'll tell you here. It's the couple at the beginning. They know about the medicine and they want to use it for their own gain, and they will stop at nothing to get it, so they're killing the people off in the will. This film kind of blows its load in the first half. It crams all the action and gore into that first bit and then just leaves the last section a dull and bloated mess.
What? Did Donald dig up this fucking racket?
Well,
Don't fuck around here. Let's just leave.
Well, aren't we looking sporty this morning? Well, my body is a finely tuned machine.
The acting and dialogue are pretty bad here, to be honest, but you do have to think this is a bunch of Italians and Germans making an English-speaking film with, according to IMDb, only a small handful of native English speakers actually on set at any given time, which kind of makes sense as to why there's so many weird turns of phrase or rhythms of speech. It does lead to some funny lines here and there, though. The characters are all mad stereotypes to a comical degree. I especially want to mention the guy who's played by Joe Zazzo, who is this bald guy on the back of the case, looks a bit like Anton LaVey. He just struts around all cocky, and he's pretty funny to watch, to be honest. He's got this sort of arrogant energy that's kind of entertaining. Saying this though, all the characters are pretty unlikable, so you are just sort of waiting around for them to get killed off. But on that note, the gore is the real star of the show here. It's clearly where all the money and time went into, and there's some really fun and creative kills here. His face melts, his knees exploding, plenty of decapitations. It's all very bloody and grotty. Just the sort of thing that you'd want from this sort of film. As for the way it's made and shot, it's not great, it's pretty amateur. There's a lot of sort of lazy camera angles dotted about here and there. It feels a bit haphazard, and a lot of the sets do feel like cheap porn sets.
Drink this, my boy. You feel a lot better.
She said drink it, you little piece of shit.
Of course, this is prime millenitrash, and there are so many tropes in this that are key to that era of films. From the gothic atmosphere to the goth metal soundtrack in the background, or the sexism and the rape jokes. Of course, there's the creepy stock sound effects that keep playing, and it's overall just got this edgy rocker tone to it. The thing that really cements this film in that era for me, though, has got to be the editing. It loves to use strobe lighting effects, and there's like filters, loads of flashbacks with really heavy caked on filters on it, and a constant use of like abrasive sound effects. It doesn't care about the audience. It wants to be loud and in your face and as annoying as possible. It was around a lot at the time, this sort of thing. I'm thinking the MySpace era and the rise in the noise music and all that sort of thing. And I'd be a liar to say that I also didn't dabble in this style back when I was a kid in some of my earlier films. This is the sort of film that you pop on in the background while you're playing Postal 2, you're illegally downloading music from LimeWire, you've got Rammstein blasting from your CD player, and you're wearing a Punisher t-shirt. You know the vibe, you know the vibe.
I'm not going without you. Who won?
Okay, time for the print. And you know what? It's not too bad at all here, really. I think that this was shot on film. It doesn't look digital to me. Schnauzer's been making films since the 80s, so maybe he's just a film kind of guy, and it is the early 2000s, so it's not too bad, to be honest. It's pretty clean as well. It is a little low quality. It's clearly been crammed onto a DVD, but the picture's pretty clear for the most part, and the contrast's right as well. We actually get black blacks this time. It's not washed out and weird. The issue is probably in the sound though. Obviously we've got all the heavy accents on set, but at the same time the sound's not been recorded the best either. I don't think this is a problem with this restoration, I guess. I think it was more just shot weird, recorded weird. There's a lot of mumbling, you can't really tell what people are saying sometimes, and the volume changes quite a lot. So it's not great in that regard. There's also a stutter that I've noticed. It pops up, I think I noticed it like twice, where it'll sort of repeat the last word said, and it's a little bit jarring. I'll try and show some examples in the clips. And on the disc, we get the usual, scene select, hard gore, trailers, that sort of thing. But we also get what this case loves to advertise. We get over 45 minutes of extras, clearly making up for last week's measly offerings. What do we get in these 45 minutes? We get 20 minutes of interview with the director and the cast. We get 6 minutes of deleted scenes, and then we get half an hour of like a compilation, which includes bits for Demonium like trailers and storyboards and bits like that, behind the scenes bits. We also get a little promo from Lloyd Kaufman of Trauma fame. And then we get a few more trailers for some more Schnauz films, and finally we get something called Untitled, which might be the most early 2000s thing you can possibly think of. What is Untitled? It's just Schnauz wandering around, and it's like a slideshow and then a few clips of him just wandering about into buildings. I don't really know what that is, but you know what? It's not too bad. We do get a fair bit crammed onto this disc. Funnily enough though, all these extras add up to 56 minutes, so they probably could have been a little more boastful on the case about this, really, couldn't they?
She left yesterday by train. Apparently something happened to a family member.
You think I forced you into having this baby? What's wrong with you?
Okay, time for the case, and this one isn't amazing. Let's start with the aesthetics. The front cover's pretty good actually, but the back cover looks super trashy. Just look at this collage of people. It does not make me want to watch this at all. It's really a product of its time. Also, the spine is very pixelated. I'm not sure if you can make this out on the screen, but in person it is really noticeable. The runtime's correct here, which is nice, but the description does have a few issues that I spotted. There's a space missing here. I think this is a typo, medically technology, just doesn't sound right. And I don't think this needs an apostrophe. This is the first DVD we've looked at with a Poundland leaflet inside as well, so let's check that out. It's got the skull from Zombie Chronicles in the background for some reason. It's a weird little addition. There is something quite nostalgic about that Poundland logo though. I remember seeing it as a kid all big. You don't really see it that often. I think they've changed it since then anyway. But yeah, this is the leaflet. Gives you a little peek at what's to come as well, I guess. Overall then, despite its charms, unfortunately it uses up all its tricks in the first half and just ends with a disappointing crawl to the credits. There's some excellent gore in here, but the film that encases this gore is not worth your time. I wouldn't recommend this film. It's not the worst thing I've ever seen, it's a long way from that, but I don't think I could recommend it. If you've been watching this though and there's something that's intrigued you about this film and you do want to check it out, the print is fine for this. It's okay, and you get plenty of special features. It's not the worst. It hasn't ever been re-released on Blu-ray or anything like that, at least not in this country. So this is all you get, but it could be a hell of a lot worse. It was crammed into a double pack with Nightmare and a Damaged Brain, which we covered last episode. I'm not going to talk about that one on here because I'd just be repeating myself. They're exactly the same discs. So that's this week's. Not great, unfortunately. I don't think it's going to get any better either, to be honest. A part of me has been looking forward to this one, based solely on the name alone, but I think it's going to be more millenitrash. We're going to be checking out Nutbag. Hey up. Time for another film that I bought as a kid from Poundland, and a little bit more millenitrash, I believe. We're going to be checking out Nutbag, the story of the Vegas Ripper. An American slasher film from the year 2000 and directed by Nick Palumbo, who's probably most well known for directing murder set pieces, which funnily enough I've never seen before. He's also quite well known for being a relatively controversial figure online. The film stars Mac Hale, who weirdly enough directed a film we're going to be discussing later on in the series, Switch Killer. Now, I remember nothing about this film. I've definitely watched it when I was younger, but I cannot remember a single thing about it. But I've had a lot of comments on other videos saying that people are looking forward to me getting to this one. So maybe there's some entertainment factor here. Let's crack on, shall we?
I wander around all day. You bitches.
The film follows an angsty incel known only as Killer. We follow him for 10 days as he chats to his pet spider, kills prostitutes, commits hate crimes, and just sorta angstily monologues to camera. And that's about your lot for story, really. It is literally just 10 days following a serial killer around. It's pretty dull, to be honest. There is not a lot that really happens here, but it's written in such a way that I was nearly crying with laughter at this one. I haven't laughed quite this hard at one of these yet, and to be honest, it kind of bumps this one up in its favourability. Now, the main character in this is absolutely awful. One of the worst possible people you can imagine. He's sexist, he's racist, he's homophobic, but it's all written in such an over-the-top, angsty and almost childish way that you can't take anything that he's saying seriously at all, and it comes across more as parody.
I have this reoccurring dream. A giant bird flies over me and swoops me up.
Stupid American pig!
Bitch!
The acting in this pretty much exclusively comes from Hale, and he's not great, but funnily enough, he is perfect for this sort of role, I guess. He's got that sort of angst, that broody, and he puts on that sort of macho bravado. But then, at the same time, he just whinges constantly to camera about how he hates himself and everybody else. It's laughable, to be honest, it's really laughable. The rest of the characters are screaming women. Like, they don't really have lines, and it's pretty sleazy, so if you see a woman, give it 5 minutes, she'll be topless or full frontal, pretty much guaranteed. There is a lot of nudity in this, but most of it, funnily enough, just comes from cutouts that he's got on his wall that he puts next to his Leatherface figurines. It's not shot particularly well, it's not awful, I've seen a lot worse, but it's pretty flat and standard. There's a few bad angles here and there. Apparently it's shot over, it's supposed to be made over a 10-day period. The shooting wasn't 10 days, but the story's set over 10 days. But I couldn't tell you when one day starts and another one ends, to be honest. It just sort of flows weirdly. The gore, you'd probably think I'd have a lot to say about the gore, but it's really difficult to talk about. We're going to get more into why later, but what I can say here is the gore that we do get isn't much. It's not awful. It's, to be honest, it's pretty decently made. There's just not much of it. There's a decent neck cut and a stabbing, but it's nothing to shout about, to be honest, really. Funnily enough, one of the best parts of this film is the soundtrack. It's not terrible. You can tell a bit of effort was put into it. Now, it's not amazing by any means. I'm not going to rush out and buy it on double vinyl for 50 quid. It's okay, and it stands out because of how bad the film is, that it's actually not terrible. Just some sort of like electronic-y, ambient-y, drone-y sort of stuff. It's not bad. It's not bad. You can tell effort was put into it. Now, this obviously falls heavily into a lot of the tropes that we like to see with millenitrash. Stock sound effects, that sort of early 2000s angsty, brooding nature, and just the main character just screams early 2000s. Now, I know in my last review I mentioned Postal 2 when I was reviewing Demonium, but I've got to mention it again here because the lead character in this, the killer in this, is just the Postal dude, minus the leather trench coat.
Would you like to go out with me?
No, I don't think so.
I do know there's a hell. I live in it.
So this is a tricky film to discuss, and the reason for that is that the version that I watched is heavily, I'm talking heavily, cut. It's about an hour and 8 minutes. It should be about an hour 20, so you've got about 12 minutes missing from this. Things that are missing are pretty much all of the gore. There's a little bit of gore in this, but you're talking a massive chunk of the gore, and apparently some of the racism's been removed, which is good. You can get rid of that. Now, you know I hate censorship. I've said on this channel for years, BBFC butchering films, and it ruins people's artistic visions and our enjoyment of a film. But in this instance, it kind of does something else. Now, obviously the lead in this is hateful, he's horrible, he's awful, and I think if we'd have seen all the killings and stuff, it'd have given him a little bit of power. Now, what this cut has managed to do is remove all the power, all the violence, all the killings, and what we're left with is majority this dude just whinging to his pet spider, and it is ridiculously funny. A scene will play out like this. You get a brief killing, like you don't see anything, it's implied killing really. And you get 10 minutes of him sat at his table, just whinging about how he hates everything, he hates himself, he hates the world. Then we cut and he's killing somebody else, we don't really see anything. It's a minute or two. Then we cut back for another 10 minutes of him walking through the Vegas Strip, just sort of whinging and moaning to himself. And it's comical. It is ridiculous. Now, obviously, I'm not advocating for censorship, but by chance, obviously, you know, broken clocks right twice a day, this has managed to make something else. It's taken this hateful, angsty, horrible, of its time slasher film, and it's just turned it into a ridiculously funny comedy.
My whole existence is a nightmare. Maybe someday I'll wake up and be dead.
Okay, and time for the print. It's not too bad, to be honest. It's clearly shot on digital, and while the colours are pretty good and there's no imperfections to the print or anything like that, it's very low quality, it's very pixelated, to a point where some of the font is really struggling to be seen on screen. It's very juddery. The sound's okay though, again it could be mixed a little bit better, but the whole thing's fine really, it's very watchable. And on the disc, we get chapter select, we get trailers for Nutbag and trailers for other Hard Gore related films, and we get a director's note, which basically just reads like it could have been written by the main character in Nutbag. I'm guessing the director and the killer in this film are a little bit too similar, really. Not a great look, not a great look. But that's it for the disc. We don't really get that much at all, to be honest, which is a shame, saying that the film's heavily cut as well. Quite minimal, really. Okay, case time. It's fine. Plenty of screenshots again, and the blurb reads okay. Again, there are tons of quotes on here, so let's have a little look, shall we? This Herschel Gordon Lewis quote doesn't sound all that positive, really. Same for this one by Leatherface himself. It's very matter of fact. They don't really give opinions, they just sort of describe the film as opposed to give their thoughts on it. This one from Kevin J. Lindenmuth is very overly complimentary and a little bit creepy. And this Fist Fright one is just kind of wrong. But then these reviews are more than likely for the uncut version, so that might have changed things a little bit. Lastly, with this case, for the first time ever on this channel, this case has no runtime on it at all. Anywhere. They're probably trying to hide that this is cut and just over an hour long. This disc also came with a Poundland leaflet, but it's just identical to the one we looked at last episode. So here it is again, not got anything to say about it. Overall then, this is prime millenitrash. It's an angsty, hateful and nasty film, but it's so over the top and has been censored in such a way that you can't take any of it seriously, and it just comes across as hilarious for all the wrong reasons. I wouldn't recommend this for solo watching, definitely not, but definitely grab your mates, grab some drinks, and crack this on and have a laugh at just how angsty and cringy people were in the early 2000s. Now there is an uncut version available, but it's for import and it's very, very expensive. Probably not worth it, whereas the silly edition, as I'm going to be calling this one, is easily available and very cheap. So, surprisingly hilarious. It's not a good film, but it's a funny film. And next episode we're going to be mixing things up a little bit. We're going to be moving into a different part of the world with a Spanish film. The ridiculously named Vampire Killer Barbies. Hey up. This episode we are checking out Vampire Killer Barbies, a 1996 Spanish horror film written and directed by the infamous Jess Franco, whose name you may recognise if you're a reviewer on the channel. We covered his film Bloody Moon in the Vipco Scream Time review series. The film stars the titular Killer Barbies, and we also get appearances from Santiago Segura, who has worked with Del Toro quite a few times, being in Pacific Rim and the Hellboy films. And we also get an appearance from Aldo Sambrell, who has appeared in all three of the Dollars trilogy films. So we're finally moving away from millenitrash, and it looks like we're moving straight into some 90s sleaze. Let's have a look, shall we?
Ears, rings, beautiful lobes, pendants.
Here's the castle of the Countess. Isn't it just beautiful?
It's unbelievable.
And the door was walled up as well as the window. Look, the window is missing.
When he comes again, is it for good or bad?
The plot follows the Killer Barbies, as you'd expect. After a gig, they hop into their mystery machine and set off to the next venue, but it seems that they're having van troubles, and are whisked away into a spooky castle by a mysterious man. Little do they know though that the castle is home to a vampire who isn't doing so well, so she sets about hunting down the band members to drink their blood. I found this film to be pretty dull, to be honest. It It doesn't really do much with its 87-minute runtime, and then it just has this weirdly abrupt ending. Pacing wise, it's all over the shop, to be honest. I got to a certain point where I started reminiscing about The Little Vampire, and then I was talking to my partner about Jonathan Lipnicki for a while, and then I realised, oh, I should probably be paying attention to this. So I jumped back a few scenes and I missed absolutely nothing at all. Yeah, it's one of those films.
What should I do with you?
Bite my ass. I'd like that.
Shit!
Watch it, you freak! You want to kill us?
Hey, shut up!
The acting and dubbing is hilariously bad here. This is some of the worst I have seen in ages. It is unbelievably bad in some parts. No character maintains the voice that they're supposed to have, and it never quite syncs up with the lips. They've not even tried. There'll be parts where the dialogue keeps going and the mouths have stopped moving, and vice versa. A lot of the characters are trying to do this sort of stereotypical band member voice, a bit Spinal Tappy, I guess, and it just comes across as ridiculous, to be honest. Especially the beardy dude and his entourage of little people. I have no idea what they were going for here. The gore is fine, it's fine. We get some nice corpses, some skeletons, and there's some interesting kills here and there. I did really like the steamroller kill, that sort of thing is always a welcome addition, always a bit ridiculous and such. And of course, this is a Jess Franco film, so it is chock full of sleaze. There's plenty of nudity and sex scenes. They're all there just to halt the plot and make my job a lot harder in finding clips for these reviews. One of the big issues that I found as well with this is there is no real sense of time. There'll be a lot of exteriors where it's day and then it's night and then it's day again and then it's night again, but no time seems to have moved on in the castle. I don't know if that's intentional, that time freezes in the castle while time carries on outside. If that's the case, it wasn't set up in the slightest and it just reads as confusing. How long have they been here? What time is it? Something I will say that's positive though is the sets. The sets for the most part look pretty decent, you know, especially the castle. It's gothic, lots of weird ornaments and stuff. That's probably my biggest positive for this, really, outside of the gore. Although there was one set that I think is supposed to be an abandoned castle, but it just looks like a building site and there's a ton of litter outside. Yeah, a bit distracting.
So much.
We're gonna go on an adventure.
Oh, can't wait.
I want it. I want it. Let me out. Give me out. Hey, don't. I want it.
You're the most beautiful bitch I have ever seen in my life.
So as I said earlier, the Killer Barbies are an actual Spanish punk rock band, having released 7 albums at the time of this review. The first album came out and coincided with this film being released, and then in 2003 they also made a sequel to this called Killer Barbies vs. Dracula, also directed by Jess Franco, and that was released to coincide with, I think, their last Today album. Apparently though, only the lead singer and the drummer appear in the films, with the rest of the band being replaced by actors. I gave their music a listen before watching the film. It's all on Spotify, and it's not my sort of thing. I didn't really care for it, to be honest. I guess it's fine if you like that sort of poppy punk, sort of safe sound. It's sort of lacking any edge that you think of with punk, and it's quite poppy. Pretty much what you're imagining it to sound like, you're probably bang on. I managed to guess what it sounded like before listening to it as well. Apparently as well, they were also featured on a few terrible looking PS2 fighting games. The problem with this film and this band though is that they use the same single song over and over and over again throughout the film, and it gets so repetitive. And it's not a great song, I don't think, anyway. And it's kind of annoying, to be honest. Kind of annoying. So the actual name for the band spells Barbie as you would imagine Barbie to be spelled, the same way as the doll. Now the film was going to follow suit, but apparently Mattel got in touch and were like, you're not using the spelling of Barbie the way that we spell Barbie, which is why the spelling was altered and it looks a bit funny. Funnily though, if you think about it, if this had been released with the actual band's name, would this be considered the first live-action Barbie film?
They want our blood.
It's for the Countess. But there's also Sharon. Why?
Time for the print, and it's not bad at all, to be honest. Contrast's decent, and there's no technical hiccups or anything like that, no weird glitches or anything. The print's pretty clean. Good visuals, good sound. Not bad, to be honest, not bad at all. And on the disc, we get the usual things, you know, chapter select. There's a filmography and a biography for Jess Franco. I nearly called him James Franco then. For Jess Franco. And there's a Hard Gore trailer reel. There's also a behind-the-scenes featurette, but it's only 1.5 minutes long, doesn't really show you much, and includes that same Killer Barbies track that's already in the film about 1 million times. Not great, and probably not worth watching, to be honest. As far as special features go, though, for a budget title, a Hard Gore budget title, it's not awful. Like, it's better than some of the Vipco Scream Time DVDs we were looking at. It's nothing amazing, don't get me wrong, but it's not terrible either, I guess. At least there's something here. Okay, time for the case. The font on the back of this is terrible. Really hard to read, and what it says is pretty brief as well. It doesn't really try too hard to sell the film. The runtime's correct, and we actually have one this time, which is nice. The artwork is super trashy, as a lot of these are, and I did think when I looked at the back that this dude looks a little bit like one of the woodsmen from Twin Peaks. And that's all I have to say on this case, really. Overall then, I didn't really care for this one, to be honest. Outside of some decent gore and some hilariously bad dubbing, it's just a boring slog with repetitive music. And it just wasn't for me, I'm afraid, just was not for me. I wouldn't recommend it, I definitely wouldn't recommend it. I guess unless you're a fan of the music, if you like the band, it's probably worth checking out. Outside of that, there's not a lot here. If you are looking for an upgrade and there's been something in this review that's made you want to watch it though, there is a Blu-ray, I think it's an import by a company called Redemption, who I've never heard of. But if I'm honest, it's probably overpriced, and the print on this is fine and it's cheap. I don't think a higher definition is going to save this film any. So, not a great one. Not a great one this time. But next episode though, we're going to be looking at an exploitation classic, a notorious video nasty, and a film that I've seen a fair few times. We're going to be looking at I Spit on Your Grave. Hey up. Time for a bit of a big one. A film that I've been dying to discuss on this channel for many years. A classic and notorious video nasty, and spine number 12 of the Hard Gore collection. We're looking at I Spit on Your Grave. This is a 1978 rape revenge film directed by Zarchi, who you may recognise from directing Don't Mess With My Sister, a film I've mentioned a few times trying to figure out if it's part of the collection or not. And he also directed this film's direct sequel, I Spit on Your Grave Deja Vu. So the film stars Buster Keaton's great niece Camille Keaton in a role that kind of put her on the map. And this film was probably the most infamous, next to Cannibal Holocaust, of the video nasties. It was banned and butchered by the BBFC and even ended up spawning its own little remake franchise of various quality in the 2000s. I think this is the first Hard Gore DVD I ever bought. I was far too young and I got it from CEX back before they used to check IDs, which was lucky for me. So, let's have a look at it, shall we? And a little warning before we move on. One, subject matter, but also I might not be able to use as many clips as I usually do. I like to use the clips to show examples of what I'm talking about, but I'm pretty sure YouTube doesn't like 90% of this film. So I'll have to see what I can do. It might be a little clip light.
Where I come from, people weren't that enthusiastic about their place.
Where's that? New York City?
Mm-hmm.
You come from an evil place.
You don't say.
The plot follows Jennifer Hill, who moves out to an isolated cabin in the woods so she can get some peace and quiet while she writes her first novel. Unfortunately though, she is attacked and raped by 4 local guys, so she sets about getting her revenge on them. It's a simple story, and it does suffer from its pacing here and there, but for the most part, I did find it to be an effective and quite difficult watch, which is kind of what I'm looking for with the genre.
Fucking asshole.
Could I be your friend?
Sure.
The acting ranges from pretty silly to really good. Keaton is fantastic in this, and it must have been one tough role for her to do. Richard Pace as Matthew is probably about as comical as we get in this film. It's weird that there is a character that's a little comical, but he has most of the silly lines, but it's not too frequent. Obviously, this film is very violent. Sure, there's blood and there's murder, but the real focus is on this 20 minutes of 3 attack scenes by the Gang of 4. Pretty brutal and pretty effective. Pretty good. Yeah, difficult to watch. Obviously there's a lot of nudity in this as well. None of it's really played for the sexiness of it. It all just works to make the characters more vulnerable and to make the audience more uncomfortable. Unfortunately for this film, the version that I watched, it is the cut version. So during the attack scenes we get a lot of repeated shots, and it almost feels like it almost loops the shot, and it feels like someone's just shoved a GIF in the middle of it, and it's very, very distracting. A positive thing though that I did notice on this rewatch is the lack of a soundtrack. There is no music added over the top. There's a bit of diegetic music, is that the right term? Diegetic? No, I can't remember. It's been a while since I did film studies. There's a bit of music in the scene, but there's no soundtrack added over the top of it. And I think that this was an excellent choice. It kind of grounds the film, and while it may work against some scenes, making them feel maybe a little duller than they would have with some music, for the most part, it just creates this isolated atmosphere. I thought it was really effective.
And I wonder if they gotta take a shit too. Hey, all women shit. Women are foot.
Watch out!
So as I said earlier, this film was butchered by the BBFC and it was banned in the UK until 2001, where this version was released with around 7 minutes missing, and with scenes repeated or slowed down to sort of bulk up the runtime. It's mostly the nudity that they focused on getting rid of, so we just cut back to the bad guys pulling faces on a loop, and it's awful, really. It's terrible. And still, to this day, this film has not been released uncut in the UK. Closest thing being the version that I have on this Kaleidoscope release. There are other versions of it floating around in the UK. A few companies have released it, but I have this one, and this has just under 2 minutes missing. And it also came in this little box set, which is cool because it contains all the remakes and its sequels and all that sort of stuff. Nice little set. So once again on this channel we do have to say, fuck the BBFC. Fuck the BBFC for not thinking that the people of the UK can handle a fully uncut version of a 70s exploitation film. It's ridiculous. It's so stupid. But anyway, back to the film. So Zarchi did return to the franchise. He produced the remake and its sequels, and then he wrote and directed Deja Vu, which is the 2019 sequel to the original 70s film, and even has some of the cast from the original film returning in it. While we're here, why not have a little look at these remakes and sequels? I don't really know when I'm going to get much of a chance. I might do a series on them in the future if people are interested, but for now let's just do a little summing up, shall we? So the remake I thought was pretty damn good, to be honest. I like this one a lot. I thought it was good. In some ways it may even surpass the original. Then I Spit on Your Grave 2 I thought was good. I thought there was some really good effective scenes in it, and some bits that I wasn't massive on, but it didn't ruin the film for me. Decent. I Spit on Your Grave 3 I thought wasn't great. Not the worst thing I've ever seen, but not amazing. Yeah, just a bit under middle of the road. And lastly, the Zarchi I Spit on Your Grave Deja Vu I thought was absolutely awful. Far too long, not a lot happens, boring, terrible.
Suck it, bitch.
So a little more history on this film. It was famously hated by Roger Ebert, who called it a vile bag of garbage in his review for it. And it also became sort of the main focus, or one of the main focuses, for Siskel and Ebert's movement that they tried to do to stop women in danger in film. Roger Ebert's gone on to say some really weird stuff on this topic, like when he lambasted David Lynch for Blue Velvet, saying that he was abusing Isabella Rossellini. It feels at some point the line between real life and acting just got too blurred for him. Too many movies, maybe. Obviously the film is super controversial though, and from what I've read, I don't know if this is correct or not, but it has one of the longest rape scenes ever in a film. In the uncut version of the film it goes on for nearly 25 minutes. It is split up into 3 attacks, but it does kind of just play out as this one long thing. In the version I watched it was around 20 minutes because of the cuts and stuff like that. Apparently as well, a handful of the cast and crew had to bow out during filming because it just got a little too much for them. The title of the film, I Spit on Your Grave, wasn't used until a 1980 re-release. Now Zarchi has gone on record saying he absolutely hates the title I Spit on Your Grave and prefers Day of the Woman, which is why on every release that's been put out since, it says AKA Day of the Woman on the cover, and it was on the posters and stuff. That was his little caveat. But you know, I Spit on Your Grave sells, doesn't it? And one last tidbit before we go. The famous poster and DVD cover for this movie. This isn't Camille Keaton. This is in fact Demi Moore. Weird.
Take off your clothes.
I don't like women giving me orders.
I spit on your grave.
Okay, let's have a look at this print then, shall we? First of all though, before we crack on with that, I do want to say that this is the special edition case that I have, that I got as a teenager, but the disc inside is just the standard version, so if you're keeping track with the spine numbers, the special edition is spine number 12, but the disc, the standard edition, is spine number 5. So we would have talked about this earlier had I known that I had the wrong disc, but oh well. The print, anyway, is absolutely awful. It's terrible. It's really low quality. There's VHS flickers. It's washed out. It just looks terrible. Worst of all, as well, it's one of those where it's 16:9 the film, or widescreen, and then that's shoved into 4:3, so the actual the file on the disc is in 4:3 with the 16:9 in the middle, and then that's played on a widescreen TV, so it looks like you're watching it in a little box in the middle. The audio is also just terrible. Now I know the audio isn't good for this film just in general, but in this case, I did do a comparison with the Blu-ray that I have. In the DVD's case, you cannot tell what people are saying. Most of the time it's just mumbling and garbled, and it sounds awful, really bad. And one last thing that I noticed as well, for a frame, like a single frame right at the beginning of starting this film, there's a logo that pops up for, what is it, Elite Entertainment Group. Just pops up right at the beginning and then disappears, and I'm guessing that this is a VHS rip, and I'm guessing that this is the company that they stole the VHS rip from. And on the disc, we get nothing at all. We barely even get a menu here. It just comes straight up with a chapter select screen, and that's your lot. Pretty awful release, really. Okay, case time, and as I said in the last section, this is the special edition case, so it advertises all these special features which we do not get at all. It doesn't look like there were loads, but still, bit of a shame. The description's decent, as is the font for once. And once again, we do not get a runtime, which is always super annoying. Lastly, we get a catalogue on the inside of the case. Now this was a massive help in figuring out the collection, but what's interesting is that you can see what dates certain releases had, and you can also see just how messy the release schedule was and how little the spine numbers actually mean. Overall then, this is an excellent example of exploitation cinema. It's grimy, it's dirty, it's uncomfortable. While it does suffer with its pacing now and then, it has a thick, foreboding atmosphere, and it is just what you want from this sort of genre. Uncomfortable, miserable, yeah, it's the whole package really. Now, I'd recommend this film to people who haven't seen it, but I'm guessing most of my audience have seen it. If you haven't, and you can handle the subject matter in this film, so I do stress that, it's not a happy film, it's quite a miserable, depressing, dark film. If you feel like you can hack it, I'd definitely recommend it. It's a very important little bit of history as well, especially in the video nasty stuff. Worth checking out. But it is absolutely ruined by this version of the film. This is absolutely awful. It's heavily cut. There's no special features. The quality of the print is absolutely awful. If you are going to watch it, avoid this release at all costs. Obviously I've got this kaleidoscope version, but this is one of many with this print on it. It's nice, it's remastered, it's restored, but obviously it's still cut in the UK. There are plenty of versions though. Boutique labels have put it out. I think there's even a 4K coming out soon. Loads of different versions. But if you do want to see it uncut, you're unfortunately going to have to import. But once again, you're fine because there are tons of versions available. From DVDs to Blu-rays. It's easy to find a copy of this uncut, which just makes it even stupider that the BBFC still insists on cutting it when it is so easy to get his hands on an uncut version. So, a great film ruined by an awful, awful release. Next week, we are going to be dipping back into the Jess Franco collection. Lucky us. And we're going to be checking out the simply titled Cannibals. Jesus, somebody paid $10.99 for this. Bloody hell. Hey up. So this episode we are dipping back into Jess Franco's filmography with Cannibals. Also known as White Cannibal Queen, Mondo Cannibal, and Cannibal World, this is a Spanish/Italian 1980 cannibal exploitation film, who'd have guessed, and one of two cannibal-themed films directed by Franco. So this film was shot alongside Cannibal Terror, which was written by an uncredited Franco, and is a film that we're going to be covering very, very soon on the channel. It's like a couple discs away. Both films star Sabrina Sayani, I believe I've said that wrong, but who knows, and both share same sets and locations. The film also stars Al Cliver, who you may recognise from being in Zombie Flesh Eaters, a film that we covered in my Dead of Night collection series, and he was also in The Beyond and House of Clocks, 2 films that we covered in my Vipco Scream Time collection series. So this was classed as a Section 3 video nasty, meaning that it wasn't prosecuted, but copies could be seized if found. Let's have a little look then, shall we?
How long will it be before we reach our destination?
Well, I think we better spend the night here.
But that way we'll be losing precious time.
Well, I heard some strange cries a while back coming from the banks. Probably on.
What the conditions are like. After all, we've always been together. I don't really understand why.
Feeling cold?
No, not really, thanks.
The plot follows Dr. Taylor, who's travelling on a boat through the jungle with his family, but cannibals attack. They kill his wife, they chop the doctor's arm off, and then they kidnap his daughter, claiming her to be some sort of white goddess. Somehow though, the doctor survives having his arm lopped off, but he's traumatised, so he's put in an institution. 10 years later, he's still in the institution, but he manages to get out with a small crew to see if his daughter's alright. Will he find his daughter before the audience falls asleep? This is incredibly boring. There's a big section which is just recapping stuff we've already seen, followed by another large section which is just slowly ambling through a jungle. The pacing is absolutely terrible, and it was a really tough set.
The doctor's allowed me to take you for a little walk, if you like.
Done to us. You will die. You will die. Slow and painful will be your death. You will be tortured. You will cry.
The acting and dubbing is pretty bad. You probably expected that though, really, didn't you? Most of the characters for some reason either have like a Southern American drawl or some ridiculously over the top posh British accent. It's not hilariously bad, it's just sort of bad and confusing. The gore is a real shame here because there is gore. There's a fair bit of gore. But unfortunately, it's obstructed by these weird extreme close-ups that dip in and out of focus and change from like slow motion to fast motion. And you're looking at it and you're thinking, what the hell am I actually seeing here? I'm guessing that this was done to speed up production, you know. We don't care about how the effects look, just shove the camera in the face, nobody will tell what they're seeing, and we can move on. And all this is accompanied by this repetitive drum beat and really weird sound effects. It's pretty maddening to watch. We also get a little bit of nudity, to be expected in a Franco film, but there's not a lot of it here. It's lacking in the sleaze area that Franco's usually known for, mostly just focused on Siane. The tribespeople are really worth mentioning here. Usually in these exploitation cannibal films they get an actual sort of indigenous person and shove a camera in front of them and then they just sort of stand around awkwardly in like a group, and that's the tribe for the film. In this one it is clearly a bunch of white dudes dressed up as cannibals. None of them wanted to do nudity, they're all wearing loincloths the entire way through the film. Some of them have got wedding bands on, or moustaches, or sideburns, and they're all wearing extremely garishly bright coloured face paint. It's a hell of a look.
Now come along, everybody. Let's make a group. Come on, no hanging about. For heaven's sake, I haven't got all the time in the world, you know. Come on, then. Come on. That's right. Yes, let's make a group. Yes. Now then, Taylor. Now, what would you suggest is the best way? Now, where do we go first?
So there is a pretty obvious reason as to why this film isn't particularly great. Franco has got on record a few times saying how much he hates the cannibal subgenre of films and how he doesn't understand how anybody would want to watch them. Obviously, he did this and he wrote Cannibal Terror, which was made to coincide with this one, but he also directed another cannibal film. These were all in the same year, this one being called Devil Hunter, which also stars Alcava. Now, he said that he only did these films because they were popular and he wanted the money for doing them, and you can really tell because he's basically just sleeping through these films. Very bare bones plot, and it's just, here you go, here's an hour and a half of people wandering through a jungle. He's also got on to say that he thinks Cannibal Terror might be the worst thing he's ever made personally, and he's also said how much he hated working with Ciano. Now, this is his quote. He went on to say that, let me read it verbatim, her only good quality was her delectable derriere. Now that sounds like something he'd say, really, doesn't it? I don't really know when he'd have gotten to hate her particularly, because even though she is in this film, she's not in it for very long, and she's got like a handful of lines. Must have just really not liked her.
I'll go to any lengths to find them.
I warn you, it would be risky to take all these people along with us.
I know.
My son will marry you.
Okay, time for the print, and it's actually not too bad, you know. Visually, it looks pretty good. It's clear, it's crisp, it's not the highest quality DVD I've ever seen, but it's not bad, you know, it looks pretty decent. Same can be said for the sound as well. You can generally hear what people are saying easily enough. But there was one big-ish thing that I noticed with this. I don't know if this is an issue with my disc or if it is disc-wide, I'm not entirely sure. But about 5 times during my watch of this film, the screen will suddenly glitch a little bit and there'll be an extremely loud burst of static. It's not good. Well, one, if you're playing this film relatively loud, it could damage speakers because it's really loud. And 2, it's just really annoying. So, not great, but outside of that one glitch that, as I say, only happened about 5 times, the print is actually pretty good. And on the disc, we get the film, chapter select, and trailers for other Hard Gore releases. That's your lot. Pretty bare bones, this release. Okay, time for the case. Firstly though, I am going to rectify something that I missed on the Killer Barbies review. Killer Barbies, this and the next film all have this little label on the spine for the Jess Franco collection. Don't really have much to say about it, but I thought it was worth mentioning. So, the description. It seems rushed. It mentions 2 daughters, and unless I'm missing something, I could have sworn there was only 1. And then there's a typo. Hospital is spelled pretty wrong. Outside of this though, the runtime and the other bits of information are correct. The cover is trashy again, looks like a goth eating barbecue. And like last week, we also get the inside advertisements as well. Overall then, this is not good. It's a self-admitted cash grab that plods along and does nothing with its runtime. There are so many better examples of cannibal exploitation films out there. Go check them out instead. I would not recommend this. If for some reason you are in the market though, this is pretty much your lot in the UK. There are other DVD releases, but I'm assuming that it's just the exact same print. I think there's a Shriek collection version, which is usually just a copied print from another budget DVD label. Outside of that, imports, I couldn't find any. Now this film has got about 25 different names, so I might be wrong. There may be an import knocking about somewhere, but I couldn't spot one easily on Amazon. but at the same time, don't bother. Even if there is one, it's a waste of time, don't bother. So, pretty awful film this week, and next episode we're going to be looking at the third in the mini Jess Franco collection. We're going to be looking at the stupidly named Nightmares Come at Night. No shit. Hey up. Another week, another Jess Franco film. But slightly different DVD unit, so it's not all bad. But back to the film at hand, we are going to be looking at Nightmares Come at Night. This is a French psychosexual crime horror from 1970, written and directed by Jess Franco. The film stars Diana Lorys, who's been in a bunch of stuff I've never heard of, maybe outside of one of the Django sequels, and Soledad Miranda, who's worked with Franco a few times, appearing in Count Dracula and Eugene Dessard. This is made of 2 unfinished Franco projects and was considered lost for years, till it was eventually found, stitched together, and released in 2004, and that's the version that we're looking at today. Let's see if it was worth finding, shall we?
Somehow I knew, deep in my heart, that I would only find true peace in my mind and in my soul.
Come on, that's enough, Anna. You have to calm down.
I started feeling guilty. Guilty of not having understood sooner. I had to be punished. Brutally tamed.
The plot follows a stripper called Anne, who one night after a show meets a woman called Cynthia who promises her fame and fortune. The two hook up and end up moving in together, forming a bit of a relationship. But the problems arise when Anne starts having terrible nightmares in which she kills people, waking up the next morning covered in blood. So were they more than just nightmares? And how many nudity scenes can Jess Franco cram into an 85-minute film? This was very rough, very difficult to get through. The plot is super thin and would have felt stretched out in a 10-minute short film. The problem being mostly that any sort of pace or flow is just completely halted by numerous lengthy scenes of sex or nudity.
To tell you the truth, that's not my type. Because after making love, I feel like jumping out the window.
Come inside, now! You don't understand what I'm saying. I'm telling you, I'm going nuts.
So for this next section, I'm going to split it into what I liked and what I didn't like, make it a bit easier. Let's start with the good stuff, shall we? So some of the shot composition is pretty nice. There's a little bit of artistry here and there. It's, you know, it's minor, but there's a few nice shots knocking about in this. I really liked the initial dream sequence, bit of creativity in that, and it's a lot of fun. It's a really good way of kicking the film off. And I really liked the jazzy soundtrack that sometimes dips into sort of free jazz, experimental jazz stuff. My sort of thing. I liked it. And that's about as good as I can get with this. That's about as nice as I can be to the film. So let's move in to what I disliked about the film. Best place to start is probably the appalling dubbing. It's absolutely atrocious. I was getting sort of early PS1 dubbing vibes, you know, made me think of Resident Evil 1 a little bit. The main problem with this being that a lot of the time the characters are talking is these long, lengthy, pretentiously pontificating monologues. You know, a lot of talking without actually saying anything. And sure, it's funny. When you start this film off, it's pretty funny listening to some of these long, pretentious, bullshitty speeches. But you get about halfway through this film and it gets painful. Painfully painful. And you mix this in with the abundance of nudity. This might have like the most nudity in a film that I've talked about on this channel before. It is chock full of it. But then you get these pretentious monologues over the top of it, and it just comes across as this weird sort of awkward, uncomfortable thing. There's a good example there's like a 10-minute long scene where Anne is stripping, she's doing a thing, it's the night before she meets Cynthia, and she's just awkwardly laid on a table, smoking a fag, with her tits out, and monologuing over the top of it, and it just goes on and on and on, and it kills any sort of pace, and it starts off being funny but then just gets painful, and that's really how I could sum this film up. It starts funny and it just gets painful. You know, you can definitely see that this was two films hastily stitched together, one being this sleazy, boring, like softcore porno, and the other being like an unfinished, half-baked murder mystery. I think really that's about as much as I have to say on this film. I don't really think it's worth me spending much more time on it, to be honest, so let's move on.
Doctor, wait! I want to see you at the hospital tomorrow.
No,
But why not?
because I won't be there.
Sucks. How can you just lie there like that?
I'm patient, that's all. It's only...
The world is ours. Nothing can stop us. Look, stare deeply into my world.
Okay, let's have a look at the print. It's not awful. When it's clear, it's really clear and quite crisp, and the sound's pretty good. But every now and then, it's far too dark. There's a really funny moment that really had me laughing. It's supposed to be this like scene of a three-way, but it's pitch black and you cannot see anything that's happening apart from this pasty dude's arse that's just sort of like right centre of the screen. It's pretty ridiculous. And then every now and then as well, the print's really foggy. It's sort of misty and like smoky, and this is the thing, I don't know if these are stylistic choices for the film or if these are print issues. To me they look like print issues, but they probably aren't. Either way, they're pretty distracting. And on the disc we get a 23-minute interview with Franco, we get a 25-minute mini doc about the production company Eurocine, pretty interesting stuff. We get a filmography and biography for Soledad Miranda, we get a trailer for this film, and we get a selection of Hard Gore trailers. Honestly, for a budget release, it's not too bad really. Okay, case time. I wanted to start by looking at the cover, because I think that it's a little misleading. So I saw this and I thought it'd be a vampire film. You know, you've got a gothic looking woman, you got bats, and the title could be vampire or werewolf, or even at a push, some sort of gothy crow knockoff. But no, the film is nothing like the cover would suggest, and there aren't even any bats in the film, which is a bit disappointing really. I like a good bat. The description is fine, and all the information's correct. There's not much to say about this case really. It's pretty standard, fine, run-of-the-mill, does its job. Overall then, you know, I'm beginning to think that I actually just don't really like Jess Franco films. Like the others that I've talked about, it's just too boring for its own good. It spends far too much time pontificating and stripping off, and not enough time trying to get me invested in any sort of character or story. But I mean, it is a Jess Franco film, what did I expect? I wouldn't recommend this film, but if you've seen anything in the review that's piqued your interest, or you're just into Franco, this version's not awful, there's special features, the print's fine for the most part, and you could probably find it pretty cheap. If you do want an upgrade though, and you're into your importing, there is a Blu-ray knocking about from Redemption again. So, once again, not a great Franco film. But we're now at the end of our little Jess Franco collection that the Spine's advertising to us. Sort of. Because next episode, he didn't direct the film, but he did write it. so we're not quite out of the Franco woods just yet. Next episode, we're going to be checking out Cannibal Terror. Hey up, time to take another look at a cannibal film. This time, we're looking at Cannibal Terror. Now this is a French cannibal exploitation film from 1980, directed by Alain Deruel. I'm probably butchering that name. Doesn't look like he did much else by way of directing. The film is co-written by an uncredited Jess Franco. We really can't seem to get away from him, can we? And it was made alongside Franco's film Cannibals, sort of towards the back end of the cannibal film boom. And both films share sets, locations, props, and even actors. Sabrina Ciani shows up in both, and the people who play the cannibal tribe are pretty much identical between the two films. So if you haven't seen my review of Franco's film Cannibals, I'd probably recommend checking that one out before we crack on with this, because I am going to be referring back to that film a fair bit. I didn't like Cannibals. Let's see if this is any better, shall we?
What's your name? Florence Deauville. Deauville, like the cars. My daddy builds them. What's your name? Me? Nina. Oh, that's pretty. Bye.
Expect us to grab a kid? I thought you hated kids. Maybe you want to get your flippity-floppity boobies lifted. But you gotta have them.
The plot follows two criminals and their lady friend. They decide to kidnap the daughter of some rich dude, and after successfully kidnapping her, they decide to flee to the jungle to hide out. What proceeds then is a rape, killings, and a cannibal tribe taking care of the bad guys. This film falls into the exact same trappings of pretty much every cash grab low budget cannibal film. It's got long scenes that are really boring of people just walking through a jungle. It has just tribes doing their thing, dancing around, doesn't really add anything to the plot. And then it has people getting fired at with arrows and eventually being kidnapped by the tribe. It is boring, predictable, and formulaic. It did nothing new for me.
Hey, what's that over there? No, it's just a bird.
What a cunt!
Keep your cool, don't get upset.
The acting and dubbing are by no means good in this, but they are slightly better than the more recent Franco films that we've been watching. There's no weird accents, which is a positive. There is a woman voicing a little girl though, which is pretty much about as comical as this all gets. We get some gore, and it's not too bad. We actually get to see it this time, but it's not as good. I've seen better examples in other films of the same sort of thing, really. We also get some nudity, and there is a rape scene, just to add to the sleazy factor of it all. It's a really awkward rape scene as well. The woman's sort of like tied up between two trees while stood up. Just seems really impractical. I absolutely hated the music in this as well. For most of it, it's like happy Caribbean holiday music. Really didn't fit with the film. And the rest of it's just sort of standardly made. There's nothing really more to say. You can tell that it was shot alongside Franco's film. The same sets really stand out. And I was playing a bit of a game where I was trying to spot cannibals that I recognised from Franco's film. At least they weren't talking English in this one though.
Car? Hey, we're here.
Hey, he's here! Carlo! Shit. Tonight. Of course we're going to the Feria, darling. I wouldn't miss it. That's fine. You coming back this way? Fine. All right, my love, I'll pick you up.
So a little more on this being shot alongside Franco's Cannibals. Apparently it was same day sort of stuff where the directors would take it in turns, shooting. They sort of get all the cannibals together in their little like set, and Franco would rock up in the morning, do his bits, and then Derulo will tap in the afternoon and get the scenes he needs. Derulo as well apparently was quite into the idea of making a cannibal film, started researching it and he wanted to make it quite authentic, but he quickly gave up on that idea when he realised how small a budget he was being granted. And this budget issue ended up being a massive point of contention for the rest of the filming. Derulo was pretty embarrassed apparently by the film. It was laughed at quite heavily at Cannes in 1980 when it was shown, and he said to this day that he has never actually watched the entire thing through. Now, this film was added to the UK's Video Nasty ban list because it had the title Cannibal in the film. It was being compared to Cannibal Holocaust, Cannibal Ferox and things like that, until someone from the BBFC actually sat down and watched it, and then the ban was quickly lifted and it was unbanned in 1985.
It's the Indians, Roberto. Michael's been hit.
Leave him.
Michael.
Okay, let's have a look at this print then. It's not bad at all, to be honest. I cannot complain. It's a clear picture. The sound's pretty good. For a budget release DVD, I've seen a hell of a lot worse. And on the disc, we have chapter select, we have an image gallery which shows older like VHS release covers for the film, and then we have some more Hard Gore trailers. That's your lot. Pretty bare bones on the disc. Okay, case time, and it's fine for the most part. The synopsis is very matter of fact, and it kind of says the entire plot. I guess they didn't really know what to say and what not to say about this, really. It's got some ridiculous taglines on the front as well. Gut-munching gorehounds, and a juicy video nasty. Very silly. Something worth mentioning is that this has a different type of Hard Gore logo on the front. It's got a much bigger head and bigger font. I have a few like this, and I think that these were an earlier iteration of the Hard Gore branding. Lastly, as well, when I started this DVD, the Screen Entertainment logo played with the menu music in the background, which, to be honest, was a little bit jarring. Overall then, while I may have preferred this over Franco's Cannibals, I still didn't really like this film much at all. The gore was there, but the pacing was all off and it was just repetitive and falls into a lot of the same tropes you see in this sort of film. It had cheap cash grab written all over it. Honestly, I wouldn't recommend this film. Now, if you are in the market for it though, this is a pretty cheap option and it's decent. The picture's fine, the quality's alright, nothing really by way of special features, but if you just want the base film for cheap, this is probably your way forward. But for you boutique Blu-ray heads out there, 88 Films have got you covered with a decent-ish looking Blu-ray that doesn't go for too much money. It's more than I'd spend on this film, but it's not too bad and it seems like it's readily available. So, another not great one this episode, but we are out of this awful Jess Franco hole that we've been stuck in for the past month. And we're moving back into something a little more classy, a little more Italian, a little more cult, and a film that I remember vividly buying as a teenager from Poundland. We're going to be checking out Cat in the Brain. So, we're moving away from Jess Franco, thankfully, and moving towards somebody who needs no introduction on this channel. We've talked about him plenty of times, Lucio Fulci. And we're kicking this off with Cat in the Brain. This is a 1990 Italian horror film directed by and starring Lucio Fulci. That's right, he acts in this one. Referred to as Fulci's 8.5, it is semi-autobiographical and features shots from other films. It's generally got a bit of a cult following to it and people talk highly of it, as far as I've seen anyway. I bought this from Poundland back when I was a teenager, and I probably watched it around the same time, so I don't remember anything about this. Let's see if it's any good, shall we?
I ordered a steak, and when I saw the meat, I was totally overcome with a sense of repulsion. And this morning, sadism, Nazism. Is there any point anymore? Sadism.
Lucio!
The film follows Dr. Lucio Fulci. No prizes for guessing who plays that character, who's a film director and while working on a particularly violent film, starts having strange and gory hallucinations. Turns out though that some of the things he's been seeing are actually happening in the real world. Is he losing his mind, or is something or someone more nefarious at play? It's got a pretty good story, this. It suffers a little bit with its pacing. It does get a little repetitive, especially in that middle section, but for the most part it did keep my interest and I ended up really enjoying it. I do have a soft spot though for films about making films, and this one didn't disappoint.
Good morning, Mr. Fulci. On to decapitated, devouring the remains of a
The acting and dubbing are fine for the most part here. It's way better than what we've been watching recently. Some of the side characters can be a little bit silly, but that's about as far as it goes. It's not too distracting really. This film is crammed with gore. We get loads of the stuff. From like decapitations to worms bursting out of a person, face melts, axes, stabbings. Plenty of stuff in here, and it's all as gooey and disgusting as you want it to be. Really good stuff. And there's a bit of added nudity in here as well. Can't forget the sleaze, and there's even a weird Nazi orgy. I mean, it wouldn't be a Fulci film though without a bit of weird sleaziness, would it? The music's pretty good as well. Synthy stuff that moves into like experimental jazz and some rock sections. Really good, and I think I kept hearing little references to the Beyond. There'll be music playing and there'll be like this sort of moaning in the background, and it does just sound like it's straight from that film. And to be honest, with the self-referential nature of this film, I wouldn't be surprised.
No! No! What do you want from me, Mr. Fulci?
So let's talk a little bit more about the films that are featured in this film. There's a few, so I'm going to have to keep checking the notes just because I can't remember all the names of them. We have Bloody Psycho, Massacre, and The Murder Secret, and these three weren't directed by Fulci, they were directed by other Italian directors. Usually, I think they were all just mates with Fulci in some way though. And then we have Sodoma's Ghost, Hansel and Gretel, and Touch of Death, which were directed by Fulci. Now, I haven't seen any of these films, so I couldn't really tell you when clips are being shown. I could hazard a guess a few times, and they're usually shown in the context of something he's watching on TV or part of the film that he's making, I believe. But quite a few films crammed into this one, really. Clips from, anyway. As I said as well, this is semi-autobiographical and is apparently based on things that Fulci has experienced in the filmmaking industry, which is a bit ugh. Originally as well, the script was much shorter and didn't include any dialogue or anything like that. It was just detailed descriptions of gore paired with music. And to be honest, you can kind of see this original script peeking in here and there in the final piece. There are very long sections of graphic violence with Fulci just sort of looking on a little bit confused or upset. Apparently, don't know how true this is, but it seems that Fulci wasn't 100% confident in his acting ability. Even though he's in about 90% of this film, if you watch it either English or Italian dub, he has been dubbed over by another actor, so you never actually hear his voice. But you know, he seems fine in it, he fits the role anyway. This was cut, this film, and it was passed in 2003, fully uncut, and that's the version that is on this disc that we're looking at today.
We are gonna eat our mistress.
Steak tartare, no. No. Not tartare.
Okay, print time, and it's completely fine. Again, clear image, clear sound, no complaints at all. You know what? I'm beginning to be really impressed with these Hard Gore print qualities. We've had more good than bad, I'd say, and they're doing way better than Vipco or Dead at Night were doing at this point. And on the disc we get the standard stuff. We get chapter select, filmographies, stills, reviews, production notes, and more Hard Gore trailers. Okay, time for the case. Firstly, I really like the front cover. It is a shame that they reused the same picture of the dude on the front and the back though, it just seems a little bit lazy. I only just spotted this quote on the front as well. I've had this disc for over 15 years and I've never noticed that there's a quote on this chainsaw. The font's tiny and it's barely visible. Really weird inclusion, why even have a quote if you're going to obscure it so much? The pictures on the back are nice and gory and the description's fine, although they did spell Fulci's name wrong right at the beginning. Not great, and I tell you what else isn't great either, the runtime is slightly out. They've been alright for this so far, Hard Gore. They've not been too bad with the runtime, but this time the film's actually 89 minutes, so it is out by 4 minutes. This is labelled as part of the Fulci collection, with it being plastered on the spine and the front, similar to the Jess Franco collection that we covered recently. Also included in the collection is the next 2 DVDs that I will be talking about. And lastly, we also get another Poundland leaflet. Overall then, I really enjoyed this one. It's got a great story and a ton of gore in here. It does get a little repetitive and the pacing does suffer here and there, but I still really enjoyed this, and for one of Fulci's last films, it does feel like a great send-off. I definitely recommend this if you're a fan of gore, Italian horror, or Fulci. Definitely worth checking out. And to be honest, for cheap, this disc is fine. If you do want the upgrade though, 88 Films do have a Blu-ray knocking about, and then there's a few import Blu-rays for you importers watching out there. So yeah, pretty decent, pretty good. It's nice to finally see something good coming from this collection. And hopefully we can continue that trend as we move forward in the Lucio Fulci collection to a film that is definitely worked on by Fulci. He definitely had something to do with this film. Absolutely he did, no question. It's in the Fulci collection, so of course he worked on this film. We're going to be checking out The Red Monks. Hey up. In this episode we are moving on to our second DVD in this mini Fulci collection, with that one being The Red Monks. This is a 1989 Italian horror film directed by Gianni Martucci, who hasn't really done much of anything. He's done a few other films, like Trauma, which is just spelt really weird, but that's about a lot really, he's not done much. This film is apparently based on a Mario Bava film, Lisa and the Devils, and also a short story by Luciana Anna Spacca. There's also some sort of weird mystery surrounding this film, but we'll touch on that a little bit later on. Now, I know absolutely nothing about this. Last episode, the Fulci film was actually pretty decent, so hopefully we can continue that this episode. Let's have a look, shall we?
I like the way you play. It's really marvelous.
You're just trying to flatter an old lady. I'm not that.
Bonjour, madame.
Are you French, Lucille?
Oui, madame. Français.
The film starts with a dude who's inherited a castle. After chasing a naked woman around it, he's decapitated. Cut to 50 years in the past, and the previous castle owner finds a woman who's trespassing on castle grounds and painting a picture. So, of course, he marries her, and they move into the castle together. But it turns out this dude's part of some sort of ancient cult, and they require virgin blood. Looks like his wife is next on the donor list. Can she escape the crazy cult, or is there something else at play? This film is painfully tedious. It's got a bare bones plot that is just stretched over 85 minutes, and it's full of padding where people are just slowly wandering around different parts of the castle. It is maddeningly boring.
We require the blood of a virgin.
The acting and dubbing isn't great, but it isn't entertainingly bad either, it's just sort of there. There's also a distinct lack of gore in this, unless you're counting those awful paper mache heads or a blood-splattered sickle. There's a lot of nudity though, so there's that. That's about it. It's nothing really worth mentioning, it's there. The titular red monks barely make an appearance as well. They're probably in it for less than 5 minutes combined, and it's a shame as well because they're probably the most interestingly designed thing in the whole film. There's this really bad rubber spider. Now you can tell that there's not much to talk about in this film when I'm bringing up a bloody rubber spider, but it keeps showing up, and all it does is just sort of pathetically wiggle about and not really do much or anything. But it's in it way more than you'd think it should be. It doesn't do anything. There's no consequence to it being there. Probably the only nice things I can say about this film is the castle set looks pretty good, and the camera's in focus, and that's about your lot really.
Well, what's your decision? Come on.
Now, you may have noticed that we're looking at a film in the Lucio Fulci collection, and I haven't really mentioned the man himself yet, outside of saying that this film is in that collection. Seems pretty strange, right? Well, it turns out whether or not Fulci actually had anything to do with this film is a complete mystery. So, way back when this film was coming out, he was originally credited as working on special effects, which apparently is completely false, because apparently, this is all just what I've read, he never actually appeared on set at any point. Later on, the director went to say that he had some sort of agreement with Fulci where he agreed to appear on posters and DVD, VHS covers as a presented by type of deal. Again though, Fulci has gone on to say that this is all a lie. He said he never agreed to anything. He said he didn't even know the film's existence until he saw it in the local VHS shop with his name plastered on the top of it. Now, there are two options, I think. There are two variants for how this story actually played out. One, it's just a massive scam by the people who made the film to try and sell more copies. put a popular dude's name on it and see if it sells more. Or Fulci did have something to do with the making of it, but was so dissatisfied with the end product that he's distanced himself from it. He has gone on record saying how much he hates the film, so he has seen it. And you know what, I can completely agree with you, Fulci, it is a terrible film. But who knows? Who knows? It's a bit of a mystery still. He's more commonly today credited as having produced the film. Even that, though, is up for debate.
These stairs, they don't agree with arthritis.
Okay, time for the print, and it's great again. Really clear image, really clear sound, good contrast. I can't complain really. I said it in a Cat in the Brain review, and I'll say it again here. I am pretty impressed with these Hard Gore prints, you know. And on the disc, nothing much really to shout about. Chapter select, image gallery, Fulci filmography, which this film isn't part of, I guess. A trailer for this film, and some Hard Gore trailers. Standard stuff, really. Okay, case time. And there isn't really much to say about it. The description reads pretty well, plenty of screenshots. The cover censors the nipple on the front, which saves me a job, and the runtime, once again, unfortunately, is off, this time by 5 minutes. The film is actually 85 minutes long. Standard stuff really though. The opening logo plays again with the menu sound, which it's so weird that it does this. Something very, very quick for the video. Look, I cannot pause this film. This DVD is just, I'm pressing. Like, I can pull up that, but it won't let me pause, it won't let me fast forward, it won't let me rewind. I have not seen this with one of these DVDs before. That is insane. Luckily I'm not missing anything. Right, the film's starting. Okay, never mind, it's letting me pause it now, for some reason. I don't know if it was just the opening credits. Let's jump back and see if it was just the credits that it wouldn't. Right, so it starts playing naturally after the credits. So I cannot pause this film during the credits, but I can now the film's started, and I can fast forward and rewind and what have you. I've never seen that before, that is really weird. I wonder if the end credits will let me pause as well. Anyway, back to the film. Overall then, this was absolutely awful. It's slow, boring, the cult's barely in it, there's no violence, and it just comes across as lazy. It's not even funny bad, you won't even get a giggle from this, it's just boring. I would definitely not recommend this film at all, if for some bizarre reason though you are wanting to check it out. This is pretty much your lot really. This print is fine, this DVD's okay, and if you can find it cheap, great. Anything else though, I couldn't find a Blu-ray knocking about. There was another DVD from the Shriek collection, but as we've mentioned on here before, they tend to just sort of rip other releases' versions, so it's probably identical to this one. So if you are wanting to get it as cheap as you can because it's not really worth your time. So yeah, another terrible one, sort of breaking the streak. Oh well, hopefully next episode will be a lot better. And hopefully next episode will actually have something to do with Lucio Fulci, seeing as this is a Fulci collection and all that. Next episode we are going to be checking out Enigma. Hey up. So, wrapping up this mini Fulci collection, we have Enigma, a 1987 Italian horror film written and directed by Lucio Fulci. That's right, he actually worked on this one. The film stars Laura Lamberti, who you may recognise from making an appearance in A Blade in the Dark, which we covered in my Vipco review series. We also get an uncredited cameo from Fulci himself and Sabrina Ciani, which isn't a great sign, because she was in both Cannibals and Cannibal Terror, which we covered not too long ago in the collection. So this is apparently loosely based on Carrie, and is considered a transitional film for Fulci, moving back to his gorier roots. So far in this mini Fulci collection we've had a pretty decent later Fulci film, and an absolutely terrible film that actually had nothing to do with Fulci, potentially. So let's see what this one's like, shall we?
Oh, good. I wanted to call you Fred. Only I...
Mary, your bucket!
I may have a fat ass, but if you slap it again, I'll slap your face.
We begin the film following Kathy, a girl who attends an all-girls boarding school, and she's been bullied to the point where she gets run over and put in a coma. A little while later, a new girl joins the boarding school called Eva, but, and the film isn't shy about telling you this straight away, Eva is being possessed by Kathy, and she's there to take revenge on all the people who wronged her, and to bang as many dudes as she possibly can. I thought this film was middle of the road. You know, there's moments of creativity here and there, but it's so blunt and in your face with the plot that there's no room for suspense or mystery. The pacing's a little in and out as well. As I say, I've seen a lot worse, but Fulci has made a hell of a lot better.
Okay, Jenny, let's get one thing straight. For me, a successful year means making out with as many gorgeous boys as possible.
The acting and dubbing are okay. It's not the worst. There's the odd funny line here and there that got a chuckle out of me, but it's just fine. There's some really fun kills in this. The mirror scene and the snails in particular really stand out to me. But to say that this is Fulci's back to gore movie, it's kind of lacking in that department, really. We do get some gore and it's fine, but it's minimal, really, and it all seems to be in the last 25 minutes of the film. It really saves it for sort of like the end bits. Yeah, I expected a little bit more, to be honest. Of course, we get the sleazy moments and nudity as well, but I mean, this is set in an all-girls boarding school, so what did you expect? Something I really want to talk about is the intro to this film. It's really, really weird. It starts with like a really campy 80s song about putting on your makeup and getting ready. All the while we're seeing a montage of Kathy getting dressed up. It's fun, I'm not going to lie, and it definitely got a chuckle out of me. And the song even comes back for the end credits. It's probably one of the most entertaining bits of the film, really. It's just a really weird inclusion that I wasn't expecting. The rest of the music's not too bad either, to be honest. It's sort of what you'd expect, but it's decent, not bad. Same can be said for sort of like the sets and the lighting and the way it's shot. There's some decent cinematography here and there in this as well. It's not an awfully made thing. It's just the way the plot plays out, I think, that sort of makes this not the best thing I've ever seen. As I mentioned earlier, this film took influence from Carrie, but there were other films that I sort of could see in this, mainly Argento films. I was getting sort of Suspiria and Phenomena vibes, and I don't know if it's just because they're the all-girls boarding school setting, or the way it was shot, the music use, or just the subject matter in general, but I don't know, I saw some parallels between those films. I've also seen it compared to a film called Patrick. Now I haven't seen Patrick, but it is in the collection. It's right here, just behind this nook. So we will be getting to this at some point in the near future, and we can see if there is any similarities between these two films. So this is a case where the Italian version and there was an English version that was sort of shot concurrently with this, where they'd get people to speak Italian and they'd get to speak English. But the weird thing is that the English stuff was then redubbed over by English voice actors anyway. The version that I watched for this review was the English dub, as they usually are in this collection. And yeah, you can see that the mouths are moving and you can tell they're talking English, but it just doesn't quite sync up right with the voice acting. Also, the English version is slightly cut compared to the Italian version. The English version actually only runs at 85 minutes, whereas the Italian version you get 90 minutes. And that is just because they were swapping some scenes out and changing a few things around. It's not for censorship, it's just the way that the film was edited as they were doing these two different versions for some reason. And one last thing before we go, this poster of Yoda saying read and holding a book kept popping up in the background, and every time I saw it, it made me chuckle.
Where are you going? Hey, Eva! Bitch! Eva!
Okay, time for the print, and it's probably one of the worst ones we've seen in a little while, to be honest. It's not completely unwatchable, but it's definitely of a lower quality, and there's a lot more imperfections on the print, a lot more scratches, and it's a bit more washed out as well. The audio's fine, but again, it's a little muffled, and there is a hiss every now and then in the background, which can be quite distracting. It's far from unwatchable, but it's not great, and we've seen a hell of a lot better from Hard Gore recently. And on the disc, we get the standard stuff again. We get chapter select, stills, filmographies, a trailer for this film, and a Hard Gore trailer reel. And that's your lot. Standard Hard Gore fare, really. Nothing to shout about. Okay, time for the case. The description reads fine and all the information seems correct, really. Again, outside of the runtime, which is once again off, this time by 4.5 minutes. I'm guessing for these they just sort of reused the generic 90-minute runtime for the whole Fulci collection. That's what it seems like anyway. I like the cover, showing one of the best parts of the film, and the screenshots on the back are decent. There's a bit of nudity, though, for me to censor, which I think is the first time I've had to do this in this collection. I was doing it a lot with the Shameless films, but not really seen it crop up with this, but here we go. First instance of it. Overall then, it definitely suffers in the pacing department, and unfortunately it's not afraid to divulge maybe a little too much of the plot a little early on, but it has some fun kills and moments of creativity. I would recommend this film to a Fulci fan who's seen all the better Fulci films and needs something to sort of scratch that Italian horror itch. You might get something from it if that's the case. Now, with regards to this release, if you find it cheap in a charity shop, if this were 50p or a quid in CEX or a charity shop, it's worth it. But outside of that, I wouldn't pay too much for it, because the print isn't amazing, there's no extras or anything like that, but it is watchable. Now, there are other options. In the UK, there's the 88 Films Blu-ray, and if you're into importing and such, there is a Severin Blu-ray, which does look pretty nice. But again, these are pricier options for a film that's just sort of okay. So, it's up to you on that one. Maybe the nicer print helps and makes it look a little bit better. Who knows? So, yeah, sort of middle of the road way to end off this little Fulci mini marathon. But I think we've seen too many Italian films recently. I think it's time to get back to the roots of Hard Gore, the things that we started with. Maybe something a little more angsty, a little bit more moody, a little bit more millenitrash. Next episode, we are going to be taking a look at Rain in Darkness. Hey up. So, after we've seen quite a few Italian horror and exploitation films, I think it's time to mix things up and get back to the other thing that this label seems to do best. Millenitrash. And what better way to do that than with this thing? Rain in Darkness. This is a 2002 Australian action horror film directed by David W. Allen and Kelly Dolan, who, looking at their filmography, they haven't really done much of anything. Looks like they worked together with some of the cast from this on a Star Wars fan film called Star Wars Wrath of the Mandalorian. It's not got very good reviews though. The only person really of note to come from this is a fella called David No, who it looks like went on to become somewhat of a successful stuntsman. He was in the newest Dune, The Matrix Reloaded, and the Barbie movie, so seems to be doing alright for himself. Looking like a bootleg version of The Crow, crossed with Blade and with a smattering of The Matrix, let's see if this film is half as angsty as the cover makes it out to be.
Well, is it ready yet?
Yeah, it's ready.
Well, let's get to it.
Okay then.
Sweet Jesus, boy, what the hell are you doing? He's getting away!
The plot follows Michael, a microbiologist working for a large company trying to find a cure to the HIV virus. But he accidentally gets injected with his own vaccine that's untested, and it turns him into a vampire. So now he's on the run from a mysterious group called the Council, a hitman called Lance, and some sort of ex-test subject / half vampire Gage. Yeah, but you know what? This actually has somewhat of a story that it's trying to tell. There's more plot in this than half of the Hard Gore stuff that we've looked at recently. For the most part, it maintains an entertaining pace, dipping every now and then. Unfortunately though, it does end in a 7-minute long summing up monologue. Managing somehow to touch on HIV and global warming, don't know how it manages that. It's not a good film, but you know what? I had a hell of a lot of fun watching it.
Who are you?
Yeah!
Not who, Michael, but what?
Who are you working for? Who's behind all of this?
The government. I don't know who. I just take orders like you did.
How can you...
The acting is that perfect balance between terrible and hilarious. Most of the cast are Australian and they're all insisting on doing these different accents ranging from American to Cockney, and none of them are convincing. The acting in general is just not good either. People are slurring the words and stumbling over the lines, and there's just some really bad dialogue in this. It's pretty entertaining to be honest, especially Michael, who I was laughing at quite a bit because sometimes he can barely string a sentence together, and then they give him these big daft contact lenses when he's all vamped up and it just comes across as bizarre. There's not much gore in this, there's bits, it's not great. There's a lot of CG blood knocking about which doesn't look fantastic, it's very cheap looking, and there's a lot of after the fact wounds. We don't see the gore happening, we just see the aftermath. Which, not great. There's also no nudity in this, which is a big change from what we're used to recently. A lot of these films have been very sleazy we've been covering, but this one, not at all really, unless you count a lot of shirtless dudes. There is just this sort of element of homoeroticism in the background, which is quite fun. The effects aren't great either. There's CG explosions, as I said, CG blood, visible like stunt cables and really naff looking muzzle flashes. It's all very of the era. Same could be said for the sets as well. Most of this film takes place in nondescript abandoned warehouses. It's a style I quite like, but you can tell that it was done on the cheap. Also, this film's called Rain in Darkness, but most of it is shot in broad daylight. Seems a bit daft. I was a bit disappointed with the music as well. Looking at the cover for this, I expected there to be some really angsty knockoff like metal music in it, thinking like a discount Marilyn Manson sort of thing. We're going to get one instance of this, unfortunately, and the rest of it is taken up with like an electronic beat or just general ambience.
Maybe I'm sick of playing by your rules. That son of a bitch crippled me, now you want me to leave him alone? Enough!
We understand you wish to acquire some of our merchandise.
That's right.
All right, that's enough of the bullshit, sunshine.
This is a prime example of millenitrash. Let's look at its symptoms, shall we? Costume. Everyone's either in shades and a black leather trench coat or a black suit. There's a blue tint to some of the flashback sequences, angsty narration, helicopter shots, an electronic soundtrack, rapid, insane editing, big daft guns blasting off everywhere, and this general macho edginess that's also sort of drenched in this unintentionally campiness. There's probably more examples, but these are some of the things that I picked up on that really make it scream millenitrash to me and really defined that era for low-budget filmmaking. There's a scene as well where Michael blows up a building with a Nokia 8810, and I was very happy to see that. It's a great bit. I also mentioned earlier on that this film borrows a lot and is clearly influenced a lot by other films of a similar genre of the era. Let's have a little look at the films and let's see what the similarities are, shall we? So The Crow, straight away the setting and the revenge story plot. It has a feel, it has an angsty feel to it. The Matrix for the costume, which we mentioned, you know, the shades and the trench coats and stuff, and also some of the colour tinting is very, very Matrix-like. And of course, Blade. This film's about vampires, there's action scenes, there's sword fights. Very much so influenced by Blade, you can see. Not, though, Underworld. Apparently, well, it's definitely got nothing to do with Underworld, because Underworld came out a whole year after this, so maybe Underworld was influenced by this. Because I thought, when I saw this, first thought, that looks like an Underworld knockoff, but no, this came a year before it, so there you go. You take all these elements, though, and then you remove the budget, you give the director a crappy DV camcorder, and then you get amateur actors together, and this is the end product, really. Okay, time for the print, and it's not great. The good though is that, you know, the contrast and the colours aren't too bad, and there aren't really any imperfections with this being shot on digital. It doesn't have like film grain or anything like that, but it is really low quality. It's pixelated and there's artifacting, and there's a really annoying green line along the bottom of the screen and blue line down the right hand side of the screen. Really distracting, really annoying, and what was worse was when the blue line disappeared briefly for like a few scenes and then came back. It's one of those where you can sort of tune it out, but it's just annoying enough that it's not a good look, let's say. Outside of that though, outside of the bad print, there aren't any major hiccups really. There's no like big daft tears or sound spike or anything like that. The sound's not too bad either, to be honest. It's watchable, but it's very low quality. And on the disc, we get chapter select, a trailer for this film, and a selection of Hard Gore trailers. That's your lot. Really, really bare bones release this time. Okay, time for the case. The description's fine, it reads well, there's no errors. The main issue is that font, which is barely readable. It just looks terrible. The runtime's correct this time too, which is nice. And lastly, just look at this cover. It's so of its time, I love it. Overall then, this is not a good film. The acting's terrible and it's got a sometimes meandering pace. But you know what? I had a hell of a lot of fun watching it. I laughed a lot, and it's a great example of millenitrash. I wouldn't recommend this for solo or sober viewing, but get some booze, some friends or family, someone will appreciate the aesthetic of millenitrash, and I reckon you're in for a good night. Maybe so bad it's good. I might go so far as to say that this is so bad that it's good. And I don't say that too often, really. If you are in the market, unfortunately this is your lot, and it's a shame because the print on this is terrible. There is another DVD from Shriek Collection, but they, as we've said on the channel many a time, they have been known to just copy other discs, so it might just be exactly the same as this. And there is a French DVD for import, but I can't speak on the quality of that. And to be honest, it's probably not worth the import costs. This is a film where I'd say if you saw this cheap in CEX or a charity shop, probably worth grabbing. It's just a shame that the print's so bad on it, but I reckon you're in for a good movie night with friends or family with this one. So, bad but entertaining this episode. And next episode, I don't know what to think of this film, to be honest. When I got a copy of this, I didn't know whether to burst out laughing or burst out crying at the fact that I have to watch this film. If you thought the cover for this film was angsty, just you wait. This is so early 2000s, it's painful. We're going to be looking at Hunting Humans. Oh my god, look at that guy. Hey up. Time for more millenitrash, it would seem. This episode we are taking a look at Hunting Humans. This is a 2002 American horror film, written and directed by Kevin Kangas, who I've never heard of before. Looks like he mainly does this sort of low-budget schlocky horror thing. He's not really done much that I recognised. Something called the Fear of Clowns series. I've never actually heard of it though. And it looks like he's still active today though, so good for him. The film stars Rick Gans, who, like Kevin Kangas, hasn't really done much of note, nothing that really stood out to me anyway. He has worked with Kangas again on the Fear of Clowns series, but that's all I could really find on him, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie, I've not been looking forward to watching this one, mostly just based off of this cover. I don't know, I struggle to think that I'm actually gonna like it, but you never know, do you? Let's have a look, shall we? See if I'm pleasantly surprised.
My name is Eric Blue. A-R-I-C. The only reason you're still alive is because I've decided to let you live.
Sure thing. I appreciate it. Thank you much.
The film follows Eric, spelt with an A, who is a secret serial killer and cocky arsehole. He monologues to himself about how he's the greatest serial killer there's ever been, how he knows everybody's pattern because people are just so predictable, and about how he's got away with murdering over 100 people. But one day, when he goes to do one of his murders, the victim already turns out to have been killed, and there's a note pinned to him saying that they know Eric's pattern. So now Eric is trying to outsmart another serial killer so that he doesn't become a victim himself. you know what, there's a plot here. There is a story to this, and this could work, but unfortunately, the film is so bogged down with pacing, it's so boring to watch, and I couldn't wait for it to be over. Most of this film is just Eric monologuing ad nauseum about his process, and then he'll introduce and instantly badmouth any character that he comes across. You can see the influences here. It's a little bit Fight Club, it's a little bit American Psycho, but it's lacking all the charm and all the subtleties to those films.
I know your heart. You've got one like mine. It's dark and mangled, twisted and ugly. You think you're better than me.
Then he'll head back to work where he'll sit in a parking lot and eat every pickle before going in. Every pickle.
As you've probably guessed, the acting isn't great. People keep stumbling over the lines and it's all just very flat. Not good. Rick Gans, though, weirdly fits well into the role of the angsty narcissist killer. Not really a compliment, I guess, but what are you gonna do, eh? There is gore and there is nudity in this film, but there's not a lot of either. There's nothing really to scream about with this. As I said, most of this film is just Eric narrating while moving from one location to another. I need to talk about the camera work in this as well, because it's awful. It's absolutely terrible. Now you can tell that they're working with some very confined sets. So because of this, they don't actually know where the camera should be in order to get the shots that they need. So because of this, we get a lot of really weirdly angled shots, the composition's all off, Dutch angles, out of focus sometimes as well. It just comes across as lazy and cheap. The music also was a bit disappointing. Now, I was saying in the last episode in Rain in Darkness that I wanted some angsty metal music to go along with it, and we do get some in this film, but unfortunately it's so badly mixed with the rest of it that it just comes across as really annoying. This film's kinda like Nutbag that we covered earlier in the series, but it's probably more competently made than Nutbag, and that's to its detriment because it loses some of that charm and that weirdness, and it makes it a hell of a lot less entertaining.
Eric, how are you? We were all worried sick when you didn't show yesterday.
I'm good, Ken.
Eric.
Who are you?
Dark.
So of course, you've probably already seen, this is prime millenitrash, but the real big giveaway, for me anyway, was the editing. Lots of really rapid cuts, back and forth, pointlessly cutting, mixed with like really abrasive loud sound effects, and then you've got the angsty tone on top of that, and it's right at home in the early 2000s. There's also a little bit of history with this film as well. Apparently it was found, the DVD was found in the truck of the highway killer Adam Leroy Lane, who murdered 2 people and attempted to murder 3 others. It was found with more DVDs as well, including Predator, Alien vs Predator, Dead Stop and Dark Side. Not heard of the last 2, they look a bit angsty though. Apparently though, Hunting Humans was Leroy Lane's favourite film. It was found in the portable DVD player in the truck when it was seized. So, no taste there. What's interesting though is that, so I got this little bit, I read this little tidbit on IMDb, on the trivia page. What's interesting about that, there's trivia now about the trivia on IMDb. What are you gonna do? So what's interesting about that piece of trivia is that it's weirdly colloquial and opinionated. It's quite casually written. Like usually the trivia is very rigid and very matter of fact, but in this one, he sort of takes the piss a little bit of Leroy Lane. There's a bit of opinion in there, and then it ends with a little hee-hee at the end, which, yeah, I found that quite charming, and you don't really see it too often on IMDb, do you? Okay, let's have a look at this print then. It's not very good at all, really. It goes from low quality but sharp to just being a muddy mess. Not really sure what went wrong here. I don't know if it's something in the editing or the mastering or what, but it doesn't look good at all. There's a bit towards the end where the two characters are in the same bit of woods, but one shot has a clearly greener background than the other shot, so it looks like they're in completely different places. It's weird and it's not great. The sound's alright though, it's just badly mixed. I don't know, it's not great. There's not really any major issues. I feel like it's just the film itself isn't competently put together. And on the disc we get chapter select, a trailer for this film, and Hard Gore trailers. Once again, pretty bare bones. Okay, case time. Firstly, this cover is absolutely awful. It's far too busy and it looks super trashy. It really put me off watching it for a long time, this. There's a quote on the front saying that it won the DIY Film Festival, which I'm really surprised it's managed to win anything, really. And there's also two taglines, because one just isn't enough. The blurb is written okay, it does give a fair bit away, though. We also get an incorrect spelling of there. They did so well with all the other variations of it as well. The runtime's only slightly off, so it's forgivable. And yeah, everything else seems okay. This is another example of the bigger Hard Gore banner, meaning that this was probably an earlier release for them. And on the inside we get a catalogue of other releases. Much smaller than the other ones that we've seen, and it's got like silly Goosebumps colours in the background. Overall then, this is terrible. I laughed a handful of times, but for the most part I was just bored out of my mind and could not wait for it to be over. The story could work if given to the right people, in a bit of tightening up, shot better. I mean, maybe. There's not even decent gore to fall back on with this, unfortunately. I'd say avoid this one. If you want in an early 2000s angsty killer movie, probably better off watching Nutbag, to be honest. It's stupider, it's ridiculous, and it's half an hour shorter. So yeah, avoid this one. If you are in the market for a copy though, this is pretty much your lot, and the print isn't great, there's no special features. There is a Shriek Collection DVD, but as we've said many times on this channel, they just copy other DVDs and release them as their own, so it's probably identical to this one. But to be honest, I wouldn't bother, really. It's not worth your time. So yeah, not very good, this episode at all. Next episode, though, is looking to be potentially the worst thing I've looked at on this channel. Maybe, I'm not fully sure yet. But judging by the name and the cover of this DVD, oof, we're in for a treat. You never know, though, it might be the best thing we've ever watched. Next episode, we are checking out Aquinoids. Just a quick aside before you all leave. If you've stuck around this long, thank you so much, by the way. I've got just a few things that I wanted to mention about the channel and other things that are happening. I want to start off by saying that I'm working currently on a new short film. Going to be the biggest thing I've ever done. It's been shot and it's currently in the editing process, and I'm hoping to have it done in the next few months. It's called It's All Wrong, and for those who don't know, I do make short films, animations, live action and stuff like that on my other channel, Old Man Chimes Films. If that's something you're interested in, maybe go check it out. But this one looks like it's going to be sort of similar in tone to a lot of other stuff that I do. It's surreal, horror, comedy. This one's inspired by a Samuel Beckett play called Waiting for Godot. So if you're interested in that, it should be coming soon-ish. But this leads me into the second part, which is thanks to you guys for watching, subscribing, all that stuff. I've managed to reach a milestone with the channel where I can now offer memberships to people. I know I have a Patreon as well, so what I've done is I've mirrored the tiers, basically. There is a tier missing in the members side, the early access stuff. That is a Patreon only one, but I might migrate that across as well. So if you're on Patreon, you're not missing out on members. If you have always wanted to support the channel in some way, but you're not a fan of Patreon, you can now do it through the members stuff. And that's kind of what I wanted to mention as well. The stuff that you donate, the subscriptions, they all go towards obviously buying this lot, any film that I review. Shameless have been putting stuff out, haven't they, this year, so a lot of it goes towards that, but some of it also goes towards my creative projects as well. Anyone who signs up before the end of July, regardless of tier level on both Patreon or on the members stuff, they will be credited in my next short film, because all the money that I'm earning at the moment is sort of going towards that until the next Shameless film or the next thing I need to review comes out or something like that. So I generally only offer in the credits names for, like, I think it's Official Old Man, which is like £3 a month. But because this has been such a big project and every little bit of cash I've been able to raise for it has helped massively, I'm just going to put everybody in. So even if you didn't want to do the £3 one, that's fine, your name will still get in. But thank you everyone for watching, for subscribing. It's all adding up to me actually being able to make something from this, which is amazing. And I'm obviously wanting to put that back into the channel and give you more stuff to enjoy as well. But yeah, thanks so much, and if you do want to be a member, thanks. Thanks to all the members and patrons as well who've been really helping me out with this. The next milestone is 1,000 subs, which I'm hoping to get to by the end of the year, hopefully. I might be doing a push goal at some point. It might be a case of if we get to 1,000 subs by such a day, I'll do a collection video or something like that. So keep your eyes peeled for that. If you've stuck around and listened to me ramble on about this sort of stuff, thank you so much. I really can't wait to show you my short film when it comes out. I'm super excited about it. Thanks for watching this long, and see you in the next one. Hey up. So you like watching trash, do you? Well, this one might float your boat. Aquinoids. This is a 2003 American horror film directed by Reinhard Peschke in his only directorial effort. Looks like he's done lighting on a few things, like The Usual Suspects and The Cable Guy, to name a few, so the lighting in this better be really good. There's nobody really of note in this apart from a fellow called Edwin Craig, who you might recognise from Tim Burton's Batman. He says, "What's with the stupid grin?" to the Joker. Looks like he's done a lot of bit parts as well, so you might just recognise him just in general. So, obviously, this is going to be terrible. I think we can all agree already, just by judging it by its cover, it's going to be awful. But is it going to be entertainingly terrible? Or is it going to be painfully terrible? Let's have a look, shall we?
Hello?
Hey, babe.
Cracker ass cracker.
The plot follows Vanessa, an environmentalist who catches wind that a sea monster called an Aquinoid is back infesting the waters of Santa Clara, so she tries to warn people, but the mayor is already aware and is trying to cover it up. People keep dying, and Vanessa, along with a small team, are trying to find evidence of the Aquinoids so they can expose all these weird conspiracies that are going on. Now, this film really puts the trash in millenitrash. At only 73 minutes, it does maintain somewhat of a pace, only occasionally dipping into these long, pointless scenes, and there are a few exposition dumps. Now, this is by no means a good film, but you know what? It has its entertaining moments.
Your little girl's looking fine. You still porking her?
Okay.
Watch yourself now. I'm just gonna use this GPS system here to mark the territory.
Every issue you can possibly imagine with a low-budget schlocky horror film happens in this one. It's really quite impressive how many things go wrong here, from terrible character acting to pointless characters and scenes, awful editing, overexposure, boom mics in shot, scene-ruining music, and the list just goes on and on and on. It's crazy, to a point where the trivia section on IMDb doesn't actually have any trivia, it just has inconsistencies and errors with the film. We do get some gore in this as well, and it's fine for what it is, especially the bits with the mortician, nice and bloody, but it's infrequent, there's not a lot of it. Same can be said for the nudity as well. While there is a bit of sleazy nudity in this, there's not a lot of it. There's a lot of clothed sex scenes as well, quite entertaining, weird. The real thing that makes this a millenitrash film though is its editing, and it really needs mentioning. The real thing that makes it stand out is the transitions that it uses in this. You know, we get zoom cuts, fade, wipes, split screens. It's like a Windows Movie Maker transition extravaganza. There's some underwater shots in this as well, and at first I thought this might be something that's impressive about this film, but the shots are so quick and shaky that you can barely tell what you're looking at. And this film also has a bit of a thing for filters, so you add this like crazy colour filter onto this quick shaky underwater footage and all you get is visual mud. Lastly, the Aquinoids. What are these like then? Well, they're nothing special. It's a dude in like a weird Halloween costume in some water. At first, I thought we were going to see a lot of these because we see one quite early on, but by the end of the film, I didn't really feel like I'd got a good look at them at all.
No, 1 out of every 5 million children looks like this. It's one of the wonders of the world.
Come on, stick that scaly little head up out of here, you son of a bitch.
Okay, time for the print, and it's awful. It might be one of the worst things that we've looked at on this channel, to be honest. It's in 4x3 and it is super pixelated, especially the beginning bit, and I don't know if that's some sort of stylistic thing or a conversion issue or what, but the beginning is so pixelated it's really hard to look at. There's also a colour correction issue. It's clearly not been colour corrected properly at all. You'll get a shot that's very dull and flat looking, and that's instantly followed by another shot that's very vibrant, but it's the same location. So you sort of lose your bearings a little bit watching it as well. It's just visually ugly, I guess, and very hard to watch at times. The sound's okay though. It's not mixed the best, but it's fine. And on the disc, we get chapter select, a trailer for this film, and Hard Gore trailers, and that's it. They've really been lacking with the special features on these recent ones. Okay, case time. This is by far the most millenitrash cover we've seen yet in the collection. Just look at it. It's awful. It's worse the more you look at it as well. Anyway, enough of that. The runtime is out by 10 minutes, which is pretty bad. It might be one of the worst ones we've had yet. The write-up's fine. The font isn't amazing though, as we've seen quite a bit with these. Whacks a lot of gore on the back as well though. I mean, it's got to try and sell this somehow, hasn't it? One last thing that I noticed, at the bottom under the certificate, it says that the film is actually only a 15, but because of the trailers on the disc, it's bumped up to an 18. Now, we've speculated about this in the past, but I've never actually seen it stated on a DVD before. Very honest. Overall then, this is terrible. Of course it is. It's Aquinoids. What did we expect? It was never going to be good. It's sloppy and cheap with technical issues and a very basic plot. But I did laugh a fair bit while watching it. Now, I'm not going to sit here and recommend Aquinoids to you. I am definitely not going to do that. I couldn't bring myself to do that. But if there's any part of you that finds enjoyment from millenitrash, early 2000s nonsense, and you like to have bad movie nights with friends and stuff like that, this one might just tick a box for you. 73 minutes, so it's short, it's stupid, and it's very early 2000s. So, nah, you never know. Now, this is your lot outside of another Shriek Collection DVD, which you know how we feel about those on this channel, if you are looking for a version. But there are plenty knocking about for cheap online, and this is the thing. Get this cheap. Do not overpay for this. It's worth a couple quid at best. You spend £1.50 on this, you'll get your money's worth. You spend over a £5, you'll feel ripped off. So, slightly entertaining, but mostly terrible film this episode. Next episode, though, we're going to be looking at a millenitrash slasher, which is very hard to say, which is why I had to pace myself while saying it. But it's also a film that I bought as a teenager. There's another one I bought as a teenager. And I've seen a handful of times, for better or for worse, really. Next episode, we're going to be checking out Maniacal. Carrying on with this stint of millenitrash, we're moving on to a film that I've seen a fair few times, because I used to own it as a teenager. We're looking at Maniacal, also known as Maniacal by teenage me who clearly couldn't read too good. This is a 2003 direct-to-video American slasher film directed by Joe Castro, who looks like he's done a bunch of these sort of low-budget horror films. He did the Terror Toons series of films, and he also worked on a film called Butchered, which funnily enough we're covering next episode. Looks like he's an effects guy as well, having worked with Herschel Gordon Lewis on Blood Feast 2, and also working on a film called Zombie Chronicles, which funnily enough we're going to be covering very shortly in this collection. Looks like we're having a bit of a stint of Joe Castro at this point. Now, the last time I watched this film was at a drunken movie night. It was one of the last films we watched, might have been the very last film we watched, and we were all pretty far gone by the time this came on. I can't really remember much of it, to be honest, and I'm hoping that's down to the alcohol as opposed to the film itself. Let's have a look, shall we?
What the hell's wrong with you? You're 19 years old, boy. Time to grow up!
Now, Gilbert, I want you to be a really good boy.
Your engine off and step out of the car, please.
The plot follows Gilbert Gill, a teenager with an undiagnosed psychiatric condition. He has an alcoholic, abusive father, an inappropriate mother, and a sister who seems pretty normal. One night though, Gilbert decides to kill his mother and attempt to kill his father, which lands him in an asylum. 3 years later, he's set to be released for a day with his father picking him up, but he clearly can't wait half an hour, so decides to escape, killing patients and orderlies on his way. Now he's loose in his hometown on a killing spree. Can the police catch him in time before he kills the rest of his family? It's an overly done and simple plot. We've seen this a million times before, but it does manage to keep its pace. It's only 79 minutes long, and it only really dipped once, about an hour in for about 5-10 minutes. It's stupid, it's over the top, it's gory, and it kept me entertained.
Yeah, I just moved here from Springfield, actually.
Oh, that's cool. Are you related to the Simpsons?
Huh?
Never mind.
I guess you could say so.
So, you gonna slip the wet wiener to Janet anytime soon?
Josh, man, did you slip DJ the old wet wiener?
All the characters in this are terrible. One note and very, very stupid. Now, I'm not one to whinge about characters acting a little counterintuitively in a horror film. It has its purpose. If every character in a horror film acted rationally, then horrors would be 10 minutes long and very mundane. But when you've got examples of two characters trying to open a locked door for over a minute, and there's just a twisty lock above the door but they can't figure it out and give up, it's a little much. We do get some funny lines here and there as well, and some awkward exchanges, which is always fun, and the guy playing Gilbert looks made for the role, giving off a sort of a young Anton LaVey look. One thing though that did stand out is all these characters, or most of these characters, are meant to be teenagers, and most of them definitely look like they're in the mid-30s. They look older than I do. It's a little distracting. Another thing that's a bit distracting is the overacting issue we have here as well. Now the main thing with this is the screaming. There's a lot of screaming in this, and every time they do it, they give it 100%. And as you can probably imagine, it comes across as a bit amateur dramatics. It clips the mic, we get distortion, it's clearly not been mixed in right, and it all just comes across as very annoying. One thing that is really good though is the gore in this. There's a lot of gore in this, and it's fun. It's heads exploding, guts and blood everywhere, and for the most part it's practical, which is always nice to see. It's visceral, crunchy and effective and very over the top, which is just what you want from gore in these sorts of films. And we get a little bit of nudity as well. It seems to really like to focus on these fake boobs for quite a while. Very of its time.
It's just like in those slasher flicks when the deranged psycho comes back to murder innocent people and he doesn't die no matter how many times you kill him.
Just stop it! You're freaking me out!
This was definitely shot on digital. It's got that high contrast and pixelated look to it. Very fitting for millenitrash, as is the jarring editing and then the styles and costumes of the characters as well. It also does something that we've discussed a few times recently, where it sort of awkwardly angles the camera in tightly fitting rooms. I feel like with this film though, it was a stylistic choice that just didn't really pay off, trying to show like, oh he's crazy so we're on a Dutch angle. It just sort of looks like badly framed and lazy shots though. The music in this, weirdly, is all like hip-hop themed, I'd say. And again, it's really badly mixed, so it just sort of farts out of the speakers. It does add to the entertainment factor though. It is quite funny to hear this music and see this guy acting all weird and angsty. Lastly, something that we've not had to mention in quite a while, to be honest. This film is cut by the BBFC. 10 seconds of this film are missing. According to the website, it is 10 seconds of a knife on a bare breast. You know, knowing that as well, when you see the scene, it's quite obvious that there is a cut there. Not had to mention it in quite a while though, this, so they've been doing alright for the uncut films, but 10 seconds, it's not massive, is it?
Stop by Eddie Brandt's Saturday Matinee Horror Shop this week, folks. Monster Mask Blowout, $1 a piece. Previously viewed horror movies only $4 each.
Right, time for the print, and it's fine for the most part. As I said, it's clearly shot on digital, so it's got that high contrasty sort of look to it, and it is in 4:3. But you know what, it's way better than most of the stuff that we've covered recently. Outside of the odd mic clip and dodgy angled shot, it's relatively glitch free, although there is a flicker running along the bottom of the screen for the whole film, which is a little distracting. And then on the disc we get chapter select, trailer for this film, and of course Hard Gore trailers. Again, standard, and again, lazy. Case time. And it seems alright. The cover is charmingly trashy. Love the doll knife front and centre. The blurb reads alright, no major errors that I can see. The runtime, however, is very badly out. As we said, this film is 79 minutes and the back claims that it's over 100, which would have made it one of, if not the longest film in the collection. Thankfully for us though, It's not that long. But this might be one of the worst runtimes we've ever seen. It's definitely the worst runtime of the Hard Gore collection so far though. Did they just include the length of all the trailers as well? I don't really understand what went wrong here, to be honest. Outside of that though, everything else is fine. We also get a Poundland leaflet with this one, which we've not had for a little while. Nothing we haven't seen before though, but here it is for you to have a look at. Overall then, Maniacal is a piece of millenitrash that luckily didn't get too boring. It's awful, sure, it's got a generic plot and it's just not very well made, but the gore and the bad acting really carried it. I'd give this a light recommendation, you know, drinks and friends sort of film. It might just be because I'm a bit nostalgic for it though, I'm not sure, but it's got violence, it's short, and it's lacking a lot of the angst that a lot of these films really cling to. If you're in the market, this is pretty much your only version, and it's fine really. There is a Shriek collection version, but we know about those by this point. And as I usually say, don't spend too much on this if you are going to pick it up. Get it cheap, and you probably have a good time with it. So, decent, I mean, crap, but entertaining, this episode. More fun than some of the other ones that we've watched recently have been. And next episode, as I mentioned earlier, we're going to be double billing Joe Castro's stuff because we have another one of his films. Weirdly, some sort of double bill. I don't know if it was intentional in the collection or what. They haven't put it on the spines though, so who knows. Anyway, next episode, a Joe Castro I haven't seen before. We're going to be checking out Butchered. Hey up. Time for round 2 on the Joe Castro films. We're looking at 2003's Butchered, also known as The Hazing. This was made a year before Maniacal. Joe Castro once again directing and again on special effects. The film stars mostly unknown people. It looks like they've done a lot of extra work in bigger films. But we also get the return of El Chupacabra's Alina Madsen. Lucky us. So there's not much information about this online, and less than 100 people have watched it on Letterboxd, or at least have logged it on Letterboxd. So I feel like we're dipping into sort of unknown waters here. Let's have a look, shall we? I see we spy on them.
Oh, yeah. This, my friend.
You're gonna shoot them? I'm not gonna shoot anybody, you ding-dong. What the fuck is that?
The plot follows 2 college girls who are going through a hazing ritual in order to get into a sorority house. For this, they have to spend a night in an apparently haunted building called the Epstein Manor. So you know nothing good's going to happen there. The 2 girls running the sorority though, along with their boyfriends, are out to make it a bit of a scary night for the girls though. But little does anybody know, they're also trapped in the building with a crazy masked killer. It's a bit of a generic plot, I'm not going to lie. It's stuff that you've seen 1,000 times before and done way better. This film doesn't really do much to really make it stand out amongst the competition. At only 75 minutes as well, it is a bit of a slog. Only really picking up when the gore kicks in.
What the fuck's up with this place?
Well, it used to be called Epstein Manor, but now, of course, it's the ghastly ghost house.
The gore is once again the standout element with this film. Kind of like Maniacal in that regard. It's low budget, but it's very entertaining. You can tell a lot of effort went into it. There's heads exploding, people's guts being ripped out, and there's blood everywhere. It really is the thing that makes this film worth watching, and you can tell most of the budget went towards this as well. The start of the film, the first 15 minutes, feel like the beginning of a very bad and very sleazy porn. The sleaze element to this film is way more than I was expecting, to be honest. There's a ton of nudity in this and some really uncomfortable moments. I even think it's a good idea to flash the deformed killer's boobs towards the end. It's a really weird addition, to be honest. The acting isn't great, but you know what? I've seen a hell of a lot worse. It gets bad when the characters have to really go big. That's when the amateur stuff sort of comes out, but some of the conversational stuff is passable. It's fine, really. A lot of the characters are very one-note and kind of annoying, though. It's well made to a point, you know, it looks fine, it's shot alright. The music's not too bad. It's sort of nondescript and in the background, but it's not intrusive, which is quite nice, to be honest. As far as millenitrash goes, it's relatively tame on that front. It doesn't really have the quick, fast editing and all those sort of stupid sounds and stuff like that. It goes for more of a slow approach, but it does feel like it's shot on DV, so it still has that sleazy element. The slow and pace and nature of it all as well does kind of work to its detriment a lot of the time.
It's my favorite movie.
Something really odd about this film is that these two girls really want to join this sorority house. They said they'll do anything to be a part of it, but we only actually see the two girls who are arranging the hazing initiation thing as being a part of this sorority. So either it's the smallest, most pathetic sorority house on campus with just two arsehole girls running the thing and that's it, or the other members just couldn't be bothered to be a part of the hazing stuff. I mean, really, you know what it is. It's they couldn't afford or they couldn't find more actors. But it's kind of blatantly obvious when you're watching it, and it's like, why would you want to be a part of this? Why would you want to hang out with these two? The killer's pretty good, I will say that. I like the design. It's simple yet effective. She makes really weird noises as well, and that white mask does actually look pretty good in some shots. Kind of reminds me of my younger years as well. This film also has one of the most pathetic ghosts I think I've ever seen in a film. It does absolutely nothing, and I don't know why they bothered with it. So as I said earlier, the manor is obviously called Epstein Manor, which did get a chuckle out of me. But weirdly, they then go on to say that the father of the Epstein family, who they call Jack and Henry, I'm pretty sure, can't figure out his name, but apparently this dude hung himself, but it might have been a big cover-up, which, bit of a funny coincidence, got a raised eyebrow from me. And then that got me thinking, wouldn't it be funny if some low-budget trash horror film that no one's seen actually managed to predict the future in some way? You know, that's a good idea for a film, though. Okay, time for the print, and it's fine. For one of these, it's fine, really. Again, it's in 4:3, but the visuals and the audio are relatively clear. I didn't notice any major issues with either audio or visual. It does get a little pixelated every now and then, but I think that's just compression on the DVD. And it's fine, really. It is a watchable disc. On the disc, we get the same as we've been getting a lot recently. We get chapter select, we get a trailer for this film, and we get more Hard Gore trailers. I have a feeling we're going to be getting this a lot, for quite a while actually. Okay, time for the case. The cover once again looks pretty ridiculous. The white eyes look super cheap. No idea why they did this either. It's got nothing to do with the film. I thought this was going to be about possession or something, but nope, they just whited out the eyes on the cover for some reason. It's so obvious and distracting. It kind of looks like a poster for an episode of like Dawson's Creek or Charmed or something stupid like that. The blurb's fine, although there is an A missing here, and terrorizingly is not a word. It's not great really, I mean there's not much text here to get wrong, but they still managed it twice. You know what though, the runtime's right, so that's nice. Overall then, I did have fun with this, in part. The opening's uncomfortable and off-putting, and it is a bit of a generic slog that's cheap in places. But when that gore kicks in and that killer's running around being a weirdo, it's not the worst. Entertaining millenitrash, I guess. It's very much like Maniacal. It's not as good as Maniacal, but it is very close to it, and you can definitely tell they're made by the same director. Got the similar sort of vibe to it. Once again, this and a Shriek Collection DVD are your only options for this film if you are in the market. It doesn't really get a full recommendation from me. I'd say avoid it unless you find it for less than £1 and you've got the right social setting to watch it in. Don't watch it alone. Drink some friends, it's one of those films. So, entertaining, in part trash, with some good gore this episode. Yeah, better than I expected, I can tell you that much. Next episode though, who knows? No idea what it is next episode. Judging by the cover, I don't know. Next time we are going to be checking out The Attendant. Hey up. So, we're moving away from Joe Castro this episode, and we are looking at The Attendant. This is a 2004 direct-to-video slasher film, directed by a guy called Corbin Timbrook, who looks like he's directed a fair few low-budget, poorly received horror films, and he's still going today, directing the odd film here and there, and mainly TV by the looks of it. He also acts, appearing in films such as Ape vs. Mecha Ape and Merry Christmas, just to name a few, so sounds like there's some quality films there. The film mainly stars sort of unknowns and bit actors and such. No one really stands out apart from somebody. She's called Madeline Wade. Now I didn't recognise her, but IMDb says that she's been in over 70 projects, so you might recognise her in this, I don't know. So there's not much information about this film online at all. There's like less than 40 people who've logged it on Letterboxd. There's barely any reviews for it. But the reviews that we do have lean towards this not being great. So let's have a look, shall we?
It's cold out there.
They've got burgers the size of my ass in there.
Do this.
Oh, dude, he's indefensible. I'm obviously not the only one.
So would that be?
Lonely teardrops.
The plot follows 3 young couples who are off out on a camping trip. Despite being warned by the locals that there's danger at the top of the mountain, they head there anyway. A brief encounter with a strange attendant later, and there they are, ready to set up the camp and have a good night. But as the night goes on, things start going a little strange, and it all goes wrong when the creepy attendant they met earlier starts using ghost mind powers or something to kill off our couples. Yeah, I know, it makes no sense to me either. So, I thought that this was absolutely terrible. It was awful. At about 20 minutes in, I made a little prediction. I said, I don't think anyone is going to get killed off in this film until at least 55 minutes in. And I was very close. It took an hour for the first kill to happen. And that first hour, nothing happens at all. I'd complain about the pacing, but there isn't any. This is, hands down, one of the worst films I have ever seen.
Come on, he can swim. The guy can swim. I mean, I can't believe you fell for that, man. I mean, come on. I mean, a guy grows up in L.A. and he can't swim?
What's over here? You don't want to go there?
Why not?
Just stay to the left of the road.
I want you to stay and play with me forever.
The one good part to this film is a scene where one of the characters kills himself by swallowing an axe handle. And outside of a bit of fake blood and some different lengthed axes, you don't really get much by way of effects. I guess I just sort of liked the idea of it. Outside of that, the gore is awful, and it's all crammed into the last 10 minutes. It's really not worth mentioning at all. Bit of fake blood here and there, and a lot of after-the-fact gore. And the same, there's nudity in this as well, but the same can sort of be said there. It's nothing worth mentioning, it just adds a little bit to the sleaze factor, I guess, of the whole thing. The acting is terrible. It's really bad. All the characters are super boring to listen to and super flat with their deliveries, and that's kind of annoying because these characters love to tell stories and monologue about things, and it just makes it very uninteresting and difficult to listen to. They're all sort of one note as well, so there's nothing really to latch on to here, unfortunately. The attendant by which the film bears its name is also pathetic. Terrible. He's barely in the film, he says about 4 lines, and then he pulls stupid faces while killing people with some non-disclosed power that he's somehow got. Definitely one of the worst killers I think I've ever seen in a film.
Dad's a dick. Dick.
So let's look at the millenitrash angle for this, shall we? Because it is, for sure, a millenitrash film. We get a few of the tropes here. We get the overly edited opening title sequence. We get bad acting, bad fashion, awful characters. We get a boom micing shot. We get references to other much better films. And this is clearly shot on some sort of early digital. I'm going to guess DV, but it's some early 2000s digital for sure. Now, unfortunately, all these tropes just sort of fall flat because the film itself is so bad. You can't really get behind any of them, and it doesn't enhance the film in any way. It's just sort of there to add to the annoying nature of the whole thing. Something else that's a little bit weird. So the film is 82 minutes long, around 82 minutes long, and at around 71 minutes, the credits started rolling. Now, I was like, surely these credits aren't over 10 minutes long. For something this short and terrible, surely you don't have 10 minutes worth of credits. So I carried on watching. At about 73 minutes, the credits stopped. And what we get then is this sort of piss-takey, behind-the-scenes thing. It's basically like a little chat with the actors and little bits on set, but it's all faked, and they're joking a lot about how bad the film is, how it's never going to go anywhere or do anything for their careers, and they also joke a lot about how they're getting molested by the director. It's so of its time, and it isn't charming at all, unfortunately. It's just kind of annoying. Weirdly though, the actors are acting better in this than they do in the main feature. The weirdest part though is just, why is this tacked on at the end? You'd think it'd be its own thing, like its own behind the scenes featurette or something. The fact that it's tacked on at the end of the film sort of implies that it's part of the film. I mean, it's included in the runtime on this thing, and it means that the film is 71 minutes long, which is pretty damn short, really. I mean, it does fit in with some of the other ones we've been watching recently, but still, that's super short. It's just really odd. I wasn't expecting that at all. But to be honest, I'm glad the film ended a bit earlier than I was expecting. Lastly, before we move on, this film is cited on the case as being based on a true story. Now, I've looked into this, I've tried to do research, and I'm calling bullshit. I mean, of course I should call bullshit. It's about an attendant who uses ghost mind powers to kill, apparently, teenagers. Of course it's not real. So I kind of hate it when they put that on, like a false based on a true story. But what are you gonna do?
All they have to eat is ramen noodle soup. I mean, come on. And I don't really think these guys know what the hell they're doing. Seriously. I mean, they look like they're filming this with like a camcorder or something.
What did he ask you to do?
He asked me to touch him.
And this is the making of
place.
The making of.
Right here.
Okay, let's look at this print then. Much like the film, it is absolutely terrible. It's in 4:3, it's very low quality, very pixelated, with tons of ghosting throughout as well. A lot of the shots are super blown out by the lighting, and you can't really tell what you're looking at half at the time. And the sound is either really muffled or it's clipping the mic constantly. It's a complete mess, much like the film. It's awful, really. And on the disc, outside of that weird conjoined behind the scenes thing, we get the usual. You know, we get the chapter select, we get a trailer for this film, and we get other trailers for other Hard Gore films. Same as it ever was. Okay, time for the case. So, all the information seems correct. It does read a little bit clunky though. This blurb, we found out as well, is just the text from the beginning of the film, like verbatim, so they couldn't even bother to write anything new about this. Outside of this, the runtime's right, and yeah, it's fine. It's all fine, really. The cover looks awful though, like a Silence of the Lambs rip-off maybe. Definitely nothing to do with this film at all. Do quite like the font though, very millenitrash. We get a terrible tagline on the front, and we also get this quote at the bottom that's attributed to no one, and is just completely incorrect. This one also has that classification thing where the film is actually a 15, but the trailers make it an 18. Again, it's always nice when they're honest about this sort of thing. We get some adverts on the inside for more Hard Gore and screen entertainment titles. I've not had one of these for a while. It's just the plain black background one. No green and red Goosebumps looking thing this time. Overall then, this is an awful, awful film. It has nothing going for it whatsoever. It's an hour of people talking in a car and it's super boring, then it's 10 minutes of some awful gore, and then it's some weird behind the scenes thing at the end. It's just absolutely terrible, and nothing happens, and when stuff does happen it makes no sense. It isn't summed up in a satisfying way or anything like that. Absolute waste of time. If you see this in the wild, walk away very quickly and never think about it again. It is 100% not worth your time. As far as releases go, luckily nobody else has re-released this. It's this and a Shriek Collection DVD as usual. But don't buy this, you don't need this in your life, it's a waste of time. So, absolutely awful film this episode, terrible. Surely it can't get any worse than that, right? Surely next episode it's got to go up in quality, right? Well, we'll find out next episode when we take a look at Zombie Chronicles. Hey up. Sticking with the millenitrash theme this episode, but moving away from the slashers and onto zombies with Zombie Chronicles. This is a 2002 American horror anthology film directed by Brad Sykes. It's probably most well known among us trash DVD collectors as the guy who did the Camp Blood series. We also get a return from Joe Castro, who, if you're not fully aware of who he is, we covered 2 of his films that he directed quite recently on the channel, Maniacal and Butchered. They're out to watch if you fancy it. This time though, he's taking a backseat on the directing and he's sticking with special effects, something that he does best. The film stars a bunch of unknown and bit part actors, and the reviews are pretty terrible across the board online. So let's see if it's any good, shall we?
Hello?
How do? An old crank who stinks of whiskey. What possibly could I know about any subject, you think to yourself?
I'll rip you a new shit up. You hear me?
The plot is centred around a reporter who's travelling to a small, isolated town to find ghost stories. She runs over an old drunk and he decides to tell her 2 tales. The first one being about a couple who were driving past some woods. The car breaks down, so the dude runs out to get help. Upon returning, it turns out his wife's been tied to a tree with bombs strapped around her, and then some old army ghost accident thing that happened starts to haunt him. And then there's a bit of a twist at the end. It's a weird one. Second story is about another couple, with a tag-along this time. The 3 are walking through the woods and drinking, and they come across a grave, and a dude decides to piss on it. This angers the body underneath, and the zombie comes out to take revenge, accompanied by a ghost. I'm not sure if it is a ghost or not, I can't remember, but it feels like it is a ghost, I'm not sure. And then we get back to the book ending, and it's all wrapped up with one of the most played out, obvious, parodied twists you've ever seen in a film. This is a hard film to sum up because there is so much wrong with it. But I will say, and I know I said it last episode, this is definitely up there for one of the worst things I think I've ever watched.
Howdy.
Hi.
I've waited a long time for you to return.
An old wild Jim killed 1,000 men his day, only to get bitten in the balls by a rattlesnake.
So let's start at the beginning, shall we? The film begins with big bombastic title sequence with Windows Movie Maker font. Sure, it's millenitrash, what do you expect? The issue with this is that it crams in every single kill and every bit of gore that the film has to offer, all within the first 5 minutes. So when you've seen that, you've kind of seen the best the film has to offer. And it's a shame as well, because the gore really is the standout bit of this. Joe Castro did a decent job. It's not as good as the other stuff we've covered from Joe Castro, but it's the only thing in the film that's worth giving praise to, I'd say. You know, it's bloody and gooey, there's heads being torn off, faces ripped off, there's people eating people, and that might sound like there's a fair bit going on here, but as I said, the first 5 minutes and you've seen all the gore in the film, like, there might be like a few seconds missing from the opening sequence. So there's not actually that much in the film, unfortunately. And then on top of this, there's the issue of it being an anthology. Is it just me, or do 2 stories in an anthology seem weird? I don't know, I'd say 3 is probably the acceptable minimum. 2? Why bother with 2? Why not just make them 2 standalone stories, 2 short films? I don't know, it feels like something's missing. And to be fair, the film is only 71 minutes long, so maybe there is something missing.
Goddamn politicians. And President I know better. Bet you himself, by God. I want some goddamn water!
The acting in this is absolutely atrocious. Did you expect anything else? Come on. I really want to highlight the guy that plays the drunk, though, Ebenezer. He is particularly strange. His line delivery is so flat and weird, and he's putting on a strange voice. At first I thought he was trying to do like a Judd from Pet Sematary, but as it went on it sounded more like Burnt Face Man, to be honest. Now don't get me wrong, I laughed a hell of a lot at this. Probably laughed more at this than I have done many of the films that we've covered recently. Not for the right reasons though. The film is pretty much exclusively shot in the woods, and whenever I see this trope come up for low budget films, I can't help but groan. Now don't get me wrong, I used to do this as well as a kid, you know, the woods are free and expansive, but it's tired and it usually ends up being a cheap and lazy film at the end, unfortunately. Now obviously this does fall under millenitrash, just. This film was shot in 2001 and finished in 2002. So it only just fits in, but there are points where you can sort of see the era poking through. Especially things like the screen inverting colours in like some of the weird editing. And also the soundtrack. Dead giveaway. It's not the most millenitrash film we've covered, but there's hints of it here and there, for sure. Lastly, I want to mention that this film was apparently shot in 3D as well. The IMDb page for this boasts that it was the first horror film shot in stereoscopic 3D. Whether that's true or not, I have no idea. And then there's an American DVD with the 3D version, but let's be honest, can you imagine watching this in 3D? I can feel the migraine coming on already.
No sirree, Jim. I haven't had a drink in 25 years.
Wild Jim's risen from his grave.
Come on, Jason. I mean, I know what I saw, but...
Ebenezer Jackson died in a drunk driving accident on this very roadway 25 years ago.
Right, time for the print. No joke, this is the worst DVD, quality-wise, that Hard Gore has yet put out. It is absolutely atrocious. Where the hell do I begin with this? Right, I've got a bit of a list over here as well. So, for starters, it's shot in 4:3. Fine, fair enough. It was the era of standard definition. It is so pixelated to a point where some shots are just a mess and you cannot tell what you're looking at all. Very, very pixelated. Sometimes the sound is completely inaudible and muffled, and most of the sound hasn't been cleaned up, so you get a background hiss, which is super jarring when you're cutting from one character with a low hiss to somebody else with quite a high hiss. It sounds terrible. What else have we got here? It flickers and it glitches constantly, and there's a really, really bad ghosting effect on quite a lot of this film. The worst thing though on this print, about 6 minutes in, the colour suddenly saturates and we get these primary colours flickering up on the screen, and then probably about the bottom half of the screen is just constantly flickering with these colours, and then every now and then it jumps up a little bit, we get a bit of colouring up here, and then down this side we get like a white beam of light and it looks like the film's bending almost. And this goes on for 15 minutes. Bearing in mind this film's only 71 minutes long. That is a huge chunk of this film and it's barely watchable. Seriously, it is awful. It felt like the TV was going to just burst out at us at some point. It's that bad quality. Now, what was this shot on? I said it could be VHS, I said it could be DV. I'm guessing it is some form of... It's definitely some sort of tape because of the flickering. I know DV did used to have a tendency with the bending and stuff as well. It could easily be early DV because I know I was playing around with DV around this point as well. But whatever it was shot on, I think my phone from this time period shot better video than this. So, on the disc, what do we get on the disc then? Same old shit that we've been getting for the past few months, really. Chapter select, a trailer for this film, and Hard Gore trailers. Did you expect anything else?
working these old dogs for 1,000,000 miles, seems.
Do you live around here? What are you doing walking out in the middle of nowhere?
There's a dirt fire road. Get on it. Like 5 or 6 miles there's a town.
All grown over in here. I better not get poisoned.
Melinda, you got so many different kinds of drugs.
Okay, time for the case. First off, let's talk about the cover. It's extremely pixelated, much like the film is, to be honest. Not sure if it'll show up too well on video, but in person it is terrible. And it's a shame as well, because I'd say the design of this skull isn't too bad compared to some of the other ones we've seen recently. The blurb seems correct, short and sweet, although comparing it to Tales from the Crypt and Dawn of the Dead is definitely setting it up for failure. Also, the runtime is off by a lot again. As I said, the film is 71 minutes and the case claims it is 90. Someone in the comments suggested that 90 minutes is probably a placeholder and they just forget to change it sometimes, and you know what? I can see that being the case. You could also think of it though, that they don't change it deliberately sometimes when the film is super short. Who knows? We get an inner catalogue on this one as well, and it's one of the more extensive ones. This was so useful when I was trying to find all the DVDs. We also get a Poundland leaflet, and this is actually one of the other variants for a change with Night of the Living Dead advertised on it, which is where I found out about that film being on this label. Overall then, was this bad? Don't get me wrong, I was laughing. There's definitely an entertainment aspect to this, but more importantly, it's boring, it's incompetent, and it's really stupid, to be honest. It's really, really dumb, this film, with a little bit of gore that's semi-decent smattered throughout it. This is definitely not solo viewing. Do not sit on your own in an evening and watch this, because you will be disappointed. Drinks and friends might enhance this film and get it out of being completely worthless, but I don't know, I can't talk on that one. You'll have to let me know if you do that. Maybe it is a movie night film, who knows, who knows. As for releases, this is definitely Hard Gore's worst release to date. Hopefully they don't get any worse than this, because this was pretty atrocious. Obviously there's been no big Blu-ray upgrade, which could be said for a lot of these films we've covered recently. There is no big Blu-ray version of it. There are some other DVDs though. As I said, there's the American 3D version, and then there's also another Shriek collection, as we seem to have been getting. Now, I don't know if the prints are any different on those. My guess is no, but if they are different, I can't see them being any worse than this. But I don't know, I can't speak for them. But why am I avoid this film anyway? It's not worth your time at all. So, more awful millenitrash, and we have been stuck in this nightmare noughties void recently. But we're breaking out of it next episode, and I cannot wait to get out of the early 2000s. Next episode is a film that I've been wanting to watch for a very long time. It has better reviews than what we've been covering recently, and I think even Vipco put it out back in the day under a different title. We're going to be checking out Turkey Shoot. Hey up. Forget the millenitrash this episode, we're looking at a cult 80s film instead, which will be nice for a change. Turkey Shoot, also known as Blood Camp Thatcher and Escape 2000, this is a 1982 Australian action film, directed by Brian Trenchard Smith, who it looks like did a bunch of this sort of stuff around the 80s, and is known as founding the Ozploitation movement. The film has a few names in it. We've got Steve Railsback, who was in Life Force and Nuke, and we also have Olivia Hussey, who was in the 74 version of Black Christmas and the It TV miniseries. So nice to actually have a few actors in this to talk about. Makes a change, doesn't it? Notoriously violent, known as a cult classic and even being lauded by people like Quentin Tarantino, I've heard a lot about this film and it's been one that I've been wanting to check out for quite a long time. So let's see if it lives up to the hype, shall we?
You got it, Mr. Thatcher. Ah! Oh! Help, Mr. Thatcher! Got me! Ah!
I am a deviant, lowest form of life on Earth. I will learn to be an asset to society. Except some asshole turned me in for being a whore, which I am not.
The plot follows 3 people deemed unfit for society in a dystopian future, so they're sent off to a concentration camp that's headed by the evil Brit Thatcher. But pretty soon they're put into a game for their lives that may end up in their freedom. Basically, if they survive until sundown without getting hunted, then they're free to go. So, time to start running, and there's a lot of running in this. You know what? This isn't too bad, really. The plot is pretty decent. It's simple, but it's decent. It's a little 1984, a little Running Man. It does get a little dull sometimes, especially when they're just running through the outback for ages, and gunfights rarely keep my attention. But it's not completely void of charm, and there's definitely stuff to enjoy in this.
Do you want me to bury her, Mr. Ritter?
She ain't dead yet, Dodge.
I could do it anyway.
The acting is B-movie standard, you know, it's not great, but it's not terrible either, it's just somewhere in the middle, although the accents are a little all over the shop, shifting from Aussie to Cockney to American, pretty much constantly flitting about. The leads are fine for the most part. There's a weirdly shoehorned in romance that doesn't go anywhere, and there's the odd cheesy line here and there that's not great. But for the most part they're fine. I think Rita's probably the worst character though, because for some reason she thinks it's a great idea to start frolicking in a river while she's being hunted down. I don't know, really stupid bit that. Now the gore. Now, I was promised a lot of gore. It's all over the case and it's just in the advertising. This film is meant to be real gory. And unfortunately I was a little bit disappointed on this front. There's a few standout moments, you know, there's a dude getting ripped in half, there's a guy getting his hands cut off, but then the rest of the gore is very basic, you know, people having been shot with a bit of blood on them on the floor and stuff like that. Nothing really, outside of the few odd standout moments, there wasn't really as much as I was expecting, I guess. There is gore here, but it's, and it takes a really long time to really get going as well. You're waiting a good hour and 5 minutes before the gore really rears its head. I don't know, a bit disappointing to be honest. A really strange inclusion is a werewolf man, or whatever he is. He's barely explained, something about he came from a circus, and there he is in the film. I like him. I'm glad he's here, to be honest. He ups the campy element of the film, and watching him run around attacking people is really fun. Yeah, good inclusion, I guess, but completely unexpected. It's made well, this film, though. It's competently put together, you know. It has a story, and the camera's in the right place, and it looks like a film should look. Which is saying something from some of the shit we've been watching recently, to be honest. You know, it's competent. It doesn't look like it was made for £100 in an afternoon. The version that I watched claims to be the fully uncut version, and I have no reason to doubt this, to be honest. Apparently the original release was about 83 minutes in the UK, and the one that I watched is just shy of 90 minutes. No obvious cuts or anything seems right. I had to look at what Turkey shoot meant though, because I had no idea what it was actually referring to. Turns out it's a colloquialism for a one-sided, unfair battle, which makes sense in the context of the film. It's kind of what it's about. Obviously this film was renamed in the UK to Blood Camp Thatcher, which was done to capitalise on the then hatred of the current Prime Minister, Margaret Thatcher. And I guess it worked because people watched it on VHS. Now personally I prefer Turkey Shoot as a name, because it makes more sense. Blood Camp Thatcher is just a bit of a word salad really, isn't it? Apparently this film had a lot of production issues as well. Apparently the shoot time was cut completely in half, which meant they had to resort to using some stock footage, which you can see at the beginning of the film, and they also just had to get rid of scenes entirely. Now it's not completely obvious watching the film that this was the case, but it's a shame hearing that it couldn't be fully realised. Apparently some of the actors had a bit of a bad time as well. Olivia Hussey and Lydia Stoner were both pressured into doing nude scenes, but neither of them wanted to. I think Lydia Stoner actually ended up caving to the pressure and doing it. Olivia Hussey, yeah, that's the name. I need to keep checking these names. Olivia Hussey apparently really didn't like where they were shooting as well, the Australian outback. Apparently the insects and animals really freaked her out, so she was pretty much just terrified throughout the entire shoot as well. And you know what? I don't blame her. I think I'd be awful with giant Australian insects around me at any given point. Lastly, this film was remade in 2014, directed by a guy called John Hewitt, and it did abysmally, terribly. Reviews are awful across the board, and it ended up being renamed to Elimination Game when it was re-released outside of Australia.
You come with me. Come on, you piece of shit. I'm gonna fuck your ass, boy. Huh? You're gone, boy. All right, come on, mate. That's a good kick. And I like that. Shit!
Okay, time for the print. Visually, this is pretty good, you know. It's sharp and it's quite clear. It does get a little pixelated when there's a lot going on screen, but for the most part it's very watchable and way better than what we've been seeing recently. Unfortunately though, the audio quality is pretty bad on this. It clips and it's distorted on most of the dialogue, and it just sounds a bit tinny throughout the entire thing. So decent visually, but not so great in the sound department, unfortunately. And on the disc, we get a little more than what we usually get. Obviously we get the usuals, we get the chapter select, the trailer for this film and the Hard Gore trailers, but we also get an image gallery which includes a few of the original VHS and DVD covers from Vipco for the film, which is nice. And we get something called production notes, which is, I don't really know why it's called production notes, because it's just a little write-up about who acted in this and who they have then gone on to work with, who's famous and what famous things they've been in. I don't know, weird. But you know, it's nice that there's a bit more on this disc than normal. It's just a shame that the extra bits that we do get on the disc are pretty boring. Okay, let's look at this case then. The cover is mad. There's so much going on here, but I kind of like it, to be honest. The blurb reads well, no issues there. Although this quote at the top, most head explosions since Scanners. Now this film has one head explosion in it, and it isn't even close to how impressive Scanners' famous scene is. Did we even watch the same film, James O'Neill? The runtime is a few minutes off, but it's forgivable. Way better than last episode for sure. And yeah, not really much more to say on this case. It's decent. Overall then, this is definitely the first good film we've had in a while. The plot's pretty interesting and decent. Some of the gore is good, it's a little sporadic, but what we have is fine, it's pretty good. And there's weird inclusions like a wolfman to keep you interested. Now, I don't know if I'm just saying this because it's like the first thing that I've watched recently that is halfway competent, but I had fun with this. I enjoyed my time watching this, and I definitely say check it out. Especially if you're into your low budget, cult film, 80s action things. This might just tick a few boxes for you. It's not too bad. By way of release, you've got a couple options, which is, again, nice for a change. There are a few options for this. Obviously there's this, and then the Shriek collection, which is probably exactly the same print. And then we also have a Severin Blu-ray, and more recently there's an Umbrella Blu-ray. Now, unfortunately, these two are both imports, so there isn't an actual UK Blu-ray as far as I can see. But Severin and Umbrella are pretty good companies, and if you don't mind paying a little extra for the import costs, it's probably worth grabbing one of those over this, because even though the picture's fine, the sound isn't great. This is probably worth it if you see it very cheap. But if you actually want to watch this film properly, probably go for one of the import Blu-rays. So there's options at the very least. So yeah, a semi-decent cult action film this episode. Not too bad at all. It's nice to be positive for once. And let's hope we can keep this up, because we're moving back into the world of Italian exploitation next episode. Well, another one that I've been really dying to check out. We're going to be watching Last Cannibal World. Hey up. Back to the 70s jungle this episode with Last Cannibal World, also known by a few titles such as Jungle Holocaust, Carnivorous, Cannibals, The Last Survivor, and Ultimo Mondo Cannibal. This is a 1977 Italian cannibal exploitation film directed by Ruggero Deodato, and it's directed before his breakout success with Cannibal Holocaust, which we covered in the Shameless collection if you wanted to check out my review on this film. The film stars Mimi Lay and Ivan Rassimov, who both appear in the film Deep River Savages. Now, this is a film that obviously we're going to be covering later on in the Hard Gore collection, but funnily enough, Last Cannibal World is the spiritual sequel to Deep River Savages, and it's also a notoriously violent film being heavily cut by the BBFC and added to the Section 3 of the Video Nasties list in the 80s. So, it's got a lot of history going for it. Let's see if it's any good, shall we?
Scared?
No, I'm not.
The plot follows a group of oil prospectors who are meeting up with a camp of people out in the jungle, but their plane encounters some issues and they have to make a crash landing. They find the camp eventually, but it turns out they've all been massacred by a tribe of cannibals who now have eyes on our group. They don't last too long, however, and there's only one left, a guy called Robert, who ends up being kidnapped by the tribe of cannibals. So now it's up to him to escape before he gets eaten. It's a pretty simple story, way more bare bones than a lot of these other cannibal films, but I think it really works. It really works. There was no midpoint dip for me, which can happen with a lot of these films. Instead, it kept its pace. It was intriguing and suspenseful, and it all culminates in this really satisfying final act. Now, I would definitely say that this is one of the best cannibal films I think I've ever seen. And it's definitely the best film we've covered so far in this collection.
3 times as much. The air conditioning alone must have cost him a fortune.
Robert, you're eating bat meat, Robert. Understand?
first off, I am going to quickly preface this. There is a ton of nudity in this. The tribe, they're all naked constantly, and Robert has his knob out for about a third of the film, so clips are going to be sparse. I'm not going to be showing anything here, really, because the clips are few and far between. I want to save them for the actual clip sections in between each bit that I do. So, unfortunately, not too many clips, just because of the sheer amount of nudity in this. Now, on this note, obviously there is a sleaze element to this, but it's not as big as you'd probably imagine. A lot of the nudity is very National Geographic, you know, it's tribespeople naked, and that's just sort of it, really. Obviously there's a little bit more in there, there's some sexual violence sprinkled throughout, and the main cannibal girl, who's a bit of a love interest for Robert, has implants, which is kind of bizarre to say that she's a tribesperson, but you know, she's got her boobs out for a lot of it, and that seems a little more voyeuristic, but it's still a little tamer than you'd imagine. The gore's pretty great here as well. It's not shoved down your throat, but the stuff that we do get is effective. It's gooey and visceral, and yeah, all good stuff there, really good. The acting and dubbing is fine. As I said, this is a much more bare bones film. There's big chunks of this where there's not really any talking in it. A lot of it's just Robert on his own. But the dialogue that we do get it's fine. It's not too bad, to be honest. The acting's really good. The dialogue and dubbing, it's fine. Sometimes they do lean a little too heavily on like a bit of a silly over-the-top British accent, but outside of that, it's manageable. And not all the characters are arseholes in this, which is nice. You can actually root for some of the people here. It's all very well made, looks nice, the camera work, it all just feels right, you know, we get some nice close-ups for suspense, some nice long shots of the jungle to feel isolated. Yeah, it all just worked really well, felt very competently made. Mix all this in with some pretty decent music in the soundtrack, and you get a pretty good film. And also there's some theremin music in there, can't go wrong with that.
The thing that worries me now is what do we do if those bloody savages have torn the plane apart? Just keep your fingers crossed.
As I mentioned earlier, this was pitched as a sequel to Deep River Savages, even including a lot of the same cast. Now, I haven't watched Deep River Savages yet, so I can't comment too far on this, but I have heard that even though the idea of it being a sequel was scrapped, it still retained a lot of similarities between the films. I'll have to comment more on this when we do talk about Deep River Savages though, because at this point I haven't seen it, so I don't really know. Animal cruelty. Something we always have to bring up with these Italian cannibal films. It's never nice, and it isn't nice here either, you know. Now, Deodato went on to say that no animals were harmed specifically for this film, it was all stock footage that they used in it. And this is a big lie, because there is clearly a scene with a snake getting its head bashed in that was made for this film, and there's a scene with an alligator that was used for this film. You can tell when it's stock footage in this. There is a lot of stock footage used, fair enough, but you can tell because the quality of the film is very different. It's much more washed out and brighter. You can just tell this sort of thing. Now this leads me in to another point about this film. So this is a cut version of the film that I watched. So firstly, there's the alligator scene is completely missing for me, and you know what, fine, you can keep that, don't want to see it, don't care. But there's also a scene of sexual violence that is removed, and you know, you can see why they'd remove something like that, but unfortunately it leads into a big character change. So I was watching this and one of the characters suddenly goes from being one way to being another way, and there's the chunk that was missing, I didn't know it was missing, but it left me confused as to why there'd been this big flip-flop with one of the characters. So contextually it was kind of important. A bit of a shame that it's missing, I guess. So this film is 92 minutes uncut apparently, and the version I watched was 85 minutes.
I've lost control. The rapids. Use the pole
Okay, time for the print, and unfortunately it does have some issues. It's not the worst that we've seen, it's watchable, but there are a few problems here. The screen flickers every now and then, there's a few pops and stuff as well. Also, it's either overexposed in some brighter shots or very underexposed in some darker shots. Yeah, it's not awful, but it's not great picture-wise. The audio is probably worse than this as well because it's quite compressed. You can really tell with the music, it sort of crumples all the sounds up and it just doesn't sound good at all, to be honest. There's also a persistent tone, high-pitched tone in the background for about 20 minutes. At least I noticed it for about 20 minutes. And maybe I just got used to it, but for that 20 minutes it was pretty annoying. Also, it was shot in 2.35 by 1 aspect ratio, so that's like super widescreen. And then this is converted into a 4:3, so you've got bars. And then this is shown on a 16:9 TV, so it just looks tiny in the middle of the screen. So yeah, even though it is watchable, it's not great. And on the disc, we get the usual stuff, chapter select, trailer for this film, and a Hard Gore trailer reel. But we get a few extra bits as well. We get an image gallery, which is quite interesting because it's got some of the older covers for the film, like VHS and stuff like that. We get a filmography and a biography for Deodato. We get, production notes? Yeah, we get production notes, which are actually production notes this time. And we get a reviews section, which is a pretty long-winded write-up on the film, but it ends with some book recommendations. So yeah, again, it's not interesting the stuff that we do get here, but at least we get a bit extra this time. Okay, let's have a look at this case then. And another pixelated cover, kind of like Zombie Chronicles was. It's a shame again because this skull does look pretty decent. We get a strange review on the front too. Dynamite. This is another one with the bigger Hard Gore logo on the front, and I like to bring these up because there aren't too many of these, and it always looks weird. It's almost like a bootleg of a knockoffy looking series. It's weird. The info on the back all seems alright really, no big complaints, reads fine, runtime's correct too, which is nice. Lastly, this is one of those with the Goosebumps style catalogue inside. Overall then, this was a pleasant surprise. There's a lot to like about this film. I liked the plot, the setting, the camera work, it kept its pace, it's got great gore, it was suspenseful. Yeah, a pretty decent package of a film, to be honest. I think what I've learned from this, and from Cannibal Holocaust, is that I really like Deodato cannibal films. I've heard that there's one more in an unofficial trilogy, so I might have to check that one out, you know, because so far, these two have probably been my favourite cannibal films. So yeah, I definitely recommend this film, 100%, well worth checking out if you can find a copy. That leads us into the next part. Finding this film in the UK is a bit tricky. So you've got this and you've got an overpriced Shriek Collection DVD, and that's pretty much your lot, unfortunately. There's been no big Blu-ray re-release of this in the UK. Now there are some imports, I can't speak for the quality or the cuts on these, but there are a few imports knocking about. There's none from any big label that I recognise though, which is odd really. I mean, 88 films, shameless. What are you doing? Get this released. Pull your finger out. Weird, innit? So, yeah. Pretty good this episode. Well, one of the best, you might say. The best so far, you might say. And I don't think that that's going to be the case next episode. We're leaving the jungles behind for an episode before we dip back in. And we're going into... It's not really millenitrash, it's just before it, but it definitely looks like trash. Who knows what we're going to get in this next one, because we're going to be looking at Dawn They Sleep. Hey up. We're skirting the edges of millenitrash this episode with At Dawn, They Sleep. This is a 1999 or 2000, depending on where you look, horror film directed by a guy called Brian Paulin, who also directed a film called Bone Sickness, but a little more on that later on. The film stars a bunch of unknowns and Paulin himself. He also wrote and edited this film, so going beyond the triple threat here. Who knows, that might be good, that might be bad. It's going to be a very singular vision though, I imagine, so it'll be interesting nonetheless. There's not much information about this online really. The IMDb page has got generally negative reviews, but Letterboxd shows quite positive really, so who knows what we're going to get with this one. Let's have a look, shall we?
Maybe the scales are different. I don't know, a little off or something.
Oh man, I don't know how many fucking times I've heard people ask me, say, where the fuck do you find these bands? I mean, try venturing outside of the fucking mall once in a while. There are other record stores out there.
Oh, I should be dead right now.
Well, you're not, so shut up about it already.
The plot follows two drug dealers who both spend the night with these women who turn out to be angels. The angels turn our drug dealers into vampires, with the idea that they're going to kill all the humans so that the angels can then inherit the earth. But a demon comes along and turns one of our vampires into a demon and flips the battle completely on its head. Yeah, it's an odd one, this, for sure. It's got its moments of entertainment, definitely, but it also has its moments of boredom. The pace is kind of all over the place, and it really dipped about an hour in. But there is a low-budget charm to the whole thing, and the ending is just this bizarre art house sequence that really keeps you on your toes. All over the place, but fun nonetheless.
Last thing. Go fuck yourself.
So, what's up for today?
I say it's time for some revenge.
Oh yeah?
Yes.
So the acting, as you can probably imagine, is terrible. It's not the worst that I've seen, but it's not great. Although Paulin does alright to say he had his fingers in a lot of pies for this film, his acting, not too bad. We do get a fair bit of nudity in this one. It's kind of sleazy as well. I'm talking like full frontal, and it's trashy for sure. We also get a lot of gore though, and the gore is fantastic. It's gooey, and it's over the top, and it's a lot of fun to watch. Unfortunately, a lot of scenes divulge into gunfights, and I generally find gunfights a little too boring. Now, these aren't the worst, there's some funny moments that happen in them, but they do go on a little bit too much. All the effects in this are practical as well, which is always nice to see. We get miniatures, which are cool, and all sorts of stuff that, yeah, they range from sort of impressive for the low budget to just charmingly awkward. I really liked the demon costume until you see him in daylight, and it kind of kills the illusion in a big way, unfortunately. I also really liked the flying effect. It's so campy and charming, but this is the sort of stuff that keeps you watching, I guess. It keeps you engaged, is how are they going to do this sort of effect? And you see it and you're like, you know what? Fair enough, guys. You did alright. You did okay. Now, the millenitrash angle. So this film isn't millenitrash. It says in the end credits that it was shot in 1999. And even though it is dripping with angst, it's got a great death metal soundtrack, and it has some weird editing here and there, it doesn't quite fit into the millenitrash moniker that we've made. It's a difference in tone almost as well. You can feel it in the way the film plays out. It's sort of an angsty late 90s film as opposed to a millenitrash film. It has that sort of non-targeted anger and nihilism that we were seeing in bigger films of the time, like Fight Club, for instance. It's very different to millenitrash. you know, the internet wasn't about as much, phones and stuff weren't popular yet, they weren't really there yet. And it's weird to say in a review about At Dawn They Sleep, but even big world events like 9/11 hadn't happened yet, and it does shape how culture changed and stuff like that. And the tone for this is very different to things that are from like 2001 onwards, 2002 onwards. It is very different, and I think if you were to watch this film, you'd probably notice it, but it's ever so subtle. It's very hard to explain.
Really pathetic pieces of shit, huh, Chris?
This film clearly has a lot of influences, and I thought it'd be fun to talk about a few of them that stood out to me. A lot of the things that are referenced in this I'm a big fan of, so let's start with Stephen's t-shirt, which is Deodato Skink for a few shots, which I thought was mad. Where's someone getting a Deodato Skink t-shirt from in 1999? That's bizarre. But you can kind of see the influence there, like Necromantic and Shram and stuff, in the gooey sort of gore, some of the more visceral stuff. Yeah, you can see the influence for sure. There's an In the Mouth of Madness poster, which I thought was really cool. Don't see In the Mouth of Madness getting a lot of love, and I think it's one of Carpenter's best, maybe. It's up there anyway, top 5 Carpenter for sure. There's also a Laserdisc of it, and there's a Tetsuo the Iron Man Laserdisc, which I really, really want. I thought that was a really cool little piece. There's VHSs in the background for most of this film as well, and I kept trying to read what he had. There was like Friday the 13th collection and stuff like that. I love it when there's shots of someone's collection in the background of a film. I can't help but try and pick out what they've got, and because stuff like that influences the film that they're making, and it's interesting. There's also like a shot of like some dudes just shooting the shit talking about Battlestar Galactica or something, and it felt like something straight out of Clerks. So this guy's clearly a big film guy, and he clearly loves his film, and he wears his influences on his sleeve, and there's nothing wrong with that, I don't think. I'd like to think I do that in some regard as well, and it's always fun to see in a film what influenced the film. Fun stuff. So I mentioned earlier as well, I'm going to ramble a little bit here. This guy directed a film called Bone Sickness, and I wanted to talk about Bone Sickness for a little bit, because when the hell am I going to get a chance to talk about this film? So it must have been back in 2013 I worked in Manchester, so talking just over 10 years ago I worked in Manchester, and I used to nip it into the Vinyl Exchange. This is back when they had a ton of Tartan DVDs back then, and they were selling them all off for cheap, because Blu-ray were coming in, and you know, Tartan sort of on it. I think it had gone bust by this point. So I used to go in and grab a few cheap Tartan films, and in the little film section there's the counter, and then above it is like a glass cabinet. It's still the same layout, but different stuff in there obviously. But in this glass cabinet at the top was the rare and expensive DVD Blu-ray box sets. And they had a copy of Bone Sickness. Now, I remember it was a German version, I think, and it was in like a soft clamshell case. It was big, and it was about 50 quid, I think, so obviously I never bought it. But something about the name Bone Sickness just tickled me, and I used to say it and joke about the name and stuff, and there was an intrigue there as well. I wanted to know what the hell Bone Sickness is all about. Great name though, isn't it? I never bought that copy, far too expensive for me. And then about a year later I was living in a shed, and I managed to get a dodgy copy. I think I got it off Soulseek or something, some dodgy P2P sharing thing. So I did actually manage to check it out at some point, and I think I felt not too dissimilar to this, to be honest. It's charming, it's entertaining, it's got really good gore, but it's a little slow in parts and stuff. I just wanted to talk about Bone Sickness, really. Maybe I'll chat about it some other day. Maybe I'll give it a proper review. I really want this soft box German version, which I've searched for online and I cannot find it anywhere. If anybody knows how to get a copy of this specific version, I've seen other copies, there's other copies floating around, and they're much cheaper than 50 quid. But if anyone knows how to grab the soft German version, I think that'd be really cool to do a little review on. But yeah, apologies for the rambling, but I just wanted to talk about bone sickness for a bit.
For me.
I have an offer for you.
An offer I can't refuse, I'm assuming, huh?
You may refuse if you wish.
Okay, time for the print. Visually, it's not too bad really, it's fine. No major issues that I could see. Shot in 4:3 and it looks to be shot on DV, early DV maybe. But yeah, no issues, it's fine really. The audio though isn't great, unfortunately. There's a lot of mic clipping, it pops, and there's like distortion that just comes in every now and again. I'm guessing it's not been mixed properly though, as opposed to there being an issue with this like DVD. I think that the film maybe just wasn't mixed quite right. So you get a bit of a mixed bag with this one really. Visually fine, audio not so great. And on the disc we get chapter select, trailer for this film, and Hard Gore trailers. So we're back to the usual minimal stuff. Okay, case time. The cover is pretty trashy. The red looks awful and it's using art that's not in the film at all, which I always feel is a little misleading. There's a quote from Tom Savini on the front, pretty interesting. Wonder if he actually watched the film, who knows. This is the first of a few of the Hard Gore collection that have white spines. Honestly, I hate how these look in the collection. I think that they just look very garish and they just don't fit with the rest of the stuff. I've got a feeling it was something to do with when they came to Poundland, but I'm not fully sure. But yeah, they don't look great and they got the generic font as well. Blech. The blurb's fine. Not sure if action-packed is one word though, but outside of that, it reads alright, and all the info, including the runtime, which is only slightly off it, but it's all fine really, not bad at all. Overall then, I'd definitely say that this is one of the better modern horror films that we've covered in the collection so far. It's angsty, it's gory, and it goes some really weird places. But it's not perfect, the pacing is a little all over the place. Saying that though, it is only 77 minutes, so it's not too bad. I'd say check this out if you've seen something in this review that's interested you. It won't be for everybody, but it definitely gets a light recommendation from me. Now, as far as other releases, there is actually a Blu-ray of this film from Vinegar Syndrome, so it is a US import, but the case looks nice, and I'm guessing it's got a way better print than this has, and more special features and such. So if you're into your importing and you're willing to spend over 30 quid for it, then that might be the best way to watch it. I don't know if it's quite worth that though. In the UK though, we only get this or another Shriek collection version, unfortunately. And while the print on this isn't the worst we've ever looked at, it isn't perfect either. So, pretty good. Pretty good, surprisingly good this episode actually. It was nice to see a modern one that I didn't outright hate for once. Next episode, we are heading back to the jungle with another bunch of Italians for a classic film that I've never seen but I've always wanted to. And we mentioned it in the last episode actually. We're going to be checking out Deep River Savages. Ayub. So, we're back once again with cannibal tribes and sleazy Italians. This episode, we're checking out Deep River Savages, also known as Man from Deep River and Sacrifice, This is a 1972 Italian cannibal exploitation film, directed by Umberto Lenzi, whose name's come up a fair few times on the channel before. He directed Eaten Alive, which we covered in the Vipco review series, and also Cannibal Ferox, which we covered in the Shameless review series. Both of these reviews are still floating around on the channel if you want to know my thoughts on these films. The film stars Ivan Razumov and Mimi Lai, which both of these were in this film's spiritual successor, Last Cannibal World, which we covered quite recently on the channel. Again, the review's out there if you're interested in my thoughts on this film. And funnily enough, they were both actually in Eaten Alive as well. So this has been cited as the film that kicked off the cannibal exploitation boom of the 70s. It was also cited as a video nasty and put on the video nasty list, and it's one that I've heard a fair bit about. I remember seeing it quite a bit in CEX as a kid, but I've never actually watched it. So let's rectify that, shall we?
I'm bored. Let's go home. My father, he was the bus driver, Tuan.
I see.
The plot follows a photographer who's travelling around Thailand and one drunken night stabs a guy in a bar, so he goes off on the run. Finds himself on a boat on a river that goes through a jungle, but he goes too far on this boat and ends up being kidnapped by a tribe. After earning their trust and surviving their trials, though, he becomes one of them, falling in love with one of the native girls. Oh yeah, and there's some cannibals here somewhere. This film is a romance tragedy for the most part, and then there's like 5 minutes of cannibals sprinkled in towards the end. After years of hearing about the infamy of this film, I can't help but feel a little bit disappointed in it. It doesn't really do much with its ideas, and it just sort of plods along for most of its runtime, and its focus just isn't in the area that I was expecting.
When will this nightmare end? What do they want from me? They must think I'm some kind of fish. I'm a human being like you! I'm a man, not a fish!
The acting in this seems like it could be okay. The dubbing isn't great though, especially near the beginning. We get a few silly lines here and there. The characters aren't great either. Like, our lead character's a proper dick. He ignores his girlfriend, gets drunk, kills a guy, and then runs off. And we're supposed to be rooting for this guy. No chance, no chance. There's nudity in this. It's not as much as I was expecting again, and it's very National Geographic again. It's tribes with the tops off, that sort of thing. But it's not as much as I was expecting. The gore's kind of minimal here as well. Well, there's a reason for that, but the gore that we get is kind of minimal. A lot of tongues being cut out, and there's a great bit where someone's hand gets cut off. But outside of that, most of the gore lies in the animal cruelty, and that's something that we're going to talk about a little later on. It's competently made though, as far as this film goes. It's nicely shot, looks pretty good, and the music's decent as well. Apparently the plot is based off of A Man Called Horse, which I'm not completely familiar with. I know the general gist of the story. It's not something I've ever seen or read, but judging from the snippets that I know about it, I can see the similarities. And it's also inspired heavily by Mondo films from the 60s. And these, from what I've read, were apparently pseudo-documentaries, a lot of fake things in it, but presented as a documentary of extremes of different cultures. A lot of lies in it, apparently, but hence why it's sort of got that tribe, National Geographic feel to it. And yeah, I can see the parallels there, definitely. I said in my last Cannibal World review that when we got to Deep River Savages, I'd do a little comparison between the two films. For those who haven't seen that review, a little summary is that last Cannibal World was set to be the sequel to Deep River Savages with Lenzi still directing, but he demanded far too much money, so it went to Deodato and he sort of made it into his own film. But there are smatterings of similarities throughout the two films. And yeah, there definitely are some similarities, but I would definitely say Last Cannibal World is the superior of the two, in my opinion. I found it to be better characters, better story, and more focused. And it's the focus that I'm more interested in seeing on the cannibal tribes and stuff like that. The explicit gore, that's what you look for in a 70s film. This was just sort of lacking. I mean, we get 5 minutes of cannibals, we get one scene of the cannibals eating people and it's over before you know it. But this might have something to do with what we're talking about next. This is a cut version of the film. So this comes in at about 85 minutes. The fully uncut version apparently is about 93 minutes, so that's a hefty chunk that's cut out. So the scenes that are missing are pretty much exclusively animal cruelty scenes, which apparently comprises about 80% of the gore in this film. Now, that's fine, I'm not a fan of the animal cruelty stuff. The stuff that we're missing is animals fighting, there's a snake and an alligator that get butchered, and a monkey gets its head cut off. And you can sort of see where these have been cut out in this version, like you can see some very jarring cuts for those. We do see a goat getting slaughtered though, apparently that makes the cut. I don't know why the rest get cut out and that one stays in. Seems a little bit weird. Now, I hate censorship, I hate that they cut these films and all that, I think it's stupid. But if they are going to cut stuff, at least it's the animal cruelty stuff, because it doesn't add anything to the story. These were only added to these films for the shock value and nothing more. Funnily enough though, this film has not been released uncut in this country yet. Obviously it's had its uncut releases in different countries, but we actually haven't had a fully uncut version in this country. This was also classed as a video nasty, being part of the Section 2 list, which means it was non-prosecuted and it couldn't have a cinema release. Lastly, before we move on, this is the only DVD in the entire Hard Gore collection so far that's skipped on me. And I'm really surprised about that, because some of these films that we've watched look like they've been trod on and chucked in a pond. But they've all worked perfectly fine and played from start to finish. This one, it jumped a bit, I had to do a bit of rewinding. I looked at the footage that I'd ripped onto my laptop as well to fill in the gaps. But I'm surprised it hasn't happened sooner, to be honest. Okay, time for the print, and it's not actually that bad, to be honest. The film stock's a little dirty, sure, but it's not unwatchable. The colours all seem right, and it's free from like a lot of defects, definitely. The biggest thing though is that this is actually in widescreen. So it was shot in 2.35 by 1 and converted to 16 by 9 letterboxed. And you can actually see what's happening, it's not tiny and unwatchable on the screen. The sound isn't great, there's a few pops here and there, but again, it's not bad at all. For a budget DVD, I've seen a hell of a lot worse. And on the disc, we get the usual stuff, chapter select, trailer for this film and Hard Gore trailers, and we do get a few extra bits. We get a Lenzi filmography, we get an image gallery, and we get production notes. Better than nothing, I guess? Okay, time for the case, and it seems decent really. The cover has the iconic image from the film of our lead in the stocks, which is nice, and the blurb on the back reads fine really. I should have guessed that it'd be tamer by it describing it as a brutal love story. Ah well, I guess brutal threw me off. No notable issues though, decent. This one also came with a Poundland leaflet. Overall then, it's competently made, looks nice, and when the gore kicks in it's alright, but it focuses too much on the day-to-day of the tribe and the romance for me to really get behind it. I can see it working for some people, but for me, it's just not where my interests lie. Now don't get me wrong, I don't mind a romance, but there has to be something there to grab me, some sort of hook, and this just didn't have that, I'm afraid. Historically, interesting, narratively, not so much. I wouldn't recommend this film unless you really want to see where the cannibal boom started, or you're some sort of lensy completionist or something like that. I'd say outside of that, just for a normal viewer, you're probably not going to get much from this. Now, as far as other releases go, this was fine. There is an 88 Films Blu-ray knocking about, and I'm sure it looks way better than this does, but it is still a cut version, as I mentioned earlier. So, but I'm sure it is a better version than this. If you do want a fully uncut version, you're going to have to import, and there are a few options floating around out there for you. So, bit disappointing, this episode, bit disappointing. Maybe my expectations were a little too high after years of having it been a mystery for me. Well, next episode, I have no expectations at all. And how can I, for a film with this title? Next episode, we're going to be checking out The Bagman. Back again with the millenitrash that we love so much. This episode, we're looking at The Bagman. Not to be confused with the 2014 Crispin Glover film of the same name, this is a 2002 direct-to-video horror film, directed by Beverly Beaton, who hasn't done much of anything really. The film stars Stephanie Beaton, I'm guessing a sister to the director maybe? Together these two have done a few direct-to-video films such as Tales from the Grave and Evil in the Bayou. Yeah, not much of anything though still. I mean, she must have some sort of following though, Stephanie Beaton, because her name appears in big letters at the front of the box. This looks like it's not going to be great, and judging by the reviews online, yeah, I think I'm right. So, let's try and get through this one, shall we?
Randy, that's enough!
No! Randy, for the love of God, stop!
Sue? Sue!
The film starts with a bunch of adults dressed as kids who are bullying another kid until they eventually kill him by putting a bag on his head and drowning him in a puddle. We then cut to 10 years later, and the kidults are now dressed as adults and getting on with their daily lives. They meet up back in their hometown, but they keep getting killed off one by one. Who could be the killer? It's a bare bones plot, and you've seen it 1,000 times before in much better films. It's I Know What You Did Last Summer. It's even things like Eric's Revenge or Oliver Twisted, stuff that we've covered in the past. We've seen this played out 1,000,000 times. But this one doesn't really do much with it. There's very little suspense or intrigue. It just slowly plods along for about 80 minutes and then just abruptly ends.
Margaret freaked her out a little too much.
Well, I didn't expect her to pass out.
Yeah, I know he did. Oh, Kirky boy told me. I mean, he's been dying to drag him over here. But anyway, no, Margaret, I'm not going to a cemetery. I have too much work to do tonight.
I mean, I'm sure just by looking at some of the clips you can tell that no one in this can even slightly act. It does lead to some funny line reads here and there, and I was chuckling every now and again. But unfortunately the characters are also very unlikable, meaning there's no one really to root for in this outside of the killer, and when the killer's barely in it, it can get very, very boring very quickly. Now there is gore in this. It's minimal though. It's not the worst when we do get it, but I've seen a hell of a lot better. Joe Castro, this is not. There's also some nudity in here too, and it is very, very silly. Sex scene on a gas hob. Ridiculous stuff. Now, the killer, the Bagman himself, is unfortunately one of the most pathetic and unintimidating killers I think I've ever seen in a slasher film. He's barely in it, for starters, and when he is, he just sort of ambles about. They try and do this thing where they're giving him Freddy Krueger one-liners, but they give him like 2, so when he does say one, it just comes across as a little bit like jarring, a little bit like, well, where did that come from? The mask, the bag mask, isn't very scary either. It's very cartoony, and it might just be how it's shot as well. It doesn't make use of shadows much or anything like that, so you're just seeing this bag with a smiley face on it, and it just looks a little bit ridiculous. And finally with him, the face reveal is not worth the 80 minutes it takes to get to it. Outside of this, it's pretty boringly made, a lot of static shots with not much going on, and the music is monotonous, repetitive, and very forgettable.
Come on, it'll be fun!
Oh, yeah? Well, it seems awful funny that since you were at the cemetery, everyone has disappeared.
Be rational, Dennis.
I would only consider this to be light millenitrash. It does have some elements of what we usually look for, such as shot on DV, bad acting, early noughties like fashion sense and sets, and we've also got like some big bombastic cheap effects thrown in. But it's missing what is usually at the core of millenitrash, which is the angst and the edge. Probably the biggest element that's millenitrash is the opening titles, which has got big explosions and bombastic effects mixed in with some terrible fonts. I'll show some clips in the next clip section. So, let's talk about the director, shall we? Whoever that is. And I know what you're probably saying, well, you told us at the beginning it was Beverly Beaton. So, what you on about? Well, I thought it was Beverly Beaton. IMDb, Letterboxd, they all class it as Beverly Beaton. So, what else am I supposed to think? But then, watching the film, it gets to in the opening and the end credits, it credits the director as somebody called Ray Fitzpatrick. Now I've done some more research online and I cannot find anything on this Ray Fitzpatrick person. I have got no idea where this name came from. It could be a pseudonym for Beverly Beaton, or all the information online could be incorrect. I have got no idea. If anyone has any information, please do let me know in the comments, because I'd love to know. A little bit of a mystery with this one.
Side of the road.
You know, Randy, you're a disease, and I'm the cure.
Okay, time for the print, and it's not great really. So it's in 4x3, and it's pretty low quality, pretty pixelated and blurry. Also, it's quite blown out. It's definitely not been colour corrected right. The lights are very light and it all just looks very washed out. On top of this, the audio's pretty bad. It peaks the mic quite a lot. There's a lot of clipping, and then at the other end of that, it's completely inaudible and just mixed really badly. It's like on the cusp of being watchable. Not great at all. And on the disc, we get chapter select and Hard Gore trailers, and that is it. This might be the least we've had on one of these discs yet. Okay, time for the case, and it's fine, I guess. It reads alright, all the info seems correct. The runtime is off by 3 minutes, and the screenshots are a little confusing though, but that's about it. This is another film that should have been a 15, but has been upped to an 18 because of the trailers, and you can really tell with the film, to be honest. It's also another one of those garish white spine releases, which I really don't like. The whole thing, the whole package for this just screams Poundland trash to me, really. Overall then, this is not worth your time at all. It's boring, it's cheap, and outside of a few funny lines here and there and a little bit of gore, it has nothing to offer. It is pretty worthless as far as films go. Now, I still think The Attendant is worse than this, but this is very, very close. I would definitely not recommend this film at all. If for some reason you do want to own this worthless piece of history, then this and the Shriek collection is pretty much your lot as far as releases go, as usual with some of these terrible films. But if you are going to get it, please don't spend too much on it. It is not worth much money at all. If any money, really. If someone pays you to take it, then definitely take it. So, really bad. Really, one of the worst. This episode, definitely one of the worst. And next episode could easily be more of the same, or it could be pure gold. I have no way of knowing with this. But the name has made me chuckle a few times. Next episode, we are going to be checking out Ghoul School. Hey up. So, we're delving into the early 90s this episode, somewhere we've not really been in this series so far, with the amusingly titled Ghoul School. This is a direct-to-video horror film from 1990, directed by Timothy O'Rourke, who's only done one other film, director-wise, called The Basement. The film stars mostly a bunch of unknowns, but there's a few names in there. A guy called Joe Franklin, who was a famous broadcaster and appeared in films such as Ghostbusters and Broadway Danny Rose. And then we also get the couple, Nancy Sirianni and Jackie Martling, the former of which appears in Psycho Sisters that we're going to be covering later on in the series, hopefully much later on, and the latter being a producer on the Howard Stern Show. So moving away from the 70s sleaze and the millenitrash, something from the 90s might be a much needed breath of fresh air, or, and more likely judging by the reviews, we're in for something truly awful. Let's see, shall we?
It's movie time. Cool.
Let's go. Hey, what you fucking eating my droogies for? They're my droogies!
Oh yeah?
They're your droogies?
Yeah.
Well, here you go. Enjoy your fucking droogies, man.
What do a bleach blonde and a 747 have in common? They both got a black box. Pretty good, pretty good. Did you hear about the guy that couldn't come? We had to go get him.
The plot follows two ex-students who come back to the school to retrieve some stashed money that they'd hidden in the janitor's room. While in there, though, they accidentally contaminate the school's water supply, causing the swim team to turn into ghouls, or zombies. I mean, they're basically just zombies in this. So it's up to 2 horror geeks, a basketball coach and a rock band to take down the ghouls before they kill everyone. This film is a film mostly consisting of filler, with a very loose plot that is really stretched over the 72-minute runtime. It's just scenes of nothing that just amble on and just slowly crawl up to one of the most anticlimactic endings I think I've ever seen. No kidding, about 10 minutes of this film is just a shot of 5 basketball players repeatedly missing shots. The acting is awful. I mean, of course it is. It's called Ghoul School. The acting was never going to be good, but it's particularly bad in this. Most characters seem drunk for most of it. They're just sort of slurring the words and stumbling about. And we never really get a sense of much character in this. There's that many characters that are just sort of crammed in there that we never really spend much time with them to get to know them. So a lot of the characters just sort of boil down to stereotypes with like one little quirk or something like that. The gore seems like it had the most effort put in, but it's not the best and there's not much of it. The ghouls, or zombies, are pathetic. It is just a bunch of people with fangs painted blue, and the blue paint varies from shot to shot. It's not great. It's pretty ridiculous, to be honest. This film spends way too much time with inconsequential characters. The guest stars in particular, like people like Joe Franklin who I mentioned earlier. It feels like they had this idea of, we've got these names, we need to get them in the film as much as we can. And also I think they were enjoying the process of having these people in the film more than the audience will be, so they just sort of plonk a camera down and shoot these non-scenes with these famous people, just sort of rambling on, and it slows the film to a halt and it's absolutely awful, really bad. If you tightened this film up, trimmed out all the fat and stuff, you'd probably have a 15-minute film and it'd still feel slow. The editing is passable. There's like 1 or 2 bits of odd choices, but it's passable. Some of the camera angles are a bit off, but it's all very serviceable. The music is like a Goblin or John Carpenter knockoff. It's trying to be something like an 80s, 70s horror, but it's so repetitive, it's not great at all. This film really doesn't have much going for it.
Oh, shit! Jesus Christ. Who are these guys?
What now, Coach?
So I mentioned earlier that Jackie Martlin worked on the Howard Stern show as a writer and producer. Now, I've never actually listened to or watched the Howard Stern show, so I can't really comment too far on this. I don't really know who this guy is, or really who Howard Stern is to be honest. It's just a name that I've heard. But apparently on the show, this film has become a bit of an in-joke. Whenever Martlin says he's doing another film, Stern will take the piss and be like, oh, the Ghoul School, is it, or something like that. And you know what? I can see why this film's a bit of a joke. I'd be embarrassed to have had anything to do with this. I think the director was as well, because apparently if you get a version of this film with a commentary track, Most of it is just the director apologising for various aspects of the film. Sadly, this version doesn't have the commentary on it, and it's a shame because I feel like I need an apology. Lastly, what is a ghoul? Now, I've said throughout this review that I would consider the monsters in this to be zombies, and my argument for that is that they were people who were infected by something and now mindlessly go around eating people. In my opinion, that is the archetype for a zombie, something that's infected and now eats people. Now the dictionary definition of a ghoul, because what is a ghoul really? The dictionary says that a ghoul is a spirit or a phantom that goes around eating people. So they got the eating people aspect right, but I wouldn't say any side of this film is supernatural in nature. There's no spirit or phantom. So, technically, this film doesn't even have its title right.
What do you think, Dick? God damn it, stop calling me Dick. Listen, we're going to... Yeah, it'll be easy to steal this bike, huh?
I think...
Okay, let's take a look at this print then. It's not the best. There are scan lines faintly throughout the entire thing, and the quality of the picture is just pretty low. It's quite blurry looking. The contrast and colours are okay, there's no issue there. It's just a generally low quality pixelated image. The sound though is awful. It's muffled and very bassy, so most of the time you can't really tell what people are saying, but also it completely distorts the music. Overall, it's not a great print, really. We've seen worse, but it's not great. And on the disc, we get the usual. Chapter select, trailer for this film, and more Hard Gore trailers. Did you expect anything different? Okay, time for the case. The cover is ridiculous with its Scooby-Doo font and big silly face that isn't even in the film. The description is in no way serious, it's just cracking jokes and turns of phrase. Fitting really, even Hard Gore didn't take this one seriously. The little info we do get here seems right. Apart from the sex part, there is no sex or nudity in this film. I've seen online that this should be a 15, but there's no note at the bottom saying that it's an 18 because of trailers or anything like that. Must have just forgot it on this one. To be honest, I'd say this is probably a 12 because there's nothing really in this film. This is another of the terrible white spine DVDs. Of course it is. I think whenever one of these pops up, I know that I'm probably in for a pretty bad time. Lastly, I wanted to bring up this poster slash DVD cover that serves as the IMDb poster image. Terrible, but yeah, I can't stop looking at it. Funny how it says it's in the 80s collection as well when the film's from 1990. Overall then, this is another one of the worst of the collection so far. It does nothing with its runtime apart from show us boring establishing shots and redundant characters. There is gore here, but there is nowhere near enough to make this worth your time. Avoid this film at all costs. If you're in the UK, this is pretty much your lot for this film, although there are some imports on DVD, such as the one that I showed the cover off for earlier. But don't buy this film. Buy yourself a good film. You deserve a good film, not this. Don't bother with this at all. So, awful, 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 awful film. One of the worst, again, this episode. Chances are that's not really going to change next episode either, because next time we're going to be looking at a knockoff film, by the looks of things anyway. Next episode, we're going to be checking out Hellinger. Wonder what film this is ripping off, eh? Sticking with the 90s this episode, we're taking a look at Hellinger. This is a 1997 horror film directed by Massimiliano Curci, probably butchered that, who looks like he mostly just directs this sort of straight-to-video horror trash, with films such as Satan Claws and Hellbillies. The film stars a bunch of unknowns, and it looks for the most part like this is either their only film or one of their very early film roles. There's not much information about this online either, and the few reviews that I have read aren't looking great. I mean, this is clearly a Hellraiser knockoff as well. It's blatantly obvious, but weirdly, this isn't the only Hellraiser knockoff in the Hard Gore collection. We have another one coming up much later on. But anyway, let's just get started with this one, shall we?
Do you really believe what you're telling me? Do you?
Dad, please, you're hurting me.
You're a little witch, aren't you? Ever since she left, you've been teasing me.
Go back to the hell, motherfucker!
The plot follows Melissa, who as a young girl sees her dad get taken away by the evil soul-stealing demon Hellinger. Years later, she's an adult, and she's still seeing Hellinger slinking around in the shadows, tormenting her. Seems like he could potentially also be killing some people in her city as well. So it's up to her martial arts cousin to try and figure out what the hell's going on and stop Hellinger before he takes Melissa away. For the most part, this film is pretty dull. It's very low budget and spends a lot of its 74-minute runtime just sitting in rooms explaining things as opposed to showing us. Now, there are the odd scene here and there that do really pick up the pace and are quite entertaining, but they're too few and far between to make any difference to this being worthwhile.
Respect on the street, not the person. You ain't so fucking
The acting, as you could probably guess, is awful. No one's convincing and everyone's just sort of flat and lifeless, as if the script's dangled in front of the face for the whole time. The same with the characters, really. They're all very one-note and flat and dull. And then we get some big over-the-top stereotypes for the big characters, but they're in and out of it that quickly that they don't really leave much of an impact. The gore is minimal and very cheap. A lot of static gore, which is always a shame. There's nothing really showcasing any fun gore or anything until like the very last bit, where there's a fun little bit there, but it's nothing worth watching the film for, really. And there's also a bit of nudity in this as well, and for the most part it's just a bit uncomfortable and awkward, really. Especially one scene where it's a sex scene and the music just hard cuts and the visuals keep going. Really weird to watch, really uncomfortable. I don't know why they edited it that way. The music's not great either. It's sort of a stock royalty-free sort of music, and it's very, very badly mixed. One example that really sticks in my mind is the shot of loud outside noises mixed with dialogue that's really quiet, also mixed with really loudly put in music, and you just can't tell what the hell's going off. It's just like audio sludge, basically. Now, technically this isn't millenitrash because it was made in the late 90s, but this has definitely got elements of being a precursor to that sort of film. You know, there's things like the weird editing, the music choices, the cheap gore, the characters, the acting, the angst that's present. The only thing really is it's not shot on digital, I guess, and it's not quite as over the top as some of the millenitrash that we really feel like defines that sort of genre of film. But it wouldn't be completely out of place next to an El Chupacabra or a Hunting Humans, say.
This house right here behind us. Her name is Laura Ashton. She's been... Hey!
Pray for your sin, Hallinger is free!
You watch too many trauma films. Oh, come on. Don't be such a tight ass. I'm only joking.
Right, let's talk about the man himself, the titular Hellinger. Every time this guy was on screen, I was taken aback. There's overacting and then there's overacting. The type where you can't quite believe what you're seeing. It's everything from the voice he's putting on to the weird pace that he delivers his lines. He always just appears awkwardly in the dark, slowly shouting his dialogue at people. It's unreal, completely bizarre. Now, for a long time I thought he was underused. Then, towards the back end of the film, he has an over 6 minute long monologue, and I realised, no, actually, he's overused by this point. The less you see of him, the more mystique, the more funny his character is. So for the first hour especially, every time he showed up it was an absolute treat. Now clearly he is a Pinhead ripoff, minus the pins obviously. But he does a lot of the similar things to Pinhead, you know. He's the lord of this void, and he stands in this dark void with a load of chains, which Pinhead's been known to do. A blatant rip-off. There's also a scene where, I'm guessing they were trying to do that sort of sadomasochist sort of thing that Pinhead is. There's a scene where Hellinger just sort of rips a bit of skin off his face, and it's not really explained why he's doing it, but it made me laugh. I thought it was pretty weird and funny. Lastly, one more thing that I need to mention before we wrap this part up is that this film was produced by Lloyd Kaufman. For those who don't know, he's the head of Troma Films. Now, I looked online, tried to figure it out. It doesn't say anywhere that this is a Troma film specifically, so I don't know if it is classed as a Troma or if it's just produced by Lloyd Kaufman. Not sure. Either way though, one of the characters references Troma in this, and it feels very forced. I'm guessing it was probably done by Lloyd Kaufman? I don't know. I don't know what he's like. I don't know if he'd do that, but it's referenced in the film, which is weird.
Why are you crying, my darling one? You wanted him dead, didn't you? You still love me after all these years, don't you? I want to rip them out. Don't waste your tears, Melissa.
Okay, let's have a look at the print then. To look at, it doesn't look too bad. If you were to see a still of this, you'd think, oh, it's not awful for DVD. It's a little contrasty maybe when it gets to darker scenes, but the colours seem fine and it's relatively clear. The major issue is the amount of VHS tape flickering that occurs in this. It's constant throughout the whole film and it ramps up as it goes along. So to start off with, it's every 5-10 minutes or so, you know, it's spaced out. By the time you get to the end, it's every 20 seconds and the flickers get pretty big. And yeah, it cheapens the whole thing, and it's a shame because without these VHS flickers, it wouldn't be the worst by a long shot. But visually, it's not great. Neither is the audio though either. It's quite tinny and it's very badly mixed, as I said. So unfortunately, even though watching these clips you might be thinking, well, it's not too bad, unfortunately, watching the whole thing is not great at all. It's not a good print. And on the disc, bare minimum. We get chapter select and Hard Gore trailers. Right, time for the case then. The blurb gives a lot away, but it reads okay. Although I don't think this needs an apostrophe. Also, the runtime is off by 15 minutes, which is really bad. One of the worst ones we've had in a while, to be honest. The picture on the front is kind of out of focus looking, and it is really playing into the Hellraiser knockoff angle. Pretty trashy. Even goes so far as to mention Hellraiser right on the front. No shame at all. Lastly, we have another Poundland leaflet in this one. Overall then, this is a very boring and cheap film with not much to offer outside of Hellinger himself, who has one of the most bizarre performances I've seen in a while, and he's pretty funny whenever he's on screen. Now this is not solo viewing, don't do what I did and sit and watch it on your own one afternoon. Drinks and friends though, this might actually be the perfect film for that sort of thing. There's plenty of funny moments to laugh at whenever Hellinger's on screen, and it's only 74 minutes long, so you could probably cram a few more films in the evening. If you are going to grab it, this version is not ideal. The print isn't great, there's no special features or anything like that. It's pretty bare bones and low quality. In the UK, there's a Shriek Collection DVD, and if you're willing to import, there's a US DVD as well. Chances are, though, those prints are identical to this one, so I can't really speak for them, so if you are going to get this, do not spend too much money on it, because it is not worth any money really. It's not worth a large amount. I'd chuck £1 at this. See extra charity shop, I'd chuck £1 at this, and you might have a good movie night with mates. So, really bad film, but with entertaining elements to it. Not good in any way, but you know, I laughed a fair bit. And next episode, we're moving out of the 90s and into the 80s. We're going back even further next episode to a film that I've heard mentioned before. It's been mentioned to me. Whether that's a good mention or a bad mention, I don't know. I'm thinking it's not going to be a good one though. Anyway, next episode we are checking out Creepazoids. Hey up. So, we're moving to the 80s, this episode with a sci-fi. Not had one of those in a while, so might be nice for a change. We're taking a look at Creepazoids. This is a 1987 sci-fi horror film directed by David Deodato, who has done a bunch of films. A few that stood out though, he did some of the Puppet Master sequels, and he also did A Talking Cat, which I think's got quite a bit of notoriety online for being a bit of a meme film. It looks like recently though he's been working on a series of TV movies, and there's a bunch of them and they're all called The Wrong. The film stars Linnea Quigley, who is a scream queen, and she's also got an extensive film list. A few that stood out from her filmography was Nightmare on Elm Street 4, Night of the Demons, and Silent Night Deadly Night. Nice to actually have someone in one of these reviews who's actually done something. It seems like a lot of these that we've covered recently has just been filled with unknowns. The film also stars Aisling Gear, who is mainly a porn actress, but she also, funnily enough, appeared in Crispin Glover's version of Willard. So, interesting little write-up. Seems like there's some people who are, you know, competent, maybe. So, let's see what we get, shall we?
Who's out there?
What are you doing?
Standing guard.
No, you're not.
90% of household accidents happen in the bath.
But we're breathing the same air as Jesse, and we're
Yeah,
okay.
but he was such a little guy.
Even so.
In the distant future of 1998, the world has collapsed. Everyone's at war and acid rain kills you. 5 deserters seeking shelter from the rain find an old abandoned bunker. Or so they think, anyway. Turns out it's actually a research facility, and the experiment is on the loose. Can they defeat the monster before they become one themselves? A little Alien, a little The Thing, but sadly, none of the talent. There's entertaining moments, sure, but the pacing is all over the place. For a 69-minute film as well, it's a big shame. The first act basically just boils down to 5 people slowly wandering around a base, checking things out. It's not the most boring film I've ever seen, but it's far from perfect.
I gotta do it, Jake.
No, I'm the one with the experience.
I've got loads of experience.
Yeah, in combat.
That's right.
Wake up.
The alien monster is pretty funny. It's clearly just a large rubber suit, and whenever we see it from a distance it's like comically squat, but it's charming and I liked it. Same can be said for a lot of the practical effects in this, to be honest. There's a lot of them as well. Some that really stick in my mind is the giant rats that kill people because they just look like big plushies, and that's quite fun. And then the mutant killer baby at the end. You can tell that a lot of effort went into that model. It's like animatronic face and stuff like that, and you know what, I think it paid off. I think it worked pretty well, to be honest. The gore in this is serviceable. It's not a bloodbath or anything like that, but the stuff that we do get is relatively well made, to be honest. A lot of the action sequences though do just involve the alien just chucking people about a room a bit, really. The acting is probably some of the best we've seen in the collection in a while, and while it's not good acting, it's definitely passable for the most part. We get the odd line read here and there and stuff, but it's fine for the most part. Unfortunately though, all the characters are complete arseholes and spend pretty much the entire film just bickering with one another. The sets are decent, they can be a bit sparse sometimes, but they all work well for creating the mood. And camera work is fine too. It's not terrible, it's quite serviceable. For a low budget film like this, it all just seems to work pretty well. They also know not to show the monster in bright open daylight or anything like that. Generally it's shrouded in shadows, and that's an important thing to know for this sort of film. This film did terribly on release. It was panned by critics and audiences across the board, but weirdly, 10 years later it got a remake called Hybrid in '97, directed by Fred Olen Ray, and it also did terribly. The poster made me laugh though. I mentioned earlier that this reminded me quite a lot of Alien. It's been known online as an Alien rip-off as well. It's things like all the characters being trapped in one location with the monster, to the monster spitting some sort of liquid goo sort of stuff as an attack, even down to how the monster looks in certain angles. It does look a bit like a xenomorph. I also thought it looked a bit like a Predator as well though, but it wouldn't be a rip-off because Predator was released the same year as this, so probably just a coincidence. It also made me think of The Thing. Again, characters all being trapped in one location with a monster, very much like The Thing. There's also light body horror elements, with the monster trying to change the characters' like DNA into something else. I even got a few Evil Dead vibes here and there. There's one character that gets all like messed up and they basically become, it's like they get possessed, and the noises and the effects, a little bit Evil Dead. So there's some good reference points used in this film, I'd say. Lastly, before we leave, I want to mention this is the first credit for Guy Moon. Now, he's done a ton of music, mostly cartoons, all stuff I grew up with, things from like Fairly Odd Parents through to like Cow and Chicken and stuff like that. And I think he did a really good job with this. It's heavy on the synth and it's very fun. It fits perfectly with this sort of low budget, campy 80s sci-fi. Really good. Okay, let's have a look at this print then. So this was shot on 35mm, and we do still get some of the grain and dirt from a 35mm print. It also looks like this is a VHS rip, so we get like flickers here and there. Doesn't look great, but then on top of that, it looks like it's quite compressed digitally. Some of the shots almost look like they've got that sort of PS1 dither look to them. So basically what I'm saying is the print isn't very good visually. Sound-wise, it's not too bad. And on the disc, we get the usual stuff, chapter select, trailer for this film, Hard Gore trailers. We also get something called Linear Notes, which is just a biography for Linnea Quigley. Okay, time for the case. The cover is far too dark. You probably noticed earlier in the review, it's really hard to tell what you're looking at with it. And this little alien in the top just looks ridiculous. I swear it doesn't look this cartoony in the film. The blurb on the back reads okay, but it has terrible font, meaning that it's quite difficult to read. The runtime is also off by 3 minutes, which is way better than last week, but it's not great. There's actually a nice little piece of artwork on the back as well, which is a pretty fun touch. Overall then, this is a fun but flawed little low-budget film. While the effects of monsters are quite endearing and the gore is pretty fun when we get it, unfortunately the pacing's a little all over the place and most of the characters are really annoying. This might make another movie night film, might make a good movie night film. You can chat over the boring, dull bits and pay attention when the big rubber monster comes in. So for that, I'd give it a light recommendation. There's a lot worse that we've covered recently in this collection than this. This does have a fun element to it. As far as print goes, this one isn't great. It's quite a low quality print. But fear not, as there are alternatives. So obviously there's the Street Collection DVD, which we always seem to come across with these, but also Full Moon have done a fully remastered Blu-ray of this. So if you're a fan wanting an upgrade, that's probably a good way to go. Or if you just want to see it but you don't want to have to sit through some awful print, it might not be worth picking up if you can find it at a decent price. So, fun but heavily flawed, this episode. And next episode, I don't really know what we're getting, but it looks like we're going back to the millenitrash. It was nice having a break from that while it lasted, but we were bound to get back to it eventually. Next episode, we're going to be checking out Dead Creatures. Back to the millenitrash this episode, but not from America this time, from a little closer to home instead. We're looking at Dead Creatures. This is a 2001 straight-to-video horror drama from the UK, directed by Andrew Parkinson. This is his second feature after I, Zombie, which looks like it has its fans. And then it looks like Parkinson's mainly done editing work on other schlocky horror films and stuff for the BBC. The film stars a bunch of unknowns, really, nobody that really stood out to me. There's Antonia Beamish, who was in the last horror movie, a film that Tartan put out and I've had since I was a teenager. And then there's Bart Ruspoli, needed to check that one because I keep forgetting his name. Bart Ruspoli, who produced the Stephen Graham film Boiling Point not too long ago, and the popular TV show Band of Brothers. That's about it for people I recognised or people that are worth mentioning from this. Unless I've missed someone, let me know if I have. So, be interesting seeing some millenitrash from the UK. There's nothing about this online again. This is another really obscure one, so no idea what we're in for here. Let's have a look.
Come on, man, enough. For God's sake, that's enough. Please. Go.
You haven't told me anything.
I've told you everything that I know.
What happened
happened to you?
The plot follows a group of girls living together in a flat in London. They've chosen to live together because they all suffer from the same infection, transmitted the same way as a vampire does, through bites. It turns them into cannibals and also slowly deteriorates them. So they live together, trying to survive, trying to find food. They find another member of the group, they lose a member of the group, all the while trying to avoid a cannibal hunter who's going around killing the cannibals, trying to figure out what happened to his daughter. I'm not gonna lie, I was quite into this for the first half an hour. It wasn't too bad. Unfortunately though, as it goes along, its premise kinda wears a little bit thin. It's almost as if they sorta had this great initial idea and then stretched it into a full hour and a half feature. And it really does wear thin, and I was really struggling with that last half an hour. It's not without its highlights, it's just a little unrefined.
My name is Reese. I'm going to kill you.
Let's get it over with.
Anne was on form as always. Hogged all the dope and told one of her famous shagging stories. It's so outrageous. I'm sure after all this time, Fran still doesn't know what to make of her.
Well, waiting. It was just the wrong colour. He was a white bloke. Yeah. And his dick was sort of brownish. Brownish, but not big.
The acting ranges from terrible to sort of passable, really. It has a bit of a 90s live-action kids show energy, you know, like The Queen's Nose or something like that. Dips into the melodrama more often than you'd think. It was kind of weird as well, hearing British accents for a change. We've heard a lot of American and the odd bit of Australian. So seeing something with British accents in this collection was a little jarring, I'm not gonna lie. The characters are all kind of a bit too similar, to be honest. They've all got a quirk, sure, but for the most part they all do the same thing. They're just whinging about the plight and moping about being miserable for most of it. The gore. Now this is the highlight, I'd say, the standout of this film, the gore. There's plenty of it, all practical, and it's pretty well done for the most part, you know. There is way more cannibalism in this film than in any of the Italian films that we've watched in this collection so far. So, if you want in the gore, this is a pretty good one for it, to be honest. And there's some fun ways that people get killed as well. Obviously there's a lot of cannibalism, but one that really stands out is the cannibal hunter. He's got like a rod gun, used for killing cows, I think, in slaughterhouses. Shoots through people's heads. And you know what? It's a decent low-budget effect. It's pretty good. So we've talked about the gore. What else we usually talk about is the sleazy aspect, and funnily enough, there isn't really one to this. There's one scene of nudity and that's it. So on top of being a bit put out by the fact that everyone's talking in a British accent, it was also weird to see that all the characters pretty much kept the clothes on for the entire film. It's shot relatively well, looks nice, it's competently made. The music is a little stock sounding, which can be a bit jarring here and there, but for the most part it just sort of disappears into the film, really. It's just sort of nondescript. The sets are all really cool though. It's definitely got a British feel, like the flats, the high streets as well, they're all very British. And this is something that was kind of fun when watching the film, was looking at the high streets, the shops that were around in the early 2000s that we don't have anymore. And then there were other aspects to it as well, like there's a scene where one of the characters are flicking through an Argos catalogue, and one that really made me laugh was it just stops on an advert outside a shop, and it's just got Alan Titchmarsh's face, and it just sort of lingers on him for a bit. Quite funny, but quite nostalgic as well. It was definitely one of the things I enjoyed the most about the film.
Step and stretch and step. Step and step and stretch and step.
So at the beginning I referred to this film as millenitrash, and I wasn't quite misleading with that, but I'd say that this only just fits into the category of millenitrash. It's quite different to a lot of the ones we've seen in the past, especially on this label. It's missing quite a few of the tropes that you'd think. Things like the over-the-top crazy editing, the goth metal soundtrack, or the bizarre transitional effects that are just slapped in all over the place. I don't even think it's shot on digital, actually. This looks like it's shot on film. But it was made back end of the 2000s, released in 2001, and it does have some similarities. So I'd say that it just makes the cut. Because what we do get in this film is angst. Tons and tons of angst, pontificating, moping, self-harm, and just a general aura of bleakness. And I'd say because of this, it just makes the cut. It does feel quite millenitrash in its dialogue, I'd say anyway. It's a bit of an odd one though, this film, to be honest, because it's more of a drama, I'd say, than a horror film. It feels almost like a soap opera or a kitchen sink drama for a lot of its runtime. Now on the back, it compares this film to Ken Loach and Mike Leigh. And I'm not going to lie, when I first read that, I scoffed at the idea. I quite like these guys as films. Ken Loach and Mike Leigh, big fan, and I thought, as if that's going to match up to those guys. And you know what? It doesn't quite match their level, but I can see the comparison. It has this sort of just sense of like hopelessness and despair that obviously Leigh and Loach are like masters of. And it does do it relatively well, but obviously Mike Leigh, Ken Loach, they can tell an engaging and emotional story through the bleakness, whereas this film just feels like it's treading water for the last hour and it just runs out of ideas. Now, we are going to move on, but it might not be where you think we're going.
I don't have any friends.
I don't have any friends.
No, I don't suppose you do.
So there is also a short film on this disc, and I thought, let's take a look at it properly, shall we? It's called Sad Man, and it's from 1993, and it's also directed by Andrew Parkinson. Apparently. Now, I've said about a few of these films that there's not much information about them online, and usually that means that there's a pretty vague IMDb page at a push, like there's like a tiny Wikipedia article about them, and a letterboxd page, and that's usually about it. This film has none of that. I couldn't find any information about this online at all. I can't believe I've actually seen a film that doesn't have an IMDb page. It's crazy. I might be the only person who's watched this film because there's just no evidence that it exists apart from the fact that it's on this disc. So what's it about? Well, it's about a sad man. He gets off the train, makes his way to an abandoned shack where there's a dead crow on a plate. He eats the crow, freaks out, and vanishes. You know what, I quite liked this. It's 4 minutes long, and it's short and sweet, and it just had a vibe that I liked. It's shot at a strange frame rate, and I think it's trying to emulate pixelation, which for those who don't know, pixelation is stop motion animation but with live action actors. And it's trying to emulate that, so it's quite a jarring frame rate. But you know what? I liked the weird style, I liked the vagueness, I liked the dead crow, I liked the freak out bit. It was fun. I like short films quite a lot though, especially experimental ones, so this just sort of scratched a little itch for me. And this is quite high praise coming from me, but it did kind of remind me of like a Schwankmajer short. It's not to his calibre, but if I'm reminded of Schwankmajer, you've done a pretty good job, I'd say. So yeah, pretty good, surprisingly decent. Right, let's talk about the print. It's not too bad, to be honest. It's full screen, it's clear, colours work, and there's not really many issues that I noticed. The sound's pretty good, although every now and then it does get a little distorted, but I'm guessing that's more to do with how it was recorded. It's a lot of like exterior shots and the sound's just a little muffled or clips the mic a bit. And I think it's more to do with how it was recorded than the transfer. Also, there is a little flicker running along the bottom for most of the film, but it's not that bad, to be honest. Out of what we've seen in this collection, it's sort of top middle, you know. It's not too bad. And on the disc, outside of the feature and the short film, we get the usual stuff, you know, chapter select, stills, filmographies, trailer for this film, and the more hardcore trailers. But we also get a 20-minute long behind-the-scenes documentary, outtakes, a full feature-length commentary, and a 15-minute featurette about the release of the film, the first premiere of the film. You know what? I'm impressed. I am very, very impressed. It's beating out a lot of the Shameless Blu-rays we've seen recently with special features. It's definitely the best we've seen in the collection for quite a while, so yeah, wow, not bad at all. And it's time for the case. Not the worst looking of these Hard Gore DVDs. It's just a little boring, I guess. It doesn't really stand out in any way. All the information seems right though, including the runtime, which is nice. Font's not too bad either. Yeah, it's not terrible, it's just serviceably dull, I guess. We also get a Poundland leaflet with this one we've seen a few times before, but what's worth mentioning here is that the texture of the paper is weird. You can't really tell in this video, obviously, but they usually use like a smooth glossy paper, and this one feels matte and a bit rough. Very odd. Overall then, it's got an interesting idea and a completely different feel to all the other films we've covered in this collection so far. But unfortunately, it runs out of steam a little too quickly, and it can be quite dull. The gore's decent though, and it is quite fun looking at early noughties UK. Quite nostalgic. So yeah, it's a bit of a mixed bag, sure, but I'd say that this gets a light recommendation from me. I'd say it's for those who have seen something in this review that's piqued their interest somewhat. If you've watched this review and thought that looks absolutely terrible, then it's probably not for you. To be honest, I don't really think it was for me, really. But there were just a few things in there that intrigued me, and I didn't hate it. So, if you're in the market for this print is pretty damn good as well. There's plenty of stuff on the disc. That short film's probably worth your time as well, and it's only going for a couple of quid online. So if you are wanting to pick it up, this is a pretty good way to go. There is a Shriek Collection version, obviously, as there always is, and there's a couple of imports, but honestly it's probably not worth the effort importing, especially when this version's fine, and I doubt the print's any different on those either. Yeah, not bad really, not bad. So, yeah, surprisingly, not the worst. It's not good, but it's not the worst that we've seen on here. And hopefully we're going to keep the decent going, or the slightly good anyway. That's all I can ask for with this label at the moment, really, isn't it? I just don't want it to be shit. But who knows with this next one, because next episode we're going to be checking out Thirst. Hey up. So it looks like we're heading back to the Outback this episode with another Ozploitation film. We're taking a look at Thirst. From 1979, this is directed by Ron Hardy, who it looks like has mostly done episodes of TV shows outside of this. The film stars native Aussie Chantal Conture, and we also get a few names here as well, such as David Hemmings from Blow Up, and Henry Silver, who has been in a bunch of stuff like Ocean's 11, Ghost Dog. So we've actually got a few names in this, which is usually a better sign for these sorts of films. So we're back to the 70s as well in this episode, which is nice, gives us a bit more of a break from the millenitrash. Can't argue with that one really, can we? This seems to be getting pretty decent reviews as well, decent compared to some of the stuff we've been watching recently anyway, on things like IMDb and Letterboxd, so we might be in for something a little better this episode. Who knows? Let's take a look, shall we?
Excuse me, I'm David.
You up to? Jesus.
The plot follows Kay, who is kidnapped by the Brotherhood, a strange cult who drink human blood. Now, they're not vampires in the supernatural sense, they're just rich people who think that drinking blood gives them health benefits, and also they have to satiate something called the thirst. They've chosen Kay as she's the direct descendant to a baroness who used to head the cult, so they take Kay to this strange commune/farm where there's blood cows, which are basically just people who they drain the blood from to drink. But Kay is having none of it, they're trying to brainwash her and she's kicking up a fight. I really like this film. I think it's pretty good. It's got an interesting story and setting, and it maintains its pace, which is great. It actually felt like a movie for once, which is more than can be said for a lot of the films in this collection.
Can I buy that truck?
The acting is pretty decent on all parts in this, which is something I'm really not used to saying in this series, but it was great. It's got that 70s feel to it and it just fit and worked really well. The characters are good too. Kate was quite sympathetic and really good at being in distress for most of this. And Hebbin's character, Dr. Fraser, worked really well as like a foil to the more forceful doctors. Yeah, all just sort of meshed together really nicely. Now, this isn't a splatterfest. It's not particularly gory per se, but there is blood in it, and there's a hell of a lot of blood in it. I'm talking like tanks full of the stuff. Like, it's used really effectively as well. The walls bleed, the milk is blood, even showers rain blood down on you. Really fun stuff. The music's decent too. We get a grand orchestral score for a lot of it, which heightens the tension in some scenes. But then we also get some slower, more choir-like music, which has got an eerie feel and fits the cult themes of the film quite nicely. I really like the setting as well for this. There's a nice gothic castle in it, which I'm always a sucker for. But there's some cosier scenes as well, which I wasn't quite expecting from an Australian film. We get some nice log fires, there's like a golden wash, which is very 70s over a lot of the scenes. And then you've got the hard contrast from that with the sterile farm lab sort of setting. It all just works well, and it actually feels like a film for once, you know? It feels like quite well thought out and well put together. Apparently this film was influenced by Soylent Green, and yeah, I could see that. Especially the main theme of something nefarious needs to be consumed, and you're sort of being forced into having it, and you don't want it. similar sort of thing there, and Control and stuff like that. But apparently it was also influenced by a few Hitchcock films, mainly Psycho and Marnie. And yeah, I can see that too. Obviously the shower scene is a bit of a giveaway, but also the scene where she's sort of losing her mind and not knowing what's real and what's a dream, felt very Hitchcockian. From that as well, you can sort of move into, it feels like it's also been influenced a bit by maybe some Argento and some Giallos, especially like the pacing, the camera angles, and the stylized blood. Definitely see a little bit of Giallo in those elements, and hey, it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing, it works really well. So this is the second Ozploitation film that we've covered in this series. The first one being Turkey Shoe or Blood Camp Thatcher. And even though I liked that film, I think that Thirst has sort of taken that over, and I'd say this is a better Ozploitation film. It just ticks more boxes for me, you know, gothic castles and vampires and stuff like that. Although I did like Turkey Shoot, and if you are interested in hearing my opinions on another Ozploitation film, I'll pop something up there so you can follow that through and see my review on that film. Okay, time for the print, and visually, outside of a few scan lines, it was pretty good, to be honest. It's in widescreen, the colours pop, and it's all pretty clear and free from any sort of technical issues or anything like that. The main problem though, unfortunately, is the audio. I said earlier that it's got quite a big orchestral soundtrack, and quite often it likes to distort the shit out of it. And it can be really distracting. It's such a shame. We finally get a really good film in this collection, and it's ruined by the print. Typical. And on the disc, we are back to the basics. We're back to chapter select, a trailer for this film, and some Hard Gore trailers. We were spoiled in the last episode, but yeah, we're back to nothing again here. Okay, let's have a look at the case then. So right off the bat, this cover is terrible. It looks super trashy. I thought this was a millenitrash film from this cover. Not great at all. Really doesn't sell what this film has to offer. The blurb reads fine, I guess. It's not great, but it's not terrible. The quotes I actually agree with for once, which is nice. The runtime is off by about 5 minutes. You know, we've seen worse in this collection, but still, it's not ideal when it's out by a big chunk. This is another film that should have been a 15, but has been rated 18 because of the trailers, and again, at least they're being transparent about this. Overall then, we've actually got a decent one for once. I really enjoyed this film. It's got a great mood, an atmosphere, it's got plenty of blood, it's got an interesting story and setting, and it just has an artistic vision and feels like a complete package of a film for once. It doesn't feel like a half-arsed idea that some drunk college students had. It actually has something behind it, and it's nice to finally talk about a film that has that to it. Unfortunately though, this version isn't amazing. While it's fine visually, the audio does really ruin the film, unfortunately. And there's no bonus features or anything like that to entice you into it. If you are in the market, there is a Shriek Collection version, which is probably exactly the same print, and for some reason is going for insane prices online. I'd avoid that one probably. Looks like if you are wanting something a bit better, you're gonna have to import. And Severin and Umbrella are the two guys offering a nice Blu-ray edition of this. Now you'd have to pay a little bit extra. But I'm sure they're packed full of special features, and I'm sure the print's nice, I'm sure the audio isn't awful, and they're both reputable companies. And funnily enough, they're both cheaper than the bloody Treat Collection release of it, somehow. So you're probably best off importing if you want a copy of this, really. So, decent film for once. I'm happy to have finally watched something good in this collection. It's been a while since we've seen something this good. And I think that ends there, really, for a little while anyway. As next episode, we're back to the noughties, unfortunately. It was nice to leave it while we could, but we're back in the noughties, we're back to the millenitrash. And we're going to be checking out... Oh, it's another white spine as well. The Stink of Flesh. Hey up. So we've had British cannibals, Aussie vampires. I think it's time for American zombies. We're taking a look at The Stink of Flesh. This is a 2005 direct-to-video comedy sexploitation horror film directed by Scott Phillips, who looks like he hasn't done too much. He looks like he's mainly a writer, and his most well-received work being a film called Drive, not the Nicholas Winding Refn film. The film stars a few people, somebody called Curly Tulapoyawa, I had to look at that and I probably got that name wrong, so I do apologise, who is mostly a stunt person, and we also get Kirsten Hansen, who appeared in one episode of Breaking Bad. The rest of them haven't really done much outside of a few poorly received direct-to-video horrors. Probably not really worth mentioning. So this claims to be a comedy horror. It's not a great sign because most of the millenitrash films we've watched can't even get horror right, let alone throwing comedy into the mix. Also, this DVD, it smells really weird, and I don't like being near it. Maybe it's the stink of flesh, perhaps. Who knows? Let's have a look anyway.
We were trying to get out of town and we ran out of gas and those things came from nowhere.
That's what happens when you go for a Sunday drive in a world full of flesh-eating corpses.
Brought you a Puerto Rican.
Titlacuas no cuitlacoyo, ni mexica.
During a zombie apocalypse, we follow Matul, a guy who's pretty good at fighting. One day though, he's kidnapped by a couple called Nathan and Dexy and brought to their house that's also occupied by Dexy's sister Sassy and Sassy's conjoined twin thing Dorothy. Basically, the couple have kidnapped Matul because they're in an open relationship and they need somebody else to jump into bed with them. So, all's going right for the throuple for a while until 3 soldiers arrive. There's a lot going on here and I was way more entertained than I was expecting to be. Don't get me wrong, it's not a good film necessarily, but there's plenty of stuff going on, plenty of weird things happening, and it maintains a relatively interesting pace. I was expecting way worse from this.
Fuck yeah.
Hey! The thing on her side, Dorothy, I mean, it's kind of disturbingly sexy.
Dude, you're disturbingly weird.
The acting can be pretty amateur most of the time. Matul is super cringy, thinks he's really cool. And I have no idea what Sassy's actor thought that she was doing. I don't know what she was going for with that. Most of the characters are kind of really unlikable as well, especially Nathan and Dexy. The gore isn't too bad, to be honest. It's definitely here, and we get plenty of zombies eating people and blood and stuff like that. It's better than I was expecting it to be honest. The sleaze factor is also here. All the implied stuff though, I thought there'd be a little more than there was. We do get to see a dude banging a zombie though. The effects aren't too bad. I especially liked Dorothy, who was just like some poorly made puppet thing. It was sort of charmingly cheap. I quite liked it. The zombies are a bit of a letdown though. It's a lot of blue face paint. Lazy. We've seen it before. They like to do that in cheap films, just a bit of blue face paint, and I don't know, a bit boring really, isn't it? The film is competently put together. It's not distractingly badly made or anything like that. There's a lot of close-ups which can be a little uncomfortable, but it works for the tone. The one location works quite well too. It makes it quite self-contained, doesn't try and do anything too grand, which works in its favour, I'd say. The music, there's a lot of songs in this, and they're not too bad. They fit quite well, but the score can get a little irritating here and there. So this is definitely something that fits into the millenitrash category, and the main reason for that, I'd say, is characters like Matul. These characters who, they've got one-liners and they fight all the time and they're like weirdly good at fighting, but the way it's shot and put together, it comes across more as pathetic and funny than anything. Like that one kid at school who thought he was like really cool and wanted to be called something like Snake or something like that, and they'd like pretend to do fighting, like it's that sort of vibe. And then you add on the sort of clearly digital look of it all. Clearly it's shot on digital, and yeah, it's very of its era, I'd say. It is lacking in a few millenitrash aspects though, things like the editing and the filters and stuff like that. On the other hand though, you've got zombies as well, which is a very early 2000s just topic in general. They were so popular in the early 2000s, weren't they, zombies? So this is marketed as a black comedy. Now for me, unfortunately, I didn't really find it funny at all. Obviously comedy's quite subjective. It might just be me that it didn't work for. You might find it pretty funny. Yeah, didn't really work for me, unfortunately. I found myself laughing every now and then, but not with it. I was more laughing at it. Unless that's what it was going for, who knows? It's difficult to tell with this sort of thing. But I don't feel like I was laughing at it for the right reasons anyway. Now, before we move on, there's something else hanging around on this disc.
What the fuck is that? My baby!
Your name.
Your hand's all sweaty.
So we get some short films here. First off, we get Rainville, The Early Years. Now this is like a short supplementary film that coincides with a character who's in the first section of the main feature. We basically see this guy's life before the zombie apocalypse, and his whole shtick is that he's a grumpy old man. That's about it, really. It's only 2 and a bit minutes, but it's nothing really worth your time, I'd say. It's sort of just inoffensive. Nothing, really. I didn't really get anything from it. It's not that well put together either, really. Then we get 2 more short films, and these are stitched together. So these are 2 early shorts directed by Phillips and a guy called John Howard. And they are Super 8 films with no sound, so Phillips does some audio commentary over them. First up we get Replica, which is a film about clones killing each other. Then we get a film called Overkill, which is about 2 guys trying to kill each other. These come in at about 15 minutes, and they're fine, charming, sweet, I guess. There's some nice shots here and there, and there's some decent use of blood, but they're quite amateur in how they're made, I guess. Now the commentary with Phillips, though, is very of its time, very of its time. joking around about trying to get laid and describing things as gay in a derogatory term. I don't know, it reminds me of being back at school, not in a good way either, really. So yeah, a couple of short films. They're nothing really worth your time, nothing to shout about. They're not even listed anywhere on like Letterboxd or IMDb or anything like that. But hey, it's something else on the disc at the very least.
Wow, they're out there playing in the street with their balls. Cat food. Cat food. It's always cat food.
Look at the acne on my face, man. It's like every time I would go back to Kentucky to visit my family, I'd get this terrible acne. Plus, I was side of the gun you can't see. Here it goes. Look at that. That's pretty cool.
Okay, time for the print. It's not too bad, to be honest. It's fine. It's in 4:3, which is never ideal. And it can get a little pixelated here and there, but honestly I didn't really notice any major problems either with visual or audio. All pretty good, to be honest. And on the disc we get obviously the feature and the 3 short films, and then we get the usual stuff, chapter select, 2 trailers for this film and some Hard Gore trailers. But on top of that we also get 2 commentaries, so one with the director and one with the cast and crew. We get a 45-minute long behind the scenes documentary. We get a 10-minute long featurette on the premiere of the film. We get a 7-minute long blooper reel. I need to check because there's a lot here. We get a text interview with Phillips, an image gallery, and then the entire screenplay as a PDF if you put this disc in your computer. That's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff on this disc, to be honest. There might be the most we've seen yet in this whole collection. So, not bad going, really. Okay, let's take a look at this case then. It's not that awful, to be honest. The front image is fine, quite striking, I guess. Saying it's better than Shaun of the Dead and 28 Days Later is ridiculous, though. It was never going to be, and it really isn't. The screenshots on the back look super cheap, but all the info seems correct. Runtime's right, and there's no typos, so I can't really complain, really. Not bad at all. Overall, then, this is a pretty flawed film, I'd say. It's not the most competently put together, it's cheap in some areas, but it's pretty weird and it has a lot of stuff going off, and then you chuck in the gore on top of that, and I'd be lying if I said I wasn't entertained while watching this. This might be a good movie night film, friends and alcohol. This is definitely not sober solo watching, I can assure you on that one. Yeah, drink some friends, you might get something out of it. As far as releases go, if you're in the market, this one's pretty good, to be honest. Clear print, plenty of special features. There's also a Shriek Collection version, which there always bloody is, and it's probably identical to this. Then there's a 3D version. I had no idea this had a 3D release. Don't know what that'd be like. I can't imagine it being good anyway. Then there's a German import, which I don't know why you'd put the extra money down unless the print is like amazing or something, I don't know. And then there's a Blu-ray that I found on eBay, but it doesn't look legit to me. I think you'd be getting a BDR if you got that version. But I don't know, I might be wrong there. It might be just some like independent label that I don't know of. Who knows? Let me know if you know. So, not the worst, not the best, definitely entertaining. Trash, I'd call it. Entertaining trash, this episode. Next episode, though, we're actually going to be watching something that I've seen before, and something that's got people, like names, involved in it, so we might be getting something that's a little better than the recent stuff we've been watching. Next episode, we're going to be checking out old Yellow Spine over here. Intruder. Hey up. Looking at something a little more competent this episode, or at least there are some names attached to this that would have me believe that's the case, but who knows? Let's have a look. We're looking at Intruder, also known as Night Crew: The Last Checkout. This is a 1989 low-budget slasher film directed by Scott Spiegel, who's a guy who's had his fingers in a lot of pies throughout the industry. For now though, we'll mention that this is his directorial debut. Before this, he wrote Evil Dead 2, and he later went on to direct Dusk Till Dawn 2 and Hostel 3. The film stars Liz Kern from Night of the Creeps, Renee Estevez and Dan Hicks, and we also get appearances from Sam and Ted Raimi and Bruce Campbell. That's right, the Evil Dead boys have got something to do with this, which could be a pretty decent sign. So I have seen this before, it was a while back, I can't really remember what happens in it, but an 80s slasher film, not had one of those in a little while on this channel, so let's have a look.
Where's my card? No, that's not my card. That's my card. Yeah.
Craig Peterson? Hey, I remember him. One time he got into this fight and I kicked his ass.
Yeah? Yeah, what? Here it comes.
Got it. Thanks, Dave.
The plot follows a night crew at a supermarket going about their business, setting up for the next working day. But a crazed killer is stalking the aisles, picking off the team members one by one. Who could it be though? Could it be the crazy ex-boyfriend or one of the cashiers? Or maybe the mysterious unknown person who's been camping out in the attic? But more importantly, can they put a stop to it before the shop opens in the morning? This is very light on plot, and unfortunately for the first 45 minutes, the pacing is way off and it can be really dull. But when it picks up, it does get pretty entertaining.
Bring out all them cases of baked beans and pineapple. I'm gonna make a display of that stuff.
You want to make a display of both baked beans and pineapple?
Yep. And I think I'll call her my Fart Blossom Special.
The acting can be pretty over the top and silly. It ranges from either just sort of passably low budget to over the top and crazy. But a lot of the side characters are basically just caricatures, especially the Raimi brothers and the stoner dude. But you know what, you can really tell they were having fun being these characters in these settings, and every now and then it really does transfer across and you can tell they're having fun and you have fun by extension, I guess. So it kind of works in that way. The gore is the standout thing in this film though. There's plenty of creative kills, practical effects, loads of blood, and it's definitely the standout part. Unfortunately though, it saves it pretty much entirely for the last half an hour of this film, and the 40-45 minutes to get there is a real slog. The main problem with this is that it spends too much time getting into nitty-gritty bits with the characters that doesn't really amount to anything, or just showing us the characters doing mundane activities. We don't really need that, you know? Give us some silly character stuff, a killer and plenty of gore. That's all we need. We don't need 40 minutes of dull, boring setup. It's a shame. Outside of this though, the camera work is pretty impressive. It does some pretty creative and crazy things. The camera's like in a bin maybe, and you see stuff getting thrown in it, or it's inside a telephone and then there's like the telephone dial sort of like overlaying it. There's a lot of creativity in how it's shot. It's good. I really enjoyed it. It's definitely one of the standout moments. It's probably the gore and the camera work that really stands out in this. Music's sort of inoffensive, didn't really recognise that it was there, to be honest. So it's probably I'd probably say it's a well-made thing, but a badly put together thing. this film was shot in 2 weeks using what is known as short ends, which is basically just the little undeveloped ends to film reels. It was all shot in an actual supermarket late at night, and you know, it all adds to this sort of DIY charm that it's got. Probably worth talking a bit more about Scott Spiegel as well, as he's definitely been around in Hollywood. So he used to live with the Raimi brothers and the Coen brothers, working with Sam Raimi on a bunch of films, like I said, Evil Dead 2, but he's also, I think he worked on like Spider-Man, Army of Darkness and stuff like that. He then introduced the producer of this film, Lawrence Bender, to Quentin Tarantino, and the two went off to make Reservoir Dogs and carried on working together up until Inglourious Bastards. In a way, weirdly, Scott Spiegel is sort of responsible for Tarantino's film career, like, loosely, but interesting to know. He then went on to form a production company with Eli Roth, which they then sort of released Hostel, and then Spiegel went on to direct Hostel 3. So he's definitely sort of left his mark in the industry in some way. I also want to talk about the Evil Dead boys as well, because they are plastered all over the marketing for this film, and they are barely in it. Sam Raimi is sort of a side character. He's probably got the most screen time of the three, but he's not in it much. Ted Raimi is practically a cameo. He pops up every now and again, but he's not really in it much. And Bruce Campbell is in it for 1 minute right at the end. But as I said, you know, the names are plastered all over, but you know, you've got to sell the film, I guess, and it is a pretty effective way of selling the film. But yeah, it's a shame they weren't in it more, but you know.
That's a bloodbath in there, man. They got bodies all over the place. They're all mutilated.
He did it!
Okay, let's talk about this print then. It's not too bad, to be honest. It's quite clear, the colouring's nice. Issues are that it is in 4x3, which is a shame, and there are some flickers. It's not major, but there's a few flickers here and there that I noticed. Outside of that though, the sound's fine, and it is very watchable. It's not bad at all, considering some of the other things we've seen here. And on the disc we get chapter select, we get 2 trailers that give away who the killer is, we get production notes with a bunch of typos in them, we get an interview with the director, and we get some filmographies. So, not loads, but more than we get on the standard stuff, I guess. Okay, time for the case though. Let's start with the stupid yellow colour. It's the only one that's this colour, and one of very few that has this sort of block primary colour style, and honestly it looks awful on the shelf. It's a messy and wordy front as well, making sure to highlight the names that appear in it, and I'm not a fan of how it looks really. It's definitely leaning into the whole Kill Bill aesthetic because of Lawrence Bender. It's a little too much as well if you ask me, and it kind of missells the film because of it. Outside of that, we get a few issues on the back. They've spelt weird wrong, and they've added an apostrophe here where it isn't needed. Not great. Not had any issues in the text for a while, to be honest. Also, the runtime is out by 6 minutes. This film comes in at just over 23 minutes. Yeah, so a bit of a messy packaging, really. Lastly, this is one of those releases with a catalogue inside. Not had one of those for ages. Overall then, this is probably better described as a bit of a curiosity piece. The gore's pretty good, and the inclusion of the Evil Dead lot, it makes it interesting for fans of those guys. But they're not in it too much, and for about 40 minutes it's pretty damn boring. But it does pick up at the end. It's a very mixed bag, for sure. It's not a classic, definitely not, but if you're a fan of slasher films and you want to see something that maybe you've not watched before, it might be worth watching in that regard. As for releases, this one's not the worst. The print's okay, but there's not much by way of special features. There are better options out there. There's obviously your Street Collection DVD, which is probably identical to this. There's always one of those. Then there is the US import, which is a director's cut, apparently a lot more gory. So maybe that one's worth it. But then there's also the 88 Films Blu-ray. I actually have one of the alternate releases for once. This is the version that I watched originally. And I remember the print being pretty good, and there's some good special features on here. There's an interesting documentary on it. It's a pretty decent package for stuff, and it's part of the slasher collection, so if you collect those, it might be worth grabbing for that. I've seen that it doesn't really go for much money. It's pretty cheap out and about. I didn't pay for this. I was given it by a friend. But, you know, it's, for probably a cheaper, nicer print, this is probably your best bet. If you want something, if you find this like dirt cheap for £1, maybe this is a good way to go, like a charity shop 50p find or something. But if you don't mind spending the extra cash, maybe the director's cut is just a better version of the film, just in general. So there's a few viable options out there if you are in the market. It's not one to rush to buy though, definitely not. You're not missing out if you don't see this one. So, bit of a mixed bag this episode. Far from the worst, but definitely not the best. Next episode. A bit more millenitrash, anyone? Looks like that's what we're getting, because we are checking out The Wickeds. Hey up. Back to the noughties this episode with more millenitrash. We're taking a look at The Wickeds. This is a direct-to-video horror film from 2005, directed by John Poag, who looks like he hasn't really done anything directing or acting-wise since 2008, apart from one little cameo in something in 2023, so he had quite a few years dormant. This is his second feature as well. The film stars porn actor turned cameo man Ron Jeremy, and then just sort of a bunch of unknowns, really. We've got Justin Alvarez, who just sort of done bit part here and there. Gabrielle Dennis, who seems to be doing alright. Was in an episode of My Name is Earl, and had a voice cameo in Wendell and Wild. And then we've got Brian Donahue, who, funnily enough, was in a Rex Viper music video. That made me laugh. But yeah, not really any big names in this outside of Ron Jeremy. And to be honest, I'm not really expecting much from this. Not only is it a white spine hard gore film, which we've generally been disappointed with, but this version, I don't know if you can tell, but it looks like it's been dipped in water. It's got like really bad water damage to it. So, not looking great from the outset. Let's check it out, shall we?
This place, they were shooting some cheesy direct-to-video horror flick and probably didn't have to do too much to make it creepy, if you know what I mean. They're supposed to be done for the week.
It was a freak accident. It was rigor mortis.
Look at Tony, my ass! It was spook.
The plot follows a group of teens who are off to a house party and decide to stop by an abandoned cabin that's currently being used as a movie set just to dick about for a little bit. Meanwhile, a bunch of grave robbers are out getting an amulet off of a corpse that has a curse attached to it, so when they grab it, they accidentally raise the dead. Fleeing, they end up in the same cabin as our teens, and they have to work together to hoard off the zombies, vampires, and ghosts. It's your sort of typical trapped in a cabin while there's zombies about film. We've seen it a million times before. But unfortunately, it just doesn't really get the pacing right here. It spends far too much time with screaming and arguing characters, and not enough time getting into any nitty-gritty, being proactive towards the plot or anything.
I
God, it's so cold in here. Can somebody help me find my shirt?
Sweetie, you're holding your shirt. You okay?
He's a fucking vampire! Relax, you smelly old bastard!
The acting, as you can probably imagine in this, is pretty awful. Ron Jeremy is probably the most competent actor in this, and I think that says a lot about the film. The characters are all just kind of generic as well. They're all stereotypes, but a lot of them just sort of have the same trope attached to them. So I kept confusing a lot of the guys, especially. I kept getting mixed up as to who was who. The gore, for the most part, is probably the best part of the film. It's competently made. Some, if not most, of the budget was probably put towards it, and it's probably the highlight of the film, really. There's some sleazy elements as well, of course there is, but they're a bit weirder in this one. There's the odd bit of upskirting and such, and the odd sex scene, but the sex scenes are generally clothed, and with jeans on at that. One of the girls is topless for quite a lot of this film, but constantly, all the way through, she's covering her boobs with her hands, and it just looks ridiculously awkward. Ghosts, zombies, and vampires. This film cannot make up its mind as to what monster it wants to focus on, and it causes it to feel very, very muddled most of the time. There's one ghost, and it's just sort of glossed over and never really delved into. The main vampire is pretty campy and funny, to be honest. He was probably one of the highlights as well. And the zombies, unfortunately, are just a little bit generic. You know, we've all seen a low-budget zombie, and this doesn't really do much to excel in that area. There's a point as well where some of the teens turn into either zombies or vampires. I wasn't entirely sure at the time, maybe I missed a bit of dialogue or something, and I really can't remember now. Either way, they still talk, and I remember being kind of annoyed because they'd not shut up beforehand, and they're still talking even when they've turned into a monster. Didn't really care for that. How it's made is not particularly great either. The camera shakes around a hell of a lot. Some of the composition is ridiculously bad. The camera's pointing just somewhere and the focus should be over there, and it looks awful for a lot of it. The colouring's not right, and it changes between shots, which can be quite jarring. Same for the sound as well. That'll go from relatively clear to kind of echoey within the same sequence of shots, and it's pretty cheap and just not very well put together, really.
Aw, man, that means when you turn, we're gonna have to kill you.
Man, I can't kill you.
I'll kill you.
Shut up. Nobody.
So this is the sort of film that I'm generally talking about when I say millenitrash. This has most of the tropes and the vibe is right for it. You've got your shaky camera and your fast, weird editing. It looks like it was shot on DV. The audio's off, the colouring's off, the plot is generic, the humour is absolutely awful and very of its time, and all this is just sort of underlined with this stock metal music. Unfortunately though, I don't know, I didn't really have much of a soft spot for this one like I did with things like Nutbag. But I think it's just because I wasn't really laughing at it either while it was on. It wasn't that incompetent that it was hilarious to look at, it was just sort of cheap and a bit boring, I guess. I want to talk about the credits on this as well. So the credits are about 8 minutes long, and they're that long because it intersperses sort of unfunny outtakes and alternate clips and bloopers throughout it. But not only do we have extra clips put in between the credits, but the text crawl is one of the slowest things I've ever seen. It is painfully slow. They were really trying to squeeze every second they could out of this film. Weirdly, one piece of trivia that I found about this is that all the names of the teenagers are based off of TV shows, like characters from TV shows, from things like Melrose Place and 90210. I've never seen any of them, so I don't really know, but that's the only piece of trivia about this film. And lastly, I want to mention the amount of times that this makes reference to other films. Bruce Campbell gets a shout out a bunch of times, and they quote Night of the Living Dead. And I say it, I've said it a few times before, and I'll say it again. Don't make reference to a better film in your shit film, because it's just going to make me want to watch the good film that you're referencing.
You know what, fine, you guys are assholes.
Damn it. Give it to me. I can make this go there.
This is our only shot to get out of here.
Jake, it's too risky. If we all go out there, we're not all gonna make it. Billy is too sick to run, Alyssa's too freaking hysterical, and Gus...
Okay, let's look at the print then. It's fine, really. It's passable. It doesn't look awful. It is in widescreen, then converted to 4:3, so it looks like a tiny little window on a big TV, which isn't great. But I think most of my problems with this lie with how it was put together in, like, I guess the editing process, really. Nothing really to do with the conversion over, but again, they've not really done anything to enhance how this is put together and how it looks or anything. It's pretty much just here's something we badly put together, straight onto a disc, no more thought about it. There was one massive glitch in it as well, and if it is transferred across properly, I'll show it in the clips. On the disc, we get the usual basic stuff: chapter select, the trailer for this film, and Hard Gore trailers. Back to the basics.
Nothing. Hey, the window's broken.
And time to take a look at the case. The cover for this is horrible, off-putting, and it just looks super cheap. I really hate how it looks. Look how pixelated that corpse is here as well. Not great. This tagline has flesh ripping as one word, weird, and of course Ron Jeremy's name is plastered on the front. The small amount of information on the back seems correct. It looks pretty empty back here though. The runtime's right and it reads fine. They do use the US spelling of rumoured though. I don't know, maybe it was written by the directors. But outside of that, there's nothing of note here. Overall then, this was cheap, annoying, and I'm guessing it's gonna be pretty forgettable. The gore was decent. Ron Jeremy had some funny moments, but I know for a fact that give me a month and I am not going to remember a single part of this film at all. It's just not great. It's not worth your time at all, really. It wouldn't make a good movie night film, and it is definitely not worth watching on your own. If for some reason you are in the market for this though, this version's fine. It's passable. You'd have to get it cheap though, honestly. It's not worth putting any money down for. There are imports. There's a German version I found that's called Halloween Party. I think it's the same film, I'm not entirely sure. And then there's a US import as well, but they cost like actual money, whereas this is not worth that. It might be worth a 50p purchase from CEX or something as a curiosity piece. I wouldn't bother, though. If I were you, I wouldn't bother with it. So, boring, sort of generic millenitrash this episode. But next episode, we're mixing it up a little bit. Thank God, because I don't think I could hack another millenitrash film straight away after that one. We're watching something notorious and controversial, something that I've seen before, and something that sparked a big wave when it came out. It's known by a lot of people. It's probably been seen by quite a few people. And I have no idea how the hell I'm going to talk about it on this channel without getting in trouble with YouTube, basically. We're going to be checking out Faces of Death. Ayub. Once again, we're moving away from the millenitrash this episode, and instead we're looking at something a little more controversial, a little more notorious, I guess. A film that any fan of extreme horror will surely have heard of. We're looking at Faces of Death. This is a 1978 Mondo horror film directed by John Alan Schwartz, going under the name Conan Leclerc and Alan Black. Looking at this guy's career, it looks like this is kind of his career. He directed this and the 5 other films in this series that followed. That's right, there are 6 Faces of Death films. The film stars Michael Carr, and that's about it for actors. Michael Carr only really being in this, he's not done loads. The rest of the people who appear in this are either people who are involved in reenactments and aren't credited, or just stock footage of people, really. So this was banned across the world in various countries, banned in the UK as a video nasty, and was only unbanned in Germany in 2022. I've seen this a few times as a teenager, but it's been years since I've looked at it. So who knows if it's going to be good or bad, I'm not entirely sure. I can't really remember much of it either, so let's see if it's any good, shall we? And a little bit of warning on this episode. I'm not going to be able to show many clips of this. For those who've seen it, you probably know why. So yeah, might be a little light on clips.
Each year, thousands head to a higher altitude to escape the smog. Creatures that live in this terrain will often take advantage of the innocent vacationer.
Channel 9 Action News. I'm here today with Mrs. Ellis. Mrs. Ellis, as well as several other area residents, are having problems with what they consider to be a menace.
So this film doesn't really follow a traditional narrative structure. The form of it is that we are looking through archive footage of death curated by the fictional Dr. Gross, and he's taking us by narrating through this archival footage, showing us depictions of animal attacks, ritualistic killings, murder, plane crashes, and so on, just all sorts of different ways to die, the many faces of death, I guess. And sometimes it works and sometimes it kind of doesn't. There are certain sections that delve nicely into certain bits and have a look at it, and it sticks around for a relatively decent amount of time. But then on the other hand, you've got parts that feel very glossed over and you're like, wait, I wanted to know more about that, and then it's gone. But then on the other side, you get parts that are just on for far too long. The whole alligator stuff just went on and on. But I guess it's what you find interesting as well. In the UK, we don't really have alligators or anything like that, so there's no real threat or danger, and it's not really a relatable thing for us, so watching it can get a little tedious, especially when it's people just slowly looking for them in a swamp. But people who see that more often might be more affected by it. I don't know. It's a mixed bag, really. I feel like, though, maybe there's a bit of intention behind that as well, because it isn't meant to be, here's like 10 minutes on this, 10 minutes on this, 10 minutes on this. It's meant to be, I have an archive of rare footage and we're flicking through it. Some might be glossed over because I don't have much footage, some might not be. I guess maybe there's an intent behind it. This film also comes in at 1 hour and 42 minutes, making it, I think, the longest film we've covered in this collection yet. And it's a little too long for what it is, in my opinion. This would have made a nice 80-minute film. But there's only so much you can see before the shock value dissipates, the intrigue dissipates, because it can be quite dry at times as well. So, yeah, bit of a mixed bag, really. But I'd say it is on the side of good, because it is quite interesting for what it's doing.
This blood-sucking creature is one of the many carriers responsible for rabies.
My name is Francois Jardin. I'm a hired assassin.
In my name shall they cast out devils. They shall speak with new tongues. They shall take up serpents, and if they drink any deadly thing, it shall not hurt them.
So our only character in this is the Dr. Gross, who is sort of taking us through the footage. He's pretty good, to be honest. I quite liked his voice, works well with narration. He's quite matter-of-fact for a chunk of it, but then he also dips into opinions, occasionally having sort of like a funny little insight, and I think it worked quite well. It flowed quite nicely, he has an interesting voice, and yeah, pretty good, I'd say. So this film's main purpose is to shock. I think it's pretty much gone on record that that was the case. And you can kind of tell this with it sort of glossing over some aspects and being a little shallow in how it explores certain topics, I guess. Especially towards the back end of this film, where it feels like it's almost just reading from a list of different ways to die and showing very small interspersed clips. As I said, it'd be nice to have a little more explanation for some things, but it is here to shock, and I don't know if it sometimes it kind of pretends that it's trying to do a little more, but I think it's quite obvious of what it is trying to do. It also tries to put in these little moments of potentially having some form of agenda. As I said, Dr. Gross's narration sometimes interjects with little opinions. And this is, when you're watching something that's a documentary, any sort of opinion is usually included to try and sway the audience into thinking in a certain way. And we have stuff like the animal cruelty being bad, littering killing the planet, and sort of societal corruption leading to serial killers and stuff like that. And these little opinions are just sort of interspersed throughout. But as I said, some of it is quite shallow, and it feels like they're almost doing it as a sort of get out clause, as a sort of, look, we're trying to do something a little more deep with more of a message, but they're not, are they? They are, it's like they're wearing that as a disguise to be like, look, that there's a message here, there's something we're trying to push. Really, you're just trying to shock us though. We know this, we can tell, because these opinions, again, are just sort of glossed over. The littering's bad, it's killing the planet, move on, you know. I don't hate it. I think it's because it's trying to almost disguise itself as a real documentary, I guess. So it's using some of these persuasion techniques to sort of make us believe a little bit more. It's sort of part of the bravado, part of the mystique of it all, I guess. But it's pretty clear that it's here to shock. Speaking of the shocking moments, there is a ton of animal cruelty in this, and it's a rough set, especially the overly long slaughterhouse section towards the beginning. Not easy to sit through. And then obviously there's archival footage of things like the Holocaust, never easy to watch, and a woman who gets run over, like just after being run over, and it's real footage of her after being run over. And yeah, this is the sort of stuff that put it on the map though, as being a difficult, intense, extreme film, I guess. And you know, it's still effective in some parts. It is quite effective. It's a hard one to talk about how it's been made, because it is, as I said, it is trying to come across as archival footage. So it's quite quick and choppy with the editing, and it's not meant to flow smoothly, it's meant to be a little jarring. I will say though that I did really like the opening piece of music, because it sounds like Throbbing Gristle's Journey Through a Body, which is a great album. But I wasn't keen on a lot of the juxtaposing music, because again, it's almost trying to make light in some ways, and I know some of the footage isn't real, it's not all real footage, some of it is faked and reenacted, but you're trying to display yourself as real, 100% real, I guess. And every time you add in this, it adds juxtaposing sort of happy jazz music, or like a more upbeat Vivaldi's Four Seasons, I think's in it. Just sort of something quite upbeat while you're seeing horrible images. And I know it's trying to do it to shock and to juxtapose, but it almost feels like it's making light of certain things, and I don't really think it worked all as intended. Not for me anyway. It sort of took me out and made me realise, oh yeah, we're watching something that has a lot of fake moments in it. I did quite like the ending credits though, the sort of happy music with wildlife shots to try and calm you down afterwards. I did quite like that. I thought that was funny.
If nature doesn't destroy the environment, it is very possible that the human being will. If I can get closer to God by eating brains, why not?
So let's talk about what's real and what's not real in this. So apparently about 60% of this film is real footage. And yeah, you know what? I can see that, because this film isn't just death, 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 death. There's build-up for certain bits, and you can see how it might be footage from the news, or footage from a hospital, like for training purposes, or all sorts of stuff like that, really, like archival footage. You can see that. If there's a death that's real in this, it's usually from quite far away, like somebody jumping off a building or something like that. Or if you see a death up close, it's faked. And quite laughably so a lot of the time. There are some scenes in this where the acting is just absolutely awful. And it was quite interesting playing the spot the fake clip. It's like, oh, the electric chair, very fake, you know. Apparently the most real stuff in this, there's a surfer who gets washed up on a beach, and apparently the crew was just in the area at the time and managed to capture that. And then there's the aforementioned woman post getting run over, which, yeah, pretty real. Some of the faked stuff that's quite notorious is the monkey brains eating scene, the snake cult, which the director is actually the head of the cult acting in that, the electric chair, as I already said, and there's plenty more that are faked. And yeah, as I said, you can kind of tell for the most part. The monkey brain bit works pretty well though. Apparently that's cauliflower covered in fake theatre blood that had apparently gone slightly rotten because it had been left in the heat for a while. So the reactions of the people eating the cauliflower brains is quite real because it's a bit rotten. I quite liked that, and you know what, it plays quite well, to be honest. So this version is a cut version. It is missing about 2 minutes of footage. Stuff we're missing is dogfights and a monkey getting beaten. Animal cruelty stuff, of course. Fine. But apparently the dogfighting bit was faked. It was just 2 dogs mating covered in fake blood. But I don't know, I haven't seen it. But yeah, uncut version in this country. I don't actually think there has been an official uncut release of this in this country. Lastly, before we move on, this film is slated to have a reboot either this year or next year. I'm guessing next year at this point. How the hell do you reboot this film? It makes very little sense to me. Like, this sort of thing now has sort of become a YouTube video type thing, hasn't it, really? Like, the need to see the real and the fucked up and stuff like that, it's sort of been delegated to niche YouTube channels, I guess. How do you reboot this? Well, apparently they're rebooting it with a narrative structure and with stars acting in it. Barbie Ferreri, I think her name is, from Euphoria, is set to be in it, and Charlie XCX of the Brat album that was popular this year. She's set to star in this thing, which, I don't know, it's kind of baffling me even now, even though I knew this and I wrote it in the script this is happening. Saying it aloud is kind of baffling. What are they going to do with it then, you might be wondering? Are they just going to show more footage from like wars and stuff? No, narrative structure, and the narrative is the most generic thing you've ever heard. People find snuff on YouTube. It's been done a million times. Why call it Faces of Death? It might as well be called 8mm. Like, it's one of the most generic things you can possibly do these days. And I'm guessing it's going to have dark web shit in it. And why call it Faces of Death? Why link it to this? I don't know. It makes no sense. Seems like a cash grab. I mean, I'm not expecting to enjoy it at all, but I'll probably watch it, let's be fair.
I'm Dr. Francis Gross. I work as a pathologist. Hello?
The country of Africa has its own code of laws that expose another's face.
Okay, let's look at this print then. So this is the childhood DVD that I had of this film. It's exactly the same, and it's kind of how I remember it as well. When I was thinking back to what is this film like, I've just got a sort of blurry, grainy, ghosting image VHS rip in my head. And that's exactly what we get here. It's not a great print, but I'm not gonna lie, it does add to the mood of this. It makes it feel like something you shouldn't be watching, dirty and grimy. There's some audio issues in this as well. There was a really loud hum for a little while. And then some of my other issues might fall into just the editing of the thing and the cut of the thing. It's not a perfect print, but it kind of works for this. You don't really want to watch this 4K cleaned up, do you? You want to watch this looking like you found it in a bin and it's got mouldy and dirty and something you shouldn't be watching. On the disc, we don't get too much of anything really. We get the film, we get chapter select, and we get Hard Gore trailers. That's your lot. Very, very little on this disc. Not even a trailer for this film. Not great. Okay then, time for the case. I really love the design on this, with the eyes peering from the dark. And then as the sequels get released, they added a facial feature to each one, and it's a really cool effect. It's very striking and memorable. The claim of being banned in 46 countries is completely inaccurate. It was used a lot in the DVD marketing. Yeah, it's not real. The warning at the bottom really sells it. I remember being a teenager buying this, and it really does feel like something you've been forbidden from seeing. The back of the case is interesting too, just having this hard to make out list of what features in the film. Again, very effective. It's a very minimalist design and it just works so well. All the information's correct, spelling error free, and a correct runtime too. Some really nice packaging on this one. And on the inside, we get another catalogue for more Hard Gore releases. We've seen this one a few times. Overall then, I quite liked this one. It's not enjoyable, but it's not really meant to be. I tell you what it reminds me of. It's sort of like the 70s equivalent to one of those YouTube videos that's like, the top 10 darkest videos I found online. It's that sort of thing. It's just an old, original equivalent to it. And as someone like me who's quite a fan of extreme cinema, it's a very fascinating piece of history. A curiosity piece, if you will. Mixing like uncomfortable real footage with some slightly campy, over the top, faked footage. But there's also some like not too bad real like faked footage as well. Some stuff that's kind of passable, I guess, that makes you question like, is that real? Is that fake? It's a piece of history, I guess. It is not going to be for everyone, 100%. Only go into this if there's been something in this video that's made you go, that's interesting. Or if you're a fan of extreme cinema, I'd recommend it. If not, it's probably not going to be for you. It does have its problems. It's a bit overly long at points. Some points are sort of glossed over. But, I don't know. For me, there's a mystique to it that draws me to it every now and then. I don't know if it's because I watched it growing up, I knew about it growing up, there was a mystique to it then as well. I don't know, the history with it maybe. Or if it's just well done in that regard. I don't know, but there is some sort of mystique. And if you're drawn in by the mystique too, it's probably worth checking out. As for releases of this film. There aren't too many in this country, unfortunately. Like, this is kinda your lot as far as DVDs go, and while the picture quality isn't great, it doesn't hinder the film too much. It kind of works in its favour almost, giving it a grotty, grimy feel. There's not much special feature-wise on this, it's pretty much just the film, but it's not the worst, it's functional. There's also a US Blu-ray from Gorgon Video, and this one looks a bit nicer. It's a remaster, it's fully uncut. I think it's got some really interesting audio commentary on it that goes through what's real and what's fake with the director, and then there's also a documentary on the disc as well, so that seems like a pretty good way to go, but it is an import. Now, either way of getting this film in this country is kind of expensive as well. Either way, you're going to be paying through the nose for it. I was lucky I got this as a kid, probably about £6 or something from CEX. It's going for like 25 quid plus these days, and then the import for the Blu-ray is about 30, so it depends what you want to pay for it, really. It's a difficult one to recommend purchasing, I guess, but if you are in the market, those are your options. So, a fascinating piece of extreme cinema history, this episode, and a series that we are going to go back to again at some point in the near future, as Hard Gore put out the second, third and fourth film in the franchise. But not next episode. Next episode we're going to have a little bit of 80s fun, I think. Something that, again, I've owned since I was a teenager, but I haven't seen in many, many years, so I can't quite remember. But something a little different to Faces of Death. We're going to be checking out Strange Behaviour. Hey up. Moving to the 80s this episode for a film that I've been quite intrigued about re-watching. We're taking a look at Strange Behaviour, also known as Dead Kids, Small Town Massacre and Human Experiments. This is a 1981 UK, Australia and New Zealand slasher horror film directed by Michael Lachlan, who hasn't done a bunch of stuff. He's done two other films, Strange Invaders and Mesmerize, I think. This is his directorial debut and his most well received. It looks like his stuff generally got worse, unfortunately. The film has a few names attached to it. There's a few people in this. Michael Murphy, who's been in over 100 films. A few that stood out to me though, he was in Woody Allen's Manhattan and Paul Thomas Anderson's Magnolia. Not bad, interesting. We also get a role from Louise Fletcher, who is most famous for playing Nurse Ratched in One Flew of the Cuckoo's Nest. Then there is also Dan Shaw, I believe his name is, who was in Tron and Bill and Ted. And lastly, we get a bit part cameo from the writer and producer of this film, Bill Condon. Now, he later went on to be quite a successful director. A few of his things from recent years, he directed some of the Twilight films and that most recent live-action Disney's Beauty and the Beast film. So, there's a few people in this, which is saying something compared to some of the shit we've watched recently. Like, there's not been a lot of big names in these, and there's a few that pop up in this. That might be a good thing, I'm not entirely sure. This is one that I had as a teenager. This is the DVD. This is the exact DVD I had as a kid, and I bought it, probably watched it that night, and don't remember a single thing about it at all. So let's see if it's any good.
For you to stick around. Every boy wants a girl he can trust to the very.
Yeah, you sure? You're slipping around again, aren't you? You got a new girl I don't know about.
No.
You do, don't you? No. You little fart. Are you holding out on me again?
The plot follows Pete Brady, who's struggling to pay for his college application. So, based on a friend's recommendation, he signs up to some experimental drug trials that are happening at a local college. The group doing these trials though have a bit of a history with the town, and specifically with Pete's family. Teenagers start killing people, and there may be some link, so it's up to Pete's cop dad John to try and figure out what's going on and help his son before things get completely out of hand. I quite like this one. It's not too bad. It does suffer from its pacing every now and then, specifically when characters are moving from one location to another. It kinda takes a little too long, but it's pretty entertaining, decent story, and it's got that sort of cozy small town vibe, which is something I always really enjoy.
You have to do that at the table. It's gotta be done. One of life's little chores, you know.
Lucy Brown gets around. She's only 13, for Christ's sakes. No problem there. Ollie, you've got a very sick mind.
You know, nice little ass here, a little tit over there.
The acting in this varies. When it's good, it's probably some of the best acting that we've seen in this collection so far, especially from the named actors. But when it's not good, it's just kinda a bit off, a bit amateur-y, I guess. The characters are quite good as well. Maybe some of them are a little two-dimensional, but they're hard to dislike. They've got a bit more personality behind them, which is always a nice thing. The gore, it's not really the focus of this film, but there are a few standout moments. The main one being the needle in the eye scene. That one was pretty effective. And then there's the hand in the sink and the wrist cutting scene. Again, they just stood out as being pretty decent. The rest of the stuff that we get is mainly just brief stabbings though. The setting for this I really like, that sort of small town America vibe, even though it was shot in New Zealand. There's some specific locations that really stood out to me, like the Pink Diner, almost a bit Lynchian, very 50s Americana. And some of the interiors for the houses with the constantly repeating wallpaper. It's just a cool place to be. It's somewhere where you kind of want to hang out. And then into the more sci-fi sets, you've got the spiky wall, which I really liked. And then what looks like piles of cardboard, which I'm guessing is meant to be sort of like sci-fi or like high-tech soundproofing, but it just looks like piles of card. Again, it's very 50s sci-fi. Kind of reminded me of like Ed Wood, who will come back up later, funnily enough. So the killer, there isn't just one killer in this. There's a few of the teenagers, and it's not shy about showing who is doing the killings, which I quite liked. It mixed it up a little bit from there just being one dude stalking a group around for the entire film. I liked it, a change of pace. It's a relatively well put together thing, this. There's the odd weird edit and the odd funny angle, but it's fine for the most part, competently made I'd say. And it's got a great score by Tangerine Dream, can't really go wrong there. And then any other bits of songs in there were just sort of like cheesy 80s songs, which they're hard to dislike those.
An A, my name on it. Well, maybe he got his mother to stay home last night and help him.
Trees are already down on the Cullum Avenue way. I guess you could say it's real dangerous. Woo, out there tonight, so watch out.
This film is classed as a video nasty, being part of the Section 3 list, which means it wasn't prosecuted, but if found, it could be seized and confiscated. I'm quite surprised, to be honest, because this is definitely the tamest video nasty we've covered on the channel. Not really much happens, there's a bit of gore I guess, but I think the main reason that it was added to the list was because of its alternate name, Dead Kids. You see that on a shelf, on a VHS, and I'm guessing that they just sort of panicked and went, we can't be selling a film called Dead Kids. So yeah, it was added to the list. As a result, about 27 seconds were cut, and it is the detailing of the wrist cutting scene towards the end. And it's kind of noticeable when you're watching that scene, to be honest. You can see that stuff's been edited out. So this is also classed as an Ozploitation, being made partly by Australia, shot in New Zealand. Falls under that Ozploitation bracket, even though it doesn't really feel very Ozploitation. It's probably the least Australian feeling of the three that we've covered in this review series, the other two being Thirst and Turkey Shoot, which there'll be links up at the top, I'm sure. So you can watch those if you've not seen those. I would put this one in between Turkey Shoot and Thirst. Thirst is definitely the standout, and while Turkey Shoot did some stuff I did like, I think this one just goes over it a little bit. And this is apparently the first horror film to be shot in New Zealand. Don't know how true that is. If it is true, that's pretty cool though. So now it's time to talk about the first killer's mask. I think is definitely something worth bringing up here. It's on the promotional art, it was all over the marketing for this film, and that mask is a Tor Johnson mask from his infamous role in Plan 9 from Outer Space, directed by Ed Wood, back again. I'm guessing that they did this because I think they were trying to do the sort of Shatner mask thing that Halloween did. They don't really use it as much as I would have liked, to be honest. He's just one of a few, and he's like the first one. But it's cool. It's quite effective, that mask as well. It's kind of uncanny. I liked the inclusion of it. Lastly, this was supposed to be the first part of a trilogy. The second part was made, I don't know how much of it actually follows on or anything like that, called Strange Invaders, that I mentioned at the beginning. Never heard of it, never seen it. If anybody has seen it, let me know in the comments, tell me how it is, tell me if it's any good. But yeah, the third part, never made, unfortunately.
Well, there they are, 2,000 girls. May I ask what you're going to do with them?
We're going to find the fat ones.
Okay, time for the print, and it's pretty good, to be honest. It's fully widescreen, clear visuals, nice colours. There's the odd little bit of sort of dirt on the film stock, but it's not awful. Yeah, pretty impressive. What's not impressive though is the sound on this thing. It is super compressed and distorted, so it completely ruins any sort of music, which is a shame because it's the Tangerine Dream sort of soundtrack and the campy 80s music. Butchers most of that, and whenever someone's talking a little loud or shouting, it completely muffles it. It's a shame because when I started this and I saw the visuals, I thought, oh wow, they've actually done a good print. And then someone opened their mouths. There's always bloody summer, isn't there, with these? And on the disc, we get the usual stuff. Chapter select, trailer for this, Hard Gore trailers, and there's also a written interview with Bill Condon. Not much.
You eat just rats in the icebox. All those kids ever eat are...
Right then, let's look at this case. I like the front cover quite a lot. The font is great, and the image I always found quite intriguing. It always drew me in as a kid. The back seems pretty decent too. There is a comma after investigating that seems a little out of place, but outside of that, the blurb reads fine. Runtime's off by about 5 minutes. The film's actually 94 minutes long, so that's not great. But yeah, outside of that, it's pretty good. I like the screenshots, and it's just got a lot more life and energy to it compared to some of the other cases we've seen. Lastly, this is another release with the catalogue printed on the inside. I was staring at this for a little while, and I suddenly realised that we've discussed all the films outside of the also available ones at the bottom that are listed here. That's crazy. Overall then, while it's not a perfect film, a bit slow and kind of its time, there's a lot to like here. The characters, the story, the setting are all things that just sort of worked for me. It's kind of like a tamer, less crazy version of Society, maybe. I'd recommend this. I'd say this is probably worth a look. It shouldn't be high up on your watch list by any means, but there's definitely a time and a place for this film. Either that, or I'm just glad to not be watching some piece of shit millenitrash again. Who knows? Either way, I did get something from this. I did enjoy it. If you're in the market for another version of this version is ruined by its sound, unfortunately. There's a few more DVD releases, there's a Street Collection, and a few more UK DVDs. I can't speak for the quality of those. But then there's also some Blu-rays, both imports, unfortunately, but it's part of Umbrella's Ozploitation collection, and Severin have also put it out as well. So if you don't mind spending a little extra, I'm guessing that they've probably done this quite a bit of justice, and it's probably uncut as well, which is always nice. So, another decent one. That's 2 in a row. Can we get the hat-trick? Well, possibly. Because next episode, we're checking out another Ozploitation film, and a film that I've been dying to watch for a while. Something that quite a few of the commenters have mentioned that they're looking forward to as well. So, let's see if it's any good. Next episode, we're going to be checking out Patrick. Hey up. Carrying on with the Ozploitations this episode, and taking a look at something that I've been recommended quite a bit in the comments to other reviews. We're taking a look at Patrick. This is a 1978 Australian horror film directed by Richard Franklin, a protege to Hitchcock, who later went on to direct Psycho 2, which is a good sign. The film stars Susan Peheligan and Robert Helpman, as well as a few people from Thirst, which we've already covered on this channel, another Ozploitation film, those being Robert Thompson and Rod Mulliner. This is apparently what kicked off the Ozploitation craze, and it also has a bit of a hand in the telekinesis trope that was quite heavily used in the late 70s and early 80s. Honestly, I'm quite looking forward to this one. Let's have a look, shall we?
Applying for work as an orderly, and his little quirk, as it turned out, was to sneak down to the laundry of a night and paint himself with excreta. Does that...
Just farts.
Why don't you let him die?
I'm not horny. When you've been around him...
We start the film following Patrick. He commits a murder and ends up in a coma. 3 years later, and we're now following Kathy, a woman with marital problems, trying to live independently, and now starting a new position as a nurse. Her first job in this new position is to look after the comatose Patrick. But strange things start happening, surrounding the doctors in the hospital, the men in Kathy's life, and also Patrick seems to be trying to communicate to Kathy through some sort of telekinesis. Is Patrick up to no good while still in his coma? I really enjoyed this one. I thought it was pretty good. It does suffer a little bit in its pacing. I know I say this quite a bit, but it's quite a slow film. And I don't mind that. It's a very 70s slow, and I don't mind that at all. But the problem with the slowness is also that the runtime is about 1 hour and 47 minutes, the longest in the collection so far. So it's a little too long for its pacing. I think if it had been like 1 hour and a half, I think it would have been pretty decent, hit that sweet spot nicely. But as it goes, it sort of overstays its welcome by the end of that last act. You're sort of ushering it along a little bit. But I did enjoy it overall.
The last thing I need is someone with a case of galloping gonads.
Tell me about last night, Doc. You're not really interested in my sex life, are you, Sergeant?
Once again, I'm saying that this film has some of the best acting we've seen in the collection so far. These Ozploitation films, they really do, well, I mean, they get good actors in, and it really shows. I said the same thing for the last episode's review of Strange Behaviour, but yeah, it's nice to see for a change in this collection, to be honest. And the characters are good as well, nicely written. The protagonists, they're easy to root for, and the antagonists are fun to hate. I really liked Robert Thompson's portrayal of Patrick as well. He barely blinks for the whole film, and there's just this creepiness around him. Good stuff. The gore is minimal. It's not really the main focus here, although that frog scene did kind of stand out. There is a little bit of sleaziness here, but again, it's pretty tame. A bit of fondling, you know how it goes. What I will say though is this film has a lot of really good humour, and it's intentional humour as well, which is nice. Some of the jokes are quite well written, well delivered. The tone and timing all just works really nicely. And there's a bunch of Australian turns of phrase. I'm guessing the late 70s Aussie turn of phrase. Never really heard them before, but I really liked it when they came up. They made me laugh, and it just gave the film this little spark of life that it really needed. So I said in the beginning that Franklin was a protege of Hitchcock, and you can kinda tell in this film. You know, from how the story plays out, the odd bit of supernatural element, just the way it's shot as well. It's almost Hitchcock-like, I guess, and I think it's the hospital in this, looks like pretty close to the Bates house, which quite fun, I quite like it. But yeah, it's well made, competently put together, nicely shot. The music's decent, if not a little bit of its time, and there's the odd little sound effect in there, but it's all charming and it all just works as a whole piece, I'd say.
Well, am I offending you, Mrs. Jacquard? No. Zoophiliacs, algalagniacs, necrophiliacs, pedophiliacs, scoptophiliacs, exhibitionists, voyeurs. Now, do you...
What are you doing?
Apparently, Richard Franklin had started on a sequel called Patrick 2, The Man Who Wasn't There. I think the writing was done and it was about to start production, but unfortunately it got scrapped, and that's all we know about that apparently. Later on, in 1980, the Italian Mario Lande picked the film up, and an unofficial sequel was made called Patrick Still Lives, and it's filled full of the sleazy, weird Italianness that you'd imagine from the 1980s. Later, in 2013, it was remade by director Richard Hartley and starring Rachel Griffiths. And looking at the IMDb and Letterboxd scores, it ain't worth your time. Shame, really. So this really left its mark. Even Tarantino cited it on the set of Kill Bill, and it kind of put Richard Franklin on the map, because as I said in the intro, he then, based off of executives watching this film, went on to direct Psycho 2. And let's be fair, Psycho 2 is a really good sequel. So this is the fourth Ozploitation film we've watched in this collection so far. So let's take a little moment to sort of rank those, shall we? So down at the bottom is still Turkey Shoot. I did really like Turkey Shoot, but I preferred all the other ones since. After that we got Strange Behaviour. Following that is Patrick, and at the top is Thirst. I really liked Thirst. There's something about it that I just really liked. And I'd say if Patrick was just maybe a little tighter, then it might have just taken that top spot. But oh well.
Most of the time we're just piddling on our shoes.
Come, sister. We're not going all watery at the knees over a frog, are we?
God, I am Boss Cocky in this hospital.
Okay, time for the print, and much like last episode, it's pretty decent, to be honest. It's in widescreen, and it's a relatively clean film stock. It's a little soft, I'd say. It can be a little soft in some shots, and the audio does clip. Not as badly as in Strange Behaviour, mind, but it is still there every now and then, and it can be a little distracting, but it's a decent print, really. It's not too bad at all. And on the disc, we get the usual stuff. Chapter select, trailer for this film, and Hard Gore trailers. It's just the norm at this point, I think, really, isn't it? It's rare that we get anything more than that. Okay, time for the case. The front cover's okay, looks less trashy than most Hard Gore releases, although it does look a bit like a cheap daytime movie. There's a quote on the front from Amazon.com. You think Jeff Bezos wrote this? The back cover looks a little messy, not a massive fan of the font, but the screenshots are alright and the blurb reads fine. The runtime's spot on too, which is always nice. Lastly, this is another film that should be rated 15, but because of the extras it's an 18, and again, I'm glad they're being transparent about it. Overall then, I really liked this one. It's definitely one of the better films in the collection. Interesting story, fun characters, well made, good acting. It does falter in its pace a little bit. It's a little long and a little slow at times, but I definitely say that this is worth checking out if you haven't seen it yet. If you're in the market, this DVD is not the worst. There are a few other DVD options, but Indicator have put out a Blu-ray and a 4K nice boxed set of these, and they're pretty cheap, to be honest. So, I mean, that's the way forward, clearly, isn't it? That's the way to do it. Although if you see this in a charity shop for 50p or a quid, you could do a hell of a lot worse. So, decent one this episode. One of the better ones in the collection. That might change next episode though, as we're dipping back into the world of Sleazy Mondo. A sequel to the notorious Video Nasty. And I think the first sequel we've covered in the collection so far, actually. Next episode, we are taking a look at Faces of Death 2. Hey up. Back to the world of depravity and sleazy grot this episode as we take a look at Faces of Death 2. This is the 1981 Mondo sequel to the 1978 original, again directed by John Alan Schwartz and again starring Michael Carr as Dr. Gross. This is the copy that I had as a teenager, and I have seen it before, although I can't really remember much about it outside of the odd snippet here and there. And this is as far as I've ever got with the Faces of Death series. So the other two in the collection are going to be completely new to me. Not that I can really remember much about this anyway, to be honest. We will be referring back to the original quite a bit in this, which I did review recently on my channel. If you haven't seen my review of the original Faces of Death, I would strongly suggest checking that one out before watching this, as there's probably going to be quite a bit of comparison in this video, as you can imagine. So I'll put a link to it. A link should have popped up by now for it, so you can check that out. Lastly as well, before we move on, this is a Faces of Death film, so the clips are going to be a little sparse, so I do apologise for that. I'll try my best to show stuff where I can, but there's not going to be a hell of a lot of this film that I can show. So I do apologise. But anyway, let's crack on, shall we?
If you disagree with me, I'll prove my point. After the initial flash, the soldiers were instructed to face the mushroom cloud. They would later report a sensation of great heat, much like... When the warmth of springtime begins to melt the snow...
Much like the first film, this doesn't have much structure to it. Again, it's trying to emulate delving into the archives that Dr. Gross has collected of various scenes of death and suffering from around the world. In this installment, we get boxing, stunts gone wrong, napalm, leprosy, animal slaughtering and testing, firing squads, and a whole lot more lovely images that you just can't wait to see. All narrated over by the good doctor himself, Dr. Gross. It's more of the same. It's more of the same. I felt that this one was a little tighter with its pacing, which is good and bad. We'll get into that a bit later on. It only comes in at 76 minutes, this one though, so it's a much brisker watch, which is definitely a positive, I'd say. It doesn't really have much time to completely overstay its welcome. Tonally though, it's a little different, but yeah, it's basically Faces of Death DLC.
The air quality has become so severe that the cleansing winds of North America are now contaminated. And what price will the next generation have to pay? Because of its superior intelligence, the dolphin has been trained to perform various tricks in marine parks all over the world.
Dr. Gross's voice work is a little less quippy and a little more matter-of-fact in this one compared to the original. It still works, he's still got a good voice for the narration and such, but it does lead to this feeling a little drier, I guess, than the first one. We also get the return of the messages of the film. You know, it's very anti-littering, anti-pollution, animal testing and stuff like that. So it is trying to shove some sort of agenda, and again, it does feel a little disingenuous with this being a shock film. It's like it's trying to do it, it's trying to have its cake and eat it too, isn't it, with this? But yeah, it makes its return here. I said that this film had a quicker pace, and it definitely does, because within the first 12 minutes Dr. Gross had already covered 10 topics. It's very rapid fire, and it kind of glosses over some things. Now, on the one hand, you could say, well, that's good, because I don't have to sit with these horrible ideas and things for much time. But on the other hand, it's like, if you're gonna just rush past it that fast, why even bring it up in the first place? I don't know, there's a lot of this film that it feels just sort of slapped together. Here's this, here's this, here's this, and it's like, chill the fuck out a minute and let me just absorb some of this. On the other hand though, we do have some scenes that are sort of played out a little longer, you know, 5 minutes here, 10 minutes here. The boxing section is quite long, the stuntman section goes on for a bit. And what's weird about that is, there's 3 topics in the stuntman section, there's 3 guys that it focuses on. Only one of them dies, and the other 2, I don't know, they just get a little injured, and it's like, why are we focusing on these other 2? It feels like it's padding it out a little bit. And lastly, it focuses quite a lot on the last section with the firing squad executions. We get to see the trial beforehand and stuff, and it's a little interesting, I'm not going to lie, it can be quite interesting. But that's how we play this film out. Gone is the nice nature shots and chipper music, and instead we're just left with slow motion footage post-execution. I think that sets the tone for this, and that leads me nicely into this next bit. I don't know if it was the footage used, the brisk pace of it all, the more matter-of-fact nature of it, or some sort of combination of all of it. But I found this film a lot more upsetting to watch than the original. It's harder to pick out the fake stuff with the real stuff, and it just feels a lot sadder. I don't know, it does show some pretty horrific stuff as well. There's some dead kids in it and stuff like that. I don't know. It's, in some ways it's better than the first film, and in some ways it's worse, I'd say. It's shorter, it's brisker, it's more shocking in parts, I guess. It's more shocking in parts, but it's also not as shocking because it's a sequel and we've seen the first one. So we kind of know what we're getting into, we kind of understand it. But some of the stuff it shows is a little more like, oof, my god, what the fuck are we seeing here? And also, again, it is just sort of slapped together. It feels more like an afterthought in parts. It's a really mixed bag, and it's difficult to talk about this one.
A ramp-to-ramp jump with his pickup truck covering a distance of 98 feet.
is a tough racket. It's very tough. 3 minutes in the ring of actual fighting is much more difficult than 2 weeks of hard training.
So this is a cut version of this film. Apparently there are 3 scenes missing. And yeah, reading about them on the BBFC website, I'm fine with that. Don't need to see them really. So, I said earlier that this film feels like it has more real footage in it. Now, I've tried doing research online. There's not as much information about this one than there is the first one, knocking about online. I'd have to guess that most of this is real footage. I found that the PCP shootout was definitely fake, and yeah, of course, the acting is shit in this bit. You can kind of tell from the get-go that that bit's faked. And I also think, I haven't read this online, but I also think, I don't believe the head in the jar guy. Now, he may believe that it's a real head in a jar, but I have my suspicions that he got scammed. I might be completely wrong about that, but I don't know. I didn't really believe that one. I might be wrong. I've never seen a real head in a jar, so what do I know? I said in my last Faces of Death review that 60% of the original Faces of Death was real footage. Now, I've had quite a few comments saying, no, most of it's fake. Most of the deaths are fake, but the deaths only make up about 20 to 25% of the film. The rest of the film is just real footage. Nothing's happening in it, it's not death scenes, it's just boring stuff, but it is real footage, and that's how they get away with saying that most of it is real. One thing that's heavily missing from Faces of Death 2 is sort of like the lighter, the sillier, wackier moments. The first one had things like the snake cult and the Satanists and stuff like that. Faces of Death 2 doesn't really have anything like that. The wackiest is probably the stunt stuff, and it's not that over the top. The rest of it is just like war crimes and illnesses, and it's heavy. It's very, very heavy. Lastly, I'm going to mention the trailer. There's a trailer for this film on the disc, and I was kind of interested, how are they going to advertise this film? And, well, they do it with a very campy opening and then a Faces of Death song. It's not really advertising this film, though. It looks like it's a trailer. I can't remember the name of the company. It's like Gorgon, I think. It looks like it's a trailer for the Faces of Death series as a whole, because there's clips from the first one, and there's clips I hadn't seen before, so I'm guessing they're from the third and fourth one. But it made me chuckle, and I'm probably going to be using it for clips, because it's hard to show clips from this film.
Together, let us gaze into the many faces of death.
Faces of death all around me. Faces of death, faces of death, faces of death all around me.
Okay, time for the print. It's kind of what you'd expect. It's not too dissimilar to the first Faces of Death. It's in 4:3 and it's a little grainy at points. I noticed a VHS flicker at one instance as well. Also, the audio's a little worse here. The past two that I've talked about, the audio's sort of distorted. It's gone a little, it like peaks. And it does do it, it's not a lot in here, it doesn't ruin the film or anything, but it can be a little noticeable during some of the narration scenes. Again though, the low quality of these, it does kind of add to the experience. It does make it feel like you're watching something that you found at the side of the road, which I think is what it wants. I don't think you'd want a cleaned up Blu-ray version of it all. And on the disc, usual stuff yet again, chapter select, trailer for this film that I've already talked about, and more Hard Gore trailers, of course. Okay, time for the case. Again, this one follows the format of the first case, this time adding a nose to the face on the front. I really do like the designs of these, it's so cool. It does kind of make it feel like something you shouldn't be holding or looking at. The back is also very similar, with the hard to make out list of what's featured in it. Very effective. Inside, we have a slightly larger catalogue of other Hard Gore releases. I think this is the first time seeing this variation of it, and once again, this was a very important piece to me finding all the films in this collection. Overall, again, much like the first one, it's difficult to talk about this film. It's not enjoyable. It's not meant to be enjoyable, but it is interesting. I found this one to be tighter and a heavier, more upsetting sit than the first film, but at the same time it feels a little slapped together in parts, and it does feel like it's retreading a lot of ground that we've already covered in the first film. I think I do prefer the first film. It's a little more shocking because you're going into it as a first film. If you saw this one first, you might prefer this one, but this is always going to be the sequel in my mind. The DLC, as I said earlier. It does kind of feel like an add-on, I guess. But if you want to watch Faces of Death and you want a shorter version of it, this might be the way to go. Realistically though, this is only going to speak to a certain sort of person. Someone who's into the Mondo shock docs, or their extreme horror, or just has a general fascination with death in general. If you're not one of those people, this film is not for you. If you are, you've probably already seen it, let's be fair. If you're in the market for this film, there's not a ton of options. This version isn't the worst. There is a US double bill with the first film. There's a few US imports and there's a few German imports as well. This is your lot for the UK release of it. And honestly, it's kind of shot up in price a little bit, so it kind of depends what you deem worth the money, really. It's definitely a little fascination piece, but I don't know if it's worth much. I'd say if you see it for cheap, it's probably worth buying to then sell on, because it goes for, you know, more than you'd want to pay for it, I guess. I got lucky because I got it as a teenager. So, another fascinating, difficult film this episode, and I think next episode we're getting a little bit of reprieve before we delve back in, and I think it's what we need. It might have the laughs and the light humorous tone that we're looking for. Judging by the things on the back of it anyway, it looks like a silly one, and it's definitely got one of the stupidest covers in the entire collection. One that I've been looking forward to this one, I'm not gonna lie. Next episode, we are checking out The Boneyard. Hey up. So we're taking a little break from the Faces of Death sequels this episode, and it looks like Hard Gore's thrown us something seemingly pretty strange, pretty odd looking. Hopefully so. Anyway, we're taking a look this episode at The Boneyard. This is a 1991 American horror comedy directed by James Cummins, who hasn't done a whole lot directorial wise. This is his debut, and then he did two other films that don't like they were too well received, really. It seems though that he is more of a special effects and creature designer, and in that regard he's got some pretty impressive credits. He worked on things like The Thing, House, The Beast Within, and the recently mentioned Strange Invaders, which is a spiritual sequel to Strange Behaviour that we covered on the channel pretty recently. So at the very least, I'm expecting the special effects in this to be worthwhile. Hopefully anyway. The film stars Ed Nelson, who has had a ton of bit parts both in film and TV. The film also stars Phyllis Diller, and she is a person you'll definitely have seen at some point in your life. She's quite an influential comedian and actress, and has a whole bunch of credits ranging from the 60s Batman TV show all the way to things like A Bug's Life and stuff like that. You'll have heard her voice in something in your lifetime. You'll definitely heard her laugh as well. She's quite famous for that. So, just judging by the cover, which struck me instantly upon buying this is probably going to be quite a ridiculous film. Now, the question is it good ridiculous, or is it annoying ridiculous? Well, let's have a look, shall we?
I gotta have that key.
Forget it, lady. So that's what happened. Boom!
Party hardy.
The plot follows two cops who are trying to convince a retired psychic to come back and help them with their current case. Their current case being that 3 kids have been kidnapped, locked in a morgue, and fed human remains by their captor who claims that they were demons. The psychic agrees, and they head over to the morgue to check out the bodies, but these might not be the average corpses that they were expecting. This film is incredibly boring, and it's such a shame because there's a really good premise in here. I bet a writer or director or both at the helm probably could have made something really good out of this, but as far as this goes, it just sort of dryly doles out information to us, and it takes an hour to kick in, and then when it does kick in, it still likes to take its time with things. Such a shame, really. The acting for the most part in this is actually pretty decent. There's the odd bad line here and there, don't get me wrong, but it's not bad at all, to be honest, it's fine. The main issue is the characters, I'd say. So because this film has quite a slow pace, you'd think it'd spend some of that time building up these characters. And it just doesn't really, meaning that we don't really have anything to latch onto with the people that we're seeing on screen, which is always an issue. Now, it brings up these big character traits, and then it doesn't delve much more into them. It's quite shallow. It makes them quite two-dimensional. They generally have 1 or 2 quirk about them, and it doesn't really delve into why or much outside of that. An example, the psychic. We have a psychic in this film, so you'd think that there'd be some cool, you know, like in Patrick that we watched not too long ago, you'd think there'd be some cool psychic stuff. No, she has 2 visions quite early on in the film, and then they just don't do anything with it again. Why was she a psychic at that point? Why bother, you know? She could just be someone who used to be a cop and needed to come back on the case or something. You didn't need to make her a psychic. And then there's the girl who they thought she was dead, she tried to off herself, but turns out she's alive. Her character trait is she tried to off herself, and that is it. And she don't really do much in the story, she's kind of useless, and it spends a bit of time just telling us why she did it and stuff, and then just forgets about her character for the next 25 minutes, and it's like, why? Well, 1, why is she here, and 2, if she has to be here, why do we need to know this about her, because it adds nothing to the overall story at all. Yeah, it's messy in that regard. A positive note though, the gore is excellent. The effects, the gore, the monsters, they all look so good, and I was genuinely impressed throughout. I would easily say that this is some of the best monster effects and gore that we've seen in this collection so far. Absolutely. The little demon kids are so cool, their designs are so good, and then you get the big monsters towards the end, and again, they just look amazing and gooey and bloody, and it just works so well. But it doesn't really use them that much, especially the bigger monsters. It saves them to the last, like, big climactic moment, I guess. Fair enough. But it just doesn't use them enough in that last bit. It spends too much time with characters just sort of doing boring things and waiting around, or getting stuck on a ladder, you know, stuff like that. And it's like, just show me these monsters, because you clearly put a lot of time and effort into them, and they are so cool. More of that would have really enhanced this film, but as far as it stands, there's just not enough of these cool, amazing effects to really help the film in any way. So it's made okay. Like the effects are good, but then the camera work can dip into really, really crap at times. Sometimes it feels like the camera's just been plonked down and they've just gone, right, do your entire scene, and you get a 5-minute long shot, static shot, and it just feels lazily put together. The music can kind of work against it at times as well. It can be quite bombastic and big, and when you've got big music over a scene where nothing's happening, it just kind of highlights how little is actually happening in the scene. It's a shame, because the music's not too bad. In a bigger, better film, it would have really worked. And there was no need for it to go as crazy with the power ballad in the credits that it did. But you know what? I appreciate it. That was a great song.
Bingo. Skeleton key. Well, that's appropriate for this place.
This film is a horror comedy, and I haven't really touched on the humour in this yet, have I? And that's because there isn't really any, to be honest. It's not as funny or as over-the-top ridiculous as I was expecting. The film starts 15 minutes into the film, and we've already dryly covered dead kids, cannibalism and cancer. And it's like, wow, this is not funny. Like, there's some good dialogue scenes between people, especially in that beginning opening bit, but there's not much humour at all. I thought, well, Phyllis Diller's in this, you know, she's a famous comedian. Maybe she'll be bringing the jokes. Again, not really to be honest. She's the funniest character in the thing, don't get me wrong, in the film, don't get me wrong about that, but she's not as funny as I was expecting her to be. Her main shtick, really, is that her name is Mrs. Poopenplatz, and if you find that one joke name funny for 90 minutes, this might be the film for you. But you hear it 2 or 3 times and you're just like, yeah, that's a name, it's not that funny really, is it? And then I guess there's the poodle monster as well, but again, all the film kind of does is just go, here's a poodle monster, and I'm like, yes, but why? There's not much more to it. It's very shallow, I guess, with its humour. It's very much, here's a funny idea, isn't that a funny idea? And you're like, yeah, but I need more to make it funny. Like, you just showing me something isn't that funny, really. Plus, the poodle monster's plastered all over the back of the case and in the marketing for it, so it wasn't a surprise. And the big monster doesn't move that much, so there's no difference really between that and a still image. So yeah, really, really light on the humour in this. Just didn't work for me in the comedy sense. There's not much information about this film online, to be honest. There's a few bits of trivia on IMDb. Apparently it was shot in 5 weeks, and you can kind of tell because it's all in one location for the most part. Apparently one of the explosions caused a fire on set. Yeah, don't know, do with that what you will. And apparently, this is probably the most interesting fact, Alice Cooper was approached to be in this film and turned it down. Wonder if that would have made it a bit more famous in its time. I don't know really. I guess he's done a lot of bit work, hasn't he really? So I don't know. But yeah, that's about as much information as I could find on this film. It's just sort of a bit of a mystery, I guess. Lastly, before we move on, I want to talk about the VHS, the original VHS release of this film. So this is one of the early examples of a reversible cover for a VHS. But it wasn't just different artwork, it was different tone completely. One cover was advertising the film as a horror, the other was advertising it as a comedy. So if you worked in like a video rental shop or just like HMV or something like that, or probably not HMV, it'll have been sealed, but you know, like a Blockbuster or something, you could swap the cover around and see which one sold better, and then you could just sell it as either a horror or a comedy depending on what was leaving the shop quicker. But can you imagine getting this as a comedy? Like, you pick this up in the comedy section at Blockbuster and you're like, oh, cool, I'll check this out. You'd be very disappointed. Okay, time for the print then, and it's pretty good to be honest. It might be one of the best ones we've had yet. There was only two things worth noting, I guess. One is in 4x3, and the other, there was one instance of quite a quick but like loud jarring glitch. It was all pixely and made like quite a weird static noise. But outside of that, it's very watchable, colours look good, it's clear, and yeah, probably one of the best we've seen. And on the disc, we get the usual stuff, chapter select, trailers for this, and trailers for Hard Gore films. But we also get more things, for once. We get 3 interviews. Nice. We get a 17-minute interview with Phyllis Diller, and at the beginning there's like the sound of a truck backing up. Fair enough. 18-minute interview with the director James Cummins, and we get a 12-minute interview with the producer. Not bad, I'd say. To be honest, I'd say that this is about on par with what Shameless has been doing recently on their Blu-rays, just chucking 2 or 3 interviews on the disc and that's about it. Not bad. Not bad at all, to be honest, and it's about time we got something. Okay, case time. This cover is so stupid, but you know what? It works. It caught my attention from the second I saw it on eBay, so good job there. On the back, I'm not a fan of the font they chose. Feels kind of weird to read. The blurb is fine, makes it out to be a little wackier than it actually is though. This sentence is a bit odd. Describes one of the characters as a failed suicide. Seems harsh, but then at the same time, it is her only character trait, so fair enough, I guess. The runtime's out by about 5 minutes, the film's actually 93 minutes, and this is another film that should have been a 15 but was bumped up to an 18 because of the trailers. Again, they're telling us as well, which is nice. Lastly, this has one of the bigger catalogues on the inside. Nice stuff. Overall then, this was, unfortunately, a massive disappointment to me. There's something here. Like, the idea of kids getting locked in a morgue, fed human flesh, the demon stuff, that could really work. You know what it'd work well as? Sort of like a gritty cop thriller. Something like I Saw the Devil, something like that. That sort of premise would work really well in that environment, but unfortunately what we get here is a boring, drawn-out slog that feels lazily put together, but then has some of the best effects I've seen in the entire collection. It's such a weird film. There is something in it, but the overall package is just a massive letdown. It's a shame, it's a shame. This only gets a very, very light recommendation from me, and I'll reiterate, it's boring as shit. But there's a few, if you've seen anything in the clips that I've shown, anything that's made you go, ooh, that might actually be interesting, you might get something out of it. It just didn't really do it for me. Now, if you're in the market for a copy of this DVD isn't too bad. There was one big glitch, but outside of that, the print's fine, there's special features. It's not too bad, especially if you can find it cheap. But there is also the 88 Films Blu-ray that got put out a little while back. Now, that's probably a way better option because it's probably got a great high-def print and loads of special features and blah, blah, blah. But I don't know if it's quite worth the price, not for me anyway. It's usually only about a tenner, but I don't know if I'd spend a tenner on this film, to be honest. I think this might be worth getting if it's very, very cheap. Outside of that, I don't know. So, it's a shame. It's always disappointing to see a film with a lot of potential fall short, I think. It's always a shame. But, next episode, we're back to us Mondo Shock Docs. Ooh, lucky me. Can't wait to check back in with Dr. Gross. Because next episode, we're taking a look at Faces of Death 3. Hey up. Back for round 3 with another instalment into the Faces of Death series. We're taking a look this episode at Faces of Death 3, the third in the series, as you can imagine, from 1985, again directed by John Alan Schwartz, and again starring Michael Carr as Dr. Gross. As if 2 weren't enough, they had to make another one, didn't they? So I'm going to start this in the same way that I started the other 2 reviews. So firstly, if you haven't watched my Faces of Death 1 and 2 reviews, I'd highly recommend checking those out before watching this review, because there's going to be a lot of comparison between this and the other films, and you know, it'll keep you in the loop and stuff and make things make a bit more sense, I guess. Secondly as well, it's a Faces of Death film, and YouTube hates Faces of Death films, and I don't want this review to just disappear into the world and it can't be watched. So there's not going to be too many clips from this, I'm afraid, even though this one could probably have more clips shown. Unfortunately, I can't really show much of it, especially not the meatier stuff anyway, so it might be quite light on clips. So, the last one was a bit of a rough sit for me. I haven't seen this one before, I have no history with this one at all. So, I mean, I know what to expect because it's a Faces of Death film. I'm sure it's not going to blow me away or anything. I'm sure it's exactly what I'm envisioning. But I don't know the inner workings of it all. So, let's see if it's any good, shall we?
When I view these remains, I can't help but reflect on the terrible accidents that cost the occupants of these motorized vehicles their lives. Those bleeding to death while frantically trying to save themselves from the twisted metal coffins.
I told him not to go out drinking or anything because that man was out there, the one who kills everybody.
No, I can't say nothing dirty about him, but I wished I could.
Following the same formula as the other 2 films, we once again take a look through Dr. Gross's archives, taking a look at various ways to die. In this instalment, we get things like bombings and slaughterhouses, diving accidents, murderers, etc, etc. This one's 84 minutes, so it's longer than the second one, but shorter than the first. But to me, this one felt like the longest. I just found it very, very dull to watch. The sort of shock value's gone by this point. I've already seen 2 others, the shock factor's gone, and there's other reasons why it's less shocking that we'll get into later. But also, it's not got the pacing that the others have. It takes its time on each topic, very slowly discussing it, and they all kind of overstay the welcome, if I'm honest. It's just a very, very boring, overly long Faces of Death film.
I really can't believe it. Honestly, I really can't believe it.
You scared? Sitting here, you would think everything is peaceful and serene. But what you don't see is a 15-foot wall surrounding this property.
Dr. Gross is once again the sort of fun anchor of these films. He's got a lot of charisma and he's got some quite entertaining bits in this. He's definitely funnier than he was in Faces of Death 2, but he still is quite dry in this as well. His voice though, it still works really well for this type of film. I did notice though, however, that the quality of his voiceover changes quite drastically once or twice. So it starts off and it's the older sound recording quality, you know, it's slightly more muffled, and it sounds the same as Faces of Death 1 and 2. Then suddenly it popped and the voice sounded way clearer, and it was super jarring, especially because this is the third one in, and part way into it just sort of, here we go, and it was crisp and weirdly clear. And then at some point it must have changed back into the older style, because I felt it pop again later on in the film. I'm not too sure, maybe they recorded some stuff earlier, then recorded some stuff later on, I'm not sure. There's a bit of a gap between this and the second one, so it could have just been some was recorded earlier, some recorded later. I don't know, but it was pretty weird. So this film, it keeps some of its messaging that it tries to do. They try to have some sort of agenda, just so that they can get away with what they're showing, I guess. In this one, it's the animal cruelty stuff again. Doesn't like animal cruelty, fair enough, who does? But also, this one really doesn't like fast food and drugs. It's very anti-drugs, this one. It doesn't have the environmental message though, which was a staple for 1 and 2. Just sort of ignores that completely this time. It feels like the amount of death in this film is a lot less as well. It's a lot less than I was expecting anyway. So I complained in the second one that there are a lot of topics that are glossed over, and I did say though that it might have helped keep the pace for it, but it was a shorter film too. Now this film gets rid of those pretty much completely. Any topic that's brought up, we're seeing it for about 5 minutes, roughly. And you feel every topic drag on. Every topic goes on for a little too long, and it just drags and drags. And I realised I wished that there was some of the quicker topics just to keep that pace going, just to keep it moving. But no, unfortunately, it really, really just drags along this film. So, fakeness. This has got to be the fakest one yet. There wasn't much footage in this that I felt was real, outside of like historical footage and stuff. And that is the complete opposite to Faces of Death 2, where there wasn't much in that I could point at as being fake. Faces of Death 3 is full of recreations, and most of them are absolutely stupid. Bad acting, bad, like, weirdly good framing for something that should be so, like, spur of the moment, spontaneous, and shouldn't have good framing. The blood is bright red for a lot of it. It felt like a giallo film, which kind of, like, deters from what it's trying to achieve. It's trying to be as realistic. At least if you're gonna make something that's supposed to be real, why would you make your blood look like Dulux bright red paint? Ridiculous. But I think this is the first film in the Faces of Death series where I actually laughed aloud at one point. It was the guy on PCP in a police station. It was so faked. It was clearly fake. I think it's famously fake as well. I think there's some stuff online about that one being the fake one, and it is ridiculous. The acting is so shit, and it just goes on and on and on. I also laughed at another point. Now this might be based on a true story, there might be some truth to it, but what we're seeing isn't real. It's about a parachuter who missed his mark and landed in an alligator pit. Now, it's the way it's edited. It cuts to these alligators eating clearly fake body parts, and it just, something about how the voiceover, then the interview cuts in, and then it just cuts these alligators eating like fake legs. Oh, very, very silly. Honestly, as well, outside of this now, it's getting difficult to talk about these Faces of Death films. This is the third one that I've watched, pretty close together, and I don't really know what else to really say about these that I haven't already said a million times over in the other reviews. Like, it's just more of the same. That's what it is. Slightly different tonally, I'd say, but just more of the same.
For the chronic PCP user, the person that uses at least 3 days per week for a minimum of 3 months, it may take anywhere from several months to several years until the person again returns to normal.
Now, can
Take the medicine. Take it all the way down. All the way down. All the way down.
Take some more.
All the way.
Right.
Now swallow it. Swallow it, Willie. Okay.
Billy, you see what you did?
Towards the last half an hour of this film, it gets a little one-note, a little one-track minded, and it gets obsessed with diving accidents. Like, no joke, there's about three different topics of diving accidents underwater in that last half an hour, and each of them, I think one of them takes about 10 minutes. And they're all fake, they're all clearly fake footage, and it feels like the crew got an underwater camera and went, we need to make use of this underwater camera, so we just do a shit ton of diving accidents. You know, like getting killed by a barracuda, or getting killed by sharks, or getting trapped in an underwater cave, and it just goes on and on and on, and it's so boring, so dull, that bit. We also get a cameo from the director, John Alan Schwartz. He's playing a serial killer, and talk about going on a bit. This is set at a trial, his bit, and it just goes on and on and on, and it's so dull, but interesting to see him there. So clearly that one's fake too. So there you go. The fakeness is definitely something I want to re-bring back up as well, because it adds a cheapness to this one that the other two, while they didn't feel like high budget or anything like that, they felt more documentary, I guess, so they get away with it. This one just feels super cheap. An example that really stood out to me was there's a guy jumping off a building, and as he's falling, cut to a different shot, and he's clearly a mannequin, and then there we go. It's like something from Zombie Holocaust. Do you know what it felt like? What was the name of that show? Was it 1,000 Ways to Die or Dumb Ways to Die? Something like that, from like 2006. It felt more akin to that than anything else, which is, yeah, it's not great. So, we're at a bit of a point now. We've watched the first 3 Faces of Death films. There is another, but it's not until much later on, so we get a big gap now. So I'm going to take this time to compare. So, Faces of Death 1, it knew what it was doing, it was confident in what it was doing. It may be a little too long, but it had the shock value there, and it felt like a complete film, a whole piece. And it made for a pretty interesting watch, I'd say. It was fascinating to see. Faces of Death 2, short and effective. It felt a bit like DLC and a little rushed at times, but it elicited more of a response from me, I guess, and while not a great film, it was definitely like a rough watch, I'd say. Then we come to Faces of Death 3, and this one feels like an afterthought. This one feels like, well, the first one did well, and the second one did well in Japan, so we gotta do a third one. We gotta get another one out the door. And there's just far too much fakeness in it, and it goes on for far too long, and this one is unnecessary, unfortunately. Very boring, very dull watch. Lastly, before we move on IMDb, in the trivia section, it mentions a scene. It is the last public execution in France by guillotine. And I don't remember seeing that in this film at all, so I am assuming that that was removed. Now, this is a cut version of this film. According to the BBFC website, it's a scene of sexual violence that's removed, and I think it has something to do with the trial scene that has John Alan Schwartz in it. There's a big section of that that's removed. It doesn't say anything about the public execution or anything like that, but I didn't see it in it, and when I come to edit this and add clips in, I'll have a quick look through the film and see if I can find anything. I'm not going to re-watch the thing to see if I missed it, but I made notes on every topic that came up, unless it was shoved in at the credits at the end, because at the end it just shows really quick clips. There's like a clip where there's like naked people sat at a table eating lunch or something. It just churns through these clips. So maybe it was in that, but I watched that and I don't remember seeing it. I've made notes and there is nothing about the guillotine that I made a note on. So who knows? Who knows where that scene is? But why it's worth mentioning is that a young Christopher Lee is in the audience watching the public execution. He went to it. So technically, Christopher Lee is in this film.
Germany is the home of a special unit known as the Yellow Angels. These men patrol the autobahns throughout.
When the peaceful community of Castle Beach became a stage for a series of tragic murders of young teenage girls.
Okay then, time for the print. And why is it always the films that I will probably never watch again that have the best prints? Print for this one is pretty good, to be honest. It's in 4x3, which, I'm probably shot in 4x3, weren't I? But it's fine, clear picture, looks pretty good, sounds alright, can be a little echoey at times, and in a few shots the whites are a little blown out, but nothing major really, it's pretty good print. So, yeah, not bad. And on the disc, very, very standard stuff this time. We get Chapter Select and Hard Gore trailers, that's your lot. Okay then, let's have a look at this case. We're carrying on with the same motif as the other two had. This time the colour scheme has been changed to blue and the top teeth have been added to the face. I really like this one still. I do just really like what they've done with these designs. I've said it in the other two reviews, I'll say it again. It's cool, it's a good design. The same can be said for the back as well, exactly the same sort of stuff, just lists out what is featured, although some of the things that are on the back of this aren't in this film at all, so I feel like it's more just copy and pasted stuff, to be honest. The runtime is out by quite a bit here. The film is actually 84 minutes, but it's listed here as 74, so 10 minutes out. Quite a big one really, we've not had one that big in a while. I'd guess that it was left over from the Faces of Death 2 template, because that was 74 minutes exactly, so I assume they just forgot to change it when they made the case for this one. Lastly, this also has a catalogue on the inside, but it's dropped down to the smaller one for some reason. Weird. Overall then, this is by far the weakest of the series yet. It's not fun, it's boring, it draws everything out, and most of it's faked. There's even a disclaimer at the end of the credits saying that most of it's faked. This is not worth your time. If you're gonna watch a Faces of Death film, watch 1 or 2. 1 for its historical context. 2 because it's probably the most effective of the ones that I've watched so far. Just avoid this one. This is only gonna speak to Faces of Death completionists out there. Most people aren't gonna want to bother with it, to be honest. As far as releases go, this is your lot, really, in the UK, and it's fine, the print's pretty good, there's no special feature or anything like that, but it's not too bad. It has shot up in price though. Now, I got lucky, and I still have my receipt from when I got this. And I only paid £5 for this from CEX in 2017. Now, that's still far too much money for this film. It's still not worth that amount of money, to be honest. But it has shot up by quite a way, so I wouldn't recommend paying much for it. I think this is one of those where if you find it very, very cheap, it's probably worth getting. There's also some imports knocking about, there's some US imports, some German imports, but again, avoid it. I wouldn't bother with it, to be honest. Kind of a waste of time. It's probably all online anyway, just watch it online. So, not great. Do you know what though? I'm glad that we're having a bit of a break now from that, because I don't think I could take much more of this Mondo shockumentary bullshit. And I think next episode we are going to be getting something a little different, luckily. Next episode, we're going to be taking a look at Cannibal Dead the Ghouls. Hey up. So now that we've done, for a while anyway, with the awfulness that is Faces of Death, we can get back on track with what this series seems to do the most of. Maybe not the best, just the most. That being millenitrash. Lucky us. In this episode, we are taking a look at Cannibal Dead the Ghouls, also just known as The Ghouls. This is a 2003 horror film directed by Chad Ferrin, who hasn't done a whole lot. This is his second feature, and it looks like his most famous thing is some cult horror film called Easter Bunny Kill Kill. Don't know, not heard of that one. Might be interesting, I don't know. Apparently it's got a cult following though. And it looks like he's still working today, so good for him. Good for him. Our lead is a guy called Timothy Muscatel, who's not really done much outside of working with Ferrin by the looks of things, but we do get a few sort of names in this. They're not the hugest, but you know, it's people you might recognise. Trent Harger is a name that I recognised because he did a voice in Where the Dead Go to Die, which is a pretty fucked up animated film that I quite enjoyed. Maybe a slight recommendation there if you're into that sort of thing. Joe Pilato is also a name that stood out. Now he's someone we have spoke about on this channel before. He was in Effects, which I covered in the Agfa 101 series, which I will get back to by the way. And he was also in Dawn of the Dead, so interesting. But probably most famously, pre-becoming a famous director, this film stars James Gunn. Interesting. So, while it's not got an all-star cast, there's some people in here that have piqued my interest somewhat. And I think at this point, I'm just happy to be covering something that's not Faces of Death. So let's have a look, shall we? Let's see what we've got.
Ghouls. They call them the ghouls. Great. Well, now you got a name for them.
The shit that comes out of that dog's ass. People step in it. They look at it long and hard. They know it's shit. It's always gonna be shit. And that's what the news is.
You come back yet, crawling on your hands and knees, you hear me?
I have some footage.
Get out!
I have footage that's gonna knock you on your ass.
Listen, cowboy.
The film follows Eric, a guy who videos acts of violence to sell on to the news. One rough night, he catches a group who attack and eat a woman in front of him. Unfortunately for him though, he forgot to load his camera. So with the help of a friend, he heads back to the scene of the crime to try and catch something else like that happening again. But he might have just got himself a little too embroiled in the mystery. There's not an awful plot here, there's something that could work. Unfortunately though, this film really stretches this premise out, and some scenes just grind the whole thing to a halt. It's not the worst thing in this collection, but it is far from the best.
Fuck, it smells like piss in here.
Help! But you did nothing! You did nothing!
Fuck you!
The acting is very much low budget acting. You know, we've seen a hell of a lot worse in this collection, but most of it just comes across as pretty flat, really. The characters are all very one-note and stereotypical as well, so you don't really find anyone to latch on to or root for, and instead you're just sort of waiting for the next kill to happen. On kills, there is gore here, which is nice to see, but it's a little cheap and a little quick and lazy, I guess. A few things stood out. There was a guy cut in half, but it did look a little bit wonky. And the skinned guy at the end, it doesn't look all too skinned. It's a little rubber suit in, a little cheap. As I said, at least the gore is here and there is some stuff to see, but cheap is sort of the word for it, I guess. It just feels a bit sort of rushed. There is a bit of sleaze in here as well, but it's pretty fast. It just sort of flashes in front of your face, really, and that's about your lot for it. The ghouls, or cannibals, or whatever the hell you want to call them. These are a bit of a mixed bag. There's some fun and campiness to them, but the design is very lazy. Just a bit of white face paint. Quite theatrical, they sort of pop out of corners, all jazz hands and stuff, and that's fun. But overall with them, I'd say I was a little bit disappointed with the designs. I was expecting a little bit more from ghouls, and they're just, who knows what they are here as well, really. It doesn't really delve too much into what they are. I think there's supposed to be some sort of metaphor about them. They live in the sewer, they look sort of poor, I guess, maybe some like lower class sort of thing, but all that just sort of gets shoved to one side. It doesn't really delve too deep into it, I guess. The way this is put together as well, it's a little lazy at points. I've said lazy and I've said cheap a lot, and they really are the key words here. Some shots go on a bit too long. It feels like the camera's just been sort of shoved to the side and left to roll. And some of the music choices are good. Some of the free jazz I especially liked. But then things like the good, the bad and the ugly theme popping in, or some of the noisier sections all just felt a bit amateur. As I said, cheap, lazy, those are the key terms for this film.
That's more like it.
Start talking.
Oh, down here we call them ghouls.
You could definitely say that this film fits into the millenitrash bracket that we've created. There's a few reasons why, you know, the sleazy elements, the frantic editing, the fact that it's shot on mini DV, some of the obnoxious sound designs, and just that sort of overall sense of trying to make something much bigger with not much resources. There's also an element of bad taste in this, and this is something, I don't know. It felt a bit dirty to me, I guess. So this sort of film, it shouldn't be having any sort of bigger concepts in it, I guess, because it's quite surface level, it doesn't delve too deep into anything, and it's quite childish, I guess, in its mentality. So then when you thrust in a Down syndrome actor, I can't help but wince a little bit, because I'm like, what are you going to do here, film? You're not smart enough to deal with something like this. And unfortunately, it does sort of feel like this guy is only here to be the butt of the joke. And it's not fair, that sort of thing, really. It's not fair, it shouldn't be dealing with that sort of thing. It's not smart enough to deal with any sort of disability or anything like that. And yeah, it feels bad taste, honestly. So this film it's not a trauma film, this, but it is sort of trauma adjacent. The director started out at trauma, and as did famously James Gunn, who worked on Romeo and Juliet. So you can kind of see the trauma influences here. It's not as wacky and in your face and over the top, but it does have that sort of scrappy, making something out of nothing sort of sensibility to it. I want to mention the ending to this film as well. So it's an 82-minute film, and about 70 minutes in, it kind of feels like it ends. We have the climax, and it feels like it could have just cut to credits right there. But it does keep on going, and I'm like, why is it keeping on going? And we once again use the Down syndrome actor for a gag that doesn't really land for me. I don't know. Again, it just feels very surface level, amateur and childish, and it just sort of rambles around then, and it keeps going, and then we get the credit roll. This should have been 70 minutes, I feel like it would have been more palatable. I think, to be honest, it should have been much shorter. It could have trimmed a lot out of this, but end it at 70 minutes and it might have been a bit more palatable. The fact that it just keeps going is really strange. I don't know why they've included these last few scenes in it.
Fuck, you see here? I'm staying here. It's your move. It's your move. It's your move.
Okay, let's take a look at this print then. It's in 4x3 and it's pretty dark and washed out. It's quite a soft sort of look, and it's not great. It's a bit muddy, I guess, to look at. Now, there weren't any major flickers or issues like that or anything. It's just a dark, unappealing print that's hard to make out some of the finer details in it, unfortunately. And on the disc, usual stuff, chapter select, trailer for this, and Hard Gore trailers. Okay then, time for the case, and honestly, I don't think the cover for this is awful. Even though they do look more like zombies than cannibals or ghouls. But I don't hate it, there's something just sort of works, I guess. It's interesting that James Gunn wasn't quite the household name by this point. If this had been a 2010's DVD release, his name would have been plastered all over this. The info on the back seems fine, reads okay, and the runtime's correct. Screenshots aren't too terrible either. Yeah, not a bad package overall, really. Lastly, this has another catalogue on the inside. Overall then, this wasn't very good, unfortunately. It can have a charm every now and then, and things like James Gunn being in it do make it a little bit of a curiosity piece, but honestly it is slow, boring, and just not memorable. I will have forgotten about this film within the next week or two, I can promise you that. I'll look back at it and go, what happened in that one again? I wouldn't recommend it. I would not recommend it. Do you know what I would say though? While I was watching this, I kept thinking this is the cheap millenitrash version of Nightcrawler. Watch that instead, that's much better than this. If for some reason you are in the market though, there's this version and there is the Shriek Collection DVD as usual, as always. Probably exactly the same print though, and the print isn't great, but that's your lot, unfortunately. That's all we've got, and you know what, I am a bit surprised by that. I would have thought that somebody like 88 Films would have put out a version, especially with James Gunn being in this. It'd be a bit more of an easy sell. I could see that happening, to be honest, in the next few years, because you could just plaster James Gunn's name all over the case, and it'll probably sell. So, not great this episode, and I think we're going to be having more of the same next episode, unfortunately. Judging by the cover and the title, I think it's going to be more millenitrash bullshit. Next episode, we are checking out Cannibal Detour Hell's Highway. God, these names are terrible, aren't they? Hey up. Who's up for more millenitrash then? You know you are. You love it. This episode, we're checking out Cannibal Detour Hell's Highway. Also just known as Detour, a much easier name to say. This is a 2003 direct-to-video horror film directed by Steve Taylor, not Steve Tyler, who it looks like this sort of thing is his forte. Looking at his credits on IMDb, it looks like he mainly just makes knockoff horror films. Things like Secret Craft or the more recent Sludge. And they've all got pretty bad ratings on IMDb. The film doesn't really star any names. Most of the people who are in this have only been in this. Never a good sign. That is apart from Tiffany Shepis, I believe her name is. Now she has like over 150 credits on IMDb. But I did notice that she was in the film we covered last episode, Cannibal Dead the Ghouls, I believe it was called. Cannibal Dead the Ghouls. And that's not a good sign, to be honest, because that film was terrible. So, if I had to guess, this looks like some sort of I Know What You Did Last Summer crossed with maybe Wrong Turn, judging by the title. Knockoff? I don't know. But let's have a look, shall we?
Ain't nothing but a loose thing, baby. Whack!
What the hell do you want?
Yeah, does this pump work? We need some gas.
It's a gas station, ain't it?
Yeah, and...
Didn't the nasty witch give pretty Snow White an apple?
Somebody's been visiting Frown Town.
After the first title card, we meet 7 teenagers who are out in the middle of the desert at a rave. Another title card later, and these teenagers are on the road. They ignore the advice of an attendant to turn back and go home, and instead head further into the desert to look for gold, money, something like that. But, as you can probably imagine, they get stranded and attacked by cannibals. Will they survive the night? Do we want them to survive the night? No, we don't. Something I will say good, positive about this film is that it does keep its energy up for the 87-minute runtime. One of the longer films we've seen in a while, to be honest. And it avoids that typical low-budget halfway dip, which is saying something for this film. Unfortunately though, it feels a little too done. It's something that we've all seen before, it's not original, unfortunately, and it doesn't really make it feel worth the time, really. This film sort of ends as well at 82 minutes, and then we have a painfully slow credit crawl, which again is cheating, and then in the last minute or so we get one blooper, and then it just sort of finishes, which, yeah, it just turns into a bit of a mess at the end.
I love big, hairy man ass!
Oh my god, it's rotten. It looks like some sort of animal hide or something.
Look at it. It looks more like human hair.
Yeah, that's right, Pimp Daddy. Just show some steel, send those bitches running!
You seen The Hills Have Eyes before? Then you've basically seen this film, because it just copies that pretty much beat for beat, apart from it's tainted with the funk of millenitrash. The acting is bad. The characters, I would give these an award for the most irritating cast of teenagers in a horror film that I have ever seen. And sure, that's a bit of a stereotype, isn't it? Teenagers that are annoying in horror films, these take the cake. They are all one-note stereotypes who never shut the hell up. They are all examples of the worst parts of the early 2000s, in my opinion. You can't root for any of them, and you're not even just waiting for them to die, you're hoping that they get picked off, because you just want them to shut the hell up. I really want to make mention to one guy in particular, who's sort of this young hip-hop gangster wannabe. He freestyle raps, he constantly talks, and he is just so irritating, it's unreal. Hands down, the most annoying cast I think I have ever seen in a horror film. The gore is unfortunately pretty minimal. We don't really get too much at all, really. The bits that we do get are a bit cheap and a bit rushed, and then a lot of it is just quick cuts away. It's a shame, really. I expected a little bit more for something with this title, to be honest. As for how this film's put together, it's not the most incompetent. Some of the shots are quite nice. There's some nice wide shots, some good desert shots. It uses the sun quite nicely in parts. Unfortunately though, the whole film is overly saturated and tinted with this horrible orange, and it's just so ugly to look at. It's so ugly. So you've got this horrible orange tint, you've got these annoying as fuck characters, and then on top of all that, you've got this early 2000s drum and bass soundtrack blasting you in the face. Not gonna lie, about halfway through this, I was definitely getting a headache.
You goddamn right! You fuck with my bitches! You fuck with me, yeah!
We're not your bitches!
Time to feed.
Feed on this motherfucker!
This is 100%, without a doubt, millenitrash. From the soundtrack to the oversaturation, the misogyny and homophobia, the awful airhead characters, the bizarre music video-esque editing. A dude has frosted tips in it. This is the quintessential early 2000s millenitrash bullshit. This is the sort of thing that MTV thought all their target demographic was, the teenagers in this film. It is the early 2000s encapsulated 100%. Maybe it's lacking a little bit of the gothic angst of some of the other ones that we've watched, but this just, it screams 2003 for me. It couldn't be more 2003. So, The Hills Have Eyes. This is definitely a rip-off of The Hills Have Eyes. But while I was watching it, I was thinking, this is a direct rip-off of the remake. And it might be because of that little bit of millenitrash funk that was wafting around. But, funnily enough, the remake of Hills Have Eyes came out in 2006. Now, this was technically finished in 2002, but they struggled to find distribution for it. And eventually it got its name changed to sound a little bit more like something like Wrong Turn. But Wrong Turn didn't come out until after this did. So weirdly, it's not really the knockoff that you'd think it is. It's definitely some sort of Hills Have Eyes 77, is it 77? 70s Hills Have Eyes bootleg, but not the early 2000s horrors that you'd expect it to be, which is weird. And lastly, before we go, it is definitely worth mentioning that this is an early Asylum film. Now, I'm surprised I haven't brought these up on the channel yet. This is the first The Asylum film that I'm actually covering. For those who don't know, I'm sure most of you know, but for those who don't know, The Asylum became popular in the early 2010s, late 2000s, early 2010s, for releasing knockoff versions of popular films straight to video. Films like Transmorphers when Transformers came out, or The Da Vinci Treasure I think it's called, and The Da Vinci Code came out. And they sort of became synonymous with this quick cash grab knockoff bullshit. Then in the mid 2010s, or mid to early 2010s, they released Sharknado, and then they became synonymous with these big, dumb, stupid, bullshit, like crazy films like Sharknado and Mega Shark versus Giant Octopus, or something like that, you know. And that's sort of the Sci-Fi Channel late night bullshit is sort of where they ended up landing. But this is a really early example, and on their Wikipedia page it lists all the films, and there's even a column for the film that it is knocking off, that it's ripping off. This one doesn't have a direct rip-off, but it definitely feels like a cheap, bootleggy Asylum film.
Drinking protein shakes and hitting the gym and shit. Watch, check this shit out, yo.
Oh, wow! Diesel. What else you can...
Okay, time for the print then, and it's in 16:9, which is nice for a change. A lot of these have been in 4:3 recently, so it's nice to have a full screen. But it is pretty blurry and low quality, and then you mix that with the oversaturation and orange tint, and it does make a lot of things hard to make out. Things like gore and stuff, they just sort of get lost in pixels, unfortunately. While I didn't notice any major issues, there wasn't any like big flickers or glitches or anything like that, and the audio was pretty clear, it is still pretty terrible to look at, to be honest. I don't know if it was just shot that way, because mini DV and all that. It looks mini DV. Definitely won't film anyway. And on the disc, we get the usuals, chapter select, trailer for this, Hard Gore trailers. Now, but we also get some special features. We get a 17.5 minute long behind the scenes featurette, which includes talking heads, actors dicking about, and a ton of pervy director stuff. But you know, looks like they had fun. It's nothing that I'm that interested in seeing. And we get an 11-minute audition tape, which, I mean, the acting's not great in this anyway, and watching the auditions of the actors for these characters just sort of highlights how crap they are. But again, looks like they had fun. I definitely didn't. And lastly on this disc, it's listed on the back that there's an Easter egg. Now at first I thought maybe that was just a little singular outtake at the end of the credits. But no, I had to go back downstairs, put the disc back in and search around the menus. There is something hidden on this. It's in one of the eyes on the special features menu. Like the eyes of the face that's looking at you. So what is this Easter egg that I had to go looking for? Well, it's a 72-second clip called The Most Annoying 24 Seconds Ever Put on Film or something like that. And it is 24 seconds of the irritating gangster wannabe kid saying yo, and then it's 40 odd seconds of just a black screen. So glad I looked for that. Cheers. Why is it always the annoying films that I don't actually like that have special features? This seems to be a running trend for this collection.
Yo, 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 yo.
Okay then, time for the case. This bit of text on the front is just a complete word salad. What are you even saying here? And the cover art is super, super trashy. Looks like the bootleg Friends cast ended up in Hills Have Eyes. One of the worst covers we've seen in a while by far. The back isn't too bad though, not massive on the font, it makes some letters a little weird to look at, but the blurb reads alright. The runtime's correct as well, which is nice. Yeah, nicer back than front for this one, I'd say. Once again, we have another catalogue on the inside. These have definitely been more consistent recently. Overall then, I mean, this is not a good film. Of course it's not a good film. You've seen the clips, you've heard me talk. This is a bad film. Sure, it maintains a level of energy and it doesn't really have that long, boring section that most of these films generally do. But it's just a knockoff of a much better film, and it has some of the worst characters I have ever seen in a film in my life. Avoid it, don't watch it, watch Hills Have Eyes instead. That's a good film. Hell, watch Wrong Turn, watch the Hills Have Eyes 2006 remake, all better than this piece of shit. If for some weird reason you are in the market, this or the Shriek collection is kinda your lot, really. And I'm guessing it's the exact same print, which isn't great. So even more excuse for you not to get it. Don't bother with it, it's bad. So, awful one this episode, and it ain't gonna get much better because next episode we are sticking in the asylum. Lucky us. Next episode, we're taking a look at vampires versus zombies. Hey up. Back again with another millenitrash film. 3 in a row, that makes. I feel like we're being spoilt a little bit here. This episode, we're taking a look at Vampires vs. Zombies. Later renamed to Carmilla the Lesbian Vampire, this is a 2004 straight-to-video horror film directed by Vince D'Amato, who hasn't done a whole lot. It looks like this sort of low-budget schlock is kind of what he does. But hey, he's still working today. Good for him. Film stars a bunch of unknowns, nobody that really stood out except for somebody called Brink Stevens. Might have said the name wrong, not entirely sure. But she's been in over 220 films. And sure, a lot of those are bit parts, uncredited roles and such, but 220 films is quite impressive. Most of them might be crap, but still, that's some work ethic right there. So, this is another asylum film. It's not a good start. It also has a very low IMDb score, and most of the top reviews on Letterboxd are in Russian. Not a great start, not a great start. Let's see what we've got, shall we?
What the hell is all this?
That's my other daughter. She's been infected.
Infected? She's gagged.
She's sick, damn it.
Dad,
Jenna.
I've been meaning to ask you. Where do you think we're going?
What do you mean?
What is it now, Bob? Oh, shit.
I am now going to attempt to break down the plot to this film. Apologies if it sounds complete nonsense or I do happen to get any bits incorrect. I'm trying my best with it. So, there is a father and a daughter in a car and they are driving somewhere. They run over a zombie. Looks intentional. Then they stop to pick up 2 women, one of them being Carmilla, the vampire. They then go to a gas station where things happen, characters are introduced, and then you never really see them again. People die. Then the father, the daughter, and Camilla all leave together in the car to go somewhere else. While this is happening, there's an old man who I think's crazy called the General, and he's driving around looking for his daughter and slapping the shit out of people. Then Carmilla is trying to seduce the daughter. Meanwhile, the daughter is having these visions where she's in an insane asylum. These could be real or not. They all meet at this warehousey building type thing. There's a conflict and then the credits roll. So, you might have guessed that this is complete nonsense. The way it's edited, the way it's structured, motives aren't clear. None of it really makes much sense. Things just sort of happen and we're expected to fill in the gaps, I guess, or we're expected to know the motives, but we don't really. It's only a 77-minute film and it somehow manages to be both very confusing and very boring at the same time, which is an awful combination of things.
You crazy bitch!
So take her.
It's me, devil. Ow! Well, now we're even. You broke my fucking cigar.
This might be some of the most awful acting we've seen in this collection so far. Not one person in this can deliver a line convincingly, and conversations feel like they were recorded in a vacuum, so there's no flow. It feels like each character's talking their lines and there's no one sort of giving the other line back. It's just so disjointed and strange feeling. And then on top of that, you've got the motives and the actual characters themselves. They're sort of just non-characters and all a bit nonsensical. You can't really tell who's doing what and why. Like, what is the motive for any of these things? Gore. We do get some gore in this. Most of the better stuff is saved for the end. But when I say better stuff, I don't mean it's good. The gore is poor. It's poor gore in this. It's not good at all, really. Nothing to bother watching this for, to be honest. And there's a sleazy element, sure, but again, it's minimal, really. Like, a sex scene starts and then it cuts away before anything's really happened, to be honest, and there's a bit of nudity, but it's just, it feels like it's been heavily cut down, or they didn't really dare do anything, or the actors just didn't want to fucking do it, and I don't blame them, to be honest, for a film like this. So the film is called Vampires vs. Zombies, and there are barely zombies in it. There are some, but they don't have any weight towards the plot. You could easily remove the zombies from this film and it wouldn't make any difference. To be honest, I think you could remove all the characters from this film and it wouldn't make any difference. The vampires are sort of the main focus, but again, it's hard to tell who's a vampire at what point. But I guess they're the most interesting of the two things. But I'm saying that very lightly. Nothing is really interesting here. The level of incompetency that went into this film is mind-blowing. It is absolutely baffling. The way this thing is put together, it's so lazy. The camera's just shoved in there. Things don't feel like they're framed correctly or anything. The editing is all over the place. Things just stop and start constantly. The music is very stock sounding. It's not great. It don't fit the scene at any point. And then, to top it all off, talking about stock, there are so many stock sound effects in this. tonally, it just makes things so bizarre, because there'll be a scene that's trying to be a little more dramatic, I guess, and then you've got like stock punch sound effects in there, and it's just incompetent through and through. There is no point in this film where I thought, oh, that's alright, that's interesting. That's the thing with bad films. I generally like to watch a bad film because there'll be something in there at the very least. There's usually an idea, a spark in there that makes you go, oh, that's why they made this. And you can learn from bad films. I always think you can learn from the worst films. This one, all I've learned is don't make anything that even closely resembles this film, basically. It is that incompetently made.
Quit your bitching queen shit. Grab a tampon and get out there. Or do it here, I don't care.
Look what I found.
So it turns out that this is actually an adaptation of a book, quite a famous one, called Carmilla by Sheridan Le Fanu. It was written in 1872 and actually predates Dracula, being one of the, if not the first vampire book ever written. It's a classic and it's got a ton of adaptations as well. My favourite is probably Vampire from 1932. Some amazing cinematography and use of the shadow in that. It's really an impressive film for the era. This is an insult to the book and to Vampire just by association. It's an awful adaptation that I didn't even realise had anything to do with that book until looking it up further and seeing that there was an alternate title for it. It's not a good version. It is, however, an Asylum film, and it does what you'd expect from Asylum. It feels like a bit of a cash grab, a bit of a cheap rush job. Absolutely very Asylum. It fails on all fronts, I'd say. It's not interesting, it's not horror filled, it's not scary, it's not violent, it's not sexy, it's not intriguing, it's nothing really. It is funny, but not in the way that it was intended. I definitely laughed quite a bit while I was watching this. I absolutely did laugh a lot, but not with it, just at it. Now don't get me wrong, I like a mind bender, I like something a little confusing, a little abstract, something that's intentionally that way though, you know, a David Lynch film or something like that. This is not that. It is a mind bender in the way that nothing really makes any sense because it just doesn't give us enough information. I could actually feel my brain cells falling out of my head while this was on, and I don't know if it's just because I've watched a bunch of these hard gores pretty close together recently, or if it's this film specifically, but I really struggled to understand what the hell was happening with it. It is nonsense. I think that's the key word. I even went and had a look on the Wikipedia page after watching this, just to see the plot synopsis, to be like, right, just spell it out for me, what goes on here? And even the Wikipedia page has got no clue. So the synopsis is for some reason split up with headings into sections, and the synopsis just sort of stops at what would be like the half-an-hour point in the film. Clearly, the Wikipedia page is just as incompetent as the film itself.
Please wait! Back off, Jenna! Just hold on!
We had...
Okay, let's talk print, shall we? It's not very good, as you can probably imagine. It looks like it was shot on some dirty, grimy film stock. And yeah, this millenitrash was actually shot on film by the looks of it. But no clean-up attempt has been made for this at all, and it's grimy and dirty looking. It's a bit blurry and flickery at points, and the audio's not very good either. Outside of it being either really loud and clipping the mic or really quiet so you can't hear it, there's also the odd audio glitch here and there. Just horrible to sit through, no matter how you look at it, really. And on the disc, chapter select, trailers for this, and more hardcore trailers. Usual shit, no behind the scenes obviously, because this film wasn't made, it was just shat out. Okay then, time for the case. This cover is clearly ripping off Freddy vs. Jason. And while that film isn't perfect, I'd 100% rather watch that any day of the week over this. The image is just misleading too. It makes this look way more competently put together than it actually is. Same can be said for the screenshots on the back as well, actually. They just look decent, and the quality on this film on the disc, along with just the film itself, is nothing like these screenshots at all. The blurb tries its best to make sense out of the plot, which, you know what, that's commendable. Good luck. In a way, it's kind of misselling the mess that this film really is as well by actually trying to be coherent. Did spot this, there's a missing capital letter here, but outside of that, that's it really. The rest of the information all seems correct. Sure, fine. Overall then, this film fails in every conceivable way. I don't think I have a single positive thing to say about it. It is absolutely dreadful, just a terrible film. Would I recommend it? No, but, and I bet you weren't expecting the but for this. Now I bring it up every now and then, but I genuinely think that this might be the perfect movie night film. Get your friends round, get drunk, that one's kind of important for this one I think. And I think that you might be in for a good time with this sort of thing, to be honest. I think this might be perfect fodder for intoxication and joking about with your mates. Something that you're not going to pay too much attention to. Every now and then you try and figure out what the fuck's happening. You take a shot every time a zombie appears for no reason. You know, I think this might be perfect for that. For solo viewing, absolutely avoid this at all costs. There is only one way to watch this, I think, and it is definitely inebriated with close friends who are on the same wavelength as you and can laugh at something so badly made. Outside of that, do not watch this film at all. It is not worth money or time or effort or anything like that. If for some weird reason you are wanting to buy this and you are in the market for it, it's this or a Shriek collection. And I'm guessing it's the same print and it's not great. I don't think they're going to be re-releasing this on Blu-ray anytime soon. I think even Asylum should be ashamed of this one, to be honest. So, this could easily be the worst film we've watched so far. But you know what they say, when you've hit rock bottom, the only way is up. And it can't get worse than this. Can it? It can't, can it? Next episode, we are going to be checking out Switch Killer. Maybe it can get worse. Hey up. Here we are again with yet another millenitrash film. 4 in a row. Can't believe how many they're shoving at us here. Come on, Hard Gore. Give us something good for once, please. This episode, we're taking a look at Switch Killer, also known as Trans-American Killer. This is a 2005 direct-to-video horror, directed by Mac Hale. Now, his name might sound a little familiar to you, and that is because he played the lead role in Nutbag that we covered relatively early on in the collection. Let's hope his directing is better than his acting, because not many people stood out to me in the list of actors in this. There's not too many. Most of them are unknowns, except for Jennifer Autry, who was in Neil Breen's Faithful Findings, oh dear, and a guy called Rich Hopkins, who was a stunt guy. And we've noticed this trend a lot in these millenitrash horrors. Seem to have a lot of stunt guys acting in them. I don't know, it must have been an interesting way to get into the industry, I guess. Or maybe they were just willing to jump off buildings and they also went into horror films. Who knows, who cares? So, we hit rock bottom last episode, I said, with Vampires vs Zombies. We can't possibly get worse. at least be entertaining, that's all I want. Fingers crossed. Let's see how lucky I get, shall we?
She said she was watching Casablanca, and then I guess it happened.
Yeah? What'd you think?
I think you're a filthy slut who deserves to die.
No way! That's the hard way. Primitive tools, and the fun begins.
The plot follows a woman who leaves her abusive boyfriend, runs off to Vegas, and finds out that she's a lesbian. Her boyfriend's having none of this though, so he has a sex change, moves to Vegas, kills all her friends to try and win her back. Right, where do we start with this one then? Okay, the usual stuff that I talk about: characters, gore, cinematography, pacing. They can all easily be summed up with terrible, absolutely awful. The only thing that stood out to me as being fun was the millenitrash emo rock soundtrack. That's it. The rest of it is terrible. Now, this film is 84 minutes long, and it ended, the plot finished at 65 minutes. So what happened for the other 19 minutes, you might be wondering? Well, after the film ends, it then proceeds to show us a montage of the film that we've just watched, with the emo rock soundtrack playing in the background. Then the credits roll. Then it intersperses the credits with, firstly, it is a mock advert that had been made for a shot in the background of the film. Then it plays a behind the scenes featurette, and then it plays a beauty pageant, which I can't even place. I don't know why that was happening. Honestly, I thought I was having a stroke. I didn't know what the hell was going on. I thought my brain was malfunctioning. It just starts throwing stuff at you, and you've just watched a fucking awful film, and you think, oh good, it's finished early. But no, it's not. Here's all this shit that we're just going to keep throwing at you. It is the worst example of padding in a film. We've seen it before where, the credits will go up really slowly and then it'll show behind the scenes afterwards. We've seen it, they're trying to pad the runtime out, we've seen it before. This is the worst example of that I have ever seen. Right. Now, there's obviously a bigger problem with this film. You know what I'm going to talk about here. You know what's coming. It's of its time, it's of an era, and on top of being transphobic, it also manages to be misogynist and homophobic. The trifecta. Surprised it didn't throw in a little bit of racism for a laugh. It's of its era, and it is an ugly reminder of the early 2000s and the views that people had. And I guess people still do in some places. Some people still have these views, and it is not great. Now, I don't think that this film was made with hate behind it. But what I do think it is a shit slasher film that has nothing to offer. So the only notable thing about it is this horrible, outdated trope that is harmful to a marginalised group of people. And you know what? Not into that. Can't be doing with that. It's like an annoying kid, I guess. That you can't really get angry at it. You can't get angry at this kid because it's acting up. It doesn't know that what it's doing is harmful and hurtful. And also what it is doing is cheap and childish and immature, and there's not much thought behind it, and it's a bit absurd as well on top of it. So you can't take it too seriously, but you know what you can do with that child? You can ignore it. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to choose to ignore this film because it's cheap, it's outdated, and it has pretty harmful tropes in it, if I'm honest. It doesn't come from a good place. As much as it might not be made with hate, I don't think it comes from a good place. And I feel that I shouldn't be giving this film any more attention than that, if I'm completely honest. So, let's wrap it up, shall we? Print's blurry. Same as usual shit on the disc. This is the cover. It looks cheap as shit, but all the information's fine. Honestly, even the case doesn't want to contain this film anymore, and the case is actually breaking apart and crumbling away rather than contain that film in it. Apologies again that this is a shorter review, but honestly I don't think it deserves any more attention than I have currently given it. I think I've already done. I already feel dirty for having talked about it as much as I have. I can't believe we managed to find one worse than Vampires vs Zombies. We've gone worse than rock bottom in this series with this film. This is the worst in the collection so far, and it will take something major to top it, I think. Next episode, we are taking a look at... Oh, it's a white spine. Oh dear. Next episode, we're looking at Cold Grip. Hey up. This episode makes 5 millenitrash films in a row. What are you doing to me, Hard Gore? This is torture. Let's hope this one's not as bad. We are taking a look at Cold Grip, also known as Temptation. This is a 2005 direct-to-video horror film directed by Javier Barbera, something like that. And he's not really done much outside of a bunch of very, very lowly scored, schlocky horror films on a direct-to-video stuff. This, though, is his directorial debut, so let's see how he starts out, shall we? The film doesn't really star anybody of note. There's a guy called Alejandro Cardenas, I believe he's called, and he had a bit part in Gilmore Girls and was a voice in GTA 5. They're the biggest credits in this. The rest of it is just a bunch of unknown bit part actors, and that's about it, really. This can't be worse than the last two. Judging by the cover, though, it doesn't look great. Judging by what we've had to sit through recently, I'm really not expecting much from this. But it can't be worse than the previous two that we watched, can it? Can it? Let's get it over and done with, shall we? A woman hangs around an airport picking up guys so she can sleep with them and infect them with HIV. One of her victims isn't too keen on this though, so he kills her and some campers while he's at it. That's the plot. That is the entire plot to this film. It is one of the most bare bones things I have ever sat through. No joke, 90% of this film is made up with static cameras looking at awkward, stilted conversations that have no bearing on the story in the slightest. This is only a 78-minute film, but I don't think there is enough substance in this to comfortably fit into a 10-minute short. I think still then it'd feel too long. Honestly, this film has no redeemable qualities.
No, just get it. So where you go?
The acting is, as you can imagine, completely atrocious. It's awkward and stilted, and it feels sort of like A-level drama performance. It's like, we know the lines, and we can deliver the lines, but we can't do it in a convincing way where you don't constantly think we're just acting, or even reading from a script when the camera's not looking at us. Also, I think most of the people in this don't have English as their first language. I think it's like their second language. It seems like a lot of Mexican or Spanish people in this. I don't want to just assume. There's an Italian girl in it. I don't know. But you can tell because outside of the accents, there's a lot of stilted turns of phrase and weird sentence structures and stuff like that. And it just adds to the awkward nature of the whole thing, to be honest. It takes 45 minutes for the gore to kick in this. And when we get it, it's very underwhelming. We don't really see much of it. It's cheap when we do, and then it's over in 3 minutes, and that's your lot for gore. Not worth the amount of time it takes to get to it, and not worth even purchasing a film for, to be completely honest. I mentioned that most of this film is just awkward conversations that don't forward the plot in any way. And I mean, it's painful stuff. It's like first date sort of stuff where it's the characters discussing what they do for a living, or how many siblings they've got, or things like that, how they earn the money and where they want to go on holiday. And it's like, this is the stuff in a competent film that is either montaged through, where we see the first date through montage, or just cut out completely because it is completely pointless. And we just don't know why characters do what they do. We learn about them, but we don't learn about them in the context of the film. Like, why is this woman giving people HIV? I swear that is not explained in this whole film. And then also this guy who finds out he's got HIV. I keep worrying that I'm saying HMV, and if I do, I apologise. This guy gets HIV, and suddenly he just flips, and next thing he's renting out a warehouse to commit torture and murder. And it's like, well, how did we get from point A to point B? Show me some character development or something, some motive. Why? Did he have this in him beforehand, or is this a new thing that he wants to kill people? Then he goes after some campers, and it's like, well, why? Why are you wasting your time with this? It is incompetent. It's a mess. It is a complete mess. And the incompetency doesn't just stop at the characters and the pacing or anything else. Just the way the thing's made, it's lazy as anything. The camera's just plonked down and forgotten about. All the music sounds like stock music. It even gets a little noisy at points, and I thought, ooh, we're gonna get something, but it's so quiet in the background. For the gore scene, and you've got noise in it, blast it at me, you know, make me feel uncomfortable, make me feel something other than just fed up with the whole thing. And then on top of the sound, we don't have any sound effects for stuff in this, so things like punches or like attacking with a knife or a car crash has zero impact and just feels very off and cheap and weird. This has got to have one of the stupidest, laziest car crashes I have ever seen in a film before.
Talk to you for a second.
Absolutely. I can help you.
Well, how about you stop?
So I definitely say that this is an example of millenitrash, but it's sort of different to what we usually look at. It's got things like bad pacing, bad camera work, weird editing. It's shot on like early low quality digital by the looks of things. It definitely has elements of millenitrash, but I'd say that it's lighter on the millenni and heavier on the trash. It's less a reflection of the time in the way that people are portrayed, the groups, the sentiments of the time, and it's more an encapsulation of really bad filming practices of the time, I guess. Like the real shitty low budget stuff. This is a good example of the awful filmmaking that you can sort of see appearing as cameras got easier to access and things like that. So it is sort of its time in a way, but it's not quite the millenitrash that we're used to. It's not a Nutbag or a Maniacal or something like that. Now, there's not much information about this film online, as you can probably imagine. No Wikipedia page, no trivia section on IMDb. So I was looking for information, and I resorted to looking at the trailer on YouTube. And the comments on there, yeah, nobody really likes this film either. Yes, it is low budget, and yes, it is terrible. And that's about your lot really online. There's only about 4 comments as well. Nobody really cares enough to talk about it, I guess. Now, you've heard me say this a lot throughout many series, as I'm sure. The film that I'm covering is the worst film I've ever seen, and it sounds hyperbolic. I'm not being hyperbolic in this instance. This film, along with the previous 2 films, are 3 of the worst films that I have ever sat through in my life ever. And I've sat through some absolute shit in my time. I've watched all the Bad Ben films. These 3 are soulless, lifeless, confusing, badly made. Just the worst examples of early 2000s schlock, and just schlock in general. Like, even Dead of Night wouldn't look at this sort of stuff. It makes the Dead of Night actually look like a decent collection. Vipco, they wouldn't touch it. Agfa, my god, I'd rather watch Jungle Trap or Sister Street Fighter again than this. Absolute. It is so bad. Absolutely some of the worst stuff I've ever had to sit through.
Oh my god, we're gonna
Okay, time for the print. It's okay, it's fine. It's a little low quality. I'm guessing though that it looks like this was shot quite low quality, so I think it's just how it looks, this film. There's a few glitches here and there, a few like sort of stutters that I noticed, but outside that it's fine. It's fine. And on the disc, same old shit. Chapter select, trailers for this, and Hard Gore trailers. That's your lot. Okay, case time, and this case looks just like Poundland Trash. How fitting, because it is Poundland Trash, this. It's really focusing on the gore on the back, which, I mean, how misleading can you get with that? As I said, there's 3 minutes of gore in the whole damn film, and that is all that's on the back. Misleading. The information is fine though, nothing really bad to say on that. These white spines though, I think they're going to be the death of me. But there's not many more, I don't think. I can't wait to not watch another white spine again. Lastly, we get a Poundland leaflet. Not had one of these for a while. Overall then, this has nothing going for it. It fails on all fronts and turns into one of the most boring, pointless, terrible things I've ever had the discomfort to sit through. Absolutely not worth your time, wasn't worth my time. You do not need this in your life. Avoid it at all costs. Do not bother with this film. I can't stress how bad this film is. I had a headache watching it. Not at the start, but just throughout, because nothing was happening. I have to pay attention to see if anything weird happens, and focusing on something as boring and dry as this, I wouldn't wish it on anyone. If for some reason you're masochistic and you want to give this a go, this and a Shriek Collection version is your lot. I doubt this is ever going to get a Blu-ray release, but you never do know. Vinegar Syndrome might put it out or something, but I hope it isn't going to get a Blu-ray release or anything. I mean, if you search it on Amazon, it just comes up with gloves. So, one of the worst, yet again, awful, terrible film. I wonder if it's going to get any better next week. We're moving away from millenitrash finally, and we're dipping into the 90s. For better or for worse, who can tell, but judging by the case, and of course the white spine, lucky us, you never can be too careful. Next episode, we are going to be taking a look at Psycho Sisters. Hey up, we're finally out of the noughties, thank God for that. But now we're taking a look at what appears to be, anyway, some 90s trash. We're looking at Psycho Sisters. This is a 1998 horror film directed by Pete Giacalone, Sal Longo and Gary Whiston. You know, Remembering names is hard. 3 directors. Never a good start, really, with anything, is it? 3 directors. And I can kind of just sum them all up in one go, really. They've all made a living making low-budget schlock that's badly rated on IMDb. Like a lot of the people we've covered recently, I guess. It looks like Pete and Gary are still active today. Fair enough. The film stars J.J. North in her last role, and then we also get Teresa Lynn. She's got something to do with Howard Stern. Again, his name's popping up. He seems to be popping up quite a bit in these. I don't really know much about that. And apparently she also played a stripper in The Sopranos. Outside of that, there's a few actors with long IMDb credit lists, but it's just a load of bit parts in a load of low-budget horror films. More shit that looks like this, to be honest. I don't really know what to expect with this one. I'm glad that we're out of the noughties, but looking at this cover, it looks trashy as anything. And maybe it'll share some similar sentiments to some of the millenitrash films we've covered. Hopefully not too badly though. Let's take a look.
Holy sweet bejesus.
You guys are disgusting. Stop.
Sam.
What's my full name, Peter?
What do you think we're gonna do to you? We're gonna kill you, you stupid asshole.
The plot follows 2 sisters, Jackie and Jane, who, after witnessing their 3rd sister violated and killed, go insane and get put in an asylum. Years later, they're set free and decide to take revenge on anything with a penis. But they slowly draw the attention of the cops and a local biker gang, who are now on the lookout for the crazed killers. But Jackie might not feel the same way about men as Jane does, and a little fling with a sperm donor receptionist might just tear the sisters apart. Honestly, this wasn't too bad. It keeps its pace up. There's plenty happening. It's not a perfect film and the pace does dip here and there. Compared to some of the shit we've watched recently though, this is actually fun and okay. There's plenty of characters to get invested in, loads happening. It may be a little overly long, it's 96 minutes, a trim here and there, and I think you've got a solid like 85 to 90 minute film.
Spot me, you fart knocker.
Now the acting isn't great, but it's far better than most of the stuff we've seen recently. And there's some fun characters about in this, you know. Most of them are a bit stupid, but there's plenty of them, so it makes everything feel more varied. Like you'll be jumping to the biker gang for a little bit, and then to the doctor of the insane asylum, and then the 2 sisters, and then the neighbours, and it's fun. It feels like there's a lot going on, and some of the acting works alright. Like the sisters are pretty fun, and yeah, it works. It's low budget, but it works, and you're going to be hearing that sort of sentiment quite a lot, to be honest. The gore, we actually get some gore, and it's good. It's okay. It's not the best thing I've ever seen in the world, but it's actually quite inventive and over the top and fun. It feels like they were having a good time doing it. It's what you want from this sort of thing. It's cheap, sure, a little rough around the edges, sure, but it feels there, it's there, you can see it. Some of the bigger set pieces for the gore are great, like the BDSM woman who's been ripped apart. It's really good, looks like an accident in a butcher's shop with a bit of latex thrown in. It's what you want from this sort of film, and it delivers, and that's the important thing that we haven't seen for ages. It actually delivers on something, which is nice. It's not the most competently put together, some lazy camera angles, some jarring editing that I think is trying to be creative, but it just sort of comes across as a bit, I don't know, a bit wrong more than anything, I guess. Like they did something wrong by accident. The music, sometimes it works, sometimes it really doesn't, and it just don't fit with the scene. Yeah, it's a little slapped together, but it's not the worst thing we've ever watched. It does have a millenitrash, like a pre-millenitrash sort of vibe to it. It's definitely not millenitrash, definitely not, but it has that sort of early workings vibe. And what I really liked about this one is it has that sort of DIY attitude to it, where it doesn't feel lazy like some millenitrash films do. It feels more like we're working the best we can with what we can afford and what we've got to hand. And you know what? Even if it doesn't always work, that is way more commendable than stick a camera on it, film it, and put it out there, fuck it. This actually feels like some thought and some passion and some time went into it. And yeah, fun time.
Outside your door, on a doctor's word, you're out and now you're keeping score.
Oh, this chick's giving me a boner with a capital O.
Weirdly, this film is actually a remake of a 1994 film of the same name, made by the exact same production team. They must have not been happy with it or something, but it's weird that it was remade so close to the original coming out. The only instance I can really think of with that happening is Haneke's Funny Games, but he did that for a language change, so it makes a little bit more sense than this. So I know they really must have not liked it. There are a few sequels as well. There's Return of Psycho Sisters from 2015, I think, Cult of Psycho Sisters from 2017, and Psycho Sisters Return? Is it Return or is it Revenge? Let me double check that. Possessed, I was completely wrong. Psycho Sisters Possessed from 2019, all directed by a fella called Roland Brown. They look absolutely terrible. I don't know though. If you know, let me know. And if you've seen the original from '94 as well, let me know how that is as well. I'd be curious to see if it's any good, if it deserved being remade. But yeah, those sequels look very, very, very rough, I'd say, yeah. But we're not over with this disc just yet either. We have a short film directed by Pete Jackalone. I think his name's Jackalone. I feel like I'm saying it. It feels like I'm saying it wrong, but I don't know. Pete Jackalone. So let's see what this short film's all about, shall we?
Oh, shit!
Oh, Gary Coleman abducted by UFO.
We got pictures.
Yeah, right.
The Lost Child is a 1991 10-minute short film directed by Pete Jackalone. And apparently it's based off of the short story called The Outsider by H.P. Lovecraft. I'm not familiar with that story, but I'm guessing it's better than this film is. This film is first-person perspective. A child wakes up in the woods and is lost, stumbles about a bit through the woods, ends up at a house, crashes a Tupperware party, scares the shit out of some women because it turns out he was a monster all along. The end. Really, really boring. Really, really boring. Just low quality shots of the woods from first person, bombing about. Weird music choices. There's a song in it and it kind of reminds me of Lemmy Winks from South Park. It's that sort of weird level. Didn't mind the monster though. Rubber suit, looked daft, made me laugh. So this film is in the middle of a featurette. It's about a 25-minute featurette, 10 minutes of which is this film. And it's bookended. It starts with an interview with Jackalone, where we learn that as well as a director, he's also a musician and a chiropractor. Then we get the short film, then we get a little bit of like the making of the short film, and then it just ends on, I'm guessing it's Jackalone's band, just playing a song, an entire song for ages live. Fair enough, I guess.
Mommy, are you there? Are you there?
It seems the child has lost his way.
Okay, let's have a look at this print then. It's honestly not the worst. The bad is that it's in 4:3 and quite desaturated. The good is that it's relatively glitch free, doesn't really have any issues or anything like that. It's quite an easy, smooth watch. The audio's fine as well, it peaks once or twice, but outside of that, completely watchable. Fine, not bad at all. On the disc, we get the usuals, we get chapter select, we get trailers for this, and we get Hard Gore trailers, but we also get the featurette that I mentioned earlier with the short film in it. We get a behind the scenes featurette, looks like they had fun. We get like a 12-minute discussion with Jack Lone about Psycho Sisters. Turns out initially it was a 20-minute short, and they've made it into a feature in '94, and he admits that he wasn't happy with it, not enough horror in it, so they remade it in '98. I think those dates are a little off there when they came out. I think he said that he started shooting it in '96, so bit of a time to come out, I guess. And lastly, we get 11 minutes of deleted scenes for those who thought 96 minutes wasn't long enough, which it definitely is. Not bad, honestly. Plenty of stuff on the disc, probably the most we've seen in quite a while, really. Nice to see. Okay then, time for the case. I mean, it's fine, I guess. The runtime is 10 minutes out though, which is pretty bad. We've not had something that bad in a while. 10 minutes is quite a lot. The blurb reads okay, really. It just all looks very cheap, and the screenshots aren't helping with that. The front is much of the same. Pretty bad, really. Badly pixelated. Look at this image here. It's really badly pixelated. And then this quote on the front, it's not an opinion, it's just a matter-of-fact statement. It's kind of scathing in a way, really. It's like you can't give a bad reference, so you just say that the person worked here. I don't know, it's not that bad though, this. Yeah, not great really. Lastly, there is another Poundland leaflet inside this one. Overall then, it's far from perfect, you know, it's cheap, rough around the edges, it's a little too long for its own good and the pacing can be a little up and down. But for the most part, there's plenty of fun characters, some decent gore, and a real DIY charm that sort of elevates it, I'd say, above some of the other dreck we've had to sit through recently. I'd say this gets a light recommendation, to be honest. If there's something you've seen in this review that's piqued your interest, you'll probably get something from this. It's not going to be for everyone, and for a chunk of it, it weren't really for me either, but it's got something going for it. It's far from the worst, far from the worst. If you are in the market, this version isn't actually too bad. The print's fine and there's plenty of special features. There's also a Shriek collection version as usual, which is probably the same stuff, whichever one you can find cheapest, I guess. And there is a import Blu-ray listed on Amazon, but I think that that's for the 94 version, so don't get fooled or tricked by that one, unless you want the 94 version, in which case it looks like there's a Blu-ray available on Amazon. Not too bad. So yeah, it's not amazing, but it's, you know, God, it's better than what we've watched recently, isn't it? And it's only going to get better next week. We are actually going to be reviewing and taking a look at a film, like an actual film with a fan base, a film that's cited not only as a good film, but as a masterpiece, as a film that kick-started a genre and is important in film history, a film that Criterion have re-released. Thank fuck for this, eh? Finally, we're going to talk about something good, something that I've seen a few times and really like, and I'm sure a lot of you watching are a big fan of in some way. Next episode, we're going to be checking out Night of the Living Dead. Hey up. Bit of a big one this episode, a classic film, not just of the horror genre, but of cinema in general really, a film that created its own subgenre and sits comfortably among a lot of other classics in the upper echelon of movie history. We're taking a look at Night of the Living Dead, directed by George A. Romero in 1968, and a film that I'm sure most of you watching this review have seen at some point in your life. It's cited as redefining what a zombie movie is, whilst also creating the splatter horror genre. It has a very rich history that we'll be delving more into later on in the video. George A. Romero later went on to direct this film's sequels, Dawn of the Dead and Day of the Dead, as well as films such as Creepshow, Martin, and Monkey Shines, just to name a few that I've seen in the past. The film stars Dwayne Jones, who sadly didn't do too many other roles before his death. He was in a film called Ganja and Hess, though, which is excellent and well worth checking out, and something called Beat Street, which is quite high up on his list of films, so might be worth checking out. We also get appearances from Judith O'Dea and Marilyn Eastman, but they don't have too many credits to the names. Most famously, though, most iconically, is probably Bill Hinsman, who plays one of the ghouls, one of the zombies in this film. We see him quite a bit, and his face has sort of become synonymous with movie zombies, I guess. He later went on to be in films such as Flesh Eaters and The Crazies. The Crazies also being directed by Romero. So a lot of people who are involved in this, be it in front of the camera or behind the camera, from most of them it's either their first film role or a very early film role. And a lot of them don't have these huge sprawling IMDb credit lists or anything like that. But I'd say pretty much everybody who appeared or worked on this has become iconic in a way because of this film, especially in the eyes of a lot of horror fans out there. Now, I've seen this a couple times in the past. I've owned a few different versions, and it's always been a film that I've enjoyed. I've always liked it. I haven't seen it in a very long time though, so to be honest, it's going to be quite nice revisiting it for this video. Now, this disc's a little interesting though, and we're going to do something a bit different with this review. So this version has two cuts of the film on it, two versions of the film on it. We get the black and white original, and we get the colour version, which this packaging is really heavily pushing. Now, the colour version is also the first option on the menu when you load the disc up. And because I've seen this film a lot and I know it's an excellent film, I'm going to be checking out the colour version, the version that this disc is doing things a little differently with, I guess. I don't know anything really about the colour version. I know there are a few different colour variants. I don't know whether it's meant to be good or bad or just a little gimmicky sort of thing. I don't know whether it ruins the film or enhances the film. I don't know, but I thought let's do the unique selling point of this disc, shall we? And let's take a look at the colour version. So, let's crack on, shall we?
They're coming to get you, Barbara.
Stop it! You're ignorant.
They're coming for you, Barbara.
Quite a simple plot for today's standards. A brother and sister are visiting a graveyard when the dead rise and start attacking. They try and flee, the brother dies, and the sister ends up stuck in a house with a stranger, two couples, and a little girl. They then have to try and survive the night from the hordes of the walking dead that are trying to attack them. Simple, yeah, but you know what? For the time, this sort of thing wasn't commonplace. It takes a little bit of horror classics, a little bit of sci-fi classics, and what we get is this sort of blueprint for what every current zombie media has just copied and regurgitated. It works, in my opinion. It works really well. It's slower, it's more atmospheric, but it's never dull, and that's the important part. The tension is constantly rising, and it really builds to a massive crescendo in that last final act. I've seen it a bunch of times and I've always enjoyed it, and I watched it again this time and I still enjoyed it just as much, and I can't see that opinion changing ever, really, I don't think.
The plan is kill the brain and you kill the ghoul.
The acting, for a low budget thing like this, is really quite decent. It's not like amazing or anything like that, and some performances are a little better than others, but when we get a bit of camp it works, and when we get some really good acting, we get some really good acting. Dwayne Jones is kind of carrying this whole film. His performance is spot on, pitch perfect, really excellent, really, really works. The gore, it's decent, it's decent. It's not a bloodbath by today's standards. At the time it was considered that, but it's relatively tame nowadays. But still, we get some pretty effective parts in it. The corpse at the top of the stairs is iconic, it's great, it looks amazing still. And seeing the zombies actually eating the flesh and stuff, it's always nice to see that sort of thing. It works really well. The zombies themselves, they may look a little cheap by today's standards. You know, you can sort of see the prosthetics. None of them are really decaying too much. Like, a lot of zombies today have got holes in them and they're decaying, and there's all the CG work and tons of prosthetics and that. This, for a low budget zombie though, as I say again, they're iconic. They're what you think of when you think of an early zombie movie, and there's a reason for that, and it's because they work really well and they look quite visually striking on screen, and that is sort of the important part of it. They're not lazy like something like Zombie Dead the Ghouls, where it's just people painted green. There's a little more camera trickery to it and things like that. Speaking of which, it's really put together really well. The camera is creative yet natural at the same time. Every angle feels intentional. Even some of the more wonkier, haphazardly placed camera positions, they're usually put in when the tension's ramping, so it feels like even the cameraman is just like quickly shoving the camera around in the room, and it flows, it makes the film flow. All that combined with the use of lighting and shadows, the music, it all just works. There's a reason that this is a classic, there's a reason that this is an influential film.
Are eating the flesh of the people they murdered. Repeating.
Okay then, history time. So, zombies in cinema before this were generally seen as they were reanimated corpses, but they were usually reanimated by a specific villain of the film to enact, like, to do whatever the bidding of the evil person was, be it killing people or kidnapping people or something like that. There's a bunch of Lugosi films, White Zombie and stuff like that, that use this trope, usually associated with voodoo and things like that. Now, Romero, he didn't call these villains zombies or these creatures zombies. He refers to them as ghouls in the film, and he went on to say that he didn't really know what they were, just that they were something new and different. They are the living dead or the reanimated corpses, like the traditional voodoo zombies, but these are cannibalistic and without a master. Now, this is the sort of thing that caused a bit of controversy, I guess, at the time. There was no person to point your finger at and be like, you're the one who's got all these zombies together and is doing this. It was just this unknown. I mean, it is explained in a bit of a sci-fi fashion through like TV and radio and stuff, and it is to do with some sort of radiation, I think. But the lack of a focal villain, I guess, it was new. It was something different and new for this genre. This film came out a month before they started adding like age ratings to films in America. So this was shown middle of the day, and kids could come and see it, whoever could come and see it really. And there's a fun Roger Ebert story where he says he went to see this, middle of the day, there's a bunch of kids, and kids usually, there's a dog barking very loud, if you can hear that, I don't know. So Roger Ebert, yeah, he went to see it middle of the day, bunch of kids in his screen, and they were doing what they usually do. They were joining in and laughing and joking, shouting at the monsters and all that sort of stuff. But then they all started to quieten down, people in the film started dying off, and the tension ramped and the bleakness of the film started sinking in, and the kids all slowly one by one got quieter, looked more scared, some were crying. I bet that was a fantastic experience. I bet that was really good. It had a lot of controversy with the critics as well though. sort of for similar reasons as well. They didn't like the on-screen violence, and they didn't like the pessimistic nature of it. This is not a fun film where everybody wins. Absolutely not. This is the complete opposite of that, in fact. And it's funny because the things that the critics didn't like at the time, upon re-evaluation in a more modern setting, those are really the things that people latch onto that make this film an absolute classic. And it is that make it important, because it pushed those boundaries and it did these on-screen violences, pessimistic ending and stuff like that. And there's a reason, yeah, there's a reason people cite this. And it had a massive influence on things. This sort of kickstarted a lot of different areas of horror, from like giallo films and the Italian exploitation films of the 70s to like the more serialized gore fests of the 80s. Probably one of your favourite horror films owes a lot to this film. Probably most of your favourite horror films owe a lot to this film, to be honest. It really did push boundaries and influence a lot of things. And what's great is, it was just a small group of passionate people who banded together to make something simple in a little one location area, and it's become this huge thing. It just goes to show you that sort of passion and will and just doing it can sometimes be way more effective than money and experience. It really does. This film later got remade in 1990 by Tom Savini, who's worked quite closely with Romero on things like Dawn of the Dead and stuff like that. I haven't seen it. I don't know if it's any good or not. I do own the tartan VHS of it up on my VHS shelf up there, but I've never actually watched it, so maybe I'll have to give it a look, see if it's any good.
Hey, that's us. We're doing all right.
Okay, let's talk more about the version of the film that I watched then. So this film is notorious, quickly before we get into that. It's notorious for having no copyright to it from the day it was released. There was an issue where legally in America, to have copyright on a film, you had to have the copyright on the title card of the movie. But the name was changed from Night of the Flesh Eaters to Night of the Living Dead, and in that crossover they forgot to add the copyright to the beginning, so upon its release it already entered the public domain. And this film has been released and re-released by everyone you can imagine, because it's just a free thing you can put out. You know, it's on VHS, DVD, Betamax, it's on Laserdisc, it's on Blu-ray. If there is a format, this film is on it, because it was such an easy thing to distribute. Now, a lot of these prints vary. Some are terrible VHS rips, some are cut, some are jumbled up and put in different orders, some are more definitive, remastered editions of this. And this, with the colorized version, this now falls into this sort of weird grey area of, well, it was colorized at some point, is it just a rip of something else? Who knows? Now, the best way that I've seen to tell which version your colorized version is the colour of the zombies. There's a version where the zombies are green and a version where the zombies are grey. Now, this version, to me, the zombies looked flesh coloured. So, I don't know, if I had to pick a lane, I'd probably say they look more grey than green. And if that is the case, then it's an Anchor Bay print. But I don't know, they definitely look more flesh coloured to me. Any more information on that, if you guys know, please do let me know, because I'd be interested to know what print I've got. But this is, everything seems to be in a normal order anyway. It doesn't seem like a jumbled up cut of the film, which is nice. So for the colorization itself then, I don't know. It didn't work for me, to be honest. It didn't feel right, I guess. So it might just be because I've seen it in black and white so many times that seeing it with colour just sort of didn't work. it either wasn't working for me or it just didn't really add anything at all and it's kind of pointless. So this film it can be quite tense and systematic in its tenseness. There's a lot of, we need to board the windows up, so we follow the characters finding the wood, finding the nails, hammering the boards, and it's quite systematic in that sense. Or like, we need to find a gun, looking through drawers, running around the house, you know, it's not as quick, it's more like we're trapped in this house, so we're going to follow these characters doing things systematically, I guess is the best way to put it. And the tension for me in those scenes is usually ramped up by the black and white. The heavy shadows, the darkness, there's an abstraction with black and white where you're constantly looking for bits, I guess, and it's quite stark as well, I guess. It really does build up an atmosphere. You add the colour in and it's got these pops of colour then, and it just lessened it for me. It didn't feel right. I don't really know how else to describe it, really. It softened things for me in a way because of these bursts of colour. And certain things look fine, but some bits like fire or reflections, or like slightly obscured reflections in like a bit where there's a smashed up bit of car window and you see somebody's face in it and it looks really weird and the fire looks really cartoony and odd. Honestly, if you're gonna watch this film for the first time, watch it black and white. The colour version will only speak or only be of interest to those who've seen this film countless times and just want to see, like, for curiosity's sake, what the colour adds to the film, really. That's all it is, it's a curiosity piece. And it doesn't really work all that well, in my opinion. Okay, let's talk about the prints on this disc then. So we'll start with the colour one. It's not the best, it's a little dirty, I guess. The film stock seems quite dirty. There's big bits of grain, there's the odd pop and jump editing things. The whole thing looks quite soft as well. It's not the best. It's not the best. The sound can be quite muffled at times as well. I didn't see any major giveaways that this was a VHS rip, but if somebody said it was, I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest. I'd believe it. Although I didn't see any like VHS scan flickering or anything like that. Also, the film judders quite a lot. It's quite shaky, and I'm guessing that has something to do with the film stock as well. And there's just been no remastering or touching up done to this outside of the colour. The black and white version, on the other hand, it seemed ever so slightly more stable. The sound was a little better, and some of the editing, there can be quite a loud pop in the audio when we quickly change scenes because of cut bits and stuff, and that seemed to be lessened somewhat in the black and white version. It seemed like a little bit more effort maybe had been put in with that. So I'd say that if you are going to watch anything on this version, the black and white one is the way to go, as you probably expected, to be honest. On the disc, we get the two versions of the film. We get a little history of the film write-up thing, and then we get a bio and a filmography for Romero. And that's it. No trailers, no Hard Gore trailers this time. I think that's the first time there's not even just been like a list of Hard Gore trailers on one of these discs, to be honest. In fact, there wasn't even a Hard Gore logo at the beginning of this film. Crazy. Okay then, case time. So before we crack on properly, this is a bit of a shift with the Hard Gore films. The spine number has now changed completely and follows no discernible pattern from here on out. We also get some different production companies popping up here. This one is Stax, and it's the only one with this logo on the back of it in the whole collection. The front cover is a bit of a mess. There are a lot of Night of the Living Dead covers knocking about, and this is probably one of the blandest, I think. The back read's fine, it sells the film well, even if it does tell us maybe a little too much. This bit of blue up here is really annoying as well, because it just distorts the text enough that it's harder to read. The screenshot at the bottom is very, very blurry as well. Looks kind of rubbish, to be honest. All the information's correct though, and I didn't notice any major errors. They're really pushing the colour aspect as well, but I mean, I guess that is the selling point of this disc, really. Lastly, we get another Poundland leaflet with this one. Overall then, you know what I'm going to say about this. It's excellent. Of course it is. Of course it is. It's historically interesting and has definitely left its mark on cinema history. But outside of that as well, it's an entertaining, bleak and tense film that hits all the notes that it strives for. I think I do prefer Dawn of the Dead, but it's a very slight margin. I think Dawn of the Dead's just a little more refined maybe than this, but the DIY nature of it all is very charming. And yeah, it's just a great film. Most of you have probably already seen it. If you haven't seen it, definitely watch it. Definitely. It's great. It's great. I'm surprised you haven't seen it if you've not seen it yet. And if you are in the market for it, well, where do you start? I mean, you could probably walk outside and fall in a bush and find a copy of this film. Everybody's released it. The list of DVDs available on Amazon is insane. It's just reel after reel of DVD releases. This version is fine. It's not the best. There's better versions out there. I guess the colour version on this is a bit of a selling point, but it's more of a curiosity piece than anything that. I've had a few versions in the past as well. I remember having the tartan one, and I had one in a double pack, and maybe another one as well at some point. I've owned a few versions of this. But obviously the one to get, you know what I'm going to say as well for this, is the Criterion version. Of course it is. It's remastered. I'm sure it looks amazing. I mean, if you're not in the market for buying it and you just want to watch it, it's on YouTube for free because it's never had any copyright. It's in the public domain, so just watch it online. But I mean, you want it physically, don't you? Of course you do. You wouldn't be on this channel if you weren't into physical media. So yeah, the Criterion one's probably the way forward. I think there's a 4K either out or coming out. I don't know when this video is going out, so there's a Criterion 4K of it anyway in the works or on shelves at HMV, so that's probably your version to get, to be honest. So, the best in the collection so far? Of course it is. It was always going to be. Like, of course. It was nice to be positive for once in one of these videos, to be honest. I don't know if I'm going to be next episode though. I have no idea what this next film is. I've never seen it, I've never heard of it, I don't know anything about it. Next episode, we're going to be checking out The Child. That sounded wrong, didn't it? Hey up. Carrying on the trend of last episode with more zombies, as we're taking a look at The Child. No matter how I say that, it doesn't sound right. Believe me, I've tried different variations and they all sound ridiculous. So this is a 1977 horror film directed by Robert Voskanian, I want to say. Might be pronouncing that wrong. And it's his only directorial credit. Same can be said for a lot of the actors in this. None of them have really done anything, and a lot of them, this is the only thing that they have done. I don't really know what to expect from this one, to be honest. At least it's not millenitrash. I'm hoping it's something a little different. Who knows? Let's take a look, shall we?
My aunt always used to make them special for Halloween.
Donuts!
Sure. Can't stand nervous women. Last 10 years of her life, my wife's been in and out of most of the rest homes around.
Trees.
There have been small animals killed and eaten in the woods. Jefferson thinks maybe it's wildcat.
The plot follows Alyssa Ann, who's going to be a living nanny in a big scary house in the woods. On her way there, she meets a neighbouring old lady who tells her scary stories about the family living in the house. And upon arriving there, she finds that, yeah, they are a bit odd, but the weirdest one seems to be the little girl who she's looking after. She's disappearing at the night to go visit her mother's grave, and people start dying around the family. And it might just have something to do with the little girl's friends, who are ghouls, it turns out. This one, there are good sides to this, but it's mostly not great. The pacing is pretty dull, and honestly, I struggled to stay awake for some of this. I was in and out of consciousness for a good 10-15 minutes of this film. It's very by the books. There's a lot of walking through the woods. There's a lot of nailing planks to doors for minutes on end. It's only 82 minutes. It's not a long film, but it feels longer while you're watching it. It's just badly paced and really drawn out.
What's all the shouting about? You having a fit or something, Mrs. Whitfield?
It was the dining room. The jack-o'-lantern. You killed my mother.
No.
You killed my mother.
No, don't tell me kill. Mama crazy. Mama crazy.
The acting in this is absolutely atrocious. No one's believable at all. And everyone's just sort of shouting the lines at each other. It's very amateur and kind of distracting. It is funny, but that's kind of where the comedy ends, and it wears a little thin after a while, I'd say. We do get some gore, and it's not too bad, to be honest. It's very giallo with the bright red blood and stuff like that. And honestly, there's not a lot of it, so it's used sparingly, and it has some form of impact whenever you do see it, which is always a good thing, I think. The monsters are pretty good too. I like them. They stand out, they're quite visually interesting, quite theatrical as well, which is always entertaining. Yeah, did a good job with the monsters, ghouls, zombies, whatever you want to call them. Yeah, not bad, not bad. Sets, lighting, mood, atmosphere, it's all really good as well. It is kind of like a budget Argento film, I guess, you know. You've got the nice mood lighting, you've got the big gothic sets, fog. It feels the part for a lot of it, to be honest. They really get the aesthetic right, I'd say. Now, you're probably thinking, well, a lot of this sounds quite positive, really, outside of the acting. And honestly, yeah, there's a lot to like about this, but for everything it does right, it kind of does something wrong as well. And that main issue with just the pace, the flow of the film, no suspense is really built. You know, there's no... outside of the impact of the gore, there's no impact in the story. And you could argue that it's got a dreamlike quality to it, and I can see that, but for me, it just felt sort of flat and lifeless. Like a lot of effort was put into half the film and not a lot was put into the other half, and yeah, in the acting and stuff like that. The music's a bit odd as well. It varies. Some of it's sort of fitting, but some of it sounds like someone's going wild on a stylophone and things like that. A mixed bag for sure.
I don't have to tell you anything.
Who is in the cemetery?
You'll find out. They're gonna come and hurt you both. Hurt you bad.
Killed every one of them. Died like flies.
Okay, time for a little history lesson on this film, because there is actually some information about this one online, which is nice. So it was inspired by Night of the Living Dead, which we obviously covered in the last episode. If you've not seen it, check that review out. The director saw that and got inspired by the DIY nature of it all. The get what you can, get who you can, and get to work and make what you can with whatever means you have. And he did it. He made a film from it, which is always a nice thing to see. Apparently they shot it on shore ends, which I think I mentioned in the Intruder review. If you've not seen that, check that one out. If you can't remember as well, short ends are the ends of film reels, basically. They're usually thrown out if there's only like 5 minutes left. They're usually just chucked. So they just gathered all those for cheap and shot what they could on little bits of discarded film, I guess. It ran into a few issues with money, as these things generally do, and it took from 1973 to 1977 to finish, and the crew was so small that they ended up making up credits in the end credits, just so that it looked like a bigger production. Like, it's little things like this, though, that while I might not love this film, I might think it's just fine or a mixed bag or something like that, or actually actively not like it. That doesn't mean I don't appreciate the fact that it exists. They managed to make something out of what little means they had, and that's always more impressive than a big budget Hollywood film getting made, because of course it does. They just throw money at whatever they can. You know, something like this, there's an impressive side to it, I guess. The fact that they worked for 4 or 5 years on this thing, they clearly had the passion there, and that's always nice to see. Now, what I will say as well is that this was the most expensive DVD in the collection. This changes the tone ever so slightly. When I was looking for these, there were only 2 available on eBay. There was none available anywhere on like Amazon or anything like that. There were 2 on eBay, and they were both coming from Australia, and they were both in like the £30 region, then £10 on top of that shipping. And I was like, I can't put down nearly 50 quid for what's probably going to be a shit film on DVD. Luckily, one did pop up in the UK, and I think I paid about a tenner for it, which is far too expensive for what this film is, unfortunately. It's not worth £10, but yeah, this was one of the most expensive. This and the next one that we're covering, I think. Just couldn't find them for some reason. They must have only had a limited run, maybe? I think these are towards the back end of Hard Gore being at Poundland, so there might not be too many in existence, but either way, it wasn't worth what I paid for it. Lastly, before we move on, this is the first of 3 films, the next 2 will follow on from this, that are presented by Harry Novak. Now, who the hell is Harry Novak, and why is he presenting these films? Well, Harry Novak owned a production company called Box Office International Pictures, I believe it was, and that ran from the 60s through to the mid-2000s. And he started out with sort of funding low-budget sexploitation films, and then he branched out into horror and blaxploitation and weird things, and he was basically one of those guys who jumped on the bandwagon of what was popular at the time and made cheap budget versions of that. He didn't necessarily have any creative input. He was more like, oh, this guy wants to do this, we'll jump on that and fund it and put it out under our label. Basically, he's a guy who likes to shove his name on a bunch of shit films, and this is one of them.
Silly old woman.
Okay, time for the print, and it's not very good at all. It's contrasty, the blacks look red sometimes, and the amount of dirt on this film stock is disgusting, really. It's scratchy and grainy, there's burn marks and tear marks, it flickers, it jumps. The audio's not much better either, that's a bit muddy and just sounds awful. There's a background hiss for a chunk of it. Basically, it's not been cleaned up in the slightest. It's clearly not been stored very well either. It is an absolute state of a film stock, really. And on the disc, we get chapter select, we get a trailer, we get a Harry Novak showreel, which is 26 minutes of trailers for other Harry Novak produced films, and a ton of nudity in them as well. A lot of the sexploitation stuff is shown in it. And lastly, we get a Harry Novak documentary coming in at about 40 minutes. And it's kind of by the books, kind of formulaic. There's not much life to it. It's very much like, oh, here's a trend that he jumped on, here's a film that he did, here's some clips from it. And then here's an interview with Harry Novak from the 2000s that looks like it was shot on a handycam. I watched a chunk of it, but it's not really worth your time. Like, just look it up on Wikipedia, really. Okay, time for the case. And I don't mind this cover, actually. There's more to it than a lot of the other covers that we've seen recently, really. It stands out, it's decent. The information on the back reads fine, although it does give away pretty much the entire plot. The runtime is really off though. This comes in at 82 minutes, but it's listed here as being 108 minutes. I thought at first, well, maybe they've included the documentary, but that doesn't add up. So no idea where they pulled 108 minutes from, but that is off by loads, really not good. This is the first in a run of ILC released titles. Again, the Hard Gore logo is removed from the beginning, and instead here we have the ILC logo. Lastly, this came with a Poundland leaflet. Overall then, yeah, this one just didn't really work for me. And I might get some comments about this, because it looks like this has its fans online. But I don't know. It's not the worst, don't get me wrong, and there are things to like about it. It's got a good atmosphere, the gore's not bad, the monsters are alright. But I just found it far too dull and lifeless for most of it. And the acting as well. Just absolutely atrocious. It didn't work for me. I wouldn't give it a strong recommendation or anything, but what I would say is if you've seen anything in this review that has sparked your interest, it might be worth checking out for you. You might get more from it than I do. If you are in the market, this is not the way to go. Not only is the print awful, but it seems to be quite a rare DVD. It seems like something that's not easy to find, and for some of the prices that I've seen knocking about, that might have changed, but when I was buying this, the prices were ridiculous. It's not worth spending too much on. If you do want a copy though, your best bet is probably the American Horror Project Volume 2 box set that Arrow have put out, because this is included and there's a few more films just in there as well, so you're probably going to get more for your money just because there's a bunch of films in there really. And plus it's probably restored, so it probably looks a lot nicer than this does. So yeah, a mixed bag, not my cup of tea unfortunately, but it might work for some of you out there. And next episode we are carrying back on with more Harry Novak. I believe he's referred to as the Sultan of Sexploitation. Is this next one going to be any better though? I mean, I've seen what this cover looks like, and judging by that alone, I don't really know what to expect, to be honest. Next episode, we're checking out Hitchhike to Hell. Just look at the trash of that cover. Hey up. Back again with another Harry Novak Presents. This time we're looking at Hitchhike to Hell. This is a 1977 horror film directed by Irving Berwick, who hasn't really done much outside of a couple more low-budget schlocky horror films that nobody seems to really like. He is the father though to Wayne Berwick, who did Microwave Massacre, which you might have heard of because Arrow have put out a version and it's usually floating around CEX for cheap. The film stars Robert Gribbin, who hasn't done much outside of a bunch of TV roles by the looks of it, and we also get Russell Johnson, who was on Gilligan's Island. Now, I'm not familiar with Gilligan's Island at all. It's something I've heard of, but that's about as far as it goes. But this guy was in like 90 plus episodes of that show, so I'm assuming he was one of the main characters in it. But I don't know. The rest of the cast, all unknowns, pretty much only done this as well. A lot of one-shot actors. So, I mean, looking at the cover on this. This looks like one of the trashiest things in the collection so far. It looks like millenitrash, but it's from the 70s, so either this is super misleading or it's gonna somehow live up to this level of schlock. Let's have a look, shall we?
Hi.
Hi.
Where are you headed? Do you love your mother?
Sure, I love my mother. She's the greatest mom in the world.
It's all right. It's all right. Yes. It's all right. It's all right.
What's the matter?
The plot follows Howard, a laundrette delivery man who picks up hitchhikers and kills them, but only if they dislike their mothers. You see, Howard's sister ran away from home many years ago, and it kinda messed his mother up, and so she sort of tightened that stranglehold she has on him, giving him pretty severe mommy issues. Oh yeah, and the cops are in the background trying to figure out who's committing the killings. It's a shameless psycho rip-off, sure, and apparently it's also based on the co-ed killings. Okay. Mainly though, it's a matter-of-fact and boring film. It's very routine. It gets stuck in this sort of pattern, this formula, where basically Howard goes to work, picks up a hitchhiker, kills him, goes home, drinks a root beer, freaks out, and then the cops find the body and are like, who did this killing? Rinse repeat 6 times over the 88-minute runtime, and there's the film, and then end abruptly as well, as it does. Yeah, by that halfway point, you're starting to really feel the formula, unfortunately.
Well, hello there.
Oh, hi.
You are going to Highway 60, aren't you?
No way. I never want to see my mother again.
It should be.
Won't you stop it? Please, stop fighting.
The acting isn't great, it isn't terrible, it's just sort of down the middle. There's a few good performances. Robert Gribbin is pretty good as Howard, even if he is just doing a less charismatic Norman Bates impression. Nothing really stands out with the actors, though. I guess the mother, she does alright. It's all fine. There's not really any gore in this either. There's a little bit of blood here and there, but not a lot. There's some violence, you get to see the stranglings, the killings, some of them, but that's about your lot, really. There's a dead kid at the end as well, which I wasn't actually expecting to see. You don't really see much, I guess, but it's, you know, that's about your lot, really. That's about as extreme as this gets. Yeah, it cuts away from a lot of the killings as well. I guess it's leaving it up to your imagination or whatever, but it just feels a little lazy, I guess. There's a little bit of sleaze here too, weirdly. It's not much, but you know, bit of boob popping out during the attacks. That's about it. For the Harry Novak, it's supposed to be this sort of sleaze expert. The past 2 films of his that we've watched have been pretty sleaze light, to be honest. There's been like 3 boobs shown in it, and that's your lot. Seems, I don't know, seems a bit off character for him, to be honest. How it's made isn't particularly great either. Some of the camera angles are a bit haphazard. It's very much camera on a tripod, let it roll. There's some shots have got a lot of negative space around them and it just looks a bit off. I can't even remember the music in it, that's how much that left an impact on me. Yeah, it's just sort of there. It just exists. It doesn't excel in any area whatsoever. There's no information about this film online either, and I guarantee you I will have forgotten pretty much completely about this in a week's time. It's that bland and forgettable. There's nothing really more to say on this. What I will say though is, I'll compare now. So we'll do a little mini ranking of the Harry Novak films as we go along. I preferred The Child to this, just. At least The Child had some atmosphere and mood to it. Like, this just doesn't have anything really to offer, to be honest. I'll tell you what it felt like, actually. So this might date the video a little. I'm currently working as well on the Drug Stories AGFA Blu-ray. There's a lot of short films in that, so I'm just drip feeding through them, basically, just watching one when I have the spare time. And it kind of feels like an AGFA like scare film in a way, sort of being like, don't be too close to your kids because it'll fuck them up, or also don't let your kids run away from home because they'll get killed by Norman Bates' light. It has that sort of matter-of-fact tone. When the AGFA video comes out, when the next one comes out, which shouldn't be too, I don't know, it might be already out by the time this video's out, I'm not fully sure. But you'll see what I'm meaning. It's very matter-of-fact, it's very like, this is what will happen if these circumstances meet. And yeah, I could see it being a sort of scare film more than anything. I mean, outside of that, it has nothing to offer, and that's pretty much all I have to say on it, to be honest.
Tomorrow will be cold and soggy.
I hope she bites her fingernails every night.
Okay, time for the print, and it is not very good once again. It's not as bad as last episode's, The Child, that was awful. This is just pretty crap, to be honest. Again, the film stock is absolutely filthy. There's grain, there's dirt, there's damage done to it. None of it's even been tried, even tried to restore it. Again, it's a bit contrasty and saturated, like the colours are really blown out and weird. It makes people's like complexion look strange. It's, yeah, the sound as well is a bit muffled when it wants to be. It's just not a very good print at all. Yeah, really bad. And on the disc we get chapter select, and we get the Harry Novak showreel again, which we had in the last episode. It's exactly the same, and I think that showreel is why this is an 18, because there's not really anything in this film to be honest to really push it to be an 18. But there's a bunch of nudity in the showreel, and there's no disclaimer on the back like there has been on some of them saying, oh, it's the feature's actually a 15 but we bumped it up to an 18 because of the features, special features or anything like that. It just is. Like, I'd say that if I was to be BBFC man and rate this, I'd say harshly it's a 15 and leniently it's like a 12A, because there's nothing in it. Nothing happens in it. But that was a tangent. That's all you get on this disc, so less than last episode, but you know, you get the showreel, I guess. No trailer though, which is interesting. Okay, time for the case, and you probably already know my opinions on this front cover. Yeah, it's absolutely atrocious. Let's have a closer look at it though, shall we? So you can see where these girls have been really badly cropped out in Photoshop. It's got all this glitchy artifacting around it. Really, really bad job there. And then on top of that, it's just this awful garish red colour. It's so ugly looking. It's trying to sell it as this sleazy film, you know, slap Harry Novak's name on it, put two girls on the front who are in bikinis, make it red, you know, and it's super misleading because nothing happens in this film at all. Yeah, misleading and pretty naff, to be honest. The blurb is, yeah, it's a little garbled to read, it's clunky. And once again, it gives away the entire film, like every bit of this film is on the back here. But the information is correct. As is the runtime, which is better than last episode, so that's nice. It's worth mentioning, once again, this is the second ILC film in the collection. And again, we get no more Hard Gore stuff actually on the disc. It's just the ILC logo before the film, before the menu boots up. Overall then, yeah, it's not the worst, don't get me wrong, it's just completely inoffensively boring. It's just by the books, it's routine, it's formulaic, and there's no gore, action, it's not that funny, it's just sort of there, it just exists. And maybe that's the biggest crime of all sometimes, not really having at least one thing that it excels at. You know I'm not going to recommend this, but what I will say is watch Psycho. Watch any Psycho, in fact. All 4 of the Psycho films, I'd say, are more interesting and more entertaining than this. Definitely. I know Arrow have got the box set out of it, and yeah, get that. Don't bother with this. If for some reason you are in the market, Arrow have put out a Blu-ray of this, and that is and also isn't surprising for some reason. I don't know. I could, on one hand I can see them doing it, but on the other hand, does it need a Blu-ray release? This, really? If you see it cheap, maybe that's the best way to watch it, because it probably looks way better than this. This DVD is not worth your time or money. I briefly mentioned in the last episode, this again was one of the more expensive discs. I think I paid nearly £10 for this, and absolutely no chance it is not worth it. It might be this one, I think. Yeah, I think it was this one that was one of the expensive ones. These Harry Novak ones have sort of shot up in price. Or there's just not many about, so people don't know, and they're just like, fuck it, tenner. But yeah, don't bother with this. If you are going to get it, get the Arrow version. But honestly, I just wouldn't bother with it, just in general, really. Watch Psycho. So, not great. Not great. Pretty bland, pretty boring. Not the worst, but not the best either. And we are finishing off this little Harry Novak trilogy next episode with a film that I owned as a kid. This is the copy that I had as a teenager. I haven't seen it since I was a teenager, so I don't remember anything about it. I feel like it's a notorious film though. I'll have to do a little bit of research about it. But it's the last Harry Novak one as well, so hopefully it's a little bit better than these last 2. Next episode, we are checking out Axe. Hey up. So we're finally finishing off this little Harry Novak Presents trilogy this episode, and we might be ending with the most interesting of the 3. Hopefully anyway. We're taking a look at Axe, also known as Lisa Lisa. This is a 1974 or 1977, depending on where you look, American slasher film, written by, directed by, edited by, and starring Frederick R. Friedel. A quadruple threat. See how that goes, shall we? This is kind of the only thing he's done of note. The rest of the stuff is just a few bit things here and there, and he's not really done anything else that people care about, I guess. The film stars Leslie Lee, who also hasn't done much outside of this film. I think she was a model before this, so maybe she just went back into modelling afterwards, not fully sure. The film also stars Jack Cannon though, and he has probably the bigger roles than anybody else in this. He was in Maximum Overdrive and Weekend at Bernie's. Yeah, everybody else, it's either just this or this and a few other bit parts in more shitty horror films, really. So this is a video nasty. Not had one of those in a little while, and this was actually a Section 1 video nasty as well. The harshest of the sections. So, are we going to get an insanely horrific bloodbath with this film? Or is it one of those ones that's weirdly tame and was only banned probably because of a slightly suggestive title? I have seen this before, but I cannot remember any of it, like, at all. Probably not a great sign. Let's have a look, shall we? Quite a simple plot for this one. Some gangsters have just committed a murder and they're now on the run, so they decide to hide out in an isolated farmhouse that just so happens to be occupied by Lisa and her paralysed grandfather. Lisa's not a fan though of these new house guests, and after being attacked by one of them one night, she decides to start picking them off one by one with various sharp objects. It's a little all over the place, this one. I'm straight down the middle with it, really. I both loved it and hated it at the same time, I think. It's a pretty slow film. Not always to its detriment, but sometimes it's a little too slow for its own good. It's only 68 minutes long and it still manages to really draw everything out. Sometimes where it really doesn't work is things like the opening credits, which are 2.5 minutes, and the end credits, which are over 5 minutes. You add all that up and that's a big chunk of such a short film. But then there's stuff like the longer shots, the slower bits on the farm, like things like Lisa looking in the mirror and the flashes of blood and stuff like that, where it kind of creates this scuzzy, low-budget vibe that I kind of got into. Yeah, I didn't love it, but I definitely didn't hate it either, this film.
How's this? Hello, Max. Why don't you sit down? Billy? I bet she's got some other nice melons, too. Some of her damn poison fruit.
The acting is nothing great, really. It's very flat. It's not funny, and it's not like the worst thing I've ever seen, but it's not good either. Lines are just sort of delivered. It's almost like they're being read out with no feeling or emotion behind them, which it doesn't work for most of the characters. It does kind of work for Lisa's character, though. This sort of monotone disconnect. It gives her character a little more to it, and I don't know whether that's intentional or not. Probably not. But yeah, Lisa's character worked with it, but everybody else, it just feels like they're just lazily saying the lines, really. I've seen this film compared to Pearl by Ty West quite a bit. And sure, I can see loosely some connections and such, you know. Girl on a farmhouse looking after a disabled parental figure or family member and kills people. Sure. Tonally, though, they're very, very, very different films. And just how they're put together and how they're shot and stuff. Pearl's actually got some sort of intent and craft behind it. We get gore in this, but it's nothing amazing. It's a lot of after-the-fact stuff. We don't actually see anything happening. It's all just very much like, here's a dead body with blood on it. And the blood is very bright red as well. It's, you know, at least we get something. It's not a lot, but we get something at the very least. It's not... Sometimes it shines with some of its shots and sort of like the way it's put together. Sometimes like the opening shot's nice, and some of the wide shots on the farm are really good. Some of the close, uncomfortable shots are really cool as well. But a lot of it is very by the books. It's very much plonk the camera down, here we go. It does make you feel like some of the good, like some of the outstanding moments in it are a bit unintentional, perhaps. I'm not sure. It feels sort of haphazardly shoved together as well. The runtime's super short, and things are really like extended and long, and it just feels like they just shot a bunch of stuff and just went, here's the end product. There's not much craft behind it, I guess. The music's pretty good though. It's weird. It's got some weird sounds in there, but you know what, I liked that. I didn't mind that at all. Yeah, it's just got this weird sort of laid back attitude to the whole thing. And it takes ages for anything to actually happen. We don't meet Lisa until about half an hour into the thing. And like that's like most of the film nearly by that point. It's weird, it's such a laid back, almost like hypnotic sort of vibe to it. Yeah, it kind of worked. It kind of worked with that sort of like low budget feel. It's like, I guess how like Texas Chainsaw Massacre can really draw you in and repulse you, this one can just sort of lull you into a weird sort of state while you're watching it. It becomes almost like morbidly fascinating with how little is happening, but just this sort of like dirty vibe that it's got. It's weird. This film was reportedly shot over a 9-day period, and yeah, you can kind of tell. There's only really 2 locations in this, and for the most part they're interiors, which are easy enough to sort of do. You know, you hire a house out for a couple of days, get everything you need and move on. And yeah, you can sort of tell. It's another one that was shot on short ends as well, that we mentioned previously in a few other reviews. Intruder and The Child, I think, was also shot on short ends. And yeah, super low budget, very, very low budget thing. And yeah, you can kind of tell. The director has also gone on to say that a lot of the scenes were padded. So it wasn't just me assuming, like, this film is very, very padded out. Yeah, you can tell, like, if this had sort of modern sensibilities with regard to pacing, this would have been like a 5 to 10 minute short film easily. There's a lot of this that nowadays would just be on the cutting room floor. But you know, it's a 70s film. It's definitely got a 70s sensibility to it, for sure, for sure. So this is also a video nasty, and this is probably one of the tamest video nasties I think I have ever seen. So why was it a video nasty then? Well, theories could be, a little bit was cut initially. I think like only like 19 seconds of it was actually cut. This is a fully uncut version that I watched. And I didn't really notice anything that made me go, ooh, that should be cut, or that looks like it will probably cut in the original ones. So I don't know really. Just twitchy senses, I guess. It could be that the killer, I think Lisa is meant to be a teenager. She's played by an adult, but I think that she's meant to be like a young teen who's committing all the killings, so maybe that had something to do with it, or the kid killing people. So we gotta ban it. I don't know. It's pretty laughable that this was a video nasty and this was banned, to be honest. It's, yeah, super, super tame. Super tame. So here we are then. We've watched the 3 Harry Novak films. Let's do a little summing up and ranking of these. Yeah, he definitely likes to put his name on some low budget shit, doesn't he? Harry Novak. If I had to rank these, I would probably say Axe was my favourite. It's not the best, but I liked this one the most because it had a vibe to it that I quite enjoyed. Then it was probably The Child, again for the weird and more creative bits, and then it was probably Hitchhike to Hell. But what I will say about all 3 of them is that they're pretty dull. All 3 of them are quite dull, boring films. And also, he's meant to be like the Sultan of Sexploitation, Harry Novak. Barely any nudity, sex or sleaze in any of these 3 films, so yeah, I don't know. Not a great little selection to show off Harry Novak's producing skills, can't even speak. Producing skills. Yeah, not great.
That's more like it, baby.
Okay, time for the print. And this is the first of the Harry Novak films that doesn't look like complete dog shit, to be honest. It's not perfect, don't get me wrong. There's the odd bit of grain here and there, and a couple of VHS flickers that I spotted. But honestly, it's fine, really. The colours look okay. The sound's a little quiet, but there's no major issues that have plagued the other ones, really. It's fine, yeah, not bad. And on the disc we get chapter select and a trailer, and that's your lot. Okay, time for the case, and it's honestly not too bad. I didn't mind the cover. It's stylised, and the black on red looks pretty nice, yeah. The tagline's a little odd though, it should probably have a comma after last. The back of the case is alright, the blurb reads more colloquially than previous releases. It's got a pretty harsh description of Grandpa here, which made me chuckle. But yeah, it's fine, it sells the film. All the information seems correct too, which is nice. Now, this is not an ILC release like the other two were. This is actually a 4 digital media release. The only one in the collection as well. But weirdly enough, when you boot the disc up, it has the ILC logo at the beginning, even though there's no mention of ILC anywhere on the case or disc. Really weird. Lastly, this came with a Poundland leaflet, and I actually remember buying it from Poundland as a teenager. Overall then, I'm sort of straight down the middle with this one. I didn't love it, I didn't hate it. It's a little too boring for its own good in some parts, and it's super short as well, which is a bit of a feat really, being very boring and very short. Not a good sign. But there's a draw to it, there's something intriguing about the vibe. It kind of made me think of Skinamarink, for those who've seen that, with its sort of mesmerising, hypnotic sort of slow pace, and I've seen it referred to as lo-fi. I've seen this referred to as lo-fi as well, and yeah, I'd definitely say it's kind of a lo-fi horror. It's not going to be for everyone, definitely not. I'd give it a mild recommendation. Yeah, some of you will probably quite like this, and some of you really will not like this at all. If you're in the market, this isn't the worst way to go. There's no special features, but the print's fine. If you see this cheap and you're after a copy, it's not an awful way to go. There is a double disc special edition that doesn't have the Hard Gore branding, but it is the same case, same everything. I think it's like a paper case. And it's the 4 digital media and ILC as well, so with the same print but with an extra disc with features on it, which is probably why this is a single disc version. But yeah, we don't get any of the Hard Gore branding on that. And then there's also I saw for import on Blu-ray, this is featured in a double bill with Kidnapped Co-Ed, I think it's called, which is another film by the same director. If you're willing to pay extortionate import prices for this and another potentially shit film, fair enough, you do you. But yeah, it's not the worst, it's not the best, it's just sort of there, this one. A decent way to sort of end off the Harry Novak films though, to be honest, because it's the better of those 3. Next episode, we're in for something very different for this channel. It looks like it's going to be super trashy as well. We're going to be looking at a documentary. Next episode, we're checking out 666 Revealed, True Stories of Real Evil. Hey up. So we're doing something a little different this episode, a first for this channel. We're taking a look at a documentary. That word is said loosely though. We're taking a look at 666 Revealed, True Stories of Real Evil. This is a 2006 straight-to-video documentary directed by Gary Gibson and Michael Gibbo Gibson. Gotta include the Gibbo. And they haven't done too much outside of whatever this thing is. And this is called Santa Claus's Favourite Home Videos and Pranks, and it's starring Kirk Cameron. So do with that information as you will. As far as who appears in this, I mean, there are some actors doing reenactments, but none of them are really credited. So I can't really say, and then it's just a bunch of real people talking about stuff. So, you know, nobody of note, I guess. There's like killers and people in it, like Hitler appears in it, but I don't really think he's got an IMDb credit for that. Or maybe he does, I don't know. So, looking at this looks to me like one of those straight to Sci-Fi Channel, straight to History Channel weirdo conspiracy documentary things. And I'm going to take a guess that it's got very loose and absurd theories, all sort of thinly put together, basically. It's either going to be funny or infuriating, maybe, or hopefully it's not just boring as shit, like a lot of these are, like a lot of these films have been. Who knows? Let's have a look, shall we? Let's stop stalling and watch the film.
Lucifer, Beelzebub, Belial, Prince of Darkness, the Wicked One, Old Nick, Mephistopheles, Satan.
We begin the film looking into what Satan is, and also what a witch is and what a werewolf is, for those who don't know, I guess. The film then decides to pose its hypothesis, that being that a handful of serial killers were all conceived on some sort of satanic holiday. And then it says that maybe because of this, they're all spawns of Satan and pure evil. It then just goes through a bunch of serial killers and what they did, showing when they were conceived. The serial killers included are Albert Fish, Andre Chikatilo, Fred and Rose West, Harold Shipman and David Berkowitz, the son of Sam Killer. It's very, very boring, this film. It's only 60 minutes long and it fits in all those serial killers and goes into Satan and werewolves and witches. So even if you're slightly close to finding something interesting, it's over before you know it. It's super dry, it poses a lot of questions, and it never answers any of them at all. It just sort of skims through all these killers and then just ends.
Satan represents vengeance instead of turning the other cheek.
I am Yargog, the demon of death, and you are all fools.
Dr. Shipman, I wasn't expecting you today. Come in, come in.
Trashy's the name of the game for this one. We'll start with the acting in the reenactments. It's terrible. Obviously it's so over the top that it's laughable. We get a few people doing narration as well, and a lot of the time they're trying to do regional accents for where the killer they're talking about was from. And yeah, it's awful. A lot of the accents sound terrible. Not great at all. And then on top of that, we also get some really, really dry and boring talking heads, just to cap it all off, you know, to make it great. We also get some awful early 2000s CG, and it's like cheap CG as well, you know, it's blasting demon faces at us and it's projecting text on a 3D globe and stuff like that. It looks so cheap. And then there's the filters as well. It's doing a bit of a Rob Zombie thing, like House of a Thousand Corpses, where it's just chucking filters on whatever it can, inverting the colours or just putting a film grain on for no reason. It's not great. So let's take a look then at this hypothesis. The main point in this whole film, well, it's super weak and it doesn't really delve too much into it. It feels like a child that runs up to you and asks you an absurd, ridiculous question and then instantly runs off to go play outside. And it just leaves you going, why? Why are you asking this? This is absolutely ridiculous. So, a little reminder, the hypothesis is that a bunch of bad people in the world, but only the 5 or 6 that it can be asked to mention. You know, it shows clips of people in this and then never really delves into them, like Hitler and stuff like that. It says that this little group of people were all conceived, so I don't know about knowing conception dates, but some of these people were conceived in like the 30s and 40s. Maybe they did know when people were conceived back then, I don't know, but it seems like they just sort of know a vague window as opposed to a specific day, but I don't know, maybe I'm wrong on that one. But they were all conceived on these satanic holidays. Now this is where the real issue lies. What are you talking about with the satanic holiday bullshit? I've looked into a bunch of these and Well, most of them, for a start, or a big chunk of them anyway, it just says that they were born on Friday the 13th. That isn't a satanic holiday, that's a film franchise. It's ridiculous. I looked into the origins of Friday the 13th, and there's no real definitive superstition surrounding Friday the 13th. There's a few loose ones from history. Somebody in a village died on a Friday the 13th, so it became superstition for about 6 years or something. There's no real major one. 13 as a number has superstition attached to it, and Fridays can sometimes have superstitions attached to it. But it's more a film franchise than anything else, really. It's ridiculous. And then there's other ones as well. Some are, like, most satanic holidays don't really have a definitive date. A lot of them are just vague concepts that you can just sort of celebrate as and when you want, really, I guess. And then it just doesn't do anything with this information. It just says, well, what if Satan? And then just goes, oh, and this is what this killer did. This is what Fred and Rose West did in that house. This is what Harold Shipman was up to. It's awful. It's terrible. If only it could just, like, sum it up at the end or something, or just give a little thing of, like, well, maybe he did, like, but there is nothing, I guess. This is the thing. It's such a loose hypothesis with no evidence that they have to just resort to making shit up. I was born on a Friday the 13th. My granddad was born on a Friday the 13th, and I don't think he's murdered anyone. Absolutely stupid. Stupid, stupid, stupid. There is nothing going for this documentary at all. It's dry, it's boring. Whenever a slightly interesting tidbit about a killer comes up, it's onto something else. It's ridiculous. There are better discussions on killers and Satanism and things like interesting topics like that on YouTube, Netflix, miniseries. There's so many different options other than this piece of shit. Like, what you really want is to separate the two as well, because the two are interesting topics. Serial killers, I've always found interesting. Satanism, I've always found interesting. When you start meshing them together and saying, like, oh, it's all this, it's all, like, they're connected, it's bullshit. It does my head in. Yeah, watch something without all the Satanist bashing about a serial killer, or watch something about Satanism, Church of Satan, and all that sort of stuff. Avoid this, it's a piece of shit.
Satan has been attacking both God and man. He walks about like a roaring lion. But according to the Christian faith, the devil's powers are not limitless. According to the New Testament, the devil's final...
Almost become kind of humorous. So we all know that he's red, that he's got tail and horns, he carries a pitchfork, he's got...
As you can probably imagine, there's not much information about this documentary online, because who gives a shit about it, honestly. But something did crop up that intrigued me somewhat and confused me. So I was researching this on Letterboxd to see how many people had actually bothered to watch it. Not many, not many at all. But while I was looking it up, there was another documentary listed that sort of caught my attention because it has the same artwork as this DVD, with the girl screaming and the trident and stuff like that. The documentary is called 666 The Omen Revealed. Obviously a very similar title to this one. So what is this documentary? Well, it's a documentary on the apparent curse. You know how some films have curses? It was an apparent curse on the original 1976 film The Omen. The documentary was made in the year 2000. And I think it was just a special feature documentary whacked onto Omen DVDs. But what's weird is that it has on Letterboxd, and only on Letterboxd, no other website or anything else has the image, and it's the image from this case. But up here it says Omen 666 Revealed, and it maintains the tagline, True Stories of Real Evil. Now this intrigued me. True Stories of Real Evil, sure, maybe you could spin that works with an Omen documentary, I guess. You know, true stories of the real evil curse that was on the set of The Omen, because I think some coincidence has happened and people think that the film was cursed. What I want to know is, so that documentary was from 2000, this one's from 2006. What I want to know is what is the origin of this image? So on IMDb, neither this documentary or the Omen documentary has this image. Only on Letterboxd, the Omen documentary has this image, this documentary doesn't, it has a different image. So where did this image come from? Was it made for this documentary, or was it made for the Omen documentary? And what's even weirder, when you look this doc up on IMDb, the recommended films are the original Omen, the remake of the Omen, and then 666 The Omen Revealed comes up as well. So why... I've looked into who's involved, who directed and who wrote and edited this, and the same for the Omen documentary, and there's no connection. They're two very different documentaries. So why is this image associated with both of them in some form? Because this image for this documentary I've only seen associated with it on this DVD as well. It's so weird. If anybody has any information regarding where this image came from, the Omen documentary, this documentary, please let me know, because I'm kind of interested.
Instead, the crucifix, holy water, and relics of the saints are to be used to assist the driving out of the demons. And being a man was no guarantee of safety either. Werewolves were also thought to be witches, male witches.
And time for the print then, and I mean, it's fine, it's alright. It just sort of looks like a standard TV, like, definition thing. The blacks are a little blue, the whites are a little yellow sometimes, but it's clean, it's fine, no issues really. And on the disc, we get the film and chapter select. Didn't really expect there to be any special features, to be honest, with this one. Okay, time for the case then. I've already said about the weird cover crossover with that Omen documentary, but let's have a look at this cover closer, shall we? This kid's face looks ridiculous. I have no idea where this image came from. And I think this pitchfork trident thing is either a toy or some naff CG. I'm not fully sure, but it's one of those where the longer you look at it, the worse it gets. The red's pretty striking and it fits the theme, and this one even came in a red case, just to sort of stand out from the rest of the collection, annoyingly I guess. The text on the back of the case is pretty low quality, but it reads fine I guess. It's kind of over the top. It also claims to have an in-depth look at Satan and the Church of Satan, which is just not true. It's like 10 minutes tops and it goes off on one about werewolves. The screenshots have nothing to do with the film either. No idea where these got pulled from at all. The runtime is correct though, and I think this is the first E-rated film we've ever discussed on the channel. For those who don't know, this is usually shoved onto documentaries saying that they're exempt from classification, usually because of educational purposes. Although, there is no educational stuff here, I'm afraid. Lastly, this one also came with a Poundland leaflet. Overall then, you know what I'm going to say, this is a massive bag of shit. It is not worth your time in any way. It's got a stupid premise and it glosses over any potentially interesting information. Not worth your time, it's not worth the disc that it's printed on. It's terrible. A millenitrash documentary, if you will. It has the bad CG, the awful editing, and it's crap. So yeah, millenitrash documentary. Who'd have thought, eh? If you want to see something better, YouTube has probably got millions of better true crime documentaries. Netflix has probably got a 3-part documentary series on every killer in this documentary. And if you're interested in the Satanist side, I mean, stuff like Hail Satan from 2019 is a pretty interesting documentary. It's not the LaVeyan Satanism, but it's still an interesting watch. There's stuff out there that's better than this. If for some bizarre reason you are wanting to purchase and own this is your lot. Of course it is. Of course this has never been reissued. It's pretty cheap though, and I guess the print's fine, but you wouldn't want this, would you? I mean, come on. So, awful. This is again one of the worst. It's down there with some of the other terrible films we've seen in this. Next episode though, something a little better. Something that I've seen a few times in the past, and something that is a very notorious film. Very notorious. I haven't seen it in a very long time though, so to be honest, I'm quite interested in going back and giving it another look. And this is another copy from being a kid as well. Next episode, we are checking out The Driller Killer. Hey up. So we're checking out a bit of a classic this episode, a film that doesn't really need too much of an introduction, I'm sure. I think the regular people who check out my channel will have definitely seen this film at some point. We're taking a look at The Driller Killer. This is a 1979 slasher film with comedic elements, directed by, written by, edited by, and starring Abel Ferrara. I'm surprised Abel Ferrara hasn't come up on this channel before, to be honest. He has quite a big and well-liked body of work. He definitely has a cult following. Some of my favourites being Bad Lieutenant, The Addiction, and Pasolini, just to name a few. This being his directorial debut, so what better place to start than right at the beginning, I guess. There's not any named actors really in this, outside of Abel Ferrara. Now he's our lead, and he's going under Jimmy Lane, I believe he's called. But yeah, I think most of the people in this, he just sort of picked up in various strip joints. And that's not a joke either. Definitely one of the lead girls in this is someone who we found working in a local strip joint and got her involved. It's the only film she ever did as well. And to be honest, she's not too bad in this, really. She's not too bad. So this was a Section 1 video nasty, a big notorious film at the time, and it's sometimes lumped up there with some of the bigger shock films of the era, like Texas Chainsaw Massacre and Last House on the Left. Now I've seen this a few times. I owned it on VHS as a kid, and later swapped it out for this exact DVD that I got from Poundland back in the day, but I haven't seen it in a very, very long time. Must be way over 10 years now that I haven't seen this. So let's see if it's earned its notoriety, shall we? Let's see if it holds up in any way.
That sure did, man. Rich?
You know about how to bitch and how to eat and how to bitch and how to shit and how to bitch, but you don't know nothing about pain, so don't tell me what.
The film follows Reno, a struggling artist living in New York with his two girlfriends. Money's tight and no one's willing to lend any. All the people in New York are insane, and to make things worse, a punk band's just moved in downstairs, so Reno's sanity is kind of on the brink here. That is, until he finds a new muse for his art, a drill, which he uses to enact cathartic revenge on anyone in the vicinity. It's pretty good. I quite liked this one, to be honest. It's surprisingly laid back. It's got a very 70s pace to it, mixed in with some scuzzy sleaze and violence. For its 95-minute runtime, it definitely kept my interest. It's not the worst paced film I've ever seen. Now, it's not perfect, don't get me wrong, but it does do a lot right. It's arguable that the main character of this film really is New York itself. It's depicted constantly with all these crazy, insane, screaming people, helpless, homeless people, and then all these arsehole-ish, artsy people who think that they're too good for anything. It's maddening, really, and it all serves to put you in this same headspace that Reno, our lead, is in. Everything's designed to try and make you feel annoyed or fed up or like just out of sorts, really. And I'd say it works, to be honest. It definitely puts you in that grimy, grotty, I need to get out of here sort of headspace. And while some might say, well, it's just annoying, I don't know, I feel like it does serve a purpose. It is trying to reflect what the lead is going through. Reno himself is the sort of, like, just a hothead sort of artist, you know. He knows what he wants, but he's not quite getting what he wants, so he's pissed off and annoyed. And he does have some quite funny lines here and there. Abel Ferrara's pretty good as the lead. Yeah, he plays him well. And then we've got the two girlfriends who are sort of the opposite to Reno. One of them being like quite level-headed and calm most of the time, and the other one being just completely ditzy and away with the fairies. And Reno sort of sits in the middle as this like annoyed, he's too grounded, I guess, to a point where he's just like losing his mind. And then you got the band that move in downstairs, and these guys are fantastic. They've all got massive egos, no sense of time, and the clothes that they wear are insane. It's so fun to watch. So it was shot 78 to 79, so it's the back end of the 70s, and you can see it bleeding into what would be the 80s style, and it works so well. They are complete arseholes and you hate them, but you love to hate them while they're on screen. Yeah, everything just sort of works. The acting isn't amazing overall, but it fits the vibe of the film, I'd say. It feels low budget, sure, but not in an off-putting and annoying sort of way, just in a, yeah, it's a low budget film, people are trying the best, and every now and then you get a funny line here and there, so I think it works, to be honest. I think it's good. The gore is pretty decent. It's not as gory as you might imagine, but the gore that we do get is generally quite effective. There are some scenes that really stand out. Obviously the famous drill in the head scene is fantastic. And then you've got like the rabbit scene always sticks in my mind, and the bit at the bus stop. There's some good moments. Yeah, it's not a complete bloodbath. It's more of a psychological thriller, to be honest, than like a out-and-out slasher film. But it works what we get, and we get some sleaze in here as well, some lesbian shower scenes, a bit of nudity and stuff. Again, it's not in your face, it's not the most of the film, but we do get some, and it all adds to this sleazy vibe of the film, which works because it is trying to make New York look sleazy and disgusting, and it works. It's okay how it's put together. Some bits feel a little rushed, some angles are a bit funny, and some things are just sort of slapped together, it feels like. But on the opposite side, we do get some really nice artistic moments, some really nice use of colour, some cool editing, some really good camera angles here and there. You can see Abel Ferrara's sort of artistic vision shining through, but maybe it was a little rushed, a little like hurried along just to get the thing finished. First film and all that as well, learning curve, but you can see what he'd become. The music as well, I really want to mention, is fantastic. It's constantly shifting genres, and it's trying to be as maddening, I think, as possible. Again, we're in that same headspace as Reno is. We're pissed off, everything's annoying, and everything's drilling into us heads, you know. And yeah, we just get constantly different genres, and it just builds this like cacophony of noise. Really quite good and effective.
I tell you what, there's no job in the world that I know worth getting out of bed in the morning for. And I know something else that's good for jobs that give you a pain in the neck. This...
As I mentioned earlier, this is a Section 1 video nasty, meaning that it got the harshest punishment and was just outright banned in the UK. It also has been cited as being the catalyst for the whole video nasty movement, really. And it is violent, sure, but by today's standards, it's very, very tame, to be completely honest. When Netflix is popping up Terrifier, and like, I have family members who aren't really like into the gore films or anything. They've sat and watched all 3 Terrifier films on Netflix, and just like on a Saturday afternoon, they've gone, yeah, they were good. Like, gore has changed in the public perception so much over the past like 5 years, I'd say. Definitely over the past 10 years. I remember this film being notorious when I was a teenager. Everyone was like, Driller Killer. Oh, I had it on VHS in like early 2000s. People were like, oh, should you have that? Apparently that's really fucked up, that film. You can't be watching that. And it's not even that extreme, to be honest. For the time, sure. But nowadays, looking at it with a modern sensibility, it's pretty tame. It's pretty tame, to be honest. So why was it banned then? So what made this be the one to start the video nasty movement off? Why did this kick it all off? Well, apparently it's down to the promotional material. So this advertised itself with just a very close-up screenshot of the guy getting drilled in the head. That was it. That was the famous shot, the guy drilling the head, and it was on posters, it was on VHSs, it was printed in magazines. And apparently a lot of the people who called for this film to be banned hadn't actually watched the film. They'd just seen all this promotional material and gone, we can't be having that, that's fucked up, we can't be having that, people are getting drilled in the head over here. And yeah, again though, it's different times, so maybe in the 70s this would have been quite extreme, but it's much tamer than you'd imagine with this, to be honest. So this was banned in the UK until 1999, which is crazy, it's crazy. And then it was released with a few cuts, and then in 2002, it wasn't too many cuts by the way, it was only like a minute were missing or something overall, seconds were trimmed. And then in 2002, this version included, it's fully uncut. It's a fully uncut version of the film. But yeah, I can't believe it was banned so late, because I must have got it on VHS in like 2003, 2004, maybe 2005, and I got the DVD probably like 2006, 2007. And I remember people being like, oh, you can't see that, but it was just newly unbanned, I guess. These days it's like, who cares? But back then there was a bit more gravitas towards it, I guess. There was a bit more like, ooh, you can't have that, that's fucked up, that was banned for ages. Yeah, it's crazy. There is another cut though. It was found in 2017 and it runs for 100 minutes, so 5 minutes longer than this one. And it's just a pre-release cut. It isn't extra stuff that got banned or anything like that. It is literally, they did a run, it was 100 minutes, people said it was too long, Ferrero and his team chopped 5 minutes out, and the full uncut version has been found, and Arrow have put it out on their Blu-ray, so might be worth checking out for fans of this film maybe. Lastly, before we move on, this film's been remade twice. Weirdly recently as well, which is bizarre. So the first one is called Driller Killer E2 and was released in 2012, and the poster looks absolutely terrible, looks awful. There's no reviews really on Letterboxd for it, no one's watched this thing. And then there was another remake called Detroit Driller Killer in 2020. It's only 5 years ago. The poster's a little better, but it still isn't getting very good reviews. Neither of these films are getting good reviews, and judging by just looking at them and how long it took to get like sequels or the remakes, I think Driller Killer E2 is a British remake set in London. I don't know, they don't look worth your time. Plus, I don't know where you'd find these. They look pretty difficult to source. But yeah, they exist. There's that information for you.
Electric lips. Little dog.
Baby! Come back for your stuff, man!
Okay, let's take a look at this print then. It's mixed. It's one of those again where it's 16:9 in 4:3, so it looks tiny on a modern telly, which isn't great. It's kind of low quality, grainy, scratchy, a little soft, pixely. It kind of adds to the vibe, to be honest, I'm not going to lie. I don't really know if this film needs to be in high definition, beautiful, you know, restored and all that. I think the grimy nature of it sort of adds to the whole vibe of the film, really. It's not unwatchable, it's just, you know, it's a little low quality. The audio isn't great in parts either, it can be muffled, there's a bit of clipping. Again, it's not going to ruin your experience. If anything, it might enhance your experience slightly because it feels like something that you found in a bin. But it's not the best, it's not the best. Mixed bag, I'd say. And on the disc, we get chapter select, a trailer for the film, we get a Ferrara filmography that goes all the way up to 1999, and he's done much more since then, so it's like half a filmography. And we get a commentary track from Ferrara himself, going through the film and chatting about it. Apparently, he's a bit of a character, especially in commentary tracks, so it might be worth listening to. I might actually have to give it a listen. Apparently there's some funny moments in it where he's just sort of ripping into it, just taking the piss out of his own film. Probably worth a watch. So, yeah, not too bad to be honest. I'd say that it's just slightly above the sort of standard that we get with Hard Gore releases. Okay, time for the case. It's missing the iconic Gore cover, which is a bit of a shame, to be honest. I don't mind this one really though, it's striking, and it retains the genius use of the drill in the title. Absolutely love that. The information on the back's pretty good too. You know, it sells the film well, and it uses the history instead of just hyperbole, which is quite nice. The inclusion of other Ferrara films is quite nice too. Yeah, not bad at all. Weirdly though, this case doesn't include a runtime at all. I always find that really annoying. Just tell me how long the thing's going to be. Sometimes that is how I choose a film in an evening. I check to see how long it is, 2 hours, maybe a bit too long. 85 minutes, perfect, I'll watch that. Yeah, annoying that that's not included. Overall though, the case isn't too bad really. This is another ILC release, and lastly, it came with another Poundland leaflet. Overall then, yeah, I quite like this one to be honest. I think it's pretty good. It does a lot right, you know, it's sleazy and violent and annoying and grimy, and it's got a low budget charm to it. It's notorious for being like a sleazy, dirty film you shouldn't watch, and it feels like it while you're watching it. It's not going to be for everyone. It'll be off-putting to some people. It can be a little slow. If you don't mind a 70s pace, then you'll probably dig it. If you prefer if your film's a little tighter, a little more modern, it might not tick some boxes for you, unfortunately. I'd still give it a recommendation though. Historically, it's an interesting film, and it's got its moments. It's definitely got its moments. For fans of Video Nasties, for fans of Abel Ferrara, it's worth a look, definitely. As far as ways to go, it's an interesting one because the shit print on this kinda adds to it a little bit. It makes it feel like something you've found. It's dirty and grimy and it adds to the vibe of the whole thing. So maybe that's a good thing. There's a few as well. DVDs floating around. It got released a couple of times. There's a special edition, I think, of this one missing the Hard Gore branding and such. But honestly, probably best off going with the Arrow Blu-ray because you get multiple prints. I don't know how much they've cleaned it up. It might still look grimy and dirty and horrible, but you also get a bunch of special features, and it's probably nice. It's just in a nice packaging and such. It's probably a nicer way to watch it than this, to be honest. And I think it's only cheap, so it's probably worth grabbing. So yeah, one of the better ones in the collection, to be honest. It's definitely up there with some of the best ones in the collection so far. Not the best Video Nasty, but definitely not the worst either. Next episode. Now, you might be surprised to hear this, but next episode we're looking at the last film in the Hard Gore collection, technically. You can see here, it's the last one with the branding. I'll talk more about that in the next episode. But yeah, we've made it this far already. It's crazy to think, isn't it? So what are we in for with this last episode? Well, looks like another Hellraiser knockoff. I don't know how much it is actually a Hellraiser knockoff or how much they're just using it for the branding. I don't know. But it looks like we might be in for something a little trashy next episode. We're going to be checking out Hellmaster. Hey up. Here we are then. at the end of Phase 1 of the Hard Gore collection. Can you believe it? And to play us out, we're heading back to the 90s with Hellmaster, also known as Them and Soul Stealer. This is a 1992 horror film directed by Douglas Schultz, who hasn't really done much else. This was his directorial debut. It looks like he's done a few other low-budget, poorly rated horror films, and that's about it, really. We actually get a few names in this one as well. John Saxon is a name and a face you'll probably recognise. He's been in a bunch of classic horror films. Just to name a few, we get Nightmare on Elm Street, Dusk Till Dawn, and Black Christmas. You might recognise him. And then there's also David MG, I don't know if I'm saying his last name right, MG, who's another face you might recognise. He was in Dawn of the Dead and Basket Case 2. So we do get a few names popping up in this, a few horror classics, I guess. For the horror fans out there, you might spot a few faces in this that you're like, oh, I know that guy. Might be a good sign? Who knows? I mean, I don't know anything about this film at all. All I can tell you is it's clearly trying to evoke Hellraiser with its cover. Is it any good though? Let's take a look, shall we?
Joel, what brings you out here?
Do I need a reason to see my best friend?
Now, Joel, I only seem to be your best friend when you need something.
Shelley.
They left me no choice. They pressured me. You have to understand.
Something weird is going on around here.
The only thing weird around here is you, Drake.
We follow a reporter who is investigating a strange new drug that seems to be affecting the homeless population, mutating them and twisting the bodies into deformed, weird beings. He's led to a high school where it seems a professor with psychic powers is giving this drug to the students, transforming them into mindless superhuman zombies who will do his evil bidding, whilst he wanders around shouting Nietzsche quotes at whoever will listen. So now the reporter, along with a few students, one of whom being psychic, have to try and stop this evil professor before he infects the entire campus. It's a bit of a mess. There is potential here, but it's a little all over the place. It's far too eager. The first 20 minutes skip proper character introductions and all that sort of jazz, and it just throws you straight in to the action with a ton of characters, and it really jumps the gun, and then it sort of realises it by about the 40-minute mark, and it sort of fumbles a little. And from then on, it's just a slow, painful, bizarre crawl to the ending, unfortunately. It's only 92 minutes long, but that still feels a little too long for this film, especially with how much it rushes at the beginning. It just comes across as amateur and maybe a little eager. Yeah, it's a mess. It's definitely a mess.
This isn't a social excursion. Don't mind him, too much caffeine.
I don't believe this.
What?
Those rumors about the drug experiments. It's no rumor, Barb.
What are you talking about?
The acting's a bit of a mix in this one. All the students, the younger actors, are absolutely appalling. It does lead to some funny line reads here and there, which is quite good. But then you bring in like the actors who've been in other horror films, and they're not amazing, but you can tell they're good. But you put them next to these terrible kid actors, and it's super jarring to watch, and it kind of brings everybody down. But as I said, the odd funny line here and there is a positive from this. It's not the worst acting I've ever seen, but there's some pretty bad acting in this. The gore is pretty good, but there is a major issue, and that is that the film is so dark you can barely see what the hell's going on most of the time. And it's a shame because some of this gore actually seems like it would be pretty decent. There's like some really standout moments. It's like a good face melt, just the general design of the drug takers and stuff. There is some decent stuff in here. you just can't see what the hell it is, to be honest, and it's a shame. So the main monster, or who you would assume the main monster is based off all the promotional stuff, this fella, Pinhead knockoff, he's called Bobby, and I'll be referring to him as such. But he doesn't look very good in stills, he also doesn't look very good in motion. The sort of latex on his face is pretty naff. And to say how much he's plastered all over the promotional stuff, every poster, every piece of artwork, every release of this film that I've seen has this dude front and centre. And honestly, he's barely in it, really. He's not in it much at all. The first few times you see him as well, he's just in cars. He just seems to be in the back of people's cars all the time, which is really weird. I thought he was just going to be a guy in the car, and he's not even really the main bad guy or anything like that. He's clearly just being used to have that Hellraiser reference, I guess. Yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame. It's not the worst put together film, I guess. There's some nice use of colour, some interesting camera angles here and there, some decent editing. It's just a little amateur-y, I guess. I think it's more just that it's not been enhanced in any way, and it just looks pretty, like, it's pretty dirty to look at. It's pretty nasty and grimy and contrasty and stuff. But when the lighting lightens up a little and you can actually see what's happening in the frame, there's some nice stuff going on. It's not awful. It's not going to blow you away or anything. It's not mind-blowing stuff. But you know, there's more to it than you'd imagine, I guess. The sound, though, can't really say the same for that. It's not been cleaned up like at all, though, like even in the initial edit, I'm assuming, because you can hear the hiss changing between shots sometimes, and it's just not great. The music as well, I couldn't even tell you what the music is in this, to be honest. I only watched it recently and it's just gone completely. Nondescript, I guess, is how I'd describe it. Maybe that's a good thing. It didn't stand out for being super jarring or anything like that, but it also didn't leave any sort of impression on me whatsoever. I said though, the main issue with this film, really, the main thing holding it back from being good is just this weird sort of rush that it has in the first 20 minutes. Like, you can't figure out who's who or what's what. It's a lot of plot and a lot of characters just shoved in your face in the first 20 minutes. Just here's all this, and by the time you've sort of acclimatized to it, it's sort of lost its steam somewhat, and it doesn't know what to do with itself, and it feels like the film itself is panicking and it's just trying to throw whatever it can at you. Psychic powers, yeah, sod it, get that in there. And yeah, it feels panicked, it feels rushed, and it's a shame. It's a shame.
Joey, my monkey man.
What? Damn it. I'm a fucking cripple.
Hey, mister, will you play with me?
So let's talk about the Hellraiser angle for this, shall we? Because as I've said many a time, this guy, Bobby, being plastered all over the promotional stuff, is clearly trying to make you think Hellraiser. They even changed the name of this film to Hellmaster quite late on in production. Again, it's trying everything it can from just the promotional stuff alone to make you think of Hellraiser. Now, the film itself doesn't really have much connection to Hellraiser. There's the odd bit, there's the gore, the body horror element. I guess there's a bit of a supernatural thing going on as well, but I never really thought Hellraiser, outside of when this guy was on screen, I never really thought Hellraiser. It made me think more of Nightmare on Elm Street and the sequels, because again, you've got the gore, you've got the bad guy wandering around shouting stuff. In this case, he's shouting Nietzsche quotes, which isn't as good as Freddy wandering around quipping, but you know, you get what you get. And then you've got the sort of psychic element to it. You've got the girl who's got the psychic abilities, using them against the bad guy who also has some form of supernatural ability. Very Dream Warrior, which isn't a bad thing. I quite like some of the Nightmare on Elm Street sequels, and I think it could work in this sort of thing, but it's not great, to be honest. I think it's just because of how it's set up and it rushes it. Like, Nightmare on Elm Street waited until the sequels to push in all this psychic ability, Dream Warrior stuff, and it works because you've had plenty of time to get used to the characters and the strange dream logic of it. Whereas this is trying to shove it all into a 90-minute film, and I think it trips over itself trying to do so, really. Nietzsche. Let's discuss that angle of this film, because it's quite a prevalent part of it. There's a lot of this guy wandering around shouting generic, standard Nietzsche quotes. Now, philosophy and horror, shove them together and they can work really well, I think. I think you can get something really interesting out of that. But you need to delve more into the philosophy than this film dares to do. This film is basically just the bad guy wandering around shouting Nietzsche quotes almost as a soundboard for generic smart bad guy is bad because he leans into nihilism, basically. And they use that as well as a sort of a, she's good because she sees the good in the world, he's bad because he likes his nihilistic existentialist Nietzsche quotes. And it's super shallow. It's very shallow. Like, there's no exploration of the ideas. I'm quite a fan of philosophy. I spare time, like to read philosophy books and stuff. I'm not an expert on the subject. Don't think that. But I find an interest in it. I'm interested to see what people have said about stuff, I guess. And it's a shame because it doesn't really delve much into any of the ideas that Nietzsche had outside of the generic God is dead, blah blah blah, let's mutate and make Supermen. And you know, yeah, like that's, everybody sort of knows that side to it. It sort of removes any sort of nuance from certain ideas, and it feels a bit too lazy for its own good, really. It could have been good, it really could have been good. But then at the same time, you could have had this dude like quoting whoever, really. As long as there's some sort of like nihilistic slant to it, you could just have him quoting whatever. It doesn't really make much of a difference. They chose Nietzsche because he's a bit of a popular one, a bit of a punching bag for like, oh, this guy is just a miserable sod, blah blah blah. And yeah, I don't know. It's a shame, really. I was expecting, when it started, I expected a little more from this angle, and of course, we didn't get more from this angle. We didn't get much at all from it, really. Oh well. Okay then, time for the print. And it's a weird one. It's not very good at all, really. I said already that it is far too dark, and it really is. Crushed blacks all over the place, super contrasty, but you also get colour bleed as well, so it just turns into a muddy mess. Especially like any dark scene in this, and you're going to struggle to see what the hell's happening. And it's a shame because there's some interesting stuff knocking about in this, some of the gore and that. It'd have been nice to actually see it. Top of that, it's grainy, muddy, just really not a good looking print at all. And every now and then with the editing, like it'll change to a new scene and there'll be a flash of one frame from earlier in that previous scene, just for one frame, and it's really jarring when it happens. It could be a frame rate conversion issue, I know that can happen sometimes, or it could just be badly edited and put together, who knows. Sound's not great either, it cuts out every now and again and the volume's way up and down and there's hissing in the background. It's a mess, it's a complete mess of a print. And on the disc, we get chapter select and a trailer for this film, and that is your lot, of course it is. Right then, time for the case. The cover looks super cheap, as you can see. It's such a low quality image, it just looks terrible. Back of the case is fine for the synopsis, but it mixes up the actors' names and the films they've been in. Saxon was in Elm Street, and MG was in Dawn of the Dead, Really not good that they've done that. The runtime is also wrong, being off by around 7 minutes. I also hate that the back image of Bobby is the same as the front, but slightly further away. It's just really lazy. Yeah, they didn't care with this case at all. Lastly, this is another of the ILC releases. Overall then, it's not great. It does have a few things going for it. The gore seems pretty interesting, and there's some ideas that work quite well. It has its entertaining moments for sure, but for the most part it's a very messy film that's far too over the top, far too rushing about, trying to get everything in, trying to cram a bunch of weird stuff in at the end. It's just a mess. It's just a mess, unfortunately. It's a shame. There is some good ideas in this, but it just wasn't executed well enough. I'd definitely say though, go check out Hellraiser or the Nightmare on Elm Street series. If you haven't seen those, you probably have, but if you haven't, check those out over this. This doesn't really get a recommendation from me. There's a reason those are classic horror films and this isn't. If you are in the market for this film, this is your lot in the UK, and it's not great. The print's pretty bad, hard to make out what's happening. It's just cheap and naff. It might be alright for a 50p pickup at a charity shop or something, but I wouldn't pay more than that. If you're willing to import, Vinegar Syndrome have put out a Blu-ray in the US. It's pricey because it's an import, obviously, but it is a nice 4K remaster, probably got special features. It's probably more worth your time than this. You might actually make the film watchable. It's never going to be an amazing film, even if you brighten some scenes and, you know, clean it up a little. It's never going to be like a 5-star film, but it might change it from being bad mediocre to mediocre good. Who knows, but that's if you're willing to pay. So, yeah, not the best way to cap off the series, but we have seen a hell of a lot worse. And that's it for phase 1 of the Hard Gore films, but there are still some Hard Gore films left to look at, but not in this capacity. So next episode is going to be a sort of summing up video where we take a look back at the phase 1 selection that we had. We discuss good, bad and all that. I'll do a little ranking of the films, and we'll talk about what's coming next in phase 2 of the Hard Gore reviews. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you then. Hey up. So, we've come to a bit of a pause with the Hard Gore series at this point, with the completion of what I would consider to be phase 1. So I am going to be covering stuff that we looked at in the introduction episode to the Hard Gore series, so if you've not seen that, it might be worth looking at. There'll be stuff that I'm recovering here, but it might just give you a bit more of an idea of the plan for the Hard Gore series. So let's move on to what's happening then. So I've split the Hard Gore films into what I would consider core Hard Gore releases and what I'd consider the question marks of the series, I guess. The main thing that I've split these films up with, I'd say, is to do with the branding. So specifically with the branding as well, I'm meaning these screaming faces on the spines, and they also move over to sort of the top of the DVD as well. It's the sort of thing where if you were in CEX and you could see on the shelf clearly that this is a Hard Gore release. You pick it up and you have the Hard Gore branding at the top. It's a Hard Gore release, no question about it whatsoever. With the burgundy drip and the Hard Gore and the screaming skull, you know you're getting a Hard Gore film when you pick one of those up. Now the other ones, now they do involve some sort of branding in them, but it's a little looser, it's a little vaguer, and that's what we're going to be getting into in this video. What considers itself to be a question mark. Before we move on as well, I do want to say that obviously all of the Hard Gore phase 1 videos are up on YouTube for you to double check. We're going to be going through them as well in a bit on this video. and I'm also going to be showing all the films we're going to be covering in Phase 2. Now, if at any point you think, there's something missing here, then please do let me know. Now, I've spent the past 2 years researching, especially deeply researching the question mark ones, just to see if there were any other releases with the full branding or anything that I might have missed. And to the best of my knowledge, this is how the Hard Gore collection plays out. But I am only a human, and I'm open to admit that maybe I've made a mistake here or there. So, if there is a film you think I've missed, then please do let me know. But I do ask, if you are going to let me know, please send some form of evidence, I guess. Be it like an eBay listing, or an image, or just something tangible that I can then go on to research further. Because I've just got this horrible feeling that I'm going to get just get a bunch of emails or a bunch of messages, and they're all just like, oh, I remember this one, and I spend a month looking for it and it doesn't exist, and I end up just exactly back where I've started, basically. Because this is the thing, the false memory, it can happen. It has happened to me while collecting these, it's happened to me while researching these, and I'm happy to be proven wrong, absolutely, because that means more reviews. It means I get to look at more films and make more videos for you guys on the Hard Gore series, which I'm clearly into. There's clearly something in me that wants to do it, but yeah, a little bit of evidence would go a long way with it, because some of these were very difficult to find and very difficult to research. There's not a lot of information. But again, I'll mention this again later on. So, let's move on and let's look back at Phase 1. Right off the bat then, I will say that this is by far the worst collection of films that I've ever looked at on this channel. Of the 51 films that we watched on here, I'd say I only really liked 8 of them, which is pretty bad going. And I'd say that I actively hated 17 of them, over double what I actually just liked. It's not a very good ratio, you know, not a very good ratio. Comparing them to some of the other collections I've done on this channel, and it's, yeah, the ratio is way off for how much crap is in this. So what I'm going to do now, I think, is I'm going to do a ranking of the films that we've covered in Phase 1 from worst to best. Starting with the worst, let's crack on. Cold Grip, Switch Killer, 666 Revealed, Vampires vs Zombies, The Attendant, Ghoul School, The Bagman, Cannibals, Zombie Chronicles, Aquinoids, Nightmares Come at Night, The Wickeds, Hunting Humans, The Red Monk, Cannibal Terror, Demonium, Cannibal Detour Hell's Highway, Faces of Death 3, Cannibal Dead The Ghouls, Nightmare in a Damaged Brain, Vampire Killer Barbies, Hitchhike to Hell, Hellinger, El Chupacabra, Rain in Darkness, Nutbag, Butchered, The Stink of Flesh, Hellmaster, The Child, Psycho Sisters, Deep River Savages, Creepazoids, Dead Creatures, The Boneyard, Maniacal, Enigma, Axe, Intruder, At Dawn They Sleep, Faces of Death 2, Turkey Shoot, Strange Behaviour, A Cat in the Brain, Patrick, I Spit on Your Grave, Faces of Death, The Driller Killer, Last Cannibal World, Thirst, and lastly, Night of the Living Dead takes the #1 spot, because of course it does. We also managed to coin a term throughout this collection, which I'm quite happy about, that being millenitrash, obviously, the name given to early 2000s homemade, shot on a handy cam horror films that just sort of exude the the era, the angst of the era, the anger of the times, I guess. Yeah, the bottom 5 in the list were all millenitrash films, and there were 20, or all in all. Out of the 51 films, 20 of them were millenitrash. It felt like more, if I'm honest. It did feel like more. They all ended up towards the back end of the list as well. Apparently my favourite millenitrash film was Maniacal. That was the highest rated millenitrash. And yeah, I can kind of see why with that, because, well, I grew up with that one, so already I have a bit of nostalgia for it. I've played it at a couple movie nights throughout the years, just as something to laugh at. It's a pretty good example of what millenitrash is as well. And also, it came sort of early on in the collection, so I hadn't quite had my mind fully melted by the extent of some of the shit millenitrash in this collection. Yeah, it's definitely the worst collection I've covered. You know, you compare it to Vipco or Dead of Night collection. The ratio on those wasn't actually too bad between like classic films that you actually wanted to check out and shit that they just shoved in for the sake of it. By Vipco I mean in Vipco Scream Time specifically, because that's the release that I covered on this channel before. Yeah, if you'd have like just got rid of the millenitrash out of this collection, like, well, you'd have had like what, 31 films, and you know, you got your Franco and Miyazaki, Face of Death and stuff like that, and it's stuff that I'm actually interested in seeing. It wouldn't have been great, but it wouldn't have been all that bad. But then yeah, you shove in these millenitrash and it does just slow down the pace of watching these films. It's like, oh god, another one from 2002. Ugh. Yeah, you could say similar things about just the releases itself, I guess, as well. The prints were pretty rough. They were pretty rough for the most part. Some of them are terrible. There's been no attempt to sort of clean up and remaster any of these films at all. It was pretty much just a get a copy of the film, don't matter how, and dump it on a disc. The cases, the covers were pretty naff for the most part. They're very trashy looking things. I could pick most of these out and show you, and they're pretty trashy. There are some standout good ones. I really like the Faces of Death artwork. You know, the I Spit on Your Grave's got the iconic cover, and there are a few that stood out as being pretty good. It's usually then the classic ones that they're actually really trying to push to you. But for the most part, yeah, they're just pretty trashy. Fewer spelling errors, I'd say, than things like Dead of Night collection maybe, but the run times were pretty bad on a lot of these as well, which again is something we found in Dead of Night. Like, the run times are pretty shit. Yeah, it's the same here. There's not been any major issues that I can think of with any of these DVDs though. There's not been anything that's prevented me from actually just watching the film. You know, Dead of Night collection had some absolutely awful errors that made the films nearly unwatchable. And even Vipco Scream Time had like reels out of order and things like that that made the film pretty unwatchable. So it was good on that front, I guess. All the films I watched with ease, but they're not great still. They're not great. They're very budget. They're definitely very budget releases. And then, well, there's also the quality of the cases themselves as well. Must have been around lockdown time. A mate of mine was clearing out his old DVD collection, and he sent me a video of just some dodgy copy of Silent Hill movie that he had, and the case was like crumbling away in his hands, and I'd never seen that before. I was like, wow, that's crazy. I've not witnessed that happen. Just really brittle plastic. And then most of these are the same. All of that must just be super cheap plastic that they're using. Just really cheap and really shitty plastic. And yeah, it just crumbles away. But I mean, these are Poundland DVDs, so you're not really going to get quality, I guess, are you? Let's move on to talking about Phase 2 of the collection then. So the films that you are currently seeing on screen right now are all the films that I will be covering in Phase 2. Now these all feature some element of hard gore branding, even if it is very loosely. They're all really big question marks in my books, and that's sort of the plan moving forward. So each episode we're going to do what we usually do. We're going to look at the film, we're going to look at the release itself and discuss that element. But we're also going to take a little bit of time to question, is this technically a hard gore film or not? How closely does it fit into the hard gore branding? And would you class it as a hard gore film? Because this is the thing, a lot of these I don't even know about, and it'd be nice to have a little chat, little discussion, just figure out what is and what isn't a hard gore film out of all these. I listed all the films in Phase 1 in the ranking, and I'm showing all the films in Phase 2 here now. So the end of Phase 2 will be the end of the collection as far as I'm concerned. So we've only got like 9 or 10 films left to go, really. Not many left in Phase 2. But yeah, this is the extent of the hard gore collection, basically. So, there we have it so far. I'd be lying if I said I didn't enjoy some of these. But mostly for me, it was scratching that itch. It was figuring out what these discs contained that I'd stared at as a kid for so long. Figuring out what these films were, and I'm so glad I didn't buy many of these when I was younger, to be completely honest, because either I'd have been very disappointed that I'd wasted £1, which went a long way back when I was younger, and I'd have also, it could have also completely warped my film taste to be something way worse than it already is, which is not great. But yeah, I'm glad that I managed to satiate that part of my brain that's like, what was on those hard gore discs? What was on them? If for some reason you are wanting to collect the Hard Gore DVDs, well, one, just don't bother. But if you're adamant about it, be warned, most of these films aren't good. They're rubbish. They're really bad, both in quality of film and quality of like print release, everything on the disc and all that. You'll be disappointed. There's too much millenitrash, there's not enough good stuff, and it's just too low quality and budget, really. And they're hard to find. Funnily enough, it's much easier to find better versions of some of these films than the hard gore releases. So as a collector, and some of them are a bit pricey as well, sometimes. So as a collector, it's not worth collecting. Even the spine numbers don't make you want to collect it, because they're all over the place. That's why I just kind of gave up talking about them, because more than anything, they're just production numbers, and they change production that many times that they're just all over the place. So it's not like a Shameless or a Bipco Scream Time or anything with the numbers. You can't really, there's nothing really to collect with these, I guess, outside of the little screaming head. So that's it for Phase 1. So the plan is to have a little break on the hard gore stuff before Phase 2. Now this will give you guys a chance to let me know about anything that I may have potentially missed. And I'm going to reiterate one more time, please, please, please do, if you can, send some evidence of these films existing with hard gore branding. An image, an old blog post, an eBay listing, even a sold eBay listing that's no longer active, just something tangible. You can comment on this video with evidence or with suggestions. You can hit me up on social media. I'm usually on Instagram. I try not to go on social media because it's crap, but Instagram's probably the one that I use the most. At Old Man Chimes, it'll be on screen. You can always drop me an email. My email address is also on screen right now. It's a good way of sending proof, I guess, if you do have any. But these false memories do happen. They do happen. It happened to me when I was getting the initial lot of these. I could have sworn that Killjoy, the Killer Clown shitty film, 1 and 2 were both released by Hard Gore. And I searched for months and months and months to try and figure out where these films were, and I couldn't find anything. And they were never released on Hard Gore. Never. They were just in Poundland around the same time, and I was like 15, so in my head, like 18 years later, I'm switching it all around, and yeah, no, it never existed, and I wasted a good chunk of time looking them up. So it does happen, it happens to all of us. So yeah, some proof would be nice. Excuse me. So, what is next then? I said I'm having a little break from the Hard Gore, because if you do send me something and I do find it and buy it, I'm going to quickly get that in before phase 2 properly kicks off. But what I do plan on doing is getting back to a series that I've been neglecting a little bit while I've been in this sort of Hard Gore zone. That being the AGFA 101 releases. So I'll be carrying on with regular videos, Thursday, 7 o'clock, same as always, but this time I'll be carrying on with the AGFA 101 reviews, which, yeah, have I missed them? A part of me has. I've been working on the Drug Stories one, sort of intermittently, and I've mentioned it in some of the other videos. It's been a slow process, because a bunch of short films to watch. It's just whenever I've had the time, but that'll be coming out next week, I imagine. But yeah, so thanks for watching the Hard Gore reviews. All going according to plan. If there isn't anything that I've missed, the next Hard Gore review will be on High Ambition. Everything going according to plan. And before you go, I do just quickly want to say this video is sponsored by me. That's right, I don't get paid sponsors for this, but there are a few things that I want to announce. So if you'll let me, I've got a few things that I just want to mention that are going on. Firstly, I want to mention my short film It's All Wrong. You may have seen a few things pushing this recently. It's been doing okay in festivals, I've had some nice words, and I did a limited run of Blu-rays of It's All Wrong. And due to popular demand, I brought it back for a very limited 5 Blu-ray run. This is the Blu-ray, and it comes with the short film, 25 minutes long, and it also has a bunch of special features, behind the scenes, bloopers, there's trailers, and there's also another short film called Muckman available on this. So if you are interested in supporting what I do, all the money goes towards more short films and the reviews, then maybe consider buying one. You know, it's a little piece of Old Man Chime's history, and it's all handmade, comes with hand-drawn disc, an art card, signed on the back, and yeah, I've had some good feedback on these. People seem to like them, and they work on anything. So if you are interested, the link will be here, about here, I imagine, to my website. And yeah, it'd be great if you could check those out. Secondly, I want to mention that we are very, very, very close to hitting 1,000 subscribers, which would be an amazing milestone for me. We're very close. So what I've decided to do is a little bit of a push goal. Now, I tried to do this late last year, I think it was, and we didn't quite reach that, but I think it was quite a stretch, really. But this time it's an open-ended thing, and when we hit 1,000 subs, I will be making a complete collection video where we go through all my Blu-rays, DVDs, Laserdiscs, VHS, everything film related that I own. Going through the complete collection, you get to see exactly what I own currently, and I'll be chatting about what some of my favourite films are, which ones are worth keeping, which ones I don't know why I own, and yeah, a little bit of an insight into what my collection is. I've had a few requests for this type of video, so I'm going to make one. And I'm also then going to make concurrently a video game collection video and a music collection video, because I collect CDs, vinyls, cassettes, all sorts of music things, and I also collect video games, both new and old. And those will be available only on Patreon and for members. So if you're interested in seeing that, maybe consider supporting me on Patreon or with members. It'll be available to all tiers as well. And there's a bunch of stuff available right now. Actually, there's an animated short that I made that's available only to members and patrons. So if you want to support me in some way, that'd be amazing. There'll be more stuff coming on those as well, I promise. And you can get early access to the reviews and behind the scenes stuff for It's All Wrong and stuff like that. And the next short that I've got coming up. Lastly, before I go, I just want to very quickly point out that I do make animated films, short live action films, and just weird little surrealist funny things. So if you're interested in checking those out, they're over on Old Man Chimes Films, my other channel. Was my first channel, kind of become my second channel. And I also have another channel where I make experimental music and noise music, Old Man Chimes Music, and that handle is the same over on Bandcamp if you want to check out some weird sounds that I make. So thanks for watching this far, it really does mean a lot, and I'll see you in the next video.